Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic and the new Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo present The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam. I'm glad you're back in town.
So am I, Effie. So am I. Confidentially, I didn't think I'd make it. Confidentially, that is.
Was it dangerous, Sam?
I should say it was. Why, for the past 24 hours, I've been at it hammer and tongs over hill and dale, through shot and shell. It was enough to turn any ordinary man's blood to ice and his hair pure white.
Oh, that sounds terrifying, Sam.
I wish it had been only terrifying, Effie. It was blood-curdling, spine-chilling, hair-raising. I was bored. It was also rural and countrified.
Well, what happened, Sam? Tell me.
You've heard of the Mountains and the Coys?
No.
And the Boston Massacre?
No.
Custer's Last Stand?
No.
Well, put them all together and they spell what I'll shortly be in to dictate, a report which I call in a burst of clever literary plagiarism, The Farmer's Daughter Caper.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, starring Howard Duff. Produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. To look your holiday best, friends, be sure to use Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. What's more, it's non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. Get Wild Root Cream Oil in the big family-size bottle or handy tube. Ask for it at your drug or toilet goods counter very first chance you get. For the holiday and all year round, use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie.
I'm right here, Sam.
Pull up all the shades.
All right, Sam.
Now, turn on every light in the place.
But it's daylight.
Do what I say.
All right, Sam.
Now, check the closets.
But what for?
For snipers. What do you think?
All right, Sam. Nobody here.
Okay. I guess it's safe to come all the way in.
Oh. What's this all about, Sam? I don't understand.
Effie, it's just that I don't ever want to be caught in the dark again, especially when people are shooting at me. I want to see every nook and cranny of every square foot of land that surrounds me.
Sam, who was shooting at you? Where?
They were shooting from the left, from the right, from up above, down below, everywhere. Death was winging in on every breeze that blew, and they all blew my way.
Oh, Sam, now stop this. I'm just dying of curiosity.
When my time comes, I hope that's all I ever die of. Ready?
Yeah.
Date this week to Mr. Elliot Parson, Parson Drive Yourself Garage, 1618 St. Charles Street, San Francisco, 13, California. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the farmer's daughter caper. Dear Mr. Parson, I feel you have an explanation coming, one that you can pass along to your insurance company as to why the car I rented from you last week appeared as late as it did and in the condition it did. As you know, I rented said vehicle to drive to Middletown to bail a client out of the drunk tank. On the way back, a native showed me a shortcut, and I'll get him if it's the last thing I do. Dusk was falling, and so were my eyelids, when I saw a sign that said tourists invited. Behind it stood a ramshackle farmhouse in a surly woodland setting. I should never have knocked on that farmhouse door, but then I wouldn't have had any story to tell, would I?
Good evening, young man.
Good evening, madam. I'm afraid I need a room for the night.
Well, of course you do. Land sakes, you're tired. I can tell by your eyes. Been on the road long?
Too long.
Land sakes, of course you have. Come in, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
You'll find this is the homiest tourist home in California.
Really like mother's, eh?
Like your grandmother's. No electricity, no phones, just quiet.
I see.
Now, I have two rooms, a $3 one and a $5 one. Which one do you think you'd like?
What's the difference?
One less blanket, one squeaky spring, and with the $3 one, you might have to take a walk.
I'll take the $5 one, thank you.
I'm Mrs. Elkins. Mrs. Bert Elkins. Who might you be?
Sam Spade.
Spade? Land's sakes, that's a very unusual name. And who are you traveling with, Mr. Spade?
I'm alone.
Oh, I mean what company? We only accept traveling salesmen. You realize that.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm traveling for the makers of Mouton mustache wax.
Oh, use it all the time.
You are well-groomed, madam.
You will go far, young man.
Yeah, but before that, I'd like to go to bed.
Well, come on. This way.
She led me upstairs to my $5 room and left me. As lumpy as it was, the bed invited me, but I decided to shave first and thus facilitate an early start in the morning. I poured myself a drink out of my traveling bar kit and then stepped in to shave. It wasn't easy because all I had for light in there was an oil lamp. When I came back to the bedroom with the lamp in one hand, I stopped short in utter surprise. I'd heard about these things in traveling salesman stories, but I never expected to see it. She was sitting in an armchair, smoking a cigarette. High heels, silk stockings, light rayon dress, and a face right off the cover of Cosmopolitan.
Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Mary Smith.
Huh?
Hope you don't mind me just barging in.
Well, no. Well, no, that is,
Afraid I'll bite you?
It never entered my mind.
Well, I might. I'm so tired of talking to myself, I need someone like you. You know, you're not bad to look at.
Who, me?
Where do you live? What do you do for a living?
Well, I guess you'd call me independently wealthy. I wish someone would.
How nice. San Francisco?
There must be some fog on my lapel.
Look, Sam, I'll give it to you straight. I want to get out of here, go to San Francisco. Could you take a passenger tomorrow?
Well, what would your mother say?
She's my aunt. What do I care what she says? I don't belong on a farm. Out in a wet pasture ruins my nylons. I'm a city girl, Philadelphia.
Why did you leave?
My parents died. Look, Sam, I won't be a burden to you. I just want to get to San Francisco. After that, I'm on my own. Sam, take me with you. Please take me with you. You won't regret it.
What am I going to do with this lamp?
Who cares? Oh, Sam.
What?
I thought I'd find something like this going on in here.
Aunt Maud,
Get out of here. Go back to your room, young lady. Go on. Now, Mr. Spade.
It does look bad, doesn't it?
Oh, I'm not blaming you, Mr. Spade. Nan's sakes, it's her. She ain't responsible for what she does. She's like this all the time.
Oh, I see.
Now, when I go out, you just lock your door. Just keep it locked.
But, ma'am, this is a $5 room. A sleepless hour later, I heard something slide under my door. I looked and found it was a note that read, Mr. Spade, Sam, please unlock your door, and when the house is quiet, I'll come and see you. I'm desperate, terribly, terribly desperate. Don't leave me. Give me a chance to tell you what it's all about, please. Stupid me, I unlocked my door, dressed again, and waited. An hour and a half later, I heard my doorknob turning in the dark. The door opened quietly and quickly.
Sam, the things that go on in this house, they're insane.
Oh.
I've been here 3 months. When my father died, I had no money, and because Aunt Maud was my only relative, I came here. And ever since I came, they never let me out of the house for more than an hour. They never let me see anyone or do anything.
Why?
I wish I knew. 5 days ago, Uncle Bert left early one morning. He hasn't come back since. Aunt Maud says he's away on business. He doesn't have any business.
Yeah, well, even so, that doesn't seem strange to me.
Then there's my dog.
And what about it?
It disappeared the same night Bert did. They told me it ran away. I know it didn't. I've had it for 3 years. It never ran away.
Well, what do you think?
Well, I was sure I could hear it howling somewhere for 2 or 3 nights. Then the howling stopped. I think I know where it is, but I don't know why. It scares me.
Well, where do you think it is?
Sam, you're going to think I'm crazy right out of my mind, but, well, about 150 yards behind the house, there's a hillside with an old cave in it.
Oh, an old cave.
I don't know what it's used for, but yesterday I saw the whole front end of it closed with dirt. Sam, they buried that dog alive in that cave. I know it.
Oh, wait a minute now. Did you ask Mrs. Elkins?
Yes. All she said was the dog ran away and mind your own business. She told me to leave the cave alone. Sam, let's go out there and look. Please.
Well... So big, brave, stupid Sam, idiot boy, allowed her to show me the back way out of the house, and we sneaked to the barn together. She found a shovel, and we walked to the cave. When my eyes got accustomed to the dark, I saw the entrance had been covered with dirt, and recently. I took the shovel while she stood watching. I cleared half of the dirt away and worked as quietly as I could, but apparently not quietly enough. A flashlight suddenly hit both of us in the face, and a shotgun barrel flashed in the beam.
Get away from there before I shoot your head off.
Point that thing someplace else, please, ma'am.
Just what do you think you're doing, mister?
Digging.
Mary, you get back to the house.
No. Aunt Maud, I won't.
Get back to the house before I count 3, or I'll put a load of buckshot right through you. Now, 1.
Aunt Maud, my dog is in there.
2.
All right, I'll go.
Now, Mrs. Elkins, suppose you put that gun down and tell me what this is all about.
I got one thing to say to you, mister. Get in your car and get out of here, and don't waste any time doing it.
But, madam,
your suitcase is in the car, and your $5 is with it.
Yeah, but...
Now get, before I shoot you as a trespasser. And I could do it, mister. Land sakes, I could do it. Now get.
So I got under guard to my car. I got in and drove off. And this is in the driveway with the shotgun still pointed at me until I was out of sight. I turned left at the first crossroad, parked the car, and cut through the woods back to the farm. I could see a light in the living room. Nobody was in or near the barn. And when I got to the cave, there wasn't a sound anywhere. I picked up the shovel I dropped and started digging again. 30 minutes later, the shovel broke a small hole through into that cave, and a stifling blast of fetid air rushed out, and something leaped out at me in the dark. And it wasn't the dog. It was a human hand on a human arm.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of America's favorite private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who actually purchased Wild Root Cream Oil were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the new 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Farmer's Daughter Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
In a night already full of surprises, I should have been ready for the next one, but I wasn't. The loose earth, which had blocked the entrance to the cave, suddenly fell away, and I fell with it. Then I heard something like nothing on earth. Nails dragged across my face, taking skin and flesh with them. I twisted and went down, and something went down with me. The snarl became a voice.
Bury me alive! Bury me alive! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
And he did his best, which was pretty good. Finally, I got a good hold on him and sat on his chest. After that, I lit a match and looked at a tall, thin man in his middle 40s. He was caked with mud from head to foot. His hands were impossibly torn and bleeding. I could guess why. Judging from the stubble on his face, he'd been bottled up in that cave at least 5 days. How he was still alive, I didn't know. He acted like a madman, and he had every right to. But surprised, when his eyelids fluttered open again, he read a very sane line.
I'm all done in. You got a drink, friend?
Not on me.
They hit me on the head and left me there. They thought I'd stay in there forever. Forever.
Who put you there? Who did it?
But they couldn't keep me there. I dug my way out, didn't I? Didn't I? I dug my way out. Didn't I?
The force of the bullets knocked them halfway back down the incline to the cave. All I could do was hit the dirt. Finally, when it seemed safe, I broke cover and ran smack into somebody carrying 2 bags.
Oh, no, please.
Let's have a look at you.
Sam, it's me. Sam, I knew you wouldn't go away without me. I knew it. I couldn't stay in that awful house any longer.
None of that now. Who was that shooting at?
I don't know.
Where's your aunt?
In the house, I suppose. I slipped out the back way.
Any visitors tonight?
No. What is it? What is it?
I think I found your Uncle Bert. Come on. I led her back to the cave entrance and showed her the body of the man I'd dragged out. I watched her face a long time as she looked at him very carefully.
It's not Uncle Bert, Sam.
Really?
No. It's Mr. Linden. Jewelry salesman. Came to the place a few nights ago.
5 nights ago?
Yes, come to think of it.
The same night your uncle disappeared. Tell me, did you ask Mr. Linden to take you back to San Francisco the same way you asked me?
I...
Did you?
Yes. He said he would. He got up early and left without me.
You didn't get far. What kind of car was he driving?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you drive a car?
Yes, but
Here. Mine's down the road about 500 yards. Go to the nearest phone and call the highway patrol, a sheriff, anybody who represents law. Got that?
Yes. I know exactly what to do.
To make sure we were both thinking of the same thing to do, I followed her in the dark, watched her get into the car I rented from you, and drive off. Then I turned around, put a new clip in my gun, and walked back to the old homestead. It was still very homey. By the light of an oil lamp, Mrs. Elkins was peacefully knitting what looked like a shroud.
Why, Mr. Spade?
Why, Mrs. Elkins?
Land sakes.
Land sakes. Now that we got that out of the way, let's get down to business.
If you're here to make trouble, young man, believe me, I can handle trouble. My kind of stock know about trouble.
Well, suppose you tell me about the trouble I just had, or haven't you heard all the shots that were fired around here tonight?
Shots?
My.
Seems I would have heard gunshots.
Seems you would. Look, I've got a sheriff on the way.
Have you, Mr. Spade? Why?
I suppose you didn't hear the shooting.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. Was anyone hurt?
A man named Linden. He's dead.
Linden. Now, that sounds familiar.
It should. He stayed here 5 nights ago. He was a jewelry salesman.
Yes, now I remember. You say he's dead?
Somebody tried to bury him alive in your little cave.
How awful. I do declare.
I thought you would. Well?
You must be joshing, Mr. Spade.
I'm not joshing at all, Mrs. Elkins.
Well. Buried alive, you say?
Look, let's talk just like plain folks. Where's your husband? Where's the jewelry samples you probably stole from Linden? Is there anything else you want to say?
Gunshots, eh? Well.
I left the sweet old thing knitting and rocking and made my way through the house looking for guns, jewelry, and killers. I got downstairs in time to see Mrs. Elkins disappear out the front door. When I tried to follow, I stumbled over the rocking chair, which was indeed a lucky thing for me. After a few minutes of silence, bravely crawling on my stomach, I followed the shadows of the house until they blended into the shadows of a large, hulking building, which happened to be the barn. Inside, I bumped my head on the radiator of a car. Naturally, I didn't find any keys in it, but I did find a familiar jewelry salesman-type mud-soaked corpse. I was trying to remember how to cross ignition wires. I heard the hum of a motor and saw 2 headlight beams swinging up the driveway. They lasted as long as any other lights. The car came to a lurching stop, and a thick-set figure in a Stetson hat stumbled towards me, tugging at a gun.
That burn gall-blame cuff thing,
Undo the flap.
Oh, thanks. Huh? Put your hands up, whoever you are.
You be the sheriff?
You're dead blame right on the sheriff. You're dead blame right on the sheriff. Who are you? What's the idea of shooting the lights out my car?
My car.
Oh, you Slade?
Spade.
Well, I'm Homer Pickett, sheriff of this county. The girl come, woke me up, said all sorts of funny things going on around here. Said there'd been a murder. Now, who's killed? What's going on, Stan?
Sam. Well, for one thing, somebody's been trying all sorts of ammunition on me for size.
You don't say.
I do say, Mr. Sheriff.
Why?
Because I found a man in a cave who'd been left there to die.
Want to look at the corpse?
You can look at him right here. He's sitting in this car.
So, yeah. How'd he get here?
Somebody moved him here.
Shouldn't have moved a corpse till the police examine it.
I didn't move it.
Huh?
Now, listen closely. Listening?
Huh?
I found the man. He was still alive. Then somebody shot him.
Shouldn't have moved him.
Then they tried to kill me because I found him. When they didn't kill me, they decided to hide his body.
Illegal.
They probably intended to drive away and dispose of it so there'd be no evidence when an efficient, smart, alert, courageous police officer like yourself came around to ask questions.
That sounds reasonable. Who's behind all this?
Well, Mrs. Elkins threatened me once and tried to kill me once.
More! Well, land say.
That's her, yes.
I want to talk to her. Where's she?
Roaming the countryside with a gun, no doubt.
Well, we'll have to clear all this up, see what it's all about. Now, who's this fellow in the car?
His name's James Linden.
Got a pencil? Better write that down. Tilden, huh?
Linden.
Well,
By any strange coincidence, Sheriff, you happen to know a man named Dundee, San Francisco homicide?
Lieutenant Dundee, old Tom.
Old Tom, yes.
Shucks, I learned everything I know about police work from him.
Yeah, well, that figures.
And law's law. Dundee always said.
Yeah, I've heard him say it, Sheriff. But...
And I aim to enforce it around here. One side, Mr. Slade.
Spade. Hey, you'll be sorry. Well.
Now look here, all you Elkins. This is Homer Pickett talking, and I ain't no small-town constable. I'm the sheriff of this county. You'll get a square deal from me, but first I order you in the name of the law to throw down your guns. Well? My.
You all right?
Nothing but my feelings hurt. Oh,
I warned you.
I thought that'd do some good.
Well, now you know. Hey, look, maybe it did do some good.
I'm giving up, Sheriff. I'm giving up. It's me, Mrs. Elkins.
She came across the farmyard as the first light was showing in the eastern sky. Her hands were above her head. One held a shotgun.
Maud! Get back where you belong, Maud!
We could hear, but we couldn't see him. Maud stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then began running towards us. She almost made it. To drag her back, expecting any second to be the target for the night. There was a sudden and curious silence as I pulled her into the barn. She was still alive.
Thanks sakes. That man's been missing everybody all night. Never thought he'd be able to hit me.
Easy.
I come from good stock. I'm no criminal, Mr. Spade. Sheriff, you know that.
Yeah, I know, Maud. I know.
Let me take a look at you. You'll be okay.
Don't blame Bert too much. He wanted to have money once in his life. So when this man came along with all the jewelry, Bert went out of his mind, I guess. He put the man in the cave. And the dog, too. So the dog wouldn't call attention to him. And then he took the man's car, went into San Francisco to try to sell the jewels and the underwear.
No luck, huh?
Bert says they laughed at him. The jewels was just paste. Stampos.
And he came back and found me at the cave, and he figured he had to knock us both off.
I just stuck by him all the way. Now he's like a tiger that smelled blood. No telling what he'll do.
We'll have to get help, Spade. Roadblocks, bloodhound.
No, this is his land. He won't run. He'll hide here.
Where?
Why, in the cave.
Well, I reasoned, one, that no matter how much a man loved his land, he was not going to let himself be trapped in a cave with only one exit. And two, it followed, therefore, that if he did hide in the cave, there was more than one way out, which the late Linden hadn't found. Sheriff Pickett volunteered to watch the front of the cave while I looked around for a rear exit. After a 20-minute search, which netted me nothing, I remembered the car parked inside the barn and how quickly Elkins had carried Linden's body to it. I went back there and took a look around. In a corner of the barn, I found a trail of dirt leading to a bale of hay. When I moved the bale, I found, you guessed it, a trap door. I pulled it open, caught a familiar whiff of used-up air, and lowered myself into a black hole that turned out to be a passageway. I cautiously made my way forward in the darkness for a few yards.
Who is it? Who is it?
I pressed back against the dirt wall, listening to him approach. When I figured he was close enough, I threw a cloud of dirt toward him across the passageway. His gun flashed and lit up the whole place for a second, and I fired 3 times at the silhouette. I waited, then I went towards him. He was lying on his back. I kicked his gun away, and when I bent over him to feel his pulse, he suddenly came to life. Something crashed against the side of my head, and everything became darker than the inside of a cave. The next thing I knew, I was looking at a pair of red-rimmed eyes. Several minutes had gone by.
Thought you was a goner for sure. You ain't used to this country fighting, are you?
Is this country liquor, Sheriff?
Yeah.
Give me.
Here.
Yeah, country liquor. Tell me, Sheriff, Did you by any
Well,
chance?
sure. Of course I did. I got him, Slade.
Period and a report.
Sam,
Hmm?
do you mean to tell me you let a little country sheriff outdo you?
Well, Effie, Homer Pickett's coming up for re-election next fall, and besides, you might think I was egotistical if I told you how it really ended.
But your reputation. You're the greatest private detective of them all.
And so I can afford to be generous. Now, not another word. Scoot, type that up.
Oh.
If your supply of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic is getting low, better make a note to get some more tonight or first thing tomorrow. Remember, Wild Root Cream Oil is the famous hair tonic that grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Always keep a big bottle or tube on hand. And ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Well, here it is, Sam.
Let me see. Let me see here. F. You rewrote the ending.
I had to, Sam. You're much too modest.
And Sam Spade, with a knot of cold fury in the pit of his stomach, a vindictive fire in his eyes, stepped wearily over the loose rocks on the cave floor to do battle with the thing that loomed up in the darkness ahead.
Mm-hmm.
The thing's roar filled the night with terror. But Sam Spade, dauntless and knowing not fear, stepped up to the monster, laughed in its hairy face, and with one quick convulsion of his powerful shoulder muscles, dropped the thing in its tracks. I see. Well, is that the way you think it ended, Effie?
Oh, Sam, I guess I was being a little foolish. I'll change it.
No. No, as long as you've done it this way, we'll leave it this way. Can't waste paper.
No, I'll change it, Sam.
Leave it!
Oh! Sam,
Yeah?
I copied that ending out of an old Black Mask magazine.
You what?
Yes, Sam. Don't be mad.
Come here. Come here. I copied that out of an old whiz-bang.
Oh, Sam. Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade was written for radio by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Pierre and Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when producer William Spear presents another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy speaking. Here's an exciting new shampoo that's grand for all the family. And here's our own Squeaky to tell you about it.
Look at your hair. Is it stringy and dull? Does it only cover your skull? The Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo is just the thing for girls like you. Gleams your hair, know what I mean, and leaves your hair squeaky clean.
Squeaky clean?
Squeaky clean. Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo.
Stay tuned for the Summer Symphony with Katherine Grayson on NBC.
In response to requests representing millions of listening friends, the National Broadcasting Company is pleased indeed to bring you again The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Hello?
Me, sweet.
What number have I got?
The Sam Spade Detective Agency, but...
Oh, well, me, sweetheart.
Something's happened. Call me later, Dwight.
Dwight yet? Look.
I didn't know you were in town. You didn't write to me or...
Effie.
Yes?
This is me in the flesh, Sammy the Spade. Oh, now what?
Goodbye.
Effie, I'm in a payphone. My nickel is running out.
Oh, Dwight, how can you be so cruel and play jokes at a time like this?
Wait, listen. Ella, you listening?
Yes.
I am not dead. Don't believe everything you read in the papers.
Huh?
Or hear on the radio.
Yes.
You were at my funeral. Is that what you were about to say?
Yes. And it was lovely.
Don't believe that either. Stay right where you are, sweetheart, because I'll be there, alive and handsomer than ever, with an account of a caper which proves you can kill some of the people part of the time. My exaggerated report on the death of Sam Spade.
NBC welcomes back to the air a character who has captured the public imagination more completely than any other since the birth of Sherlock Holmes. William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Ain't it grand to be bloomin' well dead? Candles at my feet, candles at my head.
We're not open for business today. I mean, Mr. Spade's office is closed right now because...
I'll wait.
Oh, you look just like Mr. Spade. What's your name?
Spade. S-P-A-D-E. Spade.
Sam never told me he had a twin brother.
He doesn't.
But then you...
I'm me, Sam. Oh, wait. Come here. Now do you believe me?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, what's the use?
Oh, you're so much like him.
Oh, never mind. Now get your pencil and paper and take it. Date November 17th, 1950. To Miss Effie Perrine.
That's me.
From Samuel Spade. That's me. License number 137596.
You must have been the last one to see him alive. Did he tell you to give me a message?
Shut up. Subject, my death. Dear Effie, since the sight of me in the flesh, breathing, hungering, and living doesn't convince you, maybe this report will. Think, if you can, back to last Monday. Now, if you recall, it was about 11 o'clock when, on the flimsy pretense that we needed stamps for the office, you drew $2 from petty cash and stepped out to buy a pair of step-ins. And that's when my client materialized. He was small and thin and carried with him the unmistakable odor of stale flowers. His black alpaca suit, string bow tie, elevator shoes, and white gloves had no bearing on his conversation.
Oh, dear. My name is Chester Swan.
Are you sure?
Yes.
My name is Spade. What can I do for you?
How tall are you, Mr. Spade?
6 feet in my feet.
Weight?
178.
I always notice a man's bone structure, don't you?
Oh, always.
Open.
Huh?
Open. Let me see inside.
I guess?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Fine.
Oh, well, now that you know me this well, Mr. Swan, what can I do for you?
Oh, dear. Perhaps I shouldn't have come here at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Spade.
Well, really?
Oh, dear.
Oh, hello again, Mr. Swan. You wanted to talk to me?
Yes, but I can't talk now. Mr. Spade.
Still here.
There. I live at 8516 Claremont in Berkeley. I'll be there tonight. Oh, dear.
This time, as he made his exit, he left $50 on the edge of my desk. And so, stupid me, I was at 8516 Claremont at the close of the day. It was a small white cottage with green shutters and a white picket fence. There was a hill in back and a brook in front. The sun was beginning to set on it, and it was all very picturesque. In fact, so much so that a girl with red hair, blue jeans, purple smock, oils, and canvas was making it immortal. She liked me immediately.
Here, hold this.
Certainly.
Like it?
Oh, yeah.
This is my first landscape. I'm a sprouting artist.
Obvious. Makes your own?
Not when I can get somebody to do it for me. Who are you?
Oh, I might be a fellow artist.
Don't do that. You're a liar. You're Sam Spade. I saw your picture in a newspaper clipping when I was helping Chester clean out his desk before he moved it.
But
You don't know an easel from a palette?
Oh, but I could learn.
I take it seriously.
Well, then so do I.
I doubt it. You've never tried to get away, to stand off, to throw off the shackles, have you?
No. I'll have to admit that the urgency of living, the pressure of merely existing, has had to...
Catfish, Sam. By the way, I'm Amy Goodrich.
Catfish?
The world is full of unhappy people who never try to get away from it all.
Well, honest...
Stop it.
But I wanted to, really.
Honestly, Sam, get away from everything. Leave, dissolve.
I've dreamed of it.
Never return.
Cross my heart.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing here?
To see Mr. Swan.
He isn't home yet. His house is a wonderful subject. Look, Sam, colorful, moderate, pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
That is until the sun stops shining. But picture it at night in the fog.
Mm-hmm.
Crushed with barrenness, full of death, brooding, ominous. I'm trying to capture that, too. It's what we've got to get away from, isn't it?
Absolutely. You and I...
Sam, as you start up the hill on Claremont, there's a green apartment house on the right. I'm in 420.
Well, maybe we'll find a way out together.
Maybe.
I waved her a fond farewell and sat on the steps of my client's house until he showed up at 6:15. He took me inside, where the only furniture was an army cot and a portable barbecue.
I'm so glad you kept our appointment, Mrs. Spade. I'm so frightened. I've been upset all week long. I didn't know what to do. I just didn't.
And what have you been so upset about, Mr. Swan?
Well, lately, Mr. Spade, infrequently, for the last week, I've noticed a man. I think he's following me.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I'd see him in a car following my bus when I went downtown. Then he'd be waiting around at the bus stop in the evening when I came back.
Oh.
I've sold my house, and I'm ready to move. It's unnerved me so much, but...
Did he follow you home tonight?
No, but
well, would anyone be following you, Mr. Swan?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Spade. I don't know. I really don't.
All right, I'll try another tack. What does this man look like?
He always wears dark clothes and a hat. I'd say he was about your height.
6 feet.
I remember. Maybe heavier. Same bone structure, though.
Yeah. You haven't been to the police?
Oh, dear, no. A man in my business can't afford off-color publicity.
No? What kind of business is that?
The Bonton Mortuary.
Oh.
25 years. Ooh. Same location. Oh, and I've worked hard. So very hard. And if there's something behind all this, something that has stopped me from being made the executive secretary of the Undertakers Breakfast Club when they hold their annual election next month, I don't know what I'll do, Mr. Spade. I just don't really know what I'll do. I just don't.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Swan. You'll feel better. Just let it all out. Just really do. And he did. When he stopped crying, I instructed him to go about his daily habits as always and left, assuring him I'd get to the bottom of it all. I walked down to the corner ostentatiously, which is a neat trick well calculated to throw nefarious observers off the track and lull them into false security. And when the bus showed up 10 minutes later, I got on it, rode 3 blocks, walked back, and took a plant across the street. A clever ruse, as you see, to invite a showdown. 2 hours later, a man about my size and dark clothes appeared over the hill and crept stealthily to the front of my client's cottage. He had his eyes glued to the window when I walked up behind him.
Hey, let go of me.
Come on, you're going inside.
Listen, I'm no peeping Tom.
No, you're the bloodhound type. I'm inviting you in for a real sniff at your
no,
party.
you don't. Well, all right, then I'll go quietly.
Okay, that's better. Now we'll just walk on. The kick he landed on me wasn't according to Queensberry. I couldn't move for 3 or 4 minutes, and by that time he disappeared. When I recovered my faculties, I reported the incident to my client, who cried himself to sleep. After I bolted him in for the night, I stopped on my way down the hill at apartment 420 in the little green apartment house. She was still wearing the blue jeans and the purple smock. And she still had the same ideas.
Come in, Sam. You said you were serious about getting away from it all, and a whole day has passed.
It was that pressure of living. I'm here to apologize.
You are not, but go ahead.
I'm sorry, Angel.
I love to be fooled, Sam. You're forgiven.
How's the painting coming? The one of Swan's cottage.
Slow. Fog is always tough.
Looks nice, though. How long you been on it?
3 weeks, all told.
Well, then you've had a pretty good plan on the house, haven't you? Ever notice a tall, broad-shouldered guy in a dark suit casing the place?
Tall, broad-shouldered?
Pretty much like me.
Could anybody be pretty much like you, Sam?
No, you're right.
Sam, is there something wrong?
No.
Well, then don't stand there doing nothing. Do something.
Who, me? Amy fixed me a small dinner which had a strong turpentine taste to it, and then we mixed oils and painted and made fudge. Next afternoon at the Hall of Records, I did a little spade work on Chester Swan. His application and permit to practice undertaking in the city of San Francisco were dated 1938. Details: unmarried, 52 years of age, graduated from mortician school in Ohio, listed one living relative, nephew, Theodore J. Swan, Toledo, Ohio. I was gathering the above information when I smelled whiskey over my shoulder, which is always good luck. It was Al Torrington, who was also in the private investigation racket in this city, and he was leaning, peering from my face to the card that I held in my hand.
Did he get over to you, too, Sam?
Who got over to me, Al?
Him? That thinny with the tears. What's his name? My eyes ain't so good.
Swan, Al. Chester Swan. Mortician.
Yeah, that's him, Sam. The same one exactly. Came to my office 2 weeks complaining about somebody following him. And he did nothing about it. Said I was too fat.
Oh, well, you are, Al. Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. And some other of the boys said he was around there, too. Wanted a private eye, but he wanted a man who looked just right.
How right?
Obviously as right as you are, Sam, because it looks like he picked you. Yeah. yeah.
Yes, F, it did look like he picked me. And I thought that over, and I didn't like it. And I called my client at home to tell him he was fired, but he didn't give me a chance.
Oh, dear, I'm so glad you called, Mr. Spade. I really am.
I called for a reason, Mr. Swan. I'm resigning this case.
Oh, dear, Mr. Spade, you can't do that. You really can't.
I don't think you've been quite honest with me, Mr. Swan.
Oh, dear.
Tears will get you nowhere. I made a routine check on your reasons for hiring me, and they don't quite fit with the reasons you gave. They really just don't quite, Mr. Swan.
It's no game, Mr. Spade. Believe me. He's back tonight. Right now, he's standing beneath the lamppost outside my window, and I'm frightened to death. Please hurry over, Mr. Spade, and let's get this business straightened out. Please, please.
And stupid me, I went over. And I found that little white cottage on the hill looking grim and gaunt in the heavy fog. Amy's words about it being crushed with barrenness, full of brooding and death, came back to me. And Mr. Swan's frightened words about a mysterious man in dark clothes waiting beneath the streetlight also came back to me, particularly when I noted there was no streetlight near the house. However, there was a light somewhere in the rear of the house, and the front door was ajar. Oh, Mr. Swan! Mr. Swan, are you here? Oh, Mr. Swan, it's me, Sam Spade. Are you here?
Mr. Spade? Is that you? Are you out there?
Where are you? Things happened fast. I turned around to find the front door filled with a man in a dark suit. He had something in his hand. It looked like a roll of cotton candy, but it felt different. It only staggered me against the wall, but it made me forget where my arms were.
Easy, Spade. Easy does it, boy. Easy.
He let me down to the floor gently. I could still see the lights somewhere in the back of the house, and I could hear him talking way off.
Take off his coat, quick.
I can't.
Give me the needle.
Hurry. I can't watch. I'm going upstairs.
The needle went somewhere in my left arm, but not before somebody pulled my coat off, and for no reason I could think of at the moment, also tried to pull my finger off. Well, I couldn't dwell on it. By that time, the stuff in my arm was going other places, and I was going with it, even though there was action all around me.
This ought to do it.
No, stay away from me. Get out of here.
Vaguely, somewhere, somebody was shooting Roman candles or having blowouts or playing bebop. I just didn't care at all. I just didn't. The first thing I saw was sunlight. It was the kind you see in a picture. It was a picture of a little white cottage with green shutters. You guessed it. I was in Amy's apartment where we made fudge together. I got to my feet somehow.
Right here. I've had it here for 2 days. We'll have to figure out the best thing to do with him.
I knew the best thing to do with me. There was a fire escape in a window. I got out there and I weaved against the wall.
He's gone. He's gone.
What do you mean he's gone? He couldn't have gotten away with that load he was carrying.
I don't know. He was unconscious when I left.
Well, don't just stand there. We've got to do something. There might be trouble. Now, let's get going.
I didn't wait to find out what they were going to do. I made my way down the fire escape and started walking for the street, and that's when I noticed my shoes didn't fit me anymore. They weren't mine. And neither was the gray flannel suit with the label marked Tidkeys. Neither was the blue shirt. While I was at it, the ring on my finger engraved Emerson High, 1936, wasn't mine either. My new belt buckle had a big letter T on it, which is not my initial. It really isn't. And I didn't have any use for the eyeglasses in my coat pocket either. You were out when I walked in the office, F, but you'd been there. There was a black crepe done up in a white satin ribbon hanging on the door. The desk blotter was drenched with salt tears. And a newspaper folded back to page 13, and I'll sue the Chronicle on this if it's the last thing I do, gave me a 2-inch spread. Item, November 15th, 1950. 15? What happened to the 13th and the 14th? Detective perishes in Berkeley fire. I read it through once, then twice. It was my obituary.
You are listening to the first in a new series of adventures involving radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Later tonight on most NBC stations, Duffy's Tavern comes your way with another merry half-hour session, starring Ed Gardner as Archie the manager. There's a full serving of laughs garnished with chuckles and whipped up by Archie and his unpredictable friends, Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the waiter. It's just one of the many great Friday evening entertainment features on NBC. It's Duffy's Tavern, your cue for better listening where the 3 chimes always mean good times. Make it a Friday evening habit to tune early and stay late at your favorite NBC station. And now back to Caper Over My Dead Body, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I left the crepe on the door and went out to buy a new desk blotter and some more newspapers. The Hobo News had the best story, which wasn't much. Samuel Spade, licensed private investigator, perished Wednesday night in a fire in a vacant house in Berkeley. His warm friends will feel regret at the passing of a man who was always kind to the poor. None of us ever asked Sam Spade for a handout without receiving a kind word and bon mot as he turned us down. This was nice, but I wanted more. Figured I was fairly safe to wander about unrecognized. My ill-fitting attire required from my unknown benefactor would be disguise enough when combined with my 2-day beard. Engine Company 16, Berkeley Division, had handled the fire, and half a block away was a grog shop called the Shamrock. I waited for a fireman to come in.
Bartender! Bartender! What kind of a place are you running now? I've been here 5 minutes already.
All right, shut up, Patty. You just arrived.
Well, it seemed like 5 minutes. A wee bit more there, if you don't mind.
That's enough for you, Patty. You're still on duty.
I am not. I'm off now. The chief said I could be off. It ain't every day I receive such a shock to me system.
You received your shock 3 days ago.
And I'm still shaking, man. Oh, the sight of him was terrible, terrible. Burnt as black as the good saint's beard. All twisted and horrible in death.
He was probably dead drunk and didn't know what happened to him.
And were you there fighting the flames and finding him like me? Oh, it was terrible, terrible, terrible. Terrible.
It wasn't that bad, and you've had your limit.
And who says so?
I say so.
Oh, you do you? And who are you?
Your brother-in-law.
Well, now.
Well, maybe I can spot you one, Patty.
I never drink with strangers. What's your name?
O'Doolin.
Well, you heard the man. Go ahead, pour. Cheers.
Yeah. Fireman, you had a terrible experience 3 days ago.
Oh, that I did, Mr. O'Doolin. That I did indeed, that I did.
I've heard it a dozen times. I'll be at the other end of the
'Twas 3 nights ago, Mr. O'Doolin, and we get a call to the house on Claremont is afire. Well, sir, when we get there, it's about all gone. Can't understand why it went up flames so fast.
Wood.
It was the funeral pyre of a man who lived in sin.
Huh?
A detective fellow. Sam Spade, he was identified as. Oui.
Oh, one moment, Fireman. I've heard fine things about him.
Some of those uppity police fellas from the Division of Homicide said he was a nice fellow. But some of the boys at the fire station and myself, well, we got our own ideas about that.
Oh, what kind of ideas, Paddy, me boy?
What kind of good can any man be accomplishing in an empty house late at night, I ask you, Mr. O'Doolin? Oh, he was done to a turn, he was, when I burst in the door with me axe. Save Satan the trouble.
Charred.
Empty whiskey bottles scattered all about. Sin, O'Dolan, sin. He'd gone to sleep with a smoking cigarette that set the whole place off. Vice rampant.
From there, I went downtown to a telegraph office where I sent a wire to Toledo on a long chance. And while I was waiting for an answer on a not-so-long chance, I slunk into the Bon Ton funeral parlor to pay my respects to the departed. I stood in the back of that dimly lit chapel and scanned the scene. 3 of the boys from homicide were there, blowing their noses. 2 chorus girls I thought had long since forgotten me were there in black, deep V-necks. My insurance man was there, looking awful worried. 1 Chronicle reporter with photographer, and a shoeshine boy from our building, and the bailiff from the courthouse, just to mention a few I could make out. And you were there, Effie, up front near a closed casket. I made out a bower of flowers from robbery detail. It said, "Goodbye, Sam." Maxie from the city morgue was the only one who looked at ease.
All right. Does anyone wish to, you, miss?
Many called him shaman, but I called him friend. On this, his last caper,
I was touched, Effie, and I would have stopped the whole thing then and there, but I had to find out who was in that casket. I reeled out the front door with tears in my eyes and slid around to the back door and into Chester Swan's private office. And there I made a phone call and got an answer to my telegram, which caused me to make another call to his bank. By that time, most of it was right in place. A search through his desk revealed nothing, and a safe standing in the corner the same. But then my answer walked right in the door.
Oh, Sam, darling, I was so worried when I found you'd left, but I saw you at the funeral and I thought you'd be here.
And the guy was with you? Was he worried, too?
Oh, him. That was Dr. Jesslyn. Sam, you'd been out for 2 days, and I didn't... Oh, Sam, you're safe. You got away from it all. You've escaped, darling.
Yeah. They're burying me right now. I'm dead.
It's so wonderful, Sam.
Only one thing. Where do you fit? The caper. I was supposed to burn up in that fire, and what was left was supposed to look enough like Theodore J. Swan, class of 1936, Toledo, Ohio, to let beneficiary Chester Swan collect a nice pile of insurance money.
Sam, what are you talking about? Who's Theodore J.? What did you say?
Chester's only living relative. They're burying him right now. Somebody lost his caper. You want to tell me?
Darling, I was at the house the night of the fire, working on my foggy picture. You didn't see me when you went in, and later on you didn't come out. And I went over...
And I was on the floor, and a man was bending over me.
He changed clothes with you, Sam, and I screamed, and he pulled out a gun, and I hit him with a hoe. And I drug you out on the lawn.
And then what happened?
I put you in my car and took you home. I was going to phone the police, but I decided it was something you were working on, and I went back to the house, and it was burning, and you knew the man you'd hit on the head was in there. Believe me, Sam, I didn't know the house was going to burn down. I wouldn't kill anybody, Sam. I only wanted to...
You only wanted to help me, and you did right, Angel.
Oh, Sam.
That's all right. I'm your witness. You didn't start the fire.
You mean somebody really started it?
Chester. He thought it was me lying on the floor in there. The bank tells me he's about to go busted. He figured this one out with his nephew to scare up some insurance, though. I'm about the same
Hold
size.
Me, Sam. Hold me. It's been horrible. This is the kind of thing I was trying to paint. Now I'm smack dab up against it, and I'm sick. I'm scared.
Easy.
Sam, you're really dead. There's our way out, Sam. Just leave now. Let it go the way it is. They all think you're dead.
Oh, dear.
Huh?
But we know different, don't we, Mr. Spade?
He was holding a Navy Colt revolver in front of him with both hands. I couldn't make up my mind to rush him and count on his bad aim or stand still and be a perfect target while I tried to talk him out of it. Either way, he was a crazy man with a gun, and he was getting ready to use it.
Sam, he's going to kill us.
Mr.
Quiet,
Spade,
Amy.
because my nephew was stupid enough to wear your watch and your suit when he exchanged clothes with you, I'm going to lose the Bon Ton.
And that puts you in quite a spot, doesn't it, Mr. Swan?
Until a moment ago, yes, but now... Mr. Spade, the newspapers all say you're dead. A death certificate says the same thing. All of your friends are following your casket and my nephew's corpse to the cemetery at this very moment. Everybody expects you to be dead, Mr. Spade.
Thanks to you, Mr. Swan.
But now, nobody'd miss you if I killed you.
I'd miss you, Sam.
But I'd have to kill you, too.
Oh.
Did you notice you're still wearing Theodore's clothes, even his ring? Why, Mr. Spade, I could kill you and put you in a fire somewhere and collect my insurance on Theodore now, couldn't I?
No. Why, that's a terrible thing to think.
Huh?
Oh, you're not reasoning properly, Chester. You really aren't. How would you explain Amy? You just said you'd have to kill her. And what about the coroner's office? You know how they are.
But
And don't forget the medical examiner's got something to say, too. Not to mention the fact that you'd have to really burn me up to cover up the bullet hole. And furthermore, Chester, when you shoot me, if you happen to hit a rib and chip off some bone, they'd know I was shot before, and then homicide'd be in on it.
Oh, no, stop. Nothing works for me. I'm a failure.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Swan. Let it all out. You'll feel better. And he did. And he's still crying in his cell downtown. Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam, you were so brave. You actually stood there and talked that crazy man out of murdering you. You were wonderful.
True, Effie? Amy thinks so, too. She's going to do me in oils when they let her out of the pokey.
Amy's in jail? What for, Sam?
Oh, technical charge of an involuntary manslaughter. They'll spring her as soon as the coroner's inquest is completed. Dear Amy.
Did she make good fudge, Sam?
Fudge? Oh, that was the least of it.
Oh? What do you mean?
After the fudge.
What then?
Panucci. Oh, boy. Say, go type that up, sweetheart, while I see if there's any mention of my miraculous resuscitation on the radio page. Go. Scoot.
There certainly is a mention of Sam Spade on the radio page for Friday. Sam Spade is one more in the list of great shows to join up in NBC's Parade of the Stars. Have you heard The Big Show? This Sunday, The Big Show comes your way once again on NBC. Listen to just a few of the star names who will be appearing this week. Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, Jose Ferrer, Mindy Carson, Eddie Cantor, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and many, many more. And, of course, your MC once again will be the lady who invented the snappy retort, Tallulah Bankhead. Yes, it's The Big Show. It's big in music, big in drama, and big in comedy. Be sure to hear The Big Show Sunday.
Well, here it is, Sam. All typed up.
Good. I will sign it, and you will keep it, always, to remind you that I'm still here.
Oh, Sam.
Living, breathing, brave, and handsome. A paragon.
Sam, what will we do about the mail?
The mail? What mail? Where? Which?
All the letters and postcards and telegrams and all that came when people thought you... Oh, when you weren't good... When they thought you were...
Oh, there have been enough tears tonight, Effie.
Oh, Sam, it's so good to have you back. Will you be the same as you always were?
Well, I'm going to try, Effie.
Well, because then you can't help but be, like they say, the greatest private detective of them all.
We'll see.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by E. Jack Newman. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Frank Worth. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Hear the magnificent Montague, then visit Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam!
would you mind telling me where you are?
Not at all, Effie, not at all. Let's see. I'm at the ill-rigged Dana Rab Etile Sea Grog.
I don't understand it, Sam, but I think I caught the word grog.
Oh, you're shrewd, Effie. You see, I'm on the inside, and the lettering is printed on the outside. Now, if you'll wait, I'll go outside and read it the right way, and then come inside and
Never mind, I've already guessed. You're at George's Elite Bar and Grill.
Pratt.
Sam, after me, you promised me you wouldn't.
Me? I promised? Me?
You did, Sam. You promised faithfully to stay away from bars. You know how hard television is on your eyes. Have you got your glasses?
One in each hand. Fill them up, George.
Oh, Sam, I heard that. What will people think?
They'll never know, Effie. I always drink here under another name.
Oh.
Just a little of the hair of the dog that bit me, Effie. But don't worry about me. Although it's true I have been dogging it and have been hounded from tree to tree, I am frisky as ever and will be in to unleash my canine chronicle, namely, the dog bed caper, or he who lies down with dogs gets up with murder, or, condensed for easy reading, For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade. Effie?
Here I am, Sam.
Here I am, Sam. Effie, did you ever write poetry in school?
Well, I was known as Emily Dickinson of Central High.
I thought you had a touch of internal rhyme scheme there.
I doodled a little poem about you today.
Really? Well, redoodle.
There was a detective named Spade with oodles of brains in his head.
Clever, clever.
But when he took up drinking, he forgot about thinking.
Now give me the punchline.
And Effie has stayed quite unpaid.
Well, a little rough, but cute.
Did you get the idea, Sam?
Never could make any sense out of poetry. Ready?
It's getting close to Christmas, Sam, and
Pencil point?
I've used my last pencil, and I don't really have enough money to buy any...
Please, Effie, I have no head for figures.
All right, I give up.
From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the dog bed caper.
Oh, Sam, I hope this is going to be all about dogs. I belong to the tail waggers, you know.
Yeah.
And I've read all the books by Jack London.
Yeah.
I just think
Down, Effie. Strangely enough, you will not meet a single dog in this story. Actually, this narrative has little indeed to do with our four-footed friends or their beds. And I'd change the title now, except that it's already gone out for publicity. Dear Dundee, it all started with a phone call to my secretary, Miss Effie Perrine, a doll, requesting my inimitable services at the investment counseling firm of Cameron Incorporated. Clearing everything off my desk, 2 shoes with feet in them, my own, I went over. The firm of Cameron Incorporated was obviously not for the pushcart set. It was plush, ankle-deep rugs, imported drapes, and the receptionist. She had a plushness all of her own. I said hello in my plushiest voice, and she liked it. She said so.
Oh, I like the way you said that. Say it again.
Life is too short to go back even for a moment. The past is a dead thing, the present dying, only the future alive and vibrant. However, hello.
Is there something?
There is. Could I ask a question?
Why not?
I will rephrase the question. What time do you stop working this evening?
Around 6.
Care to have...
Why not?
There's a little bar around the corner, okay?
Why not?
Why not, indeed? Bring your own money? Well, come anyway. Your name?
Celeste.
Mine's Sam Spade. Who's Mr. Briggs? He called me.
Major Briggs? Why, he's our chief accountant.
I just happened to have my door open. Did I hear someone inquiring about me?
This is Mr. Spade, Major Briggs.
How do you do, Major?
It's a pleasure to meet you in person, Mr. Spade. I'm the man who called you, you know.
I'm grateful, sir. Now, what is it I can do for you and Mr. Cameron?
Oh, it's not for me that I called. I haven't a worry in the world, and it's Miss Cameron.
Oh.
Old Cameron's been dead for many years now.
I see.
Whatever she wants, Mr. Spade, do a good job. We're all counting on you. Will you please announce Mr. Spade, Miss Roberts?
Certainly, Major.
If you'd excuse me.
Nice to have met you, Major.
Miss Cameron?
Yes?
Mr. Spade's here.
Send him in, please.
Go on, Sam. Have fun.
Think I might?
Why not?
That girl had the most beautiful double entendre in town. Well, to get on, Adela Cameron was a career woman, around 29, although the tailored suit made fine detective work difficult. No makeup, severe hairdo, and in spite of all this, chic. In fact, as we shook hands in a most businesslike manner, I had the feeling that something warm might well spring up between us. Something like a warm mutual dislike, maybe. But something.
Most men simply cannot be told anything in confidence. They gossip.
That's a switch.
I don't appreciate your humor, Mr. Spade.
I accept your apology.
I will tolerate you because of your reputation.
All right.
I'm going to give you a very difficult job to do.
Miss Cameron.
What is it, Major?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Courtney Pierce is on the phone.
Mr. Spade, this is Major Briggs, our chief accountant.
We've already met.
Mr. Spade. Now, Adela, Pierce wants us to unload his short-term governments and buy American cattle. He's dividend crazy. AMCAT's declaring one in January, and he wants it.
Well, let him do it.
Well, I just want to protect your interests. You know what will happen to AMCAT after February. They'll drop 10 points, and he'll blame us. I went through this with your father when you and Greg were...
That's right, Major. Well, tell him we advise against it. But if he persists, ask him for a release in writing.
That's what I thought you'd do. That's the way your father would have handled it. I just want to protect your interests, my dear, that's all.
I know, Major, I know.
Just want to protect your interests.
Well, don't worry about us. You know, we're not children anymore.
All right, my dear.
Where were we?
Oh, you were giving me a difficult job.
Oh, yes. Here is the business address of Mr. I.J. Barco. He's a wealthy manufacturer, a client of ours. I want you to find out everything about him, especially anything unsavory.
Sorry, I don't do divorce or blackmail cases.
Mr. Spade, this is not a divorce investigation.
All right, what is it then?
Why do we want a client shadowed, I believe is the expression?
That's it.
Because we believe he is investing money through us for some racketeers. If that were true, we would, of course, have to drop him. But we don't want to lose his business just on suspicion.
I see.
Find out anything you can about him. I'll give you $50 a day in expenses, 1 week guarantee. Will you consider the job?
I have considered and taken the job. By the time I'd reached the door, she had already forgotten me and was hard at work on some papers. Outside, I planned to dally a few moments in idle chit-chat with Celeste. But before I had the chance, I was accosted by a husky young chap whom I'm afraid was a Princeton man.
What were you talking about in there, Spade?
Oh, you have the advantage, sir. Who are you?
Gregory Cameron. Now, come on. What was Adela telling you?
Well, if you step to one side, you can walk around me and ask her.
Look, don't pull that cagey private detective routine on me. I pack a little weight myself.
Well, pack it somewhere else, Sonny.
I asked you a question. I expect an answer.
There's your answer. Any more questions? He didn't feel much like talking then, and I was so irritated I walked out without saying goodbye to Celeste. When I reached the street, the white-haired old gentleman, Major Briggs, hurried out behind me.
Mr. Spade, please don't think too badly of that boy. I've known him from the cradle. He's in a difficult emotional state at the moment.
Sure. As far as I'm concerned, Major, it never happened.
You're a kind man, Mr. Spade. I could tell that when I first saw you. You're just the sort of man Miss Cameron needs.
Well, I hadn't looked at it that way.
If you require anything, don't hesitate to ask me. I've been with this company 40 years before those 2 children in there were born. And I know how difficult life can be at times. I just want things to go well for them.
I'll do my little part, Major.
Bless you, son. Bless you.
I started to work. The card Adela Cameron had given me revealed that my quarry, Mr. I.J. Barco, was of all things a manufacturer of dog beds. I sat down on a hydrant to think this over and then followed the scent of horse meat on over to his factory on South DELORES. It was built in the shape of a large doghouse, and outside stood a billboard with the message, "A survey of independent dog tracks, kennels, and canine corps proves that dogs choose Barco beds 2-to-1. I had to get a look at Barco himself, and so ruffling up the hair on the back of my neck, I trotted into the building, sniffing and wagging my tail in a very friendly manner.
It was very easy to see Mr. Barco after I lied a little about my connections.
What was that name again?
Senor Don Jose Martinez Sada Morales, but you may call me Sam.
And you represent a group of retail outlets in South America.
Oh, I do indeed. We have our eye on your dog beds, Mr. Barco.
Well, now, let's take a look at our catalog here. Now, say you had a Great Dane. You'd want something regal like this Louis XIV. Ever see a more beautiful bed?
Well, not lately, but Mr. Barco...
Down, boy, down. Now, here's a number that's very big this season with English Bulldogs, a Sheraton, natural wood finish. Lovely, huh?
Arriba.
And, of course, if it's an Irish Terrier, here's a purely gag present for his sense of humor.
A Murphy bed.
Get it, Sam? Irish Terrier?
See.
Well, of course, we wouldn't ask a dog to sleep in a Murphy bed.
Oh, Mr. Barco, I'm afraid I don't see anything here I like.
What's this? Do I understand you, sir? You are refusing this small speck of comfort to the one unselfish friend that man can have in this selfish world?
Well, I'm not refusing anything. I just don't
The
happen
unselfish friend who, if fortune drives you forth an outcast into the world, homeless, will ask no higher privilege than to be at your side to guard against danger.
But Mr. Barco...
Faithful unto death, there by your graveside will be found the noble dog,
My
his
graveside?
head between his paws, his eyes sad but watchful, faithful...
We shook paws, and I felt his nose to be sure it was cold. It was, and I left. I rented a car and took up a station outside the Barco factory. About 4 o'clock, he hurried out, jumped into a long, low vehicle shaped like a dachshund, and mushed off. I followed. An hour later, I was phoning my first report to Adela Cameron's secretary, Celeste.
You went to the city hall. What did you do there, Mr. Spade?
License bureau. Marriage, not dog.
Really? Where'd he go then?
Grocery store where he bought 1 bottle of olives, 1 bottle of vermouth, and 1 bottle gin. I wonder what he's going to make. What recipe is that? Well, now he's in an apartment house on Post Street, just across from the drugstore I'm in, and judging from the groceries, intends to stay a while. He has laid in provision.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess that's all we wanted to know.
What?
Miss Cameron just told me to call you off the case. You'll still get your guarantee, though. Major Briggs will send you a check.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Sam orders his orders.
All right. What about tonight?
I'm afraid not. Some other time.
You mean it's all over? The half-daring, half-shy kisses on the Oakland ferry? The warm, passionate spring nights at Fisherman's Wharf eating abalone? Hello? Well. Puzzled, as who wouldn't be, I walked slowly back to my car. But before I had a chance to get in, I saw I.J. Barco hurry out of his apartment house. But he didn't enter his car. He came right for me.
Spade. Just a minute, Spade.
So sorry, my name is Don Jose Martinez Sada Morales yet.
Don't kid me, Spade. I'm not as stupid as I acted today. Look, I know why Adela Cameron is following me, and you don't. And you'll never find out, any more than the other 4 detectives did.
I was the 5th choice? Well, I shall speak with my agent about this.
I'm going to tell her in person that this foolishness has to stop. If it doesn't, she'll live to regret it. One more thing. I presume you're going to follow me. Well, I'm turning right on Market and heading out to 1217 Ridgewood Place. You shouldn't have any trouble.
And with that, he spun on one heel and trotted to his car. He took off, but when I went to my car, it wouldn't turn over. And when I lifted the hood, I found out why. All my spark plugs were gone. I picked up a new set at a service station, looked up Adela Cameron's address in the phone book. It was 1217 Ridgewood Place. And a good half hour later, I got there. Barco's car was out in front. No one answered the door, but it was open. Adela Cameron was a crumpled heap on the living room sofa.
Oh, Sam, help me, please.
All right, Miss Cameron. Let me look at you. You hurt?
No, I'm all right. It's him.
Where?
The bar.
I hurried into the bar and was met with a strong odor of scotch. A bottle of it had been broken, and holding the neck of the bottle in one hand was I.J. Barco. He was on the floor, his hand slowly opened. The glass rolled out, and he died.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Act 2 of tonight's Sam Spade in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's news of other goings-on on NBC. There's no doubt about it, it's the big show. Not just any big show, but the big show. Brought to you every Sunday night over most of these NBC stations. An hour and a half of the very best in comedy, music, and drama. Your stars this Sunday on the big show include Fred Allen, Margaret Truman, Douglas Fairbanks, Danny Thomas, Mindy Carson, and many more. All presided over by the glamorous Tallulah. No wonder it's the big show. Saturday night on NBC means mystery with the man called X, a man without a name who travels the world over on missions of intrigue and peril. Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X tomorrow and every Saturday evening on NBC. And now back to the dog bed caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
It took 3 bullets in the chest to finish off I.J. Barco. He'd apparently been standing there pouring a drink. Barco broke the bottle as he fell. I couldn't find any other signs of violence or any gun, so I went back to Adela Cameron. She was beginning to calm down.
I don't know who did it. I just don't know.
Well, it couldn't have happened more than a minute ago, and you were in the house, weren't you?
No. No, after I left my office, I stopped in the store for some things, then came home. When I was driving down Ridgewood, I heard some sound.
And you thought they were a car backfiring?
How did you know?
I've heard this script before.
Don't you dare accuse me of killing that man.
It's not what I think that counts, but what the police accuse you of.
Sam, I heard those sounds. I came in the house when I went into the bar.
You didn't notice Barco's car out in front?
Oh, I suppose I did. I don't know. I don't remember.
Uh-huh.
Who are you calling?
Homicide.
Sam, wait a minute. Just a minute, please.
Wait for what?
I want to tell you some things.
All right. Go on. I kind of get the feeling I was hired to put the finger on the dog's best friend.
That's not the way it was. The last thing in the world I wanted was for him to be killed. Well, murdered, I mean.
All right, what did you want?
I'll tell you the truth. Why I really had you watching Barco.
I'd be curious.
We handled his investment account. My brother Gregory...
We ran into each other.
I heard. Well, Greg took $150,000 of Barco's money and invested it, without my knowledge, in a television company.
I hear that medium's making money.
But it turned out this company was just a front for some men who wanted to build a gambling syndicate up north.
You mean your brother didn't know that?
He knew, but there was supposed to be big money in it. He was going to give Barco a good profit and take the rest for himself.
And Barco found out and threatened suit or something.
He never would have known, but the deal fell through and the gambler said the money was gone. Then he asked about the investment. What could Gregory and I tell him?
What did you?
Unfortunately, the truth. We said we'd make up the money with interest, but he only gave us 90 days. We couldn't get it by then.
So you didn't shoot him, your brother did, eh?
No, Sam, no. He couldn't have. I know Greg. He'd have more sense.
In my brief meeting with him, I didn't think he had any sense. Just one more thing before I call the police.
Sam, don't call them. Help me get him out of here. Somewhere.
No dice.
Oh, Sam, don't let my whole life be
Stop it. You set me on Barco to find some blackmailing material, yes?
Yes.
And then why did you suddenly call me off the job tonight?
I didn't.
Your secretary said you did.
I didn't tell her anything of the sort.
Can I have that phone now? So I called you, Dundee. Before you arrived, I looked through Barco's pockets for something to do and came up with a picture of him and a girl taken outside a marriage chapel in Las Vegas. The girl was Celeste, Cameron Incorporated's plushy secretary, several years younger and 2 shades less voluptuous. Her address, 627 Finley, was supplied by a now hysterical Adela Cameron. No one answered Celeste's door, but I heard a shower going inside, so I took the liberty of entering. Persona non grata.
Is there somebody out there?
There is.
Well, who is it?
Come out and see.
Oh.
No false moves now. Keep that towel right where it is. Am I doing here detective work? And I must say I've already found out a great deal.
Well, Sam, I'll admit I did express some interest in you, but if you recall, I told you not tonight.
It's my only night off.
Sam, please leave. I don't want any difficult scenes.
All right, we knock off the cute touches and get down to business. You were married to I.J. Barco, right or wrong?
Wrong.
Wrong, it's right. You were married in Las Vegas at the chapel of the Flamingo Hotel, the Tower.
I was only married one day. My parents had it annulled. I was underage.
Well, you don't have to worry about him anymore. He's dead.
No.
Shot 3 times at close range.
Oh, no.
In Adela Cameron's house.
What?
Not by you, of course. Although, on the other hand, as you would say, why not?
I didn't do it, Sam.
Suppose you spill.
He wanted me to marry him again.
Why?
Well,
I know all about the money the Camerons misused.
He found out Greg and I were in love.
I should have known.
He said he'd forget about the entire $150,000 if I'd marry him for 6 years.
$25,000 a year. That's a good price.
How can you talk like that?
Practice, I guess. So, Gregory had another good reason for killing him.
He didn't, Sam. I know he didn't.
Anything that would stand up in court?
I don't think so.
Suppose we say you called me off Barco's tail so Gregory could get at him.
I didn't. I called you off because I was supposed to meet I.J.'s apartment tonight and give him his answer. I couldn't do it with you there.
Flimsy, but it might hold.
It's the truth. I was going to see him, but I changed my mind.
Any particular reason?
Well, you saw him. Would he be the kind of man I'd marry?
Well, you did once. Well, it looks bad for Greg. Because someone at Cameron Incorporated knew Barco was going to be at Adela's house.
Sam, will you do me a favor?
Maybe.
Give me an hour. Then I'll go wherever you want. I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Why an hour?
Because if I'm going to live with myself, there's something I have to do.
Well?
Please, Sam. If you do, I'll give you some information you might want.
For example?
There was someone at Cameron Incorporated who knew that Barco was going to Adela's house.
She must have known I was going to wait outside and tail her, but she didn't, because without once looking over her shoulder, she emerged from her apartment house, slithered into her car, and led me directly down to the railroad station. She met a man in the waiting room, threw her arms around him, whispered something in his ear, and they hurried out to track 7. There was a transcontinental train getting up steam. She kissed him, and he climbed quickly up into a Pullman named Aurora Falls. And almost as quickly, I climbed in the other end. We met in the middle.
What are you doing here?
I came to take you off the train, Greg, before you made a big mistake and left town.
Now, look here,
Let's not
Spade.
go through the intercollegiate tough talk again. Are you coming off, or am I going to carry you off?
You're going to carry me off?
And I did. Celeste was gone, and he revived when he hit the cool air. I let him out of the station as unobtrusively as possible. Then we went down a side street to where my car was parked. That's where he began to show signs of life.
Spade, look. You're all wrong. Guy's got a right to leave town when he wants to. I'm going to sue you from here to the city hall and back.
Shut up and get in the car.
Celeste just told me about Barco. You don't think I did that, do you?
As I get it, you and Celeste were leaving town together, right?
Yeah, she told me to go on and she'd come later.
That was unwise of both of you. Come on, get in.
Spade, I didn't kill Barco.
Nobody said you did. Now, if you'll kindly get in the car and give me an address I want, and you know, we'll go see who did kill I.J. Barco. He gave me the address I wanted and said I was crazy. I told him why I wasn't, and he began to see the reason of it. Never have I gone to pick up a murderer with more distaste. When we knocked at the door, I had a gun in my hand, but it wasn't necessary.
Oh, come in, Mr. Spade. I knew you'd be along sooner or later.
I don't like what I have to do, Major.
Major, it can't be true. It just can't be.
Come in, Gregory, my boy. Come in. A little Madeira first before we start to talk.
Madeira? How can you talk about wine when a man's accusing you of murder?
Oh, I don't think it's so unreasonable, Greg. After all, I did kill the unfortunate Mr. Barco, and this might be the last Madeira I shall ever have. Mr. Spade.
Thank you, sir.
Greg?
I don't want any wine. Spadey's out of his mind, and so are you.
I'm afraid not, Gregory.
Oh, that was a vintage 1900 Madeira you wasted, Greg. Twice as old as you.
Stop it.
I'm sorry about what happened, Greg. I would have spared you and your sister this unhappiness if I could have. But destiny was against us all.
You knew he was going to Miss Cameron's house, didn't you?
Yes. Just before I left for the bank with the weekly deposit, he called for Miss Cameron, and I took the call. I told him she was gone, and he said he was going to her house. It was to be an ultimatum. The money in 24 hours or exposure.
But you didn't have to...
Kill him? Certainly not. It was a crime of passion. I take the weekly deposit to the bank every Friday, and I always carry a gun. Silly me carrying a gun. Never had to use it, but the bonding company requires I carry it. Well, I went directly from the bank to Miss Cameron's house. I wanted to help her face Barco.
Was she there?
Oh, no, Mr. Spade. She'd apparently stopped downtown to do some shopping. So I faced Barco alone. I asked him point blank to give these young people more time, but he just laughed at me. He said the only time they'd get would be in jail, so...
It happened.
Well, I hadn't intended to, but I became angry. Suddenly found the gun in my hand, and the thought crossed my mind, my life is just about over, and yours, Greg, is just beginning. It was easier to pull the trigger than I would have realized.
Oh, Lord.
More Madeira, Mr. Spade?
Thank you, Major, but no.
Well, allow me to present the bottle to you as a gift. I'll get my hat and coat. Greg, my boy, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. Major, I wish I'd never been born.
Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam, I wish I hadn't either.
Hadn't what?
Been born. That poor, poor man.
Yes, our racket.
It is. And poor Gregory. He'll have to go to jail for something, too.
He will, Eth. He will. How about typing it up?
I hate to, but I guess it's my duty.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's no cover charge at Duffy's Tavern. Just keep your dial on this NBC station this evening as Archie the manager, played by Ed Gardner, and his remarkable friends serve up another blue plate special of grilled English language, fresh laughs, and whimsy a la mode. Another Friday fun favorite is The Delightful Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as the beleaguered Chester A. Riley.
Now, let me see. Uh-huh. Murder's all in place. Gunshots indicated. Dundee's grammar edited. My astuteness emphasized. Yeah, you've learned your job well, Effie.
Oh, I'm glad you're pleased, Sam.
Wait a minute. What's this? What? P.S. Dundee. Hands off Celeste Roberts. She's mine. Effie, what's the meaning of that?
Well, you are going back to see her, aren't you? After the way she threw herself at you, no?
Do you think she's my type of woman?
Oh, Sam, I think every woman's your type. Every woman but me.
Now, Effie, come here. Would I have you working in this office if you weren't my type?
I guess not.
Well, then let that thought be your comfort. The world can have all the Celeste Roberts it wants. As far as... Oh, I can't go through with it.
You see, Sam, you can have her if you want to. But in the end, I know you'll come back to me.
I never doubted it once.
Oh, Sam, you don't know how much you mean to me.
Yes, I do, Effie. 3 weeks back salary.
Oh, you... Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by John Michael Hayes and Dick Powell. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Hear the magnificent Montague, then visit Duffy's Tavern on NBC. National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Day Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart. Merry 29th of December.
You too, Sam. Did you take the little boy home?
Yep.
Straight home?
Well, not exactly, F. Had to make a couple of emergency stops, but we got there.
What do you mean, Sam?
Well, I got my weekly knot on the head, for one thing.
Sam, just taking the little boy home?
Like I said, F, we were derailed. There was a dash of poison, for instance. A couple of pounds of $1,000 notes. And an infernal machine that nearly blew up half the Mission District. But other than that, we had a peaceful ride home.
Why, Sam, this sounds like a caper.
Which is just what it is, Angel. Get out our special holiday bottle of Napa Valley wine, and we'll get in our premature regards to the new year, following dictation of a report entitled The Prodigal...
Prodigal, Sam? Are you sure that's the right word?
Certainly, I'm sure. The Wanderer will return to the roost. You and your big fat roost. With our last bedtime story for 1950, namely, The Prodigal Panda Caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer, director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie! Miss Perrine!
Coming, Sam, coming. I've been looking in the dictionary.
Oh?
Sam, you've fallen into the trap.
Again?
Prodigal. Here, now see? Prodigal. Given to reckless extravagance. It doesn't mean wandering at all, see? Now, people think just because the prodigal son wandered that just...
What are we talking about?
The prodigal panda caper. How can a panda be given to reckless extravagance?
Well, let me see. Oh, here. Definition 3, prodigal. Yielding abundantly, luxuriant.
A panda? You mean one of those black and white...
You're right. See note below. It says, you ready for the note below?
Where's my pencil? Oh, all right, Sam, now, date. Fill in. It's 2...
Master Roebuck Dozier, 2318 Delaney Street, City. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the prodigal
panda caper.
Right. Dear Roby, I'd spent a relatively pleasant day running down a case of slow pay in North Beach and, flushed with success, had returned to my office for a final check of the file. Underwood Helen, Usher Roderick, Varden Dolly, where the... Oh, Spirits Holiday. I sat down, put my hat and my feet on the desk, and was loosening my collar when I noticed just to the right of my off ankle one large bag of jelly beans. Sighting past it, I saw in the corner chair an open copy of a magazine featuring on the cover a blonde in a low-cut dress taking a .38 slug from a slack-jawed thug in the background under big red letters spelling out Thrilling Crime Comics. And behind all this, sound asleep, was you. Hey, Sonny. Hey, wake up, will you? Come on, Revelie's blowing.
Huh? Oh.
Hi. How long you been here?
A long time, I guess.
What's your name?
Roby, short for Roebuck.
Well, what can I do for you, Roby?
Well, I've been to the police. They wouldn't do anything. They said I should come to you.
You mean you got a job for me?
Yeah.
Dangerous?
Yeah. A hoist.
You mean a heist? What was it?
My panda bear.
Oh, someone stole it?
Yeah. It's not mine, really. I bought it for my little brother, Barney. He's 5, and he's always wanted one. So when I got the junk money, I went...
Money?
Oh, bottles and papers and stuff.
Oh.
I collected it from the neighbors and earned $6.15. And Barney wanted the panda bear, so I bought it at Lacey's department store today, and they stole it.
Who stole it?
Well, there was this man in the checkered coat and the lady in the red silk dress, just like the story in the comic here.
Oh.
The man looked like that, but the lady looked different. She had black hair and a red dress, and her eyebrows went up this way instead of sideways.
Oh.
I was walking down the street with my panda bear, and the lady called me over to a car she was sitting in and started to talk to me. And right away, the man in the checkered coat ran up and grabbed at my panda bear, and they chased me up a fire escape. And the man pulled out a big black gun and said if I didn't come down and give him the panda, he'd shoot me and Barney and Mom. So I came down and gave him the panda.
Well, that's quite a mouthful. Oh, excuse me, Roby. Hello?
Sam?
Yeah, Dundee.
This is Dundee.
Oh.
Sam, there's a little fella about 8 years old on his way over there.
No, he's here now, Lieutenant. What's the deal?
He gave us quite a story.
Well, how'd it go?
We took it down. I got it right here
Good.
somewhere. Let me see. It's about a man in a checkered coat and a lady in a red silk dress.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Quote,
I was walking down the street with my panda bear, and the lady called me over to her car.
Okay, Dundee. He hasn't changed it any.
Yeah, we got hold of his mother. Runs an elevator in the Russ building.
Good.
She says he reads too many comic books. You better send him home.
Okay, Lieutenant, thanks. Come on, Roby.
You gonna send me home?
Lieutenant Dundee called your mother, old man, and
You don't believe me either.
Oh, it's not that, Roby. It's just
But I can't go home without the panda bear. What do I tell Barney? I promised him. My own brother.
Oh, he's home now, waiting?
Yeah.
Well, tell you what I'll do, Roby. You let me put you in a taxi and send you home, and I'll take the case.
You'll get my panda back?
I wouldn't be at all surprised. So if Barney's face hits the floor, just tell him Samuel Spade Incorporated's working on it.
Only one thing.
Huh?
I haven't any money left.
Oh, well, you got jelly beans, haven't you?
Yeah?
Okay, you can pay me off in jelly beans. Now, come on now, let's find a taxi. Which we did, Roby. Like the psychology books said, I didn't discourage the child imagination, but I did try to tout you off thrilling crime comics and onto Alice in Wonderland. This, I could see, would take some doing. It was almost closing time when I got to Lacey's, but I talked my way past the man at the door and hustled up to the 6th floor and the toy department. The clerks were doing whatever clerks do at 5:30, but I found a handy floor walker.
Dear me, Mr. Spade, I just don't know. I just don't know.
You mean you counted your cash and everything, but you can't...
It's not that, Mr. Spade.
Oh.
I am perfectly willing to stretch a point to please the little fellow. We like to think we are human here, you know.
Well, that's nice. That you like to think so, I mean.
But you see, something very strange happened this afternoon. Come over this way, sir, by the escalator.
Oh.
We had the giant pandas at this counter here. 25 of the large size. I assume that's what you're interested in.
I guess so. Then what then?
Well, for Christmas, they didn't do anything.
Just sat here, huh?
Yes. But would you believe it, sir? This afternoon, all 25 were sold.
Well, how do you account for that? New Year's gaiety?
Well, if you want my personal opinion, it's Miss Greenbrier, the new girl who came to work yesterday. She is, endowed with,
I know just what it takes to sell pandas. Well, how about the junior model?
Medium. Yes, now, let me see. There were a few under the counter here.
Good.
Where?
What?
I was wrong. Here is a big one.
Well, lucky me. How much?
$5.79 plus tax. I'll make the slip out, and you can get your change over the big.
An impressive panda bear, Roby. It was hard to figure out how you could lose anything that big, and harder still to figure out how I'd explain this kind of thing to people who stopped me on Market Street. Be that as it may, my floor walker friend took my cash, tore off the sales slip, and I was about to set sail with my panda when I heard him make the kind of a noise floor workers make when they see what he was looking at.
Miss Greenbrier! Miss Greenbrier!
She pointed weakly, turned pale even by floor walker standards, and sagged to the deck. I turned in time to see Miss Greenbrier collapse at the top of the escalator and watched her come down, draped across 3 steps like the cover of one of your books of bedtime stories, Roby. She was the last passenger of the day, or so I thought. When I looked closer, I saw she wasn't a passenger. She was freight. At the lamp counter on the floor above, busily adding up receipts as if nothing had happened, was a dark type built along Dragon Lady lines.
I'm very sorry, sir, but we close promptly.
I want to know about the girl who just went down the escalator.
Miss Greenbrier?
Yeah, notice anything strange about her?
Why, is she ill?
Yeah. Did she look ill?
I thought there must have been something wrong. I said hello to her, and she didn't pay any attention to me. It was only a second ago.
Where'd she come from?
Around the corner. I think she'd been at the wrapping desk.
She had. It was a 10-size sheet of heavy brown paper, a batch of metered postage tape, and a shipping label addressed to Master Frankie Carson, 281 Avenida Ruiz, Havana, Cuba. Downstairs, I found my floor walker friend had come around and was bending over Miss Greenbrier with an impressive-looking gent with gray at the temples.
Good heavens, it can't be. It just cannot be. That's all.
I'm afraid she is, though.
In Lacey's, it's unheard of. Why should she be? Good heavens, in my department, too.
Excuse me, floor walker.
Oh, this is Mr. Spade. He was with me when it... Oh, dear.
I'm Dr. Kempthorne. I was exchanging some Christmas gifts when...
Any idea what killed her?
Well, it's pretty hard to tell without an examination, and I don't have my things with me. Heart, possibly.
Natural causes?
Well, of course. Why, do you have reason?
There are more natural places to die than at the top of an escalator.
And in my department at Lacey's, too. Good heaven.
Well, who can say?
Have to look up the girl's history. If she had a heart condition, well...
Sure. Meanwhile, I'll call homicide. They've nothing better to do. For a minute, I thought I'd been reading too many comic books, Roby, but things settled down when they pulled out the records and found Miss Greenbrier had a heart condition of long standing, and the medical examiner wrote it off as natural causes. So, hoping you would consider a jelly bean bonus for promptness, I picked up my Panda and went. Outside, I'd gone about 10 steps when...
Hi, Humphrey.
It was Larry Healy, the cop who drives for Lieutenant Dundee, sitting in a patrol car.
Oh, you and Bogart. Who's it for?
A little kid in the mission.
How come?
What do you mean, how come? I'm buying a panda bear for a little kid in the mission who likes panda bears. Does that have to be explained?
Okay, Sam, okay. Hey, it just hit me. The bear ain't turned out quite right. He needs a necktie.
Oh?
I just happen to have one here my brother-in-law got me for Christmas. Here, give me. Now, let's see. Sure, here.
Ooh. Larry, how long has there been bad blood between you and your brother-in-law?
Bad blood. Listen, even when we were friends, he gave me ties like this. There you are. On your way, Sam.
Thanks. Taxi! The cab let me out near the end of Delaney, and I started walking up the row of dingy pre-earthquake flats towards your house, Roby, at the end of the street. Parked at the curb was a discordant note in this hard-pressed neighborhood, a sleek, custom-built red convertible, one of the kind that looks like it can go 90 miles an hour standing still. The same can be said for the dame in it, also a discordant note. You see, San Francisco is a very big, large city. You just don't run into a dame at the lamp counter in Lacey's and a half hour later in a dumpy neighborhood in the Mission, unless she wants it that way.
Well, hello.
Hello, Dragon Lady.
Oh, silly.
You must sell a passel of lamps.
The car?
Mm-hmm. But don't try to explain that now. Just tell me why you followed my cab.
Follow you? Why, Mr. Stewart.
Come on. What is it?
You're embarrassing me.
I know. Since that moment at the lamp counter, you can't get me out of your mind. Well, that's a perfectly normal reaction.
No, it's not that. It's... Oh, dear.
The panda bear. You want it in the worst way.
You're kind of attractive as men go, Mr. Spade. Could you give me a light, please?
Sure. Holding the match up to her cigarette, 3 things hit me. The black hair, the red dress, and eyebrows that went up instead of sideways. At that point, the sleeve of a checkered overcoat with a big arm inside it came around under my chin from the rear, and the 4th thing hit me. How long I dwelt in Panda Land, I don't know, but it was real nice while it lasted. I was a panda, too, I remember, and I was going somewhere with a big overstuffed private detective under my arm when a lady panda batted her big brown eyes at me and began pulling my nose. She seemed to have a very, very high voice.
Wake up, Mr. Spade. Raffley's blowing. I call Lieutenant Dundee, Mr. Spade. Son is wait. Lucky. Over here.
Good, Christopher. Sam, what happened?
Well, it was this way, Dundee. I was walking down the street with my panda bear, and the lady called me over to the car she was sitting in and started to talk to me. And right away, the man in the checkered coat
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Van Heflin stars this Sunday in State Fair, another outstanding 60-minute production by Theater Guild on the air. Co-starring in this exciting broadcast is one of the leading families in show business, Jean Lockhart, Kathleen Lockhart, and daughter June. It's a gala New Year's Eve broadcast when Theater Guild presents State Fair. Sunday over most of these NBC stations also means another hour and a half with Tallulah Bankhead in radio's greatest spectacle, The Big Show. Among Tallulah's guests will be Ken Murray, Gloria Swanson, Margaret O'Brien, Jose Ferrer, and many more. And now back to the Prodigal Panda Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
It was a humiliating experience, Robe, riding back to headquarters in black defeat. But dear, good Lieutenant Dundee, however, was the soul of patience and understanding.
What do you take me for, Spade, an idiot?
Look, Dundee, all I want you to understand is that this dame in the hopped-up convertible...
I've had 3 rides on that merry-go-round now, and I'm sick of it. The dame in the red dress and the guy in the checkered coat. They take your wallet?
No.
Your watch? Other valuables?
No. Just my Panda.
Sam, are you trying to tell me there's a hot Panda racket going on?
Dundee, boy. Look closely now as I take off my hat.
What?
There. See? Now, as you know, my head ordinarily does not come to a point. But this protuberance was made by a gun butt, not by imagination.
So someone slugged you. I believe that, Sam, but this Panda bear thing... Dundee. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah.
You were saying something about my Panda bear, Dundee.
Yeah, maybe I ought to take it back. That dame at the store this afternoon, the one who sold him?
Miss Greenbrier.
Yeah. They just finished the post-mortem. No heart attack. She was poisoned.
It's a strange thing, Mr. Spade. Very strange. I leave my business thoughts at the store.
Floor Walker, just try and remember the Dragon Lady's name, huh?
Dragon Lady. My good gracious, I can't remember my own name. I'm so upset.
Oh, now concentrate now. Look, dark hair, up-tilted eyebrows, red silk dress. Works in lamp department on 7th floor.
I can picture her so plainly.
Dark hair, Floor Walker.
Dark hair.
Upshot eyebrows.
Eyebrows and the red dress.
Yes.
Red. Scarlet.
Scarlet,
that's it.
Easy now. I got a list of employees right here. Let's see. Scarlet. Scarlet Townsend.
Scarlet Townsend. That's the dame.
Floor Walker. Scarlet Townsend.
Yeah, she lives here, right in this room.
Move out.
Today.
Well, how come?
Huh?
I said, how come, landlady? Why'd she move?
Me.
Oh.
I tried to keep her on the right track, but her age, you can't tell them nothing. So when she bring that no good dame around here, I put my foot down. I said, Scarlet, I said, Scarlet, I said, you're
What
out.
no good dame? What no good dame, landlady?
Crystal McCall.
Oh.
Here. I found this just now as I was cleaning the room. Picture of Crystal McCall. Now, ain't that a swell way to have your picture taken?
The name rang a bell, and so did the picture. Crystal herself and the altogether. When I got around to the face, I made a startling discovery. Crystal was also the late Miss Greenbrier.
Well, don't look at it all day, young man.
When'd you see this girl last, landlady?
This morning, she and a fella in a checkered coat come around to pick up Scarlet in a big red open car.
Know the fella?
Nope, never saw him before. But I'd sure know that car. Oh, you ought to see it.
You're not telling me a thing, landlady. I have. In Los Angeles, I'd have been dead, but San Francisco is not a convertible town. I found a free phone and began calling the dealers, figuring a bright red custom-built convertible is something you remember, whether you see it or sell it. An hour of this got me nowhere, and I'd begun to wonder if the car had been smuggled up from the unmentionable side of the Tehachapi when the wind changed.
Sold a yeller one a while back.
Thanks, but near misses don't count, friend.
But the buyer had it painted red. Special job.
Well, you're improving. Who's the buyer?
Kim Thorne?
Dr. Kim Thorne?
Right, Dr. Jules Kim Thorne. Lives on Motley Drive in Burlingame. That's the only red one I know.
Great. That's the only red one I need.
Mr. Spade, this is utterly unbelievable. And I certainly don't intend to stand here all night discussing the pros and cons of panda bears.
All right, Kim Thorne, let's slide over into your field.
Meaning what?
The sweet young thing at the store. It turned out dirty.
The heart attack?
The poison attack.
Well, suicide, you suppose?
What do you suppose?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Look, why don't we hold hands and tell the truth, huh?
You'd better run along, Spade. I've had about all of this that I intended.
Look, the dead dame was Crystal McCall. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
The same Crystal McCall who was running around with a hood named Frankie Casella, formerly of New York, now of Havana, by Department of Justice request.
This is all very interesting. What has it to do with me?
She was riding around in your red convertible this morning, for one thing. That's a hot car, you know. I took a close look at it 2 hours ago and got slugged. I don't know how you score these things, Kempthorne, but in my book, this calls for a couple of answers.
You're right. You're right, it does.
Where's the car?
It's gone.
Who has it?
My chauffeur. This is the last straw, I guess. There's no point in covering up for him any longer.
Who is he?
Lenny Flegel.
Oh, an ex-con, isn't he?
Yes. I thought I could straighten him out. He's been missing for 2 days this time. He just took the car and left. I knew he had something to do with that girl in the toy department at Lacey's, so I went there today. I guess I was too late.
You think Flegel killed her?
I don't know. I don't know. Where did you see the car?
Near the end of Delaney Street. What's the license number?
49H822.
Oh.
I'd better report stolen. If you need me to testify, please...
Feel free to call. That I will, Dr. Kempthorne. Bye. What I had in mind, of course, was to call Lieutenant Dundee and have him slap a 24-hour tail on the good doctor, but something intervened. Halfway down the walk to the street, my eye fell on a round plastic object about the size of a nickel lying in the grass. Clearly, the eye of a giant panda. Since 2 other eyes were obviously watching me through Dr. Kempthorne's front curtains, I continued gaily on to my cab, drove up a half block, got out, and walked back. Just in time to see Kempthorne pull away from the curb in his other car, heading towards El Camino and points north. Well, this left me free to prowl at will, and 4 matchbooks later, I had found 2 more eyes, a pocket full of panda skin, and a goodly scoop of panda upholstery. The trail led to the garage. It was no wonder his car was stolen. He must have had to leave it on the street all night because there was no room for it in the garage, which had been turned into a kind of panda abattoir, crammed to the rafters with panda bears, all the giant size, too, in various stages of dishabille. Legs, arms, eyes, and innards. A sight to chill the heart of any but the sturdiest private detective, Ruby. But I braced myself and carried on.
Homicide, Dundee.
This is Sam, Dundee.
Sam, where you calling from?
Phone booth in a drive-in on El Camino. Listen, the license number on the red custom job is 49H822. And the guy driving it is Lenny Flegel, an ex-con.
Don't talk to me about that car. Larry Healy picked it up tonight going 90 on the Bay Shore.
Great.
Lousy.
Why? What happened?
Next time I see one of them panda bears, I'm going to spit right in its eye. So Larry pulls the guy down, and first thing he sees is the panda bear with a necktie.
What about the dragon lady?
She came second. All Larry can think of is the hot panda bear. Figures they stole it, so he takes it back to the patrol car to return it to the kid.
No.
Yeah. By the time he got the exhaust smoke out of his eyes, they were gone. Oh, what's that license number again?
49H822.
You sure?
Positive. I'm looking right at it. Oh, Sam. Dundee.
Yeah.
We're all at Anderson's drive-in on El Camino. Put it on the air. Which just shows you how slow I can think, Roby. The red job was staring at me with its big chrome eyes outside the plate glass window. Flegel and the dragon lady, bless them, were having a Saturday night blue plate displayed attractively on the tray racks hung from the car doors. I sidled out of the phone booth and through the kitchen, thereby coming up on the car from behind.
More coffee, honey?
No, we better get going.
Plenty of time.
Mind if I join you, Flegel?
Huh?
He reached and I pushed, and instead of his gun, he came up with half a hamburger. It was too harsh a light for the dragon lady to operate effectively, and by the time Larry Healy and the prowl car pulled up, they decided to do it the easy way.
You all comfy back there?
Lovely, Larry. Flegel? Dragon lady?
Shut up.
What about the red job? What are you going to do with it?
Larry?
Oh, impound it till the lawyers are through talking. Sam, you want to go by way of Delaney Street?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why Delaney Street?
Larry delivered the panda.
Huh?
Sure, to the kid, Roby Dozier. We'll have to go and pick it up.
Lenny.
Yeah.
What's it worth, Flegel? 50,000? 100.
Little kid's got it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Carcel will be disappointed, Flegel. With the tax boys watching both him and Crystal, it looked like a safe way to get some of his dough out of the country to him.
Wasn't my idea. I hated him. I did 8 years for him, Spade. I could have killed him.
Shut up, Lenny.
I don't care anymore. The heck with it. Look, it wasn't me. The guy who's running things for him here is Dr. Kempthorne, but Crystal had the dough. He killed her. He took her to lunch today, and he...
Go ahead, Lenny. So he poisoned her. Then what?
She'd fixed up one of the pandas. He didn't know which. Stuffed it with bills, 80, 100,000, I don't know. Anyway, you'll find the money in the red car under the back seat.
Under the seat? What are you talking about? It's in the Panda. The kid's got it.
Look, why do you think I'm telling you this, you stupid flatfoot? I fixed that thing for Carcel myself after we took the dough out. What, kid? It's got a bomb in it.
I don't remember much about the ride from then on, Roby. All I could see was a white line unwinding in the headlights. But somehow we got to the end of Delaney Street and around that corner again. Roby! Roby!
Over here, in the alley.
Roby! Roby, you hurt?
No, just resting.
Where's the Panda?
Well, I'm through with pandas, and so is Barney. Next junk money, I'm going to buy him an elephant.
What happened?
Well, a policeman brought it.
Yeah?
I started home with it when a car drove up, and a man with gray hair got out.
Kempthorne. What then?
Same thing. He grabbed it and got in his car and drove off. He's around the corner there playing with it. Go ask him. I don't care anymore.
Around the corner? You mean he... Period. End of report.
What a
A highly inconsiderate thing to do to a panda, but I'll give him one thing.
What, Sam?
He had the good grace to park in front of a vacant lot before starting to tear it apart.
Oh.
And, of course, to coin a phrase, he saved the people some money. And now, if you're a good, efficient girl and run that through your infernal machine, who knows what I'll have in store for you when you're through. No jelly beans till work is done. Now, scoot, scoot, scoot.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday means another visit to that entertaining eat establishment, Duffy's Tavern. Archie, the manager, and his whimsical friends have cooked up another fresh half hour of laughs and typical Duffy's Tavern madness. And you're all invited. There's also another delightful adventure with Chester A. Riley, played by William Bendix, tonight on The Life of Riley. Keep your dial set to NBC for the very best in radio entertainment.
All official?
Yeah. I like the black ones.
Lay off, lay off. Well, you're no favorite eating all the black ones. They're my favorites still now. Master Robot Dozier. Pays well.
Sam,
No?
I hope Roby appreciates you.
Only just a kid. How can he appreciate me?
Oh, I appreciate you, Sam.
Well, I appreciate you too, sweetheart. You're so pretty and so efficient.
Am I, Sam?
And so good about not kidding me all the time for your back salary. Yep. If when I stop and think of you, I go all choked up.
Me too. Black one.
Come here.
Huh?
Angel,
Yes?
it's all yours, dear. The rest of the jelly beans. Happy New Year.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Doreen Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Enjoy the magnificent Montague, then Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime is now transcribed for radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Help! Help!
Come on.
No.
Hey, what's going on here?
This is my car here. No. Stop it.
Hey, cut it out.
Stop it.
What's the idea? Now let that man alone.
Look, you keep out of this, buddy, or I'll... Well, that ain't the same.
It's euphonic, but slightly ungrammatical, Mac. Now, what's the disturbance?
They drew up alongside of my car. Him and the other fella. They said, get out. We're taking your car.
Why, Mac wouldn't do a thing like that, now would you, Mac?
Nah, of course not. The old man's nuts.
What Mac would do if he coveted his neighbor's jalopy is slug him with a piece of lead pipe and drive off.
Yeah, so good night. I get business.
Now, wait, Mac. You could satisfy my curiosity a little. Why should you want to steal this gentleman's old automobile when you've got nicer, newer ones to choose from?
Yes, ask him, mister. Ask him.
Yeah, ask me, Saint. Go ahead. And I'm going to satisfy a little curiosity of my own.
I didn't think you had any, Mac. What shape does it take?
I always wondered how you'd look dead. Good night, all.
Good night, Mac. Be seeing you?
You let him go?
Yes, he convinced me that I should for now. There's nothing like a 32 in the pocket of a known thug for winning an argument. Did you say there was another fellow with him?
Yes. Run off when he heard you coming. It was the same fella tried to buy my car yesterday.
Someone tried to buy this car?
Oh, sure. This fella tried to buy it. And there was a woman made an offer, too.
Did you mean you actually refused?
I ain't selling until I find out why they want to buy it so bad.
This fellow who tried to buy the car, do you know his name?
No, he looked like a gentleman until...
Until you found him consorting with felonious intent with our just-departed friend, eh? Tell me, was he well-dressed, an annoying little mustache placed just over the sneer he wears for a mouth?
Well, yes. Say, how did you...
That's easy. Our friend Mac does piecework for him. Fancy Dan Turner is his current alias. But I see you don't keep up with such things.
You're going to tell the police?
Later, perhaps, when there's something to tell them. Right now, I've got a great thirst that needs quenching. A thirst for knowledge.
Huh?
Yeah, what's your name and where do you live?
Collins. 302 East 8th Street.
Mm-hmm. Now, put your car in cold storage, old-timer, and take care of yourself. Something tells me this is Rat's night out. Hello, Smitty. Back making book, I see.
You got the wrong joint, Saint. Take a look around. I run a pool room. You interested in a horse?
No, a man.
Well, like I said, Saint, you got the wrong joint.
His name's Mac. He hangs out here. Now, where is he? In the back room?
I'm the three monkeys, Saint. Deaf, dumb, and blind. The only Mac I know is a truck.
Oh, then if you don't mind, I'd like to look in your back room and see if he's parked there.
I mind.
But you won't even know, Smitty. You're deaf, dumb, and blind.
Oh, have a heart, Saint. I ain't got no back room. And besides, last time you dropped in my place, a lot of my customers started patronizing elsewhere.
Including you, Smitty, remember?
I've only been back from the gray place a week, and I ain't forgetting it. Oh, come on, Saint. Be a good guy. Beat it, huh?
No, Smitty. Let him stay a while.
Hello, Mac.
I was hoping you were smart enough to go home and get some sleep.
How could I sleep with you out roaming the streets, Mac? You know how I worry.
Yeah, too much. What does he want, Smitty?
You.
Why, Saint?
I want to talk with Fancy Dan Turner.
What about?
Now, let's not be coy, Mac. It doesn't become you. I want to ask Turner why he's trying to steal a jalopy from an old man.
Well, what do you know? I got a surprise for you, Saint. I'll take it to him.
The boys say you're looking for me, Saint.
The boys are right.
So you found me. So?
I understand you're interested in a certain old car.
So what? Probably the Smiling Irishman is, too.
A broken down 1929 sedan seems a little slow for a fast man like you, Fancy Dan.
Well, maybe I like to go slow enough to read the billboards when I drive. What's it to you, Saint?
It depends on what it is to you, Turner. What's on the fire?
You are. There's a handle with care sign on this deal, and I don't want just anybody cutting in. You're a fouler-upper.
You've been stepping high and fancy-free too long, Turner. You're beginning to irritate me.
The feeling's likewise, Saint. Only I got more than fingers in my fist, and you haven't.
That's a nice gun you're so bravely wearing, Turner. It must be a pretty big pot to change a small-time con artist like you into a fire-breathing gunman. Big potatoes, huh?
Yeah, plenty big, Saint. So big I wouldn't hesitate to shoot at the slightest move. Am I clear?
You couldn't be clearer if you were a day ordered by the Chamber of Commerce.
Good. Oh, it ain't a palace, Saint. It's just the back room of a pool parlor, but please stay and be my guest.
Oh, very well, for a little while anyway. Where are the boys?
Out.
They're wasting their time. Collins won't sell his old wreck. Some old men are stubborn. And Collins seems like a hard man to intimidate.
Well, that all depends on who's doing the intimidating, Saint. Now, Mac's a chowderhead and Smitty's even worse, but put the two boys together and you'll get a job of work done.
Dan, I've adopted old man Collins as a friend.
Ah, how big are you?
Yes. You know how I feel about people who push other people around, Turner? Especially when the guy getting the shoving is a friend.
You know, if I had a glass of beer, I'd cry into it. Sit back and relax, Saint. The boys will be back with what they want after soon enough, and maybe then I'll let you go home.
You mean they're coming back with the car?
Well, maybe not the whole car. Sit back and relax. Hey, relax. Hey, what are you doing?
Sitting back with my chair to the wall, Turner. You want me to relax, don't you?
Yeah, Hey, let go of that cue stick.
As my old grandmother used to say, Turner, there's nothing as relaxing as a game of pool. Particularly with a hoodlum's head as the cue ball. Collins, open up.
You wouldn't be from the police now, would you?
No, I'm no more a policeman than you are, old man Collins.
Come in and be welcome, then.
Oh. Where's Collins?
The old man, he's here.
Where?
Behind the sofa. But if you have a mind to look at him, make it a quick look.
Dead?
Very.
How?
Every way. Beaten, stabbed, and tortured. Maybe even shot, for all I know.
Yes, and for all I know, maybe you've got a gun with an empty chamber, for all I know.
Bless me, no. Me business doesn't allow it.
Just what sort of business are you in, Irish?
The name's O'Brien.
Ah.
When a job is pulled and the police go after the boys who pull it, I make an end run and go after the swag. Or at least part of it.
Oh, I see. What's the swag here? Collins' wallet?
Not unless there's 400 grand in it.
400? Oh, no, I'm afraid you'll find the old man a few cents short. Who killed him?
Not I.
How do I know?
You don't.
You're right. What brought you here?
Why, I'm here about the old car, of course.
You want to buy it?
Certainly, don't you? Say, maybe you're not being cute. Maybe you really don't know about the...
About what?
Well, now, I'm greatly relieved. When I first saw you come through that door, I said to myself, O'Brien, here comes some more competition. But I see you're not. I'm relieved, laddie. Greatly relieved.
Turner is competition enough, eh?
Yes, but Turner and his ugly ducklings are nothing compared to...
Who?
In time. I got here just a minute before you, laddie. The old man was dead when I arrived. Beyond that, I know nothing.
Get down. Oh, O'Brien!
Competition. Getting worse. All the time.
I'll call the doctor.
No. Thanks, laddie. Lay off this frolic. He'll get you next. You're gonna die, mister. You're gonna...
O'Brien, the old man's car, what... Well, I guess I'll have to try another angle. This one's pretty dead.
awaken Mr. Ritchie as you requested, Mr. Templar. He'll be right down.
Oh, thank you.
I hope the fire isn't too serious,
Well,
sir.
it's serious enough to awaken Mr. Ritchie.
Oh, here he is now, sir.
Well, which plant is the fire in? Who's responsible? How big is the damage?
Oh, the fire isn't in any plant, Mr. Ritchie.
What's that? Then where?
It's inside of me. I'm burning up, and I need your help.
How dare you sneak your way in here 3 o'clock in the morning by telling me there's a fire? Look here, who are you?
Simon Templar.
Oh, yes, the Saint. I've heard of you. If you have business with me, Mr. Templar, I suggest you phone my secretary for an appointment. Meanwhile, there's no subject on earth can keep me from going back to bed.
Not even the subject of $400,000, Mr. Ritchie?
What do you know about it?
Nothing other than that it was stolen from you, Mr. Ritchie.
That happened 7 years ago. The criminal, John Quayle, was caught, tried, and convicted. Now, if you'll pardon me...
Quayle worked for you, I believe.
He was my head accountant.
And the money was never found?
No. Quayle drew 20 years in the penitentiary. He never revealed where the money was hidden. Until the day he died.
Died?
Yes. 2 weeks ago in prison. And now, Mr. Templar, if you don't mind, I need my rest.
I won't detain you much longer, Mr. Ritchie. Just 1 or 2 more questions.
Well?
Did Quayle have a wife?
Yes, he did.
If he knew he were dying in prison, it's quite possible he made an attempt to get word to her, to tell her where the money was hidden.
He may have made the attempt, but he couldn't possibly have succeeded. He was too closely watched. After all, $400,000 is a lot of money. A lot of money.
Yes, you could almost buy a second-hand car with it.
If I hadn't been fully covered by insurance, my firm would have gone under in the face of a loss that large. And now, Mr. Templar, if I might ask a question.
Certainly.
Why this sudden urgency, this 3 o'clock in the morning business?
An old man was tortured to death. Then a fellow named O'Brien, who came calling on the old man, was shot to death.
But
before he was killed, O'Brien told me he was tracking down $400,000 that had been stolen.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and some checking back over how many people have ever had that amount stolen from them.
Led you to me.
Yes.
I wonder what I've led you to, Mr. Templar.
I wonder, Mr. Ritchie. I wonder.
Yes? What is it?
Mrs. Quayle?
What do you want?
Several things, Mrs. Quayle.
Like what?
A murderer.
You've got the wrong apartment, mister.
An old automobile.
No sale. Anything else?
Maybe you'll buy this, Mrs. Quayle. Collins was murdered a little while ago.
Collins? Oh, the old man. Why?
Someone wanted his car. Someone who evidently couldn't wait any longer for the newer models.
So?
So I saw Collins' car in your garage, Mrs. Quayle.
Maybe you better come in after all, mister. But come in careful.
Careful enough?
Keep those hands high. Sure. I don't like you, mister. You're nailing together a frame and you're trying to put my picture into it. Collins sold me that car.
When?
Tonight. I could have bought a Cadillac for cheaper, mister, but I wasn't in any position to haggle.
Yes, I know.
What do you know? That's what I want to find out.
I know that Collins' car as a car is worth about $20, but as something else, it's worth in the neighborhood of $400,000. And you know that's an awfully nice neighborhood.
Nice and exclusive. Chiselers aren't invited to move in.
I've been gathering that impression all evening. Well, what have we here?
You name it.
An acetylene torch, welder's mask, a few chisels, a hammer, steel wire. Either you've gone to work for Henry Kaiser, or the hand that customarily rocks the cradle is going in for rocking a safe.
I had to go into a hardware store to make a phone call, and I just couldn't leave without buying a few things.
How fortunate you didn't make your call in an establishment that sells steamrollers. I see you have a set of license plates.
You see too much.
From Collins Jalopy, aren't they? These license plates. So that's how Quayle smuggled out his message.
You're getting awfully close to a bullet in your head, mister. Give me those plates.
Shh, there's someone at the door.
Stay where you are. I'll see who it is.
Better not take the license plates with you.
Yes? Oh!
Mrs. Quayle!
Oh!
Mrs.
The devil. He got the plates.
Yes, he got them.
Don't let him. Oh, catch him there.
Where? Where?
Where Johnny worked. Shaft. Top. Before 6. Before...
Mrs. Quayle. Collins, O'Brien, and now I have 3 reasons for wanting to meet a certain party.
Taxi! Hey, taxi!
They don't stop sometimes when it's so early in the morning, Saint, because they're on the way back to the garage.
Well, what brings you out so early, Mac? Looking for a drunk to roll?
Just looking for you, Saint, just looking for you. See here what I got in my hand?
Oh, there goes that coy streak in you again, Mac. All right, so it's a gun. Well, what does it want me to do? Come, go, turned handsprings, quote Shelley, play the bassoon? You have to speak for it, Mac.
Very funny. Look out, it shouldn't speak for itself, Saint. I and the gun warn you should get in that there car.
And you have a most persuasive way of offering a fellow a lift, Mac.
Yeah, a lift. Right now, it's a lift. Later on, it may grow into a ride. Come on.
Where are we going, Mac?
Back to our little gray home in the rear of the pool room, Saint. Fancy Dan Turner wants he should thank you for showing him a new trick.
Oh, it really isn't necessary.
He feels like it is, Saint. He feels like it is. He's got a couple of tricks he wants to show you.
Sounds like fun.
Go on into the car, Jim. Turner's waiting. He's got very little patience.
Nice to have you back with us, Saint. I missed you.
From the looks of that bandage on your skull, Turner, I'll bet you wished I'd missed you.
Not now, I don't, Saint. It's a nice feeling having you here, knowing that I owe you something. I pay my debt, Saint. I pay off.
Yes, I know. O'Brien was paid off. So was Mrs. Quayle. Paid off with lead checks.
They're dead?
Oh, now save that innocent expression for the jury, Turner. You'll need everything you've got.
Well, when were they killed, Saint?
Okay, I'll stooge for you. They were killed an hour or two after I so abruptly left you before.
Oh, well, I'll have to find another pigeon, Saint. My alibi's fat.
How fat, Turner?
City Hospital. Having Remember the Saint embroidered where a cue stick hit me. And Smitty and Mac were there, too, to see me through it. Hospitals have records, Saint. We're clean. We're clean.
Huh. Then you've got a competitor you don't know about, Turner.
Yeah, looks that way. For a job that was supposed to be as simple as this one, I got too many competitors. I wonder how come.
Who fingered the job for you, Turner? Who told you Quayle got word out to his wife about where the money was?
I got nothing for you, Saint.
Smitty, wasn't it? Smitty just finished a stretch up the creek. My guess is he ran into Quayle. Maybe shared a cell with him.
No. It was in the jail hospital they met. Smitty worked there. Quayle was dying off his nut. Smitty made him talk.
Yeah. And Smitty, not being mentally suited for solo work, spilled the pitch to you, Turner, for a price, of course, for money on the line.
Yeah, 10 G's to buy in on a 400,000 job. But what are you driving at? What are you picking Smitty's bones for?
I was just wondering, Turner, how much O'Brien paid Smitty for his slice of this exclusive information, and how much your other competitors shelled out. The one who happily goes around killing people.
What do you mean?
If you ask me, Turner, your pal Smitty is the sort of rat that even rats on rats. He sold Quayle's secret 3 times that we know of.
Hey, thanks for handicapping it for me, Saint.
If you're really grateful, Turner, you can return the favor by telling me what time is it?
It's 5:15 in the morning, Saint, but you ain't going nowhere.
I have a date to keep before 6, Turner, with your competitor.
Yeah, Saint, that's what you think.
Maybe not, Turner. What do you say we play a little pool while we're waiting for the boys?
Get away from that pool table. I ain't playing any games with you, Saint.
Well, maybe pool was the wrong game. How about a game of pitch and catch?
What?
Yeah, I pitch like this. Oh! And you catch it like that. Hate to leave you all by yourself there in the side pocket, but like I said, I have a date to keep. Well, Mr. Ritchie, get enough sleep despite my interruption?
I wasn't really asleep when you called on me, Mr. Templar.
I know, Mr. Ritchie. Your hair was a little too carefully combed for a man who's been suddenly awakened and told he's having a fire.
You're very clever, Mr. Templar.
But not clever enough to catch you before you committed 3 murders. So you're Smitty's silent partner, huh? See what low company's gotten you into, Ritchie?
Yes, I see. $400,000. Buried in the siding of this elevator shaft. And with the help of this acetylene torch, it'll be all mine. A very ingenious fellow, Quayle. And to think the money never left this building.
The place where Johnny worked. Yes, he was ingenious. It was very smart of him to use his prison job making automobile license plates as a means of smuggling out the information to his wife. How did he do it, Richie?
Very simple, Templar. There's an extra piece of thin metal in this particular plate, forming a sort of pocket. And inside the pocket, a note on cigarette paper telling poor Mrs. Quayle how to get the money. Of course, once he managed to tell her the number of the license plate, well, the rest was easy, wasn't it?
Yes. All poor Mrs. Quayle had to do was ask the Motor Vehicle Bureau to whom the plate was assigned. Mr. Collins, in this instance.
Poor old fellow. Mr. Templar, would you mind joining me here in the shaft, please? Yes, right on top of the elevator. I'd like to keep an eye on you while I finish burning out this metal partition. You see, I've only until 6 o'clock when this elevator is switched on downstairs.
Oh, well, I...
Come, in the shaft, please.
Well, really,
I have a gun, Mr. Templar.
Oh, well, that makes it official, then.
There we are. Careful, Mr. Templar. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Anything accidental, that is.
You know, it's funny. I've known you such a short time, and I have exactly the same sentiments towards you. I've never been astride the top of an elevator before, Richie. And we're right near the top of the shaft.
Yes. I don't mean to worry you, Templar, but when this elevator power turns on in a few minutes, it will rise to the top before it descends.
How's your treasure hunt coming, Richie?
Almost finished. One last strip of metal to cut away, and the partition will come off. Then we'll decide your fate, Mr. Templar. Your future. Here goes. A last blow. It's there. It's there. I see it. $400,000 in currency, Templar. Think of it. Think of it.
You think of it, Richie, and also think of how much blood was spilled on it.
Preaching, Templar? You? I never thought. What's that?
The elevator, Richie. Maybe it came to work a little early today.
My money. My money.
Come on, Richie. Come on, get off.
No, there's still some money left here. I want it. I want it all. All.
Come on. We've got to get off. Jump, Richie, jump.
No, my money. I must save the money.
Richie, you fool.
All right, I got it.
Yes, Richie. You saved your money, and you saved the state some money, too. I'm sure you didn't plan on saving the cost of your execution.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
These immortal words of Ovid, translated from the Latin, express quite well indeed the justice of our Mr. Ritchie's fate. Nor is there any juster law than that the contrivers of death should perish by their own contrivances. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. Our cast included Laureen Tuttle, Barney Phillips, Tony Barrett, Fred Howard, and Dan O'Herlihy. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint is a James L. Safier production and was transcribed and directed by Thomas A. McAvity. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Taxi! Taxi! 4500 Sutter, please.
It's kind of late, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
It comes this time of night, I figure a guy should order...
4500 Sutter, please.
Mind you, I don't like to get personal, you
Driver.
know, but, yeah?
Of all the cabs in San Francisco, most of them operated by drivers who mind their own business. Why did I have to get your cab?
Well, I like... Who are you going to see at 4500?
My name is Simon Templar. I'm 6'1" tall, and I have a birthmark on my right shoulder blade. My income for last year
That's
was...
all right. Evading the question, huh?
I give up. I'm going to visit a man named Clarence Quigley.
Clarence Quigley?
Clarence Quigley.
You going to see this alleged Clarence Quigley
Look,
about...
he's got a collection of paintings. I like to look at paintings. Maybe that will seem odd to you, but...
Oh, come now. No temper. Now, if I was your wife, you'd have to do better than that, you know.
Oh. So how much do I owe you, and go away?
Well, would you think I was soaking you if I suggested $3?
I would.
As one man of the world to another, let's make it $3 anyway.
Let's just be yokels and make it 50 cents. Here you are.
Well, Hey, is that blonde giving you the eye or me?
Blonde?
Yeah, the one coming down the street towards us.
Oh, yeah.
Best foot forward.
I never saw her before in my life.
Ellsworth, dear. Oh, Ellsworth, dear.
I beg your pardon, but that's my neck you've got your arms around, Miss...
A man named Clarence Quigley, huh?
Driver, stop heckling. Look, miss, whatever your name is, the way you're strangling me is a pleasant way to be strangled, but...
Ellsworth, dear, you sound so cold.
I'm not Ellsworth, dear. I think I can honestly say I have never been Ellsworth, dear.
You're not?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Or maybe I just hoped you were.
Don't you know Ellsworth, dear, when you see him?
No, I don't, I guess.
But,
I saw you, and then the name came to me, so I just thought...
who is Ellsworth?
I don't know.
Well, I suppose a certain amount of confusion about who or what Ellsworth is understandable,
But that isn't the worst.
It isn't?
No, you see, not only don't I know who Ellsworth is, but...
Yes?
I don't even know who I am.
What I want to know in a general sort of way is how Mr. Clarence Quigley is going to feel.
Driver, would you mind concentrating on your driving?
You know, he's liable to be frustrated, like, I'm taking you and a lady right back to where you started.
My apartment, yes, because Miss X needs help.
Oh, I feel as though I'm imposing on you, Mr. Tim.
Nonsense. The hour's late. You couldn't very well go wandering about the streets indefinitely.
Especially in that hat.
Is anything wrong with my head?
Not a thing. No, it's very charming and immaculate.
Yeah, also, it resembles a bird's home away from home. Well, mister, we have returned from where we went away.
Good. Miss X?
Thank you.
Huh?
You're going to keep on being a yokel, huh?
Here.
Mm-hmm. This time only half a yokel. Well, goodbye. You know where I'm going?
No.
I'm going to lurk outside of Clarence Quigley's. I think tonight he's a fellow who needs a friend.
I need one, too.
Oh, come along now. There you go. Now, take your hat off and make yourself comfortable.
All right. Oh, I'm so afraid.
Oh,
Lost.
quiet now. Now, let's take a look at your back.
Here.
Mm-hmm. Usual odds and ends, and a compact, initialed. DM. DM, does that suggest anything?
DM?
Mm.
No, it doesn't. Nothing means anything. All I remember is being outside an art gallery on Sutter.
Well, you're well-dressed. Compact's gold, no latchkey, which means you probably don't live alone, which could also mean you've been missed.
Your phone?
Yes, the police, Missing Persons Bureau. They, hello? Oh, get me Inspector Murray, Thanks, I'll hold on.
Oh, I hope maybe they know about me. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I just touched the back of my head. It's terribly painful.
Come here. Huh. Yeah, bruised the size of what I wish my bank account was. And there's the cause of your amnesia. Hello, Inspector. Simon Templar. Inspector, your language is deplorable. Inspector, I'm looking for someone, a blonde. Inspector, no. No, well, maybe, but not tonight. At any rate, the girl I'm looking for is around 22 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes, height 5'3" or thereabouts, wearing a street suit, brown white blouse with ruffles at the neck and... What? Oh, you're looking for her, too. Her name's Dorothy Moore. Why do you want her? Oh, I see. I guess you've got priority. Goodbye.
They want me.
Yeah, so it seems.
Because I've been reported missing?
Partially that.
What else do they want me for?
Murder. Here, now, try another cup of coffee. Dorothy, I guess we'll call you that unless we get evidence to the contrary. Dorothy Moore would fit the initials on your compact.
What am I going to do?
You stay here and wait for me.
Where are you going?
Well, from the information I've been able to get on the phone, your guardian, a man named Matthew Schreiber, was shot and killed earlier this evening. You disappeared. That's all the information in the public domain at the moment. I'm going to look for more.
At my house?
Yes.
Oh, shouldn't you turn me over to the police?
Well, actually, I don't really know that you are Dorothy Moore. I'd like to know a little more about the murder itself before coming to any decisions.
You mean you want to help me?
Yes.
And I need help so, because, you see, what's so terrible about it all is that I don't remember anything at all, so I can't even say I didn't murder anyone.
Hello. Well, it's been fun meeting you. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute. Don't shut the door.
Why not?
I'm coming in.
Oh, all right. I hate to seem prying, but who are you?
Simon Templar.
An attractive name, much more distinguished than mine.
Oh, what's your name?
Walters. Not the most glamorous name in the world, but I'm a butler, so I bear up.
Good. Where is everybody?
In the library. They're so well bred.
Oh, who is in the library?
Mrs. Atkins, the housekeeper, the Cassandra of our day.
A gloomy lady prophesying disaster, hmm?
Yes. And, of course, there's Mr. Tinsley.
Mr. Tinsley?
A strange fellow who spends a good deal of his time sitting on small horses and hitting a large ball with a long wooden stick.
A polo player.
Doesn't matter what you call it. It's no job for a grown man.
What's his relationship to Miss Moore?
Oh, let's not start prying, shall we?
Expound.
Well, to breach your confidence, he's engaged to marry Miss Moore, if and when she's found, and if she happens to be innocent of our guardian's assassination.
Oh. Anyone else in the library?
No. Mr. Schreiber, dear departed soul, is detained elsewhere, at the morgue. He was shot in the library.
Oh, that's a bad place to be shot. Usually fatal. Suppose you take me to the library. Tell me, why did the police suspect Miss Moore?
Because of me. You see, I told them that I heard shots in the house. I left my quarters on the gallop, ran towards the library. Just before I got there, the door opened and Miss Dorothy ran out. Ran down the hall and out the front door.
Is that true?
My dear Mr. Templar, if not, would I have told the police otherwise?
I don't know.
Besides, it isn't good form to suspect the butler. The library, sir.
Okay.
Mrs. Atkins, Mr. Tinsley, Mr. Templar.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Miss Moore.
So, young man, are the police.
Why?
Her guardian was murdered. All his money goes to her, and she's disappeared. Perhaps she didn't murder Mr. Schreiber.
But you wouldn't bet on it.
Perhaps I did. I hated him. Perhaps Mr. Tinsley there did.
Now, look here.
Isn't he priceless? Now, look here. Such a typical phrase. So typical, I wonder if he can really be so stupid.
I love Dorothy, and...
No one has questioned that. But what is it about her that you love? The money she was to get when Mr. Schreiber died? The money you wouldn't have got if you'd married Dorothy? Against Mr. Schreiber's wishes?
Mr. Schreiber didn't approve of the marriage?
He hesitated about it, but we were working on him.
And then became impatient.
Now, look here.
There
you
he
have...
goes again.
I resent that.
Good. is now on record that you resent it.
How about Walters?
Walter?
Yes, what motive would he have?
What makes you think he has one?
Oh, I'm the hopeful type.
Walters is a man with a criminal past. Whether or not he got tired of his upright life here, I cannot say.
But it wouldn't surprise you. What may surprise both of you, however, is an odd fact. Dorothy Moore is suffering from total amnesia.
Amnesia? What do you mean?
She remembers nothing of her past, herself, neither name nor habitation.
How horrible.
How convenient.
Wait a minute. How do you know that?
Why get around?
Well, then you must know where she is. You've got to tell me.
Mr. Tinsley is now being the ardent lover.
I can't tell you.
Why?
Well, whoever shot Schreiber, there's very little doubt that Dorothy saw the killer, but Dorothy doesn't remember. The killer, therefore, would have an urgent interest in getting hold of Dorothy before she did remember, and making sure that she would never remember anything again. Well, good night, you lovely people. Dorothy? 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 Dorothy!
Oh, you again.
It's me again.
Did you like the place so much the first time?
Where's Dorothy?
Miss Moore?
Yes, did she come back here?
Back? From where?
She was at my apartment. When I got there, she was gone.
She did come back here. She didn't ring.
Let's find out. Tinsley and Mrs. Atkins still around?
Mrs. Atkins has gone up to bed, I think. As for Mr. Tinsley, I imagine he's sampling the whiskey.
Yeah, we'll find out. Tinsley,
What? Oh, it's you.
Yes, where's Dorothy?
You're the one who knows.
I'm the one who knew. Did she come back here?
I haven't seen her.
Walters, where's Mrs. Atkins' room?
This way, sir.
Come along, Tinsley. I'd like both of you in sight.
If you insist.
Mrs. Atkins will not be pleased at having her sleep interrupted.
I'm not pleased either.
This is her room, sir.
Oh, thanks.
The old girl must be asleep.
Then we must wake her up.
She's a very sound sleeper.
Then we'll go in and wake her.
Wow. How do you like that?
Mrs. Atkins. Strung up to a beam. Anyone got a knife?
Yes, here you are.
Now, we'll cut the rope and get her down.
The bed's over there.
Uh-huh. Well, that's that.
Is she dead?
She's dead.
Poor old girl. Although, you know something?
What?
She must have killed the old man. Schreiber, I mean. Then she committed suicide. In remorse, I mean. For heaven's sakes, Templar, stop playing with that rope.
But this is a very interesting rope.
Is it? Why?
Because it proves, you see, that she didn't commit suicide. She was murdered.
Templar?
Yes, Inspector Murray.
I understand you don't think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide.
I know she didn't.
Well, while the boys are playing with fingerprints and stuff, would you mind explaining to a poor benighted member of the lower intellectual classes, a cop like me?
Oh, Murray, now stop pulling my leg. You're one of the brainiest men I know.
Then why do you always beat me to a case?
Oh, I'm prettier.
Uh-huh. Now, about this alleged phony suicide.
Well, take a look at the rope with which Mrs. Atkins is supposed to have hanged herself.
Well, let's see. The rope was thrown over the beam there. I'm afraid you're right, Templar.
Yeah, it wasn't hard to spot. Her weight would have pulled the rope sharply down over the beam. The fibers of the rope, therefore, should have slanted upward.
Instead of which they slant down, indicating that somebody put the rope around Mrs. Atkins' neck and then hauled her up. We were supposed to think that Mrs. Atkins committed suicide as a confession of guilt. Which leaves us where?
In the Schreiber home.
I'm more interested in where the girl is.
Dorothy Moore?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Because I have...
Hey, Mary. Look, coming through the door?
I'm not sure. Simon,
Oh, hello, Dorothy.
I don't know exactly how I got here, but I don't recognize the place at all. Yet I should, shouldn't I?
Yes, you should, Miss Moore, because this is where you live. But I'm afraid you're not going to stay very long.
What do you mean?
I'm placing you under arrest on suspicion of murder.
You know, I love police headquarters. They're so romantic.
Uh-huh.
Murray, how are you going to prove anything against that girl if she's suffering total amnesia?
By proving that her amnesia is a fake.
Oh, how?
I have an alienist coming over here to look at one of our guests. I'll have him see Miss Moore, too. He's due any minute. I'll go get the girl now.
I wonder. Oh, the other door. Come in.
Hello. Well, you're not Murray. I was supposed...
Who are you?
Doll, of course. What's the matter with you? What are you complaining of?
But I'm not the one
Come. We've got to get to the bottom of these things, don't we?
I suppose so.
Now, when you were a little boy, what did you want most of all?
To be a big boy.
Mm-hmm. Are you afraid of the dark?
No.
No? You are not afraid because you have little friends who come to you in the dark, perhaps, eh?
No. Now, why are you afraid of the dark?
Oh, it's a long, long story. And,
You know, you don't look at all well.
Well, I don't feel so good either.
No, you should see a doctor.
Thank you. I think I will.
Goodbye.
Oh, Templar.
Yeah. Your alienist was here, Murray, but he left.
Alienist? Well, I just phoned him and told him not to come. The district attorney wouldn't hold the girl. Insufficient evidence and ballistics. Ran a paraffin test. No proof that she'd fired a gun.
But the man who was just in here, Dahl, I think his name was?
Dahl?
Uh-huh.
He's not the alienist. He's the guy the alienist was coming to examine. He's nuts.
Oh, dear.
Well, I guess you're happy now that we can't hold the girl.
No, because while you were holding her, things were safe. Now, Murray, let's go visit.
Go visit where?
The Schreiber house. A house where 2 people have died. A house very convenient for murder.
Yes?
It's no Oz, Walters. We're coming in.
Yes, sir.
Dorothy's home?
Yes, sir.
She got here when?
10 minutes ago, perhaps.
Well, we'll go to the library.
Yes, sir.
She got here 10 minutes ago, and then?
She sat in this room for a few minutes, made a phone call, and went up to bed. She tried to phone you, Mr. Templar.
I'll wake her up and get her down here. Hold on. Tinsley around?
In the guest room, playing solitaire, I think.
Get him down here, too.
That I will, sir.
And Walters.
Yes?
You come back, too.
Sure.
Having fun, Templar?
I don't care very much for this stage of any case, but
What are you doing with that telephone?
Hiding it under the couch here.
Are you being subtle again?
Again? Oh, you flatter me.
Simon.
Hello, Dorothy. Sorry to have had you waked,
Oh,
but
I wasn't asleep. I was trying to remember.
You will if you get the chance. Tinsley's here in the house, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
For heaven's sakes, is a man never to get any peace?
You know Inspector Murray, Mr. Tinsley?
Oh, yes. The policeman.
Oh, look, now get off your polo pony and... Where's Walters?
By now, on his way to Canada, I imagine.
Dorothy, get on the phone right away.
The phone? Yes, of course. Oh, there doesn't seem to be one in here. Perhaps in the next room. Why do you want me to phone?
I don't.
But you just said.
Dorothy, didn't there used to be a phone in this room?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, yes, your amnesia. But you remember everything that happened since the blow on your head, don't you?
Well, of course.
But then equally, of course, since you were in this room a very little while ago, and since you used a phone in here, you should have remembered that. Why didn't you?
Well, I don't know. It slipped my mind.
No, Dorothy, it didn't slip your mind. You were merely being over-careful.
What does that mean?
It means that you are not now, nor ever were, suffering from amnesia.
Why should I pretend to have amnesia?
Because you killed your uncle. You knew you'd need something to help you out in court, so you wandered about until you found someone on whom you could try out your amnesia. That happened to be me.
You're just saying those things without proof. Besides, there was a paraffin test.
It indicates merely that you wore gloves when you shot your uncle.
It indicates I might have worn them. If I'd shot him, you can't prove I did.
I can prove your amnesia was phony, that along with some other things.
How can you prove it?
Very simple. Your hat.
What?
When you arrived at my apartment, you took your hat off, discovered a large bruise on the back of your head. That was to supply a plausible reason for your amnesia. But, Dorothy, as I remarked to the cab driver at the time, your hat was immaculate, untouched. You asking us to believe that the killer knocked you out and then carefully put your hat back on your head again?
I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm going.
Oh, what a charming revolver. The one you used on your uncle?
It still has bullets in it, so don't try to stop me.
Dorothy, you didn't ask me how I could be so sure the killer hadn't done that business with your hat.
I don't care.
I'm so sure because of Walter's statement. Remember, he saw you rush out immediately after the shot?
All right, you're smart, but you'll never stop me.
Perhaps not, but Walters, who's right behind you,
Oh,
will.
no, you can't fool me with
He
that.
wasn't trying to, Miss Dorothy. I think I'd better...
What? You're no gentleman. You knocked Miss Moore out with a bottle.
Yes, sir.
But you said you were going to
You
Canada.
misunderstood me, sir. I merely said I was going to get some Canada Dry. Now the bottle's ruined. That's too bad.
Oh, never mind, Walters. No harm done. Inspector Murray, you'll take Miss Moore, and I'll take an old-fashioned.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week most of you will be enjoying a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner. And while you're eating your Thanksgiving turkey and counting your blessings of the past year, think. Think for a moment of the millions of people who don't get enough to eat. Think, and then send your subscription right away for a food package to be delivered to some needy family in Europe. Send your contribution to CARE, C-A-R-E, New York. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Lou Vitties. Our cast included Peggy Weber, Ted Von Elst, Jerry Hausner, Tom Brown, and Dan O'Hurley. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in Robert Lippert's production of The Baron of Arizona. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown with another of my books for you. A story called KUDOS for KAHN, and the KAHN in this case is named Joe, a private eye in the best tradition. He's got an office, a pretty secretary, and no clients, until a luscious lady walks into his life, and from then on, complications call for KAHN. Now, here he is, Joe KAHN himself.
When I came into the office that morning, Daisy had her feet up on the desk again. Not that I mind looking at her legs. They're very good legs. A lot of guys paid dough to see them when she was in show business. But I had a feeling that a secretary with her feet up isn't good for office routine. Not that my office had any routine.
Good morning, boss.
Daisy, put your legs down.
Why? Have I got a ladder? They look all right to me.
They look all right to me, too, but that's not the point.
So what are you worrying about?
An office is a place where you're supposed to work.
All the secretaries show their legs to the boss. You're the only one who's not interested.
I should be interested in your legs when we haven't had a client in 3 weeks.
Why don't we take a holiday, Joe? Let's go to Miami and laze on the beach. Just you and me, huh?
Get off that Miami beach before you get sunburned. Daisy, the phone. It's ringing.
Oh. Hello? Oh, sure, you can see him anytime. He's not doing anything. 11 o'clock? Oh, that'll be fine. Bye.
That's a fine way to impress anyone. You can see him any time. He's not doing anything. They'll think we're broke.
Aren't we?
That's not the point. Who was it?
A dame. Her name's Diane Clutterbuck. She sounded fat with wrinkled stockings.
What did she want?
To see you. I can't think why.
I don't know why I keep you. I should fire you.
You'd never be able to pay my back salary.
Promptly at 11, Diane Clutterbuck arrived. I took one look at her and thought of Daisy's description. Fat with wrinkled stockings. This dame looked like a Miss Universe winner taken in hand and tuned up by Vogue and Harper's Bazaar. She was a redhead with a swept-up hairdo and a figure that would have sent Cleopatra back down the Nile looking for a dietitian.
Mr. Kahn.
That's me. Won't you come in and sit down?
A friend of mine recommended me to come to you. He told me you were the best private detective in the city.
Modesty forbids me saying how right he was.
I'm trying to find my sister, Mr. Kahn. I've tried all the official channels, and she still can't be found. I've come to you in the hope that you might be able to achieve what the police and other authorities haven't.
How long has she been missing?
Look, I think I'd better tell you the whole story.
Yeah, that's usually a good idea.
My sister married an American serviceman in England 2 years ago. 6 months after her marriage, she came with him to America, to this city. 3 months after that, her husband was killed in a car accident. I had 1 or 2 letters after that. She wrote about coming home to England, and then said she got a job here and thought she'd stay a while. And then the letters stopped altogether.
I see.
At last, I managed to make the trip across. Now, I've been here for a month, and the authorities can find no trace of her at all. I don't even know if she's still alive.
That's tough.
Mr. Kahn, I can't tell you what it would mean to know. Just to know, definitely. It's this frightening uncertainty. Even if I knew she was dead, I'd feel better.
Yeah, I can understand that. What's your sister's name?
Helen. Her married name was Duisberg.
You got a last address?
Of course, but the police checked there. Helen had left without giving any forwarding address.
Where was she working?
A nightclub called the Casbah.
Doing what?
Dancing, that was her profession.
And what did they say?
Practically the same thing. She left suddenly without telling them why or where she was going.
So she could be anywhere in the United States, huh?
Mr. Kahn, I realize that it sounds almost an impossible task, but I'm desperate.
Okay, I'll try and find her for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kahn.
A couple more things. When you went to the police, who did you see?
A lieutenant named Harding.
Where'd you find him?
Well, I went to the Bureau of Missing Persons. They put me in touch with the lieutenant. He was from the homicide section, I think they called it.
Homicide?
Yes.
Oh, no, not a thing. I just wanted to make sure I had it right. The other thing is, have you a picture of your sister?
Oh, yes, I brought a photograph with me. Here you are.
Well, you certainly got one thing in common, you and your sister.
Oh?
You're both beautiful girls.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kahn.
Lady, don't smile at me like that. You'll take my mind off my work. She gave me her sister's last address and her own. She was staying at the Astoria, and then Diane Clutterbuck curved her convex way out. Whoever said English dames had nothing needed an optometrist. This Clutterbuck babe made even Sabrina look leaner.
Yes, boss.
Daisy, is there any coffee?
Coffee? Well, it's nearly time for lunch. I thought you'd be taking me to lunch.
What would I use for money?
Haven't we got Clutterbuck for a client?
Sure.
Well, didn't she give you some dough as a retainer?
Holy... I never thought about asking for it.
What were you thinking about? No, don't tell me. I'm a nice girl.
You wanted to see me? I'm Harding.
I'd ask you to give me a time, Lieutenant.
What do you want?
I'm Joe KAHN, a private detective. I'm working for a lady by the name of Diane Clutterbuck.
Yeah, the dame who came over from England looking for her sister?
That's right, Helen Duisberg.
Well?
I hoped you might be able to tell me something.
Now, she can tell you as much as I can. The sister's missing, disappeared, that's all I know.
The husband, Duisberg?
Got himself killed in an accident 3 or 4 months ago.
Was it an accident?
What are you getting at, KAHN?
You're a homicide, Lieutenant. You aren't interested in accidents or missing persons either, for that matter. The Clutterbuck girl went to missing persons, and they sent her to you. Why? Because you're tied up in the case. And the only way you could be tied up in it means that you're interested in finding Helen Duisberg because you're not satisfied that the husband died by accident.
KAHN, let me give you some advice. Stay out of this. Tell the Clutterbuck woman you're sorry, but you can't do anything for her.
Look, Lieutenant, she hires me to find her sister. That's all I care about. If you've got any leads, maybe I could help.
KAHN, the department needs private eyes like it needs a hole in the head. Now stay clear of this gumshoe, or you're likely to find yourself minus a license.
Joe, what do you know?
Daisy, I'm not in the mood for riddles.
The Clutterbuck dame came good. She sent around $400 in cash.
Well, she did? That's great. Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that a new blouse you're wearing?
Uh-huh. I thought I'd grab a couple of weeks' salary before you hogged the lot.
How much have we got left?
$275.
I'll take it, thanks. All of it, all of it. Fine thing when a guy can't trust his secretary. Now listen, Daisy. I want you to call Dave Toady at the Globe. Tell him you're speaking for me and get him to look up the files and give me what they've got in the Duisberg accident.
And what'll you be doing?
Getting spruced up to go night clubbing.
A nightclub? Aren't you going to take me with you to celebrate?
You've done your celebrating with that new blouse. Now it's my turn. The nightclub I had in mind was the Cares Bar. Getting to see the manager involved a lot of phone calls and finally an escort. A hulking hood named Hank. The manager's name was Mailer.
You wanted to see me?
I'm Joe KAHN, a private eye.
Yep, I've heard of you.
I'm trying to find Helen Duisberg.
I'd like to find her, too. She was good. My floor show's never been the same without her. But I'm afraid I can't help you, KAHN.
I thought you might have something to give me a lead.
Oh, she came and asked for a job. She worked in London, she said. I gave her an audition. I gave her a job. She worked here 6 weeks. One night she didn't turn up. I haven't seen her since.
There was no reason why she should want to leave the place?
Not that I know of. I was paying her good dough. She seemed quite satisfied.
You ever know Duisberg, her husband?
No. Should I?
I guess not. He was killed in a car accident a few months ago.
I never knew him. Cops were around asking questions, but I told them it's a big country. People want to blow, they blow. And it makes them hard to find.
I've got to try. I got a client who's paying.
Sorry I can't help you, KAHN.
Thanks for your trouble, anyway. I went back into the club and headed for a phone. Mailer was lying. I didn't know how I knew, but I was sure of it. And he hadn't really liked the reference to Duisberg. As I dialed Daisy's apartment, I was hoping she'd be home.
Hello?
Daisy, this is Joe.
Well, this is a surprise. What's the matter? Things kind of quiet at the Cares
Never mind the
Bar?
comedy, kid. Did you call Dave Toady?
Yes. All he could tell me was that Carl Duisberg was found in the gutter on Hope Street around 4 a.m. one morning. He must have been coming home from late shift, and he'd been hit by a truck. They never found any trace of the truck.
Late shift. That means they know the firm you worked for.
Sure. Glauben Chemicals.
Thanks, Daisy. Oh, and don't expect me in the office too early tomorrow.
Why? A heavy date with a dancing girl?
No, a date with a personnel manager of Glauben Chemicals. First thing in the morning.
Yes?
Mr. Kaplan,
Yes?
My name's Joe KAHN. They gave me your name and address at Loudon Chemicals.
Oh?
It's about Carl Duesberg and his wife, Helen. I was told you were his best friend at the plant.
Yes, that's right. You'd better come in. I've been expecting you to call. Carl said either his wife or a friend of hers would come for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
It's been a responsibility. My wife didn't like me keeping it. She said we should hand it over to the police, but I promised Carl faithfully that anything happened to him, I was to hold on to it until his wife sent for it. If you'll just wait a minute, Mr. KAHN, I'll go and get it.
I stared blankly at his back as he moved away. Whatever else I'd expected, it wasn't this. But it looked like I was in luck. And there was a lead to Helen Duesberg coming up.
Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
As I waited for the little guy Kaplan to come back, I couldn't help speculating on what it was that he'd promised to hold on to for the dead Carl Duesberg. Whatever it was, it promised a lead for me to Duesberg's wife, Helen, whom her sister Diane Clutterbuck had hired me to find. And Clutterbuck had come just in time, because Joe KAHN, private detective, and his secretary, Daisy, were minus credit, cash, or clients. I was just finishing a cigarette as Kaplan came back.
Here you are, Mr. KAHN. I haven't liked holding on to a dead man's property, but since I'd promised Carl...
Sure, Mr. Kaplan, I understand.
Now my wife can stop worrying. The parcel is delivered and we're finished with it. Tell his wife from me, Mr. KAHN, that Carl was a great guy.
Sure, Mr. Kaplan, I'll be happy to. That accident was a terrible thing.
Terrible. And the truck driver never stopped. I don't know how he could have that on his conscience.
Yeah.
Poor Carl. He must have been careless. He had something on his mind, you know. He was worried the last 3 weeks before he died.
Worried, huh? He never mentioned what was worrying him.
No, he never said anything, but I could tell. He didn't have his mind on his job.
Or on where he was going, I guess. Hence the truck.
I suppose so. Well, I'm glad you came, Mr. KAHN. That parcel's been on my mind all the time.
It was on my mind, too, every second of the way back to my apartment. When I got inside the door, I opened it. It contained a note and a silver box. I read the note first. Dear Helen, you won't be reading this unless the worst has happened. I know that sooner or later you will think of Kaplan and ask him if I left anything with him for you. He is the only person I can trust. I thought it was safer to do it this way. If they try and force you to tell them where it is, you won't know. Do whatever you think best, darling. Goodbye, Carl. Then I opened the box and nearly fainted, because the box was brimful of dough, tightly wrapped wads of high-denomination notes. When I finished counting, I got another shock. There was just under $200,000. But where it had come from or what it meant was a mystery. I got rid of the wrapping paper and shoved the box in a drawer. Then I picked up the phone and dialed the office.
KAHN Detective Agency.
Daisy.
Well, the boss himself. When are we going to be honored with your presence in the office?
Later. First, I've got a proposition to make to you, Daisy.
Oh, goody. I'd given up hope.
Not that kind of proposition. How'd you like another job?
You can't fire me till you've paid my back salary.
I wasn't thinking of firing you. I want you to help me on this case.
Oh, that's different. What do you want me to do?
Get a job at that nightclub, the Casbah.
What doing? going.
Well, how do I know? But you're always busy displaying your legs around the office. Maybe the Casbah will pay you for doing it.
Okay, I'll try.
That's my girl.
I wish I were.
Now, let's stick to business. Speaking of which, anything new around the place?
Well, there was a dame came in, but she didn't look exactly new to me.
What did she want?
To see you. There was a guy with her, lean Latin type.
Did they say why they wanted me?
No. But let me warn you, boss, in case she comes back.
Oh?
She looks like a lady to stay away from in the clinches.
Thanks for the tip, Daisy. I'll keep it in mind. Callers. Yeah?
Mr. KAHN? Forgive the intrusion, but it is important that we speak to you, if we may.
Sure, come in.
Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Earl Cortez, and this is my sister, Inez.
Hi.
How do you do, Mr. KAHN? We called at your office earlier, but your secretary, is it, told us you are not in?
Oh, that was you, was it?
So we thought we would try your apartment. You will be wondering about the purpose of our visit, Mr. KAHN, so perhaps it is best if I come straight to the point. You have been hired by Diane Clutterbuck to find a woman, Helen Duesberg, that is so?
You're telling the story.
I also particularly want to find this woman. She has something which belongs to me. Would you have any objection to accepting 2 clients?
It's not exactly ethical.
I will pay double the fees Diane Clutterbuck is paying you.
Sorry, no dice. I may not look as though I go in for business ethics, but I do.
I see.
Perhaps Mr. KAHN might be more receptive to persuasion from me.
Yes, that could be so. In any case, I have another appointment. If you will excuse me. Oh, please don't trouble. I shall let myself out.
Well, can I offer you a drink, Miss Cortez, or is it too early in the day?
No drink, thank you. And I hate formality. Why don't you call me Inez?
Yeah, I'd like that.
And your name?
Joe. Exotic, isn't it?
Joe. I like it. Come and sit over here, Joe. Close to me.
Inez, I don't need asking twice.
You know, Joe, my brother Earl is a big man, a wealthy man. If you take this job for him, there will be other jobs. He will do anything for his friends. But if he doesn't like people, he can be a dangerous enemy.
How about you, Inez? Are you dangerous, too?
I am like my brother. We are half Spanish, you know. I can be dangerous, Joe. I can also be nice to people I like. Very nice. And I like you, Joe. You're a hunk of man, Joe.
Yeah. And I'm gonna prove it.
Joe.
Oh, baby.
You will do this thing for Earl, won't you, Joe?
No.
What?
I said no. Not after one kiss, not after 100.
Oh, you...
Oh. Hey, you wield quite a wallop, baby.
It is a mistake to laugh at me, Mr. KAHN. You will find that out. Remember, I told you that I could be dangerous.
She slammed the door nearly as hard as she'd slapped my face. I thought Inez wasn't kidding about being dangerous. And I thought it might be a good thing to try and find out a few things about her and her brother.
Hotel Astoria.
Miss Clutterbuck, please.
One moment.
Hello?
Miss Clutterbuck, this is Joe KAHN.
Mr. KAHN, you found Helen?
Not yet, but I'd like to have a talk to you if it's convenient.
Yes, of course. When?
Say, quarter of an hour?
Very well. I'll be waiting for you in the bar.
On my way to the Astoria, I stopped up at my bank. I had the silver box with the $200,000 with me. and I hired a safe deposit box and left the money inside it. Then I mailed the safe deposit key to myself at the office by registered mail. An old gag, but effective. The bar of the Astoria had stools. On one of them, Diane Clutterbuck was seated. She had an old-fashioned drink in front of her and an old-fashioned look in her eyes.
Well, Mr. Kahn, you've arrived at last. I've been waiting here exactly 30 minutes.
Sorry I was delayed. I'll have whatever the lady's drinking, barman.
Okay.
What did you want to see me about?
Just a little information, if you have it.
What kind of information?
He drinks it.
Oh, thanks. Here, keep the change. Well, here's luck.
Are you going to tell me now what you want, Mr. Kahn?
Sure. I met some friends of yours a little while ago, Miss Clutterbuck.
What friends of mine?
Maybe they're just acquaintances. Earl and Inez Cortez.
Oh. Yes, I know them.
Earl had a proposition. You'd hired me to find Helen. He wanted me to do the same.
It's not precisely ethical, is it, Mr. Kahn, to accept 2 clients for the one task?
Which is why I turned his proposition down.
And then Earl left, leaving Inez behind to persuade you.
They must be friends of yours. You know their every move.
How successfully did Inez do her persuading?
Very successfully. Until she asked me outright if I'd accept Earl's offer. I told her no.
Oh. I can imagine her reaction to that.
Yeah, it was drastic, to say the least.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kahn.
Now, let's skip the formality. Call me Joe.
Very well. We'll make it first names for both of us. I've always hated Clutterbuck anyway.
I'm surprised some guy hasn't tried to change it.
Between trying and succeeding is a long way, Joe.
I see. Well, to get off the personal and back to the personnel in this case, you can imagine that I'm curious, Diane.
Yes, of course.
Who is Earl Cortez?
I believe your American phrase is racketeer.
Huh?
I have a nasty feeling that Helen must have been mixed up with him at some stage or other. He seemed to know her quite well.
How did you meet him?
He was at the Casbah when I saw Mr. Mailer there.
And you don't know anything else about him or his sister?
No, except that I have a feeling he'd make a bad enemy.
Diane, that's one feeling we have in common. I left the Astoria and headed back for the office. The door was locked, and as I opened it, I wondered what had become of Daisy. Then the phone rang, and I found out.
Joe?
Yeah.
I got the job, Joe. Starting tonight, I'm a cigarette girl at the Casbah.
Great, Daisy. I told you those legs of yours would pay off.
Since I can't work day and night, I've decided not to come into the office today.
Sure, that's okay.
I'll call you if I hear anything worth hearing.
That's the girl. Oh, and Daisy,
Yeah?
keep your eyes peeled for that man and woman who came looking for me. The guy's name is Cortez. The dame is his sister, Inez.
Oh, they found you, huh?
Yeah. You know what you said about her? You were right.
Oh, thanks. Hey, wait a minute. I said she looked like a lady to stay away from in the clinches.
That's right.
Well, the only way you could know I was right would be because...
That's right.
Why, you oversized apology for a wolf.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Here have I been trying all this time to clutch you in a clinch, and what do? Pass me up for that.
Daisy, watch your language. And watch the Cortez couple, too. They're in this thing up to their teeth, and I got a feeling those teeth can be awful sharp.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Well, it looked like your hero, Joe Kahn, wasn't the only one searching for Helen Duisberg. But at least your hero knew why the dame was so popular. Because of the parcel given to me by her dead husband's pal, Kaplan. The parcel which contained $200,000 and which now nestled in my safe deposit box. Since I was sure that Mailer, the manager of the Casbah nightclub, was tied up in the thing, I'd had my secretary, Daisy, get herself a job there as cigarette girl. Then I sat tight and waited for something to break.
Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Kahn?
Yeah, who's that?
It's Kaplan here. You remember me?
Oh, sure. What can I do for you, Mr. Kaplan?
You remember I gave you a parcel?
Yep.
Well, there seems to have been some sort of mistake.
Mistake?
Yes. Mrs. Duisberg is with me now, and she claims that she never gave you any authority to pick up that parcel for her. And she wants it right away.
She's with you now?
That's right, Mr. Kahn.
Well, hold her there. I'll be right over.
Mr. Kahn, you were quick. Come in.
Thanks. She's still here?
Yes, she's waiting for you in the living room. This way.
I'm glad you called me, Kaplan. Now, don't worry. I can straighten everything out.
I hope so. Here we are.
What? Don't be shy, Kahn. Come on in.
Mailer.
Hank? You're right, Kahn. That's a gun in your kidneys. Play it smart, and you'll keep them. Get his gun, Hank. That's it.
Well. Nice work, Kaplan. You really had me fooled. I thought the Duisberg dame was really here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kahn. Honest I am, but they burst in here threatening me. I wouldn't have done it even then, but they started on my wife. I just couldn't stand that, Mr. Kahn. I just couldn't stand it.
Sure, Captain, sure, I understand.
Now we've all had a good cry. Where is it, Kahn?
How did you figure Kaplan?
Not too difficult. After you came to see me, I said to Hank, there goes one smart private eye. Why don't you follow him around a little and see where he goes?
Oh?
We got interested when you went to Glauben Chemicals, and even more interested when you came here to see Kaplan. You're a smart, all right, Kahn. It was staring us in the face, but we never saw it. Cortez never chose Carl Duisberg for the job because he was dumb. He chose him because he had brains. And Duisberg wouldn't trust anybody. But he thought he'd look after his wife, Helen. So he made sure even she wouldn't know where it was, until she woke up sometime and remembered his pal Kaplan. That way, he made it safe for Helen, both with Cortez and me. It took a private eye to show us the way.
Yeah, a private eye who was so smart he forgot to look behind him when he walked down the road.
We all make mistakes, and we have to pay for them. So where is it?
Supposing I don't tell you.
Supposing you want to go on living.
That's just why I won't tell you. You aren't going to kill me till you get what was in that parcel. So, I think I won't tell you.
Hank? Now, where did you say it was?
I let you into a secret, Naylor. I can take an awful lot of that. It's not as bad as people make out. When it gets really bad, you pass out anyway. And even if you don't pass out, you say the parcel is somewhere where it isn't. That gives you a break until the guy finds out it isn't there. It's a game we could play for a long time.
So, what do you want for the parcel? A percentage? We could discuss it.
I don't want any percentage. I got into this because I have a client. I want what the client wants. Helen Duisberg. Give me Helen, and I'll give you the parcel.
I'll need 48 hours. I'll have to do a little organizing.
Okay. You'll call me?
No, I don't think so. Just in case you change your mind and decide to skip with the parcel, I think you'd better be my guest for the next 48 hours. The Casbah isn't a bad sort of place.
Okay. Suits me.
We'll go then. Mr. Kaplan.
Yes?
Here's $500. That's to help you forget about what's happened here. If you don't forget, we'll come back.
It was early when we arrived at the Casbah. Too early for customers, but not for the staff, the waiters, and the cigarette girls. As we walked through the room, I saw a vision in black net stockings, black tights, and a tight black blouse.
What's the matter? What are you stopping for?
I'm out of cigarettes. Mind if I buy some?
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks.
Cigarettes, sir?
2 packs of Camels. Daisy, they're going to keep me here. Find out which room. See if you can get the key. I got to get out, but fast.
The things I do for a living. 2 packs of Camels, sir.
Thanks. Keeps the change. I left Daisy, rejoined Mailer and Hank, and was led down a corridor past Mailer's office. They stopped at a door and opened it.
I apologize for the smallness of the room, Kahn, but you'll be comfortable here, if a little restricted. Tomorrow we'll let you out and around for exercise. I'll have a meal sent up later.
Thanks.
Be seeing you, Kahn.
The click of the lock was an unpleasant sound somehow. I reached for a cigarette and wished it was a bottle. About an hour later, the door opened and Hank dumped a tray inside. The food was good, but it almost made me feel sleepy. 2 hours later, I was stretched on the bed when the key grated in the lock again.
Joe. Daisy.
Hurry up.
Daisy, honey. How'd you do it?
That ugly character called Hank had the key.
Well, how'd you get it from him?
I distracted him.
But how?
These legs you're always talking about.
Oh, they're worth their weight in gold. Then what?
Then I smacked him with a bottle.
Daisy, you're a wonder. How do we get out of here?
Straight down to the right. That's the back door. Come on, hurry, before Hank comes round.
Hey, there's a car.
Oh, Joe, the car's no good unless you've got the keys for it.
Well, you never know. People get careless. Hey, we're in luck. Look, a Cadillac with keys.
Oh.
Here's where we ride in style, baby. Come on, climb in.
Right. Well, I think I rate a raise for that rescue act.
You sure do, honey. You're terrific. There's only one thing I wish.
What?
If we'd had time to get back to Hank so I could have collected my gun.
Well, keep your eyes straight ahead.
Huh?
Don't turn your head. Now, hold out your hand. Is that it?
My gun. Daisy.
I thought you might want a gun, so I took it. I'm glad to get rid of it. The darn thing was cold.
And that's it, Daisy. The whole story up to date.
Gee, $200,000. That's enough to last for a lifetime.
But it's probably hot money, honey.
It'd keep me warm, for sure.
Besides, think of all the taxes.
Yes. And that takes the dough out of my dreams. Back to being your secretary with no salary. At least they'd have paid me at the Casbah. It was a nice place. They run it in style.
Yeah.
But it's not as good as his place in Duluth, they tell me. A club called the Arabian Nights. They say it's super.
Yeah. Hey, what was that?
What's the matter? Did I say something?
Did you ever? What was that about a place in Duluth?
Well, they say it's better than the Casbah, that's all.
Hall is right. But of course, it's a natural. Mailer said it'd take him 48 hours to get her up here. If she's working at his Duluth joint, he'd need time to replace her. Daisy!
Oh, don't yell like that. You startle me.
Now, look, get on the phone and find out when the next plane leaves for Duluth. Book 2 seats. Then get back to your apartment, change and pack. I'll do the same. Then we go looking for some quiet hotel.
What for?
Just to keep out of Mailer's way till the plane goes. Now go to it, honey. While I waited for Daisy to come back, I did one more thing. I called Diane Clutterbuck at the Astoria and told her about my hunch that the sister she was looking for was at Mailer's night spot in Duluth. I promised to call a long distance if my hunch paid off. The next evening, Daisy and I were sitting at a table in the Arabian Nights in Duluth.
Well, they were right about this place being better than the Casbah.
Yeah. That's a first-rate floor show.
Joe Kahn, keep that wolf in his kennel. I'm the girl you should be concentrating on, not those underdressed dames on the floor.
But they're really something. Especially that black-haired babe. She can dance, too.
It's not her dancing you're interested in.
Well, that, too.
I thought you said this Helen Duesberg would be doing her act here. She hasn't come on so far, and the floor show's nearly finished.
Yeah, I've been worrying about that, too.
Kahn, the great detective. Has it occurred to you we might have made the trip for nothing?
Oh, not for nothing, honey. Just to catch those cuties is worth plenty.
They're finishing, thank goodness. There. That raven-haired beauty you were feasting your eyes on is taking her bow, and...
Well, I'll be...
That black hair, it's a wig. She's taken it off. She's a blonde.
She's not only a blonde, she is also Helen Duesberg.
Joe!
Yeah, we found her, Daisy.
You stay here, honey.
Where are you going?
To say hello to Helen. Keep a candle in the window for me.
Come in.
Mrs. Duisberg?
Who are you?
I'm Joe Kahn, a private detective. That probably doesn't mean anything to you, but your sister Diane hired me to find you for her.
My sister Diane.
That's right. I might also tell you that I found out where Carl left the silver box.
What?
He left it with Kaplan. He wrote you a note with it. Said that was the safest way.
How do you know this?
It's a long story, but I've got the silver box. I was bargaining it against you with Mailer. The question is now, what do you want to do about it?
I'm afraid it's a little late for Mrs. Duisberg to decide that.
What? Cortez?
Plus a gun, Mr. Kahn. Plus a gun.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
I had lived up to my reputation. The smart private eye, Joe Kahn, the clever character. I'd found the girl I was hired to look for, Helen Duisberg. Daisy and I had come to Toulouse, the Mailers Club, the Arabian Nights. I figured that was where he was hiding Helen, and I was right. But what I hadn't figured on was someone else who was looking for Helen. A smooth guy called Earl Cortez, who appeared in the dressing room with a gun.
Please do not make any trouble, Mr. Kahn. For one thing, I should have to shoot you, and for another, we have your girlfriend who was with you at the table, and her safety is dependent on your behavior.
Okay, Cortez. Looks like it's all yours.
It certainly is. Stand quite still, please, Mr. Kahn. You are probably carrying a gun, and I would feel safer if it were in my possession. That's better.
Now what?
Now we will wait in the corridor while Mrs. Duisberg here gets dressed. Then we will take a short journey. Please be quick, Mrs. Duisberg. That's right, Mr. Kahn. Just stand in front of me while we wait.
Tell me something. How did you find out that Helen was here at the Arabian Nights?
I have my sources of information, Mr. Kahn.
Where's your sister, Inez?
You will see her shortly. At the moment, she is taking care of your girlfriend.
Oh?
You don't sound very pleased about that. You are quite right. Inez can be rather unpleasant. Ah, you are ready, Mrs. Duisberg. Splendid. Now, we will go.
Cortez directed us to the back door. There was a car outside with a man at the wheel. Helen and I were piled in, and the car drove to a house on the outskirts of Toulouse. It was a big house. Big enough to scream in and not be heard outside, which was bad. Cortez and his man, whose name was Hugo, took us into the living room.
Joe, they got you.
Yeah, I'm afraid they did, Daisy. You all right?
So far.
So far is correct, Mr. Kahn.
Well, hello there, Inez. How's your sex appeal making out these days, huh?
I have other weapons when sex appeal fails. Like this.
You know I'd have picked you for a knife artist. There's something sharp about your manner.
I am very good with a knife, Mr. Kahn. Good enough to stop your joking forever. Earl, we are all here now, aren't we? Let us get on with it.
There is still one more person to come, Inez.
No, I'm here.
Diane!
Hello, Joe. You look surprised. Oh, but of course you didn't expect to see me in Toulouse, did you?
So that's it. That's how Cortez knew where to find help.
Bad luck, Joe. All's fair, you know.
No wonder you knew Cortez and his sister and all about the way they work. But I don't get it. What's behind it all?
We will leave that part of it for the moment. There are more urgent things to discuss. The money. Who's got it? You, Mrs. Duisberg? Don't make the mistake of trying to keep it from us, my dear. You wouldn't want us to get nasty, wouldn't
Lay
it?
off there, Cortez. I can tell you who's got the dough I have.
You, Mr. Kahn?
Yeah.
Very well, where is it?
Oh, tut. You disappoint me, Earl. Your technique is as crude as Mailer's. That was the way he approached the subject.
Kahn, I am not in the mood for fooling.
Let me get at him, Earl. I will make him sing like a canary.
Seeing that my ex-client, Miss Clutterbuck, is batting in your league, it leaves me minus a fee. I'd still like to draw a check for services rendered. Say, 25,000?
Say 5.
25 is only 12.5%. When you remember that I'm holding the money, I figure my fee is moderate.
Ines, I think we can get better terms from Mr. Kahn. Would you like to demonstrate your skill on his girlfriend?
It would be a pleasure, Earl. I have several interesting accomplishments with the knife, Mr. Kahn.
Hold it. Okay, I'll tell you.
Joe.
They're not kidding, Daisy.
You are a wise man, Mr. Kahn. Where is it?
It's in a safe deposit box in the bank. I mailed the key to myself at my office.
In that case, there is nothing to keep us here in Toulouse any longer. It will take us a day to make the trip back by car, so we will get started at once.
It was a long and uncomfortable car ride. Once we reached the old hometown, Cortez dropped his pal Hugo and me outside my office and then went on. Hugo kept close beside me all the way to the bank and then took charge of the silver box with the $200,000. 20 minutes later, we were in the living room of a mansion where Cortez, Diane, Inez, Helen, and Daisy were waiting.
You got it, Hugo. Fine.
Better make sure it's all there, Earl.
My dear Diane, of course. Open the box, Hugo.
Well, it was a roundabout way of finding it, but thanks to you, Joe, found it we have.
Yeah. Just tell me one thing to satisfy my curiosity. What is this dough and where did it come from?
I'm quite happy to enlighten you. It came from England.
What for?
A payoff. Our English friends, represented by Miss Clutterbuck,
Thank you, Mr. Cortez.
have cooperated with us, and this was our share of the proceeds.
What kind of racket makes this kind of dough in England?
American servicemen. There are quite a lot of them permanently stationed in England. With the help of Miss Clutterbuck's associates, we have established a complete monopoly of the gambling in the camps.
Oh, I see. It figures. And Duesberg must have been one of the servicemen on your payroll, huh?
He is clever, isn't he, Earl?
How come the money was left with him?
I can explain that, Joe. You see, one of our problems was getting our American friend's percentage out of England and into the States. That was where Carl Duesberg was invaluable.
Or so we thought. A serviceman coming home for discharge, the money traveled in his kit bag. He and Mrs. Duesberg got back, he took a job with Glauben Chemicals, and then everybody waited. When word came through to us that the payoff was to be made, Duesberg claimed he hadn't heard.
Figured he could keep the dough for himself, huh?
Yes, Mr. Kahn, but he found his mistake.
Didn't you try your persuasive tactics out here, Menas?
You...
Quiet, Ines. To finish the story for you, Kahn, we grew tired of waiting. Duesberg suffered an accident. We intended to pick up Mrs. Duesberg, feeling sure she would have the money. As we now know, she didn't. And she realized that nobody would believe her, so she went to Mela. He gave her a job at the Casbah, and while she was there, she told him this story.
And Mela saw a golden opportunity to grab himself $200,000 almost out of the air.
Exactly. He sent Mrs. Duesberg to his club in Toulouse, while he started looking for the money. And that is where you came into the picture. When our English associates heard about it, they were embarrassed. They sent us someone to help us find the money. Diane.
And with your help, Joe, dear, we found it.
So that's it, huh? I seem to have done a nice job for everybody.
Especially for me, Con.
What? Mela!
Watch 'em, Hank. Anybody moves and they get lead poisoning. Nice of you to collect the cash for us, Cortez. Saved us a lot of trouble.
How did you know we had it?
I own the Arabian Nights in Toulouse, remember? I got word that Mrs. Duesberg there had suddenly disappeared. I put two and two together, and my answer came to $200,000.
You!
Daisy, when the shooting stars drop to the floor, follow me.
Okay, Joe.
You're all washed up, Cortez. Finished.
Am I?
You and that she-wolf sister of yours.
A she-wolf has teeth.
Oh, she's got a knife.
He knows it now.
On the floor, Daisy. Make for the door.
Joe, you think they saw us crawl out?
I think they were too busy playing targets with each other. Daisy, head up those stairs. See if you can find a phone and call Harding at Homicide. Tell him to get out here fast. Now make it fast, honey. I figure the shooting's nearly over.
All right, Joe, but could take care of yourself.
Don't worry. This is one time I'm not playing hero. Let them fight it out for themselves.
Well, so that's the whole story, huh? Brother, what a massacre.
What about Helen Duisberg?
Bullet in the arm, she'll be okay. She was lucky. With all the gunfire, she could have been killed like the rest of them.
Cortez, his sister, that hood of his, Hugo?
The Clutterbuck dame, Mailer, and his pal Hank. Brother, there'll only be standing room at the morgue this week.
Well, I came out of it with a whole hide, for which I'm grateful. But no dough, for which I'm not. You know, I only got $400 from Diane Clutterbuck, and I spent what was left of that on the plane fares to Duluth.
The taxation boys will take care of the $200,000. They'll call it part of Cortez' undeclared income. But you should get 10% for laying the information.
Harding, you've brightened my day.
You've brightened mine, Gumshoe. When I tell the chief that Cortez has handed in his ticket, he'll be so pleased he might even smile.
The homicide boys took statements from Daisy and me and then let us go. Daisy had a kind of predatory look in her eyes, so I made a quick excuse and headed home for my apartment. But I wasn't getting off so easily. Hello?
You think you're getting away from me, Joe Kahn. But you'd better think again.
Now, Daisy, I told you.
Oh, no, you can't dodge me anymore. The case is over, you've got no new one, which means you're doing nothing this evening.
Yeah, but I need rest, honey. My nerves are shattered. My brain's tired.
Well, I've got a nice, cozy atmosphere all ready and waiting for you. I'm all primed for rest, relaxation, and romance. I'll expect you at 7.
Oh, but Daisy,
at
honey.
7.
Oh, heck. How can I get out of this lot? She's right. I haven't got anything to do. If only I had a new case to start on. Okay, coming. Yeah?
Mr. Kahn, private detective.
That's me.
I'm sorry to come to your apartment instead of your office, but it's urgent. I'm in trouble, Mr. Kahn. I need help right away. I'm prepared to pay your usual fees if you can start work right now.
Lady, consider me started.
Well, it's like this. I shot my husband exactly 35 minutes ago.
This is Carter Brown. Well, he wanted a new case to start on. I had to give him one. But I think he should have stuck to Daisy, don't you? Anyway, let's leave Joe Kahn and concentrate on my next book, which I've called Love Me, Lieutenant, about a hard-boiled cop who finds himself framed for murder. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In KUDOS for KAHN, you heard our star Grant Taylor as Joe Kahn. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
The Adventures of Father Brown. And here he is, Father Brown, the best-loved detective of them all.
Humanity produces optimists only because it has never produced a really happy man.
From the masterful and exciting pages of G.K. Chesterton comes that fascinating human being, Father Brown, played by Carl Swenson. Underneath the modest exterior of Father Brown is the rich character of a generous, deeply human man with a sensitive and quick-witted mind. In addition to being a man of God, he is a man of the world, a man of science, and a brilliant amateur detective. And now, the 3 tools of death. Facing the afterglow of a beautiful summer sunset, Father Brown sits alone in the study of his modest parish house. He is half dozing when Nora, his housekeeper, enters.
Father Brown. Father Brown.
No. Yes, Nora? What time is it?
Time for your tea. Here it is, nice and hot.
Ah, thank you. Just set it there, please.
Were you asleep?
Oh, I was in between, Nora, just in between. A beautiful state of being, I assure you. Half out of this world and half in.
It's a good thing young Father Peter took over your duties for a day. I told him... There's somebody at the door. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
No.
Oh, good evening, Nora. Is Father Brown in?
I'm sorry, Flambeau, but he's rested.
No, Nora. You know Flambeau's always welcome. Tell him to come in.
Oh, all right.
Come in, Flambeau. Have a cup of tea.
No, thanks, Father. I'm all upset. A friend of mine is in trouble.
Oh.
Will you come with me to Oakville? My car's outside.
Here. No, not so fast. Get your breath. Sit down.
Father, you've heard of Aaron Armstrong, the philanthropist and lecturer?
Oh, Armstrong. The author of those bestsellers on how to be happy, etc. Has that such a tremendous following?
Yes, Father, that's the one.
Oh, yes. I've read his books. And I attended one of his lectures once in which he offered his followers an easy road to happiness. Or heaven, as he called it.
That's the guy, Father.
Yes. As I remember, he apparently based his teachings on one of the Proverbs of Solomon. A merry heart doeth good like medicine, but a broken spirit drieth the bones.
Uh-huh.
Yes. He believed in giving up all the physical appetites, smoking, overeating, and drinking. Oh, yes, and above all, he believed in being cheerful. He dealt with the drink problem with an enormous gaiety.
Well, he's dead.
What?
His body was discovered early this morning.
Well, you don't say. Where?
Right near his house, in a ditch on the parkway.
What happened?
Nobody knows. But according to the police, it looks like murder.
Did you say his house is close to the parkway?
Yes, on an embankment just above it.
Well, what makes the police think it wasn't an accident, Flambeau?
Well, he was wearing only his dressing gown. And another strange thing, Father. A small piece of rope was tied around one of his ankles.
Was any weapon found?
No, but it was apparent he'd been struck on the head by a huge instrument of some sort. Cuts and bruises on his body showed signs of a struggle.
Well, who put you on the case?
Oh, no one. The dead man's secretary, Robert Royce, is an old friend of mine. I called him as soon as I heard the news and offered him my services as private investigator. But he refused to see me.
Well, that's strange. No, yet no. Not so strange if he were implicated. Who else is there beside Royce in the household?
Just Armstrong's daughter. A very attractive girl, I hear, but completely dominated by her father's cheerfulness. And there's also a gardener, I believe.
And your friend Royce, what sort of man is he?
Oh, he's a huge, genial sort of fellow. A Scotsman.
Did he and Armstrong get along well together?
Well, Royce was devoted to him.
Ah, yes. Armstrong had many devoted followers. You know, he's always interested me, Flambeau. He puzzled me, in fact.
Puzzled you?
Yes. When first I heard him lecture, I remember thinking that he had a troublesome road ahead. I believe that somewhere in his life, you'll find the secret of his death.
But, Father, according to the papers, he lived as he preached.
Oh, yes, I know, Flambeau. The old fellow's optimism was phenomenal. But somehow I don't believe he found that easy road to heaven, as he called it.
No?
No. Neither have I. There is no shortcut to heaven, my friend.
But who would want to kill such a man?
Well, if ever I murdered somebody, I dare say it might well be an optimist of the proportions of old Armstrong. His optimism was so out of proportion.
I've heard cheerfulness referred to as a virtue.
Yeah, well, people like frequent laughter, but a permanent smile, Flambeau. Well, now that's something else again. As Shakespeare says, the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape.
Oh, Father, it's 6 o'clock. We're just in time for the news. Let's turn on the radio.
That's a good idea. Perhaps there's something further on the case.
Listen.
Clear tonight and tomorrow somewhat cooler. Now we bring you a special bulletin just handed me on the Armstrong case.
Turn it up, Flambeau.
John Magnus, the gardener, the millionaire philanthropist, has been reported missing.
Oh.
Also, negotiable bonds of the dead man valued at $100,000. The police received this report only a short while ago and are now conducting a statewide search for the gardener. It is believed...
Well, that seems to be the first real clue. Do you mind if I use the phone, Father? I'd like to talk to Royce again.
The call will cost you a nickel. Tax 2 cents. That's 7 cents. Just drop a dime in the poor box on your way out.
All right, Father. Hello, Royce? This is Flambeau. Now, wait a minute. We just heard the news about the gardener's disappearance. Oh, hold on. You remember the friend I was telling you about? Yes, Father Brown. Well, we'd like to come up. What's that? Oh, I don't get it. Royce. My Father, he's hung up.
What did he say?
He said if we valued our lives, we wouldn't go near that house.
Interesting. Well, Flambeau, that's what I call a real invitation. Come on, my friend, let's go.
Well, I'm sure there's someone here, Father.
Ring again, Flambeau. Here's someone now.
Yes? What do you want?
Oh, good evening, Royce.
So it's you, Flambeau. I thought I warned you plain enough over the phone.
You did. But look here, Royce. I don't understand.
It was plain English I spoke.
I know, but you sounded like you were in trouble.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, come, man. Don't act as though we weren't friends. Oh, this is Father Brown.
I gathered as much.
Mr. Royce, I'm afraid I'm to blame for this visit.
Well, it was good of you to come, Father, but I wish you'd both heeded my warning.
Man, what kind of a friend would I have been if I had?
I tell you, the police have already investigated.
I know. I've talked with them.
Perhaps we can help you, Mr. Royce.
Help? In what way?
Well, maybe we could tell better if you'd ask us in.
Very well. You may come in. What you should have let sleeping dogs lie, Flambeau.
Well, Royce, I must confess I can't find anything here in Armstrong's room that tells us very much.
And just what did you expect to find?
Mr. Royce.
Yes?
What do you make of the gardener's disappearance?
Magnus is a fool, maybe a thief, but he never killed Mr. Armstrong. I'm sure it was the deed of a madman.
I see. My. Well, I would never have expected those to be there.
Father, what are you looking at?
That pair of socks over there thrown under the bureau.
Oh, they should be in the bureau drawer. Here, I'll put them away.
Wait. May I have a look at those bureau drawers, Mr. Royce?
What for?
Well, I'd just like to look.
What are you searching for?
And I'll take a peep at that closet, too, if you don't mind. Well, now that's funny.
What, Father?
Everything looked so neat when we came in.
Mr. Armstrong was always very particular.
Everything is in order on the surface. But underneath, things look different.
What things?
Well, in the closet, his socks are stuffed in the hangers with his suits. And in the bureau drawers, under those beautifully laid-out shirts...
Yes?
A whole lot of ginger spilled from a box.
Why do you have to go on with this? The police went over the room very thoroughly.
The room, perhaps. But they seem to have missed this piece of rope. Look here. I found it caught in the vine just below the ledge of the window.
Well, it couldn't have been there this morning or the police would have found it.
Well, I just saw the wind blow an end of it out from under the vine. Royce, maybe you can tell me how this piece of rope got there.
What has that got to do with the case?
You know perfectly well a piece of rope was tied around the leg of the dead man.
That rope in your hand was left from fixing the windows.
Well, now, I'm just wondering.
Wondering what, Father?
Well, let me take a look out of that window.
Why?
For a very good reason. The police haven't yet established why the dead man was found on the parkway. No, that isn't it. The window isn't high enough from the ground for him to have fallen, or been pushed, or to have jumped.
Right. And not high enough for his body to have rolled down the embankment to the parkway.
Mr. Royce, isn't there another floor to this house?
There's only an attic.
Robert?
That's Miss Armstrong. She's been much upset since her father's death.
Oh, yes, of course.
You'll have to excuse me for a moment.
Certainly.
Father, I don't like the look of things. This rope I found in the vine was cut with a sharp instrument. The rope found on Armstrong's ankle was also cut with a sharp instrument. And did you notice the cut on Royce's knuckle?
Yes, I did, Flambeau. But, I haven't noticed any geniality. He's hardly the person you described to me.
Yes, I know, Father. Didn't like him.
Nevertheless, it seems to fit his unshaven appearance.
It's the first time I've ever seen him that way, either.
You're worried about your friend's innocence, aren't you?
Well, I know how the mind of a thief works, Father. I was once a thief myself. But murder...
You think he's capable of murder?
Well, the answer to that one is more up your alley, Father.
Well, in any event, he's hiding something. But I think there is a secret in this house more important than his, and I'm very anxious to find out what it is. Now, first, look at the stains on the wall. And you felt the dust on the banisters as we came up.
Well?
Well, but the question fairly screams at us, Flambeau.
What question?
Why are there no servants in this house?
Well, Armstrong certainly had plenty of money. He could afford them.
There could only be one reason. If the old man himself had something to hide.
Father, you mean you think Armstrong...
Well,
Miss Armstrong's in the drawing room downstairs. She'd like to talk to you, Father Brown. If you will, please follow me.
Well, I hesitate to continue, Miss Armstrong. I know how badly you feel.
Please go on, Father Brown. I'm quite all right.
But that bruise on your forehead, Miss Armstrong...
Oh, that's nothing. It doesn't bother me. I bumped it.
Your father had a great many followers, didn't he?
Oh, yes, he helped so many people.
Do you know why your father decided to give up all his servants?
Well, great men like my father have their peculiarities.
Their ideas are often different from other people's.
Yes, very true, Mr. Royce, very true. I was only wondering...
Wait.
Listen.
What?
Listen. Someone's unlocking the front door.
Who could it be? No one has a key besides us.
Who's that?
Me, Magnus.
Magnus?
Yes, Miss Armstrong. Magnus.
And here is Inspector Vincent. Well, how are you, Inspector?
Fine, Father Brown, fine. Hello, Flambeau. I might have known you two would be here.
Well, I see you got your man, Inspector. Is this the gardener who walked out of here with $100,000 worth of bonds?
Walked out of here and right into my office to place them in my charge. Hello, Royce. Are you feeling better, Miss Armstrong?
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Now, Magnus, perhaps you'd care to tell Miss Armstrong why you took those bonds without consulting her.
No one in this household is to be trusted. Not even Miss Armstrong.
Now, see here, Magnus.
Just a minute, Royce. What I want to know, why did you wait so long before reporting this gardener's absence?
We didn't think much of it, Inspector, until I noticed the bonds were gone, too.
I was waiting for you to report it. Magnus has been telling me some very interesting things.
A new angle on the case, Inspector?
Well, it closes the case if Magnus is telling the truth.
Inspector, what this man says is not to be taken seriously. He's not been himself.
What makes you say that?
Magnus used to be my father's personal valet, Inspector. But he was taken off that and put to work in the garden. He's been very upset.
He thought it was quite a come-down.
Upset, am I? Well, I like that. I wasn't going to tell the inspector about you two being in love, but now
Be careful what you say, Magnus.
You weren't so careful what you said when I heard you two talking in the garden the other night.
Magnus.
I've stood enough of this.
Take it easy, Royce.
Inspector, may I make a suggestion?
Just a minute, Father Brown. Magnus, what are you getting at?
About 4 nights ago it was. I heard them in the garden. He was begging her to marry him. They didn't know I was close by.
No, Robert, we mustn't.
But, Alice, you've no life of your own. Let's face your father now. Let's tell him how much we love each other.
Oh, but, Robert, we must wait. We really ought to.
I know how important you are to his work, but what about us? Our life? We can't go on waiting forever.
Oh, but, Robert, it won't be forever. Oh, darling, you know I love you. You must be sure of that.
I am sure, my dearest. Oh, if only I could get my hands on some money.
What do you mean, Robert?
I'd make you marry me then, Alice.
Oh, Robert. I feel guilty even thinking of it. We mustn't, my darling. Not now. So long as he's alive.
I'll find some way out of this.
Shh. I thought I heard someone.
We better not talk here. Come, my dear.
Well, that's all I could hear. But I suspected them, what they were up to, and now I know.
You know what?
That they would be off with the money. Mr. Armstrong's money. The money he had wanted to be used for his work.
Inspector, this talk is ridiculous. You don't think...
Mr. Royce, do you use an old-fashioned razor?
Aye.
You didn't use it today. Why?
Why, I mislaid it.
When?
I don't know, since I last shaved, I guess.
That was yesterday. You can tell by his beard.
Magnus brought your razor to the precinct with him with the bonds. I'm holding it as evidence.
Why?
Because it had a smear of blood on it.
Oh, I must have cut myself shaving and forgot to wipe it.
Oh, Inspector, is this all the evidence you have of Royce's guilt?
Who said anything about Royce's guilt? Now, Magnus, tell them what you told me just now in the office.
I was sleeping in my room over the garage, and about 4 this morning I heard shots, followed by loud outcries, which seemed to come from the attic. An instant later, I saw Mr. Armstrong's body pitched from the window and roll down the embankment. When I made sure he was dead, I rushed up to the attic and found his daughter unconscious on the floor with a razor in her hand.
You mean Miss Armstrong killed her father?
It's a lie! Surely, Father Brown, you for one will take Miss Armstrong's word against his gardener's?
But is Miss Armstrong's word against him? So far, she has said nothing.
Miss Armstrong, can't you speak?
Magnus told the truth.
There, you see?
I'll get you for this.
I'll get you.
Here now.
Oh, you'll not say things like that.
I will, and I do.
Royce, go on, let go.
None of that, Royce, or I'll arrest you for assault.
No. You'll arrest me for murder.
Robert!
But, man, you've been Armstrong's best friend. What possessed you?
I was drunk.
Sure. Didn't I find those empty bottles hidden in the garden, piling up week after week? Sure. I knew what was going on here.
Now, Magnus, you've told your story. Let Royce tell his.
Maybe he was too drunk to remember.
Miss Armstrong did not pick up the razor to attack, but to defend her father from me. In the scuffle, she hit her head against the eaves of the attic. I hurried down to get something to revive her, and it must have been then that Magnus came in and found her.
Oh, Robert!
All right, Royce. Come along.
Wait, Inspector, before you arrest Royce.
What is it now, Father Brown?
Well, so far we've had opinions and confessions. But we haven't had facts. And we need facts.
And where do you think we'll find them?
In the attic.
In the attic?
Yes, Inspector. Perhaps by climbing a few steps nearer heaven, we can come closer to this evil.
But, Father, I can't figure out what you expect to find in this attic.
You sleep here, don't you, Mr. Royce?
Aye.
And Mr. Armstrong slept in the room immediately below this?
Aye, but why all these questions?
Well, now, in the first place, Mr. Royce, why did you bring your victim up here at the crack of dawn in order to kill him? Why didn't you go to his room? Well?
I've confessed. Isn't that enough?
Well, confession is good for the soul, that's granted. But, Inspector, you remember Magnus telling us he was awakened by shots?
Yes. What about those shots, Inspector?
Were any bullets found in Armstrong's body?
Well, we investigated and didn't find a one.
Wait. Here is my pistol. I fired those shots. You can see the holes in the carpet.
Well, why should anybody fire at the carpet?
A drunken man will let fly at anything.
He doesn't pick a quarrel with his feet.
And there's the rope. It was from my window here that Armstrong was thrown.
And the piece of rope I found fell to the vines below.
What about the blow on the head? According to our report, he was struck by a massive weapon.
A massive weapon indeed, Inspector. Sure. The good green earth was the weapon.
Okay, so the good green earth was the weapon. But look, this room was the beginning of the murder. Even I can see from the disorder. Come on, Royce. Let's go.
But the disorder here is all on the surface. The very opposite of Armstrong's room. No, it doesn't fit. Too many inconsistencies.
Father Brown, Royce has given himself up.
No. Really, this won't do at all.
What won't do?
Well, first the police said no weapon was found at all. Now we're finding too many.
Too many?
There's the razor to cut a person, the rope to strangle, the pistol to shoot, and after all this, Armstrong broke his skull falling out of a window. No. It won't do. It's not economical.
Alice, they won't believe me. You tell them.
Inspector,
Yes, young lady.
may I speak to Father Brown alone for a moment?
If you must, but be quick. We can't wait around here all night.
And now what is it, my child? What is it that you wish to say?
You're trying to save Robert, but it's no use. I should have realized before this his case is hopeless. Before he came to us, he was a prisoner of war. He had some shocking experiences.
Well, you think that was the reason for his drinking?
Yes, he wasn't himself at times. We thought he was getting over it, but... Father, I saw Robert commit the crime myself. I heard the shots. I ran up just in time to see him leap at my father.
Where was your father standing?
He was clinging to the windowsill in terror.
But the rope.
Robert tried to strangle him with it. Father fought back, and the rope slipped from his shoulders to his feet, tightening around the leg. Robert was like a maniac. I snatched the razor from the floor and managed to cut the rope before he pushed me against the
Miss
eaves.
Armstrong, what we see with our eyes is sometimes farthest from the truth. Now, you thought that you saw a man about to commit murder. What you actually saw was two men struggling, and then you lost consciousness.
But Father Brown...
I want you to go downstairs, my dear.
I don't understand.
Go on now, please. Do as I say.
Very well.
Thank you, my dear.
Well, Father Brown, I've seen and heard enough to convince me. Unless you know something pretty startling, I'm taking Royce down and booking him.
If you don't mind, Inspector, I'd like to talk to Royce a bit before you do.
What about, Father?
Where's Alice?
She's out of earshot, Mr. Royce. So why don't you tell us about it now?
Tell you about what?
I see. Well, then I'll tell you, Inspector. Those 3 tools of death were not used to kill Armstrong, but to save him.
Save him?
Father, I don't get this.
Save him from what?
From himself. At the time old Armstrong died, he was a suicidal maniac. No, Royce, you weren't drinking.
No?
No, and you were the only one who knew what lurked behind old Armstrong's laughter.
No.
Yes, you knew that behind that merry mask was the mind of an atheist.
No.
A man who knew nothing of God. He didn't realize until it was too late that human beings need something to worship greater than themselves.
I warned Flambeau not to bring you here, Father. I was afraid it might come to this.
Well, man, what harm is there in the truth now?
Alice must never know.
Why? Why shouldn't she be told that you weren't the enemy her father feared? Shall I name the enemy, Royce?
All right, Father Brown. You win. This morning, Armstrong was determined to do away with himself. He knew I kept my service pistol in my dresser. And when he heard me go down to the kitchen early at dawn, he left his room and came up here.
And you came in and accidentally surprised him.
I got the pistol out of his hand, but in the struggle I had no time to unload, so I fired at the carpet. Then he found my razor and tried to slash himself. I snatched it from him and flung it to the floor. I ran after him with a rope to tie him up.
And it was then that the unlucky girl ran in, and misunderstanding the struggle.
She tried to cut her father free with a razor. She cut the rope, slashing my knuckle just as I pushed her, and he went crashing into eternity out of that window.
But, Father Brown, you spoke of an enemy old man Armstrong feared.
I did, yes.
You mean the enemy was in this room with him at the same time as Royce?
Yes.
Who was it?
The sin. The very thing Armstrong was so vehement against.
You mean alcohol?
It was his worst enemy. The moment I saw the ginger in one of the bureau drawers downstairs, I suspected it was the futile effort of a man who was trying to give up drinking. Isn't that right, Royce?
Yes, Father Brown. Armstrong was living a lie, and it preyed on his mind.
And he feared his public might find him out.
Aye. The more despondent he got, the darker visions he had of failing his followers. The people who looked to him for guidance. So fearful was he of anyone prying into his secret that he hid from his friends and got rid of all his servants.
And you were the only one he could confide in.
Aye.
He didn't understand your loyalty, did he?
No, but it was for her sake, you see.
And so you kept the knowledge of his spells to yourself, letting his daughter believe it was you, the result of the war.
Aye.
Well, Royce, I can't imagine why you didn't speak up before.
Don't you see? It was because she must never know.
Never know what?
Why, that she killed her own father.
I see. By trying to free him.
My son, I think she should know. After all, it was only an accident. And accidents, no matter how tragic, do not poison life like sins. I think you should both be happier now. Surely, 2 private lives are worth more than the public reputation of Aaron Armstrong.
Well, Father, at last you're back.
Yes, we were worried.
Hello, Nora. Hello, Peter.
Have you had dinner?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, that's a shame. I'd better go fix you something right away.
Ah, my. It's nice to sit down again. Oh, Peter, you missed your story tonight. I'm sorry.
Father, I heard tonight's story. Many versions of it.
You did? How?
From the news commentators over the radio.
Oh.
They've been reading bulletins on it every half hour or so.
I see.
Tell me, Father, what made you suspect Royce wasn't guilty?
Well, looking into the hidden places of his attic room convinced me of Royce's innate neatness, Peter.
I don't quite see.
Well, I knew that no one as orderly as Royce could commit such a murder. The whole thing was too sloppy. I mean, the 3 tools of death.
But how did you discover that Armstrong was a suicide?
Well, the same method, but in reverse. I'm afraid my methods are not orthodox, Peter. I'm no real detective. To me, a man's inner nature must be revealed first. Armstrong's habits revealed his nature just as Royce's did. They justified certain suspicions I had when Flambeau told me of his death.
What do you mean?
Well, Armstrong's erratic character was clear to me when I looked into his bureau drawers. See, there I saw the compartments of his mind. The neatness mixed with the disorder which his friend Royce had tried to cover up. The litter reflecting the mind of the depressed.
Surely you had something more than that to prove he was a suicide.
Well, yes, Peter, I had myself.
Yourself?
Yes. I dare say that I would feel as Armstrong did if I had ever preached an easy road to happiness and then had slipped into a ditch by the side of the road.
Yes, Father, I see.
Yes. Well, now, good night, Father Peter.
Good night, Father Brown.
Been listening to The Adventures of Father Brown with Carl Swenson as Father Brown. Father Brown's adventure tonight was called The 3 Tools of Death. The character of Father Brown was created by G.K. Chesterton in the detective novels called The Adventures of Father Brown. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good morning, all. Today is the 556th day of war, and here is the latest news in England, Germany, and the United States reported direct from the capitals of these nations. Go ahead, London.
This is London. Ed Doyce speaking. There were no air raids on any part of the British Isles last night, presumably due to the weather. Several German aircraft attempted to approach the coast, where, says the Air Ministry, there was very slight activity. 3 German bombers were shot down by RAF fighters off the east coast this morning. The monthly air raid casualty list was issued today. 789 civilians were killed and 1,068 seriously injured in February. The total, though far lower than the monthly average since September, is high in proportion to the number of heavy raids during the month. Colonel Donovan paid his long-expected visit to Southern Ireland today. He flew from London to Dublin and is lunching with Mr. De Valera. He was met at the airport by ERA government officials and is expected to return to London tonight. The eyes of the 300 Norwegian patriots who left their homes in the Lofoten Islands to be free popped out this morning at their first sight of a city as big as London. But they didn't read themselves praised in the newspapers anymore. In fact, there is no mention of the Navy's raid in the noon editions. The editors were given a tip that there had been too much boasting about a routine naval operation. The News Chronicle this morning, however, drew a moral from the raid. It shows the need for audacity. Audacity, the paper writes, took the British fighting men into the fjords of Lofoten. If the War Department were prepared to exercise the same quality in that other and more important theater of war, there is no one in this country who will not back them to the limit. The lack of audacity, the paper continues, lost us Norway early in the war. Hesitation, unwillingness to decide were mainly responsible for the long list of reverses that we suffered. In Greece, we have our last bridgehead on the European continent. In Greece, we have our chance to force a second front on the enemy, anxious to avoid that peril to his security. There are heavy risks, the Chronicle admits, but they ought to be run. All the papers and the radio play up reports from Washington that the lease and lend bill is expected to pass the Senate today. There is no comment. The greatest reserve is necessarily maintained. But the idea that shipping is the crux of the whole question is still the main topic of special articles in many of the papers. And some pretty stiff criticism is being leveled against the government. Sir W. Reardon Smith, in his presidential address to the British ship owners meeting yesterday, for example, blamed the lack of cooperation between civil servants and practical shipping men for the delays in loading and unloading ships at British ports. Shipping men of great ability and experience, he said, have been sidetracked by civil servants in the Ministry of Shipping. There are a number of little stories today which prove that human beings the world over are very much alike. The tie that binds is the cause for which people work or fight. And every country has what are called cranks. In a villa among the lakes of Northumberland, for example, a group of 30 men, some of military age and women, are at this moment calculating by astronomy the length of Christ's life. They are working out chronologically the creation of the world and all that has happened since. They devote all their energies to this cause. 2 of the men appeared before a conscientious objectors tribunal at Lancaster. They said they considered the work they were doing as the, quote, highest contribution they could give to the people of Britain, unquote. Their appeal was allowed, and they were exempted from military service. Peculiar people is the headline over the story in the Daily Mail. A reader of the same paper writes to urge that all boys up to 21 ought to be compelled to wear knickers in order to save cotton and wool. Those unable to afford new outfits could cut off their long trousers. The editor asks, why confine the rule to boys under 21? Opponents and proponents of the Oxford group movement in the House of Commons have drawn about level on the eve of a vote. 48 members have now appended their names to Mr. A.P. Herbert's motion to revoke the charter of Mr. Buckman's movement because it is harmful to the British cause in many countries. 6 of Mr. Herbert's original supporters, including several Catholic MPs, have deserted to the opposition's counter-motion drafted by Sir Robert Gower. Sir Robert has mustered 49 supporters for his contention that the Oxford Group campaign strengthens the bonds of friendship between the Empire and the United States. I return you now to the National Broadcasting Company in New York.
That was our staff reporter in London, giving you the news John Bull will find in his afternoon newspaper. Now, next we take you over the Atlantic Ocean, beyond the British Isles, the English Channel, and the occupied lowlands to bring you the news in Germany. Go ahead, Berlin.
Hello, NBC. This is Theodore Knaut speaking from Berlin. Sensational news coming from Washington is spread all over the front pages of German newspapers this morning. President Roosevelt, it is asserted, is so anxious to keep Yugoslavia out of the three-power pact that he has offered the country a guarantee of her integrity if it refuses to join. The mask has fallen from the Aid to England bill, says the Völkischer Beobachter. Roosevelt seeks to prevent the new order in Europe, headlines the Börsenzeitung. Roosevelt wanted to force a promise of assistance on Yugoslavia, the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung announces. The Monroe Doctrine is for Roosevelt a scrap of paper, is how the BZ am Mittag puts it. Roosevelt's failure in the Balkans revealed in the Lokalanzeiger, and the background of Roosevelt's excited message to Yugoslavia in the 12-hour blot complete the picture given in the press here of the president's alleged move and its subsequent failure. The authority for all these sensational disclosures is a dispatch attributed to the Washington correspondent of a Budapest evening paper, Magyar Szag, which I find on inquiry in Hungarian circles is the official organ of the National Socialist Party in Hungary. The gist of the story is that on February 14th, the day of the Yugoslav statesman visited the Führer at the Berghof, Mr. Sumner Welles called up the Yugoslav minister in Washington and asked him to come to his house in the middle of the night, where he told him that the president wished to put an end to all further successes of the Axis powers, diplomatic or otherwise, and that the Aid to England bill would give America the means to hinder any attempts to introduce the new order in Europe. The further implications of the story in the Hungarian National Socialist paper are to show up the Aid to England bill as not so much a defensive measure, but one that is aggressive in its nature and, as the Völkischer Beobachter says, in lining it up with its own recent disclosures of Roosevelt's policy and the documentary evidence found in Poland and in France in government archives, it is to show that the president's entire policy has been aimed at intervention in the war. The Wilhelmstrasse is inclined to be reticent in its comment on the publicity given the incident in the German press, and when asked about the authenticity of the report, reference was made to the dispatch in the Hungarian National Socialist paper. It seems that this Saturday is going to pass by after all without seeing a further signature affixed to the three-power pact, although at the beginning of the week this seemed entirely possible. After the first rush which brought Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia into line on successive days, there has been a certain let-up, and it seems that protracted negotiations are necessary now before new adherents are gained. It is learned here that the Japanese Foreign Minister Matsuoka is coming to Berlin, a report that has been rumored for some days and that now finds confirmation from sources that are at least semi-official. Definite announcement may be expected soon. The Russian agency TASS has again come out with a denial, this time of the rumor that Russia had asked Romania to cede her naval bases on the Black Sea. Nothing is known on the Wilhelmstrasse regarding a reply from Turkey to the recent personal message sent to the Turkish president by Adolf Hitler. But it is intimated that it is customary that such a document should receive an answer in due course. Sinkings of British ships are increasing again, the German communique reporting that a submarine had sunk 5 vessels for a total of 33,000 tons, and that German speedboats had sunk 6 armed merchantmen and 2 destroyers in an attack on the southeast coast of England. German planes once more attacked Malta and set fire to a torpedo dump. A British pursuit bomber was shot down and a Sunderland seaplane was set on fire. In England, German planes bombed airports in south and central England and registered a hit on an armament works near Newark and on another near Bristol. There were no British planes over Germany yesterday. One of the planes that distinguished itself at Newark, by the way, was commanded by a lieutenant with the same name as myself, but he is no relation that I know of. The new burgomeisters that have been appointed in Amsterdam and Haarlem were sworn in by the German Reichscommissioner Seyss-Inquart himself, who said that their appointment was not a reprisal for the recent unfortunate incidents in Holland, but were to prevent their repetition in the future. This is Theodore Knaut speaking from Berlin and returning you to NBC.
Now let's hear the news at home, reported by Earl Godwin from our newsroom in Washington.
Good morning, folks. Listening to my colleague Theodore Knaut, I came to the conclusion there's no wonder he nearly choked to death over that story. That probably is as fantastic a tale as I have ever heard. This government is not interested and has not had a long arm reaching over into Yugoslavia trying to influence diplomacy. They do their influencing if possible, and I think that story that he told, which is probably correctly reported by him as coming from propaganda sources, will be denied or laughed at in this town all day today. The leased land bill is over the hump and will be passed. Senator Bennett Clark of Missouri is sure the bill will not pass today, but he seems to be alone in his view. He bases his view that there will be delay on the fact that there are 3 remaining major amendments which can easily take a lot of time. One amendment, important amendment, which the administration opposed yesterday, owes its defeat late yesterday in large measure to the voice of a woman, Senator Hattie Caraway of Arkansas. The veteran Senator Norris of Nebraska, who supports the bill generally, by the way, was urging his own amendment, which prohibits or would prohibit the use of armed forces overseas. Norris said he wanted to assure American mothers that their boys will not go to war. Of course, he conceded that his amendment would not be legally binding, but that it was reassuring. It sounded good. The administration leaders, worried, one by one took the floor against it because there's a tremendous emotional appeal in any argument against war, no matter how legal or illegal it is. Administration leaders urged that the Norris Amendment was meaningless, that it would mislead people who would think that this was a declaration that there could not ever be a war. They said it would really deceive mothers and so forth. Then up rose Mrs. Caraway, who rarely speaks, and in a calm voice, the woman senator from Nebraska made the moment dramatic as she said these words: "I speak for the mothers who are not afraid. I have had letters from them from all parts of the country. I myself have 2 sons who are in the Army. I believe it would be much safer for them not to amend this bill or weaken it." It was Mrs. Caraway who really saved the day for the bill at that juncture, and I've been told that by administration leaders no later than 10 minutes ago. Believe it or not, Senator Norris almost had a victory there until Mrs. Caraway spoke. One remaining amendment for today, in which the country at large will probably take deep interest, is that of Senator Walsh of Massachusetts. His proposal is to forbid the president to give away or lend or rent or sell or dispose of in any manner any military or naval aircraft which cannot be replaced with better equipment in 3 months. I assume that Walsh speaks for the Navy, or he speaks the Navy view, I should say, because he's close to the Navy, chairman of the Naval Affairs Committee of the Senate, and a firm believer in keeping our Navy to ourselves and for ourselves. Then today, Senators Taft and Toby want to substitute their own bills for the leased lend bill. They want to lend money instead of the leased lend procedure. And the third hurdle is the opposition motion, which would shelve the whole program. The Walsh Amendment relating to aircraft, I think, has the best chance, but probably will not be adopted. And Earl Godwin says goodbye. That's the news from Washington at this time.
Tomorrow, Sunday, this regular morning report is heard over most of these stations at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Playhouse 75. From the stages and studios, producers and playwrights of the world, we bring you the week's finest radio entertainment in Playhouse 75. Play tonight, A Case of Checkmate was written by South African writer Ron Evans. After finishing the writing of his latest novel, the internationally famous author Mortimer Wiley dabbles in a slice of real-life sleuthing, although strictly from the comfort of his well-padded armchair, just like playing chess. Mortimer's best friend, Captain Dirk van Zyl, tells him of a puzzling case of burglary which is currently troubling him. Between slices of cheesecake, cream bun, and strong coffee, Mortimer plays his game with people, using his secretary and his nephew to do the more energetic work. This story, in the classic tradition, will keep you chuckling and intrigued all the way to the final denouement. And now Act 1 of A Case of Checkmate.
Will you have another brandy, Captain?
Is that a ploy to make me hurry the next move?
And make a fatal mistake? Yes, it could be.
I know your tricks, Mortimer Wiley. You were well named.
By a loving father who knew I would grow up just like him. You know, Captain, there are only 2 moves you can possibly make. And both spell disaster.
No, I don't see it. There. How's that? You can't touch me there.
Ah, you obviously forgot my bishop lurking over here in the corner.
Oh, I should have known.
I suppose we can call that checkmate. Over and out.
I knew your chatter would distract me. That's all 5 games to you, as usual. I don't know why I come here to Wiley's lair to eat unhealthy food and get soundly thrashed at chess.
Because you want me to ghostwrite your casebook one day, when you retire, of course.
That's an idea. Yes, Mortimer, that's an excellent idea.
We'll talk about it sometime. It'll be a change for me. Putting out a minimum of 4 mystery novels a year can get somewhat tedious.
I know it keeps your bank manager very cheerful. Excuse my being personal, but I did read a few weeks ago that you're the 4th most widely read contemporary author.
Yes, my agent in London wrote me something to that effect. Like one more game?
No, thank you. The result would be a foregone conclusion, and I must leave in 10 minutes. I want to talk with one of my men about a case that's puzzling me.
Yeah?
I said I'd be there at 10, and it'll take the best part of 30 minutes to drive back into Johannesburg.
What's the puzzle, Captain?
It's just a simple case of burglary. And please, Mortimer, stop calling me Captain all the time. Other times you call me by my Christian name.
It's because you're wearing uniform this evening. Makes me feel like being formal. I'd still like to know what is puzzling you about the burglary.
Are you thinking of sticking your nose into it?
It might afford me a little relaxation. I'll be finishing my latest book tomorrow, and a few days of sleuthing might do me some good.
A burglary is hardly in your line.
If you haven't got a juicy murder on hand, a burglary will do. So stop being cagey, Dirk. Tell me all about it.
Well, there isn't much time now. What I'll do is, I'll send you over a file on the case first thing in the morning. One of these days I'll be getting myself into hot water doing things like this. You know that, don't you?
You never tire of telling me. But when I break the case for you, who gets the credit? Captain Dirk van Zyl, of course.
I break the case in the end, Mortimer.
But you know, I can be a lot quicker. And in a murder case, that can save lives.
Anyway, this is an old and futile argument, so let's drop it, shall we? The file will be here at about 9.
Excellent. In that event, I'll have young Roland here for orders around midday. I should have finished dictating the last 2 chapters to Sicily by then.
Heavens, look at the time. I don't like being a bad example to my men by being late.
I'll come with you to the door.
Are you quite sure your heart will stand the strain of moving your tremendous bulk that far?
I've been dieting. Just a little. But I can stroll in the garden for an hour every day.
Dieting you may be, but I can't say you're looking any slimmer.
A month ago I was 320 pounds. Now I'm only 300.
I still wouldn't like you to trip over me.
I've squashed bigger men than you, Dirk. Before you race off, Tell me what puzzles you about this burglary.
You'll see it in the file tomorrow. It's just a matter of motivation. Samuel Shaw, one of the city's financiers, was burgled 2 nights ago. Over $250,000 rents worth of jewelry was stolen from his home. He'd gone out with his wife for a drive and a breath of fresh air on the spur of the moment. Only one person knew he'd gone, an employee, Michael Pearson. And this man Pearson had left the house only minutes before, having been sacked for inefficiency by Shaw. He must have returned after the Shaws left and done the job. It was obviously the work of an amateur.
You still haven't told me what is puzzling you.
Well, it's this. Shaw suggested the culprit was Pearson the following morning. He told me about dismissing him and that Pearson did the burglary out of revenge as well as for profit. He added that Pearson was in deep water financially.
And?
After checking, we found that Pearson has no money troubles. There's not just that bothering me. You see, it doesn't seem to fit in with Pearson's character to commit a burglary for revenge. He's more the type to kick a man's teeth in and regret it a few minutes later.
Surely you're not holding this Pearson just on Shaw's suspicion?
No. Yesterday afternoon, Pearson's flat was searched. The pearl earring was recovered, and this was part of the stolen collection according to the typewritten list given to me by Shaw. Naturally, Pearson denied ever having seen the earring before.
It's very sticky for him.
Anyway, you can read up the rest tomorrow. You'd have me here all night telling you stories.
You'll have to when I start ghosting up your casebook.
Good morning, Mortimer.
Morning, Cecily. Is all yesterday's work ready to be checked over?
Yes, it's on your desk.
Oh, well, I suppose we'd better get straight into those last 2 chapters and leave the checking till later.
Are you switched on? Mentally, I mean.
You ask me that every morning, and you know very well that I'm not. At this moment, I can't even remember what the book's about, let alone remember what we wrote yesterday.
Shall I tell Esme to bring in a gallon or 2 of coffee?
She's already planning to do that without your prompting.
Clever, the way that girl reads your mind.
I wish you could. It would save me the effort of opening and closing my mouth when I'm dictating.
How do you intend switching yourself on this morning? Phone Captain Fenzale at his office and play telephone chess with him like yesterday morning?
No, he sometimes gets a bit huffy when I do that, especially when he's busy. We'll have a game, you and I.
Oh, you know what a terrible player I am. Play Esme when she brings in the coffee. She's better at it.
It's not who I play that matters, because I'm sure to win. But I need to play in order to switch on my mind, as you know. Well, come on, then. The men are laid out, ready to go.
Oh, very well. I want to play white, though.
Fine. 30 seconds a move, eh? Ah, Esme, I thought you'd gone all the way to the plantation to pick your own coffee beans.
It is bad for you, Mr. Wiley. You mustn't have so much.
What is? Coffee or chess?
Coffee. My mother said
yes,
coffee is...
Esme, your mother must have been a wonderful person. But pour it out for me, just as though she'd never said what you were about to tell me.
One day it will kill you.
Meanwhile, I'll carry on drinking it. You might pass me that large envelope you brought in with the tray.
Oh, yes, sir. A messenger brought it.
Thank you. Just put the cup there. No, not on those papers. Oh, that's right. Now, trot off and organize me one of your special delicacies for lunch.
Certainly, Mr. Wiley.
She's a treasure, that girl.
Pretty, too. I just wish she wouldn't nag so much about what I eat and drink. She's probably the best cook in Joburg, yet she expects me to leave half of everything. It's deliberate cruelty. Now, what is this?
Looks like a folder to me. Weren't you expecting it?
I don't know. It's from Dirk from Sale. Something about a burglary case.
Oh, maybe he's expecting you to help him out in it.
A burglary case? Must be out of his mind.
Perhaps he mentioned it to you last night.
Was he here last night? Yes, I suppose he was.
He's hardly likely to send you that unless you asked for it. Well, let's play this game and get you switched on. You remember it then?
I'm waiting for you, Cicely. You're white, remember, and white always moves first.
You never forget how to play chess, do you?
It's the only key I have to remembering everything else.
Hello, Esme. My, you look gorgeous even in the kitchen.
Oh, you're embarrassing me with your flattery, Mr. Roland.
Actually, I'm here to see Uncle Mortimer. He rang me an hour ago.
Oh, he's in the study with Miss Cicely. They're finishing a book. It was very late when they started.
His usual lapse of memory.
Yes. 1 pot of coffee and 2 games of chess with Miss Cicely before he could start.
His mind's as lazy as his body.
Not when he, what do you call it?
He calls it switching on.
Oh, yes, when he's switched on. Mr. Wiley is very, very clever.
Yes, and don't I know it. What have you made for lunch, Esme? It smells marvelous.
It hasn't got a name. Oh, you're having lunch with your uncle?
You bet. That's the major fringe benefit in calling here to do his dirty work for him. I hope this time he'll be able to remember why he called me. The last time, it took 15 minutes of question and answer, plus a discourse on the death of Socrates, before he finally tumbled.
Can I tell him you're here?
Not yet. I'd much rather watch you domesticating than Uncle Mortimer dictating.
Max gently pulled back the curtain and for a moment watched the 2 men at the table. He wondered whether he should give them a chance to surrender. Then remembered the bodies of their victims. The men they had so cruelly murdered in cold blood. He cut them both down with 4 shots. For a moment he waited, listening. Then Max stepped into the room and surveyed his handiwork. He picked up the telephone receiver and dialed Fletcher. It's over, Dan. You'd better drive over here and clean up the mess.
Well, is that it?
I'm writing a novel, not an encyclopedia. I'm not adding another syllable.
I shan't argue. Shall we check it over? Yesterday's too?
No, I'll leave that to you. If you miss anything, Jim Rogers will pick it up when he's subbed.
Jim will be able to let me have it back by Wednesday, and I'll have the publisher's copy ready by Monday.
Good girl. You can fly to London on Tuesday and hand it over.
I'll fix up that business about royalties while I'm there. Oh, yes, and see the tax people.
You can tell Harrison that he can expect the next manuscript towards the end of July. Oh, well, I think I'll go and lie down for a while.
Hey, you don't switch off yet, Mortimer.
No, I have. Why, what's wrong?
You haven't had lunch yet.
Oh, yes, so I haven't.
And when you remembered about the burglary case, you phoned Roland. He should be here any time now.
Roland? Burglary? Oh, yes, it's beginning to filter back again. Oh, I suppose I'll have to see him when he comes.
If I know Roland, he won't miss lunch.
Are you going to stay and join me?
No, thanks. I better take the stuff to Jim so he can get on with it. He's very efficient, but slow.
Good afternoon, Uncle Mortimer.
Ah, Roland, how nice to see you. To what do we owe the pleasure of this visit?
Oh, no, not again.
Don't look so worried, Roland. He's only kidding you this time.
You spoilt it, Cicely. Oh, never mind. Listen, Roland, I want to talk to you about a burglary.
Burglary? You mean you want me to do one?
Do I? I'm not sure, but I really must read that file again. Anyway, my boy, whatever it is, I want you to do it.
If I had a plastic bag handle brandy, I take some of this home for supper. It is stupendous.
You say that every time you have a meal here.
I suppose I do. Well, now that we've gone through the captain's file and we know what it's all about, what do you want me to do?
And what's in it for you?
Well, yes, that is another important consideration.
How has the acting profession been treating you, Roland? Profitable?
It's rarely that. 2 weeks ago I was in a play, but it folded after 3 days.
Keep trying, my boy. One day you'll make it. Meanwhile, it would seem that I'm still your major source of income. How much do you need?
Well, doesn't that depend on what I have to do?
If it takes less than a week, I'll give you 1,000. How's that?
Oh, that is very generous.
It's worth it to me to crack a case before Dirk van Zale's boys do. It boosts my ego, enhances my reputation in his eyes, and gives me plenty to think about in between books. In fact, if we can make it inside of a week, and we prove this Pearson fellow innocent, I'll increase your fee to 1,500.
Marvelous. Let's make a start.
I want you to lay a few rands around some of your shady underworld friends to see if any of their jewelry has been offloaded to a fence. There's a photostat copy of Shaw's original list in the file. You can take that. It describes each item very well. Then I'll contact Cicely to make a check on Shaw's financial position. She's got the right commercial contacts for that.
Don't you mean Pearson's financial status? Uncle, you're starting to switch off.
I'm not, Roland. I mean Shaw's financial status.
I don't get it. Are you suggesting he did the burglary himself, or say, for the insurance?
Isn't it a possibility? After all, we must explore every avenue.
But Shaw's a wealthy man.
On paper. You see, the night of the burglary, he called Pearson to his house to discuss a business matter. Why? From what I can see, it wasn't so urgent. Therefore, why call out an employee at 9 in the evening to discuss it?
Maybe he's one of those types who work round the clock.
I'll concede that. But what about the argument they had? It was contrived. Shaw went out of his way to antagonize Pearson, and when the man reacted angrily, he sacked him.
Well, Shaw could have been planning to sack him for some time. I mean, when Pearson got angry, it made it easier.
No, Roland. Shaw and Pearson were close friends right up until last week. Then something happened to sour relations between them.
Then, in the middle of their argument, Shaw tells his wife to get ready. They're going out for a drive.
Exactly. Isn't that rather an odd thing to do in the middle of an argument? Shaw claims that 10 minutes after Pearson went, he and his wife drove away, and he noticed a car similar to Pearson's 100 yards up the road.
Did Mrs. Shaw see it?
Oh, she didn't say so in her statement, but we'll worry about her later. Like the captain, I'm worried about Pearson behaving so out of character. He's a quick-tempered man, yet this robbery was done coolly and with premeditation.
And Pearson knew the combination to the safe where the jewelry was kept. He'd probably been going in there for years because Shaw kept numerous business documents in there, too.
Which means he could have stolen that jewelry long ago. But he didn't. And why? Because Pearson is essentially an honest man.
Revenge?
Why steal $250,000 in jewelry just out of revenge? Easier to burn down the house or sabotage the business. No, Roland, it doesn't fit. I'll lay my medieval ivory chess set against a rusty paperclip that Pearson didn't do it.
And I just happen to have a rusty paperclip handy. And I've always admired your chess set, Uncle Mortimer.
Mr. Wiley's residence?
Hello there. Captain Van Zale here. Can I speak to Mr. Wiley, please?
Oh, it's just a moment, Captain. Mr. Wiley. Mr. Wiley, please wake up. Mr. Wiley.
What is it? What do you want? Why? Oh, yes, your Esme, yes, of course.
Captain Van Zyl wants to speak to you.
Oh, he does? Oh, tell him to come in.
On the phone, sir.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, thanks. Hello, who's there?
You sound rough, Mortimer. Been sleeping?
Oh, it's you, Dirk.
I thought I'd give you the latest on this burglary case.
What burglary case?
No, Mortimer, do we have to go into that again? I sent you a file this morning.
Yes. It's all coming back to me now. Give me a chance. I don't suppose you'd fancy a game of chess right now?
I was waiting for that. Sorry, Mortimer, I'm far too busy.
Oh, all right. What is it you want to tell me?
I've had to release Pearson for lack of evidence.
Pearson? He's the chief suspect, if I remember rightly. Oh, yes. Last night you said you were certain he was the culprit, even though he puzzled you.
That's it. You're remembering now.
Right, I'm almost there. What went wrong? The earring you found in his flat is almost enough evidence to convict him.
That's the problem. This afternoon, Shaw's wife came to me and told me she'd given a pair of earrings to Pearson. She doesn't want her husband to know about it for obvious reasons.
How very odd. Why should a woman give a man a pair of earrings?
She was planning to ditch Shaw and go away with Pearson. The idea had been to pass him out bits of jewelry from time to time in a way that her husband wouldn't notice. Then, when they'd got enough, they were to go overseas together. Anyway, that's Pearson's story.
That would lift all the suspicion off Pearson, since he was going to get most of the jewelry anyway. That's a rusty paperclip I won.
What's that?
No, nothing. I was just ruminating. So now your investigation is back to square one.
Yes. We're checking all pawn shops and jewelers there. Have you done anything?
Nothing conclusive. Roland's in town making a few inquiries. I'll let you know who the burglar is sometime tomorrow, if that's all right with you.
I wish I had your optimism.
You could, if you had my brains.
One of these days, you will drown yourself in your own ego.
I've never let you down before, Dirk, have I? Well, that's a promise. One burglar, dead or alive, before midnight tomorrow.
Really mean that?
Naturally. In return for him, or her, you can send me a file on your most recent unsolved murder. Burglaries are just too easy.
All right, Mortimer. That's the deal.
Well, I may arrange a little dinner party tomorrow evening.
Taking an interest in your garden, Uncle Mortimer?
Yes, I thought a spot of sunshine would do me good. I was having a nap when the captain called me on the phone about something or other. After that, I couldn't sleep.
Was it concerning the burglary?
I think so. Anyway, I made a note of it. Tell me, Roland, wouldn't you say the two aloes in a palm tree look out of place in a Tudor garden?
That is an understatement.
Well, I can't disguise them, so they'll have to go. I'll have to tell Aesop.
Aesop?
The gardener, quite a character. Tells me all sorts of moralistic stories about his tribal history. Hence why I call him Aesop.
Yes, I thought there'd be some sort of your curious logic involved.
Well, now you've beaten about the bush, so to speak. Tell me what you found out.
It was easy. I saw old Cobus, and he made a couple of phone calls. Take a look at this.
Oh, beautiful. It's the twin to the earring found in Pearson's flat. Good work, Roland.
It was sold to a fence, Rudy Fenter, by a man called Andre Mika. I put a bit of pressure on Fenter to lend me this, of course. He wasn't keen to let it go, having paid Mika $500 for it.
Oh, the gems alone are worth 10 times that sum. Now you'll have to find out something on Andre Mika. Who is he? What he does?
I've already done that. And surprise, surprise, Mika works for Shaw. And he's got a criminal record. Fraud, intimidation, and burglary.
Excellent, Roland. You're paying your way. What does Mika do in Shaw's employ?
Assistant accountant. And Pearson is, as you know, chief accountant.
I wonder, did Shaw know of Meeker's criminal record when he gave him the job? Roland, I want Meeker here for a talk. Can you get him?
He might be a little difficult.
Oh, you know how to persuade people. Tell him it's a matter of life and death. His own, of course, something like that. Meanwhile, Cicely will have reported in with her findings. Bring Meeker here about 7, say. We'll have a drink and a chat. Perhaps even play chess.
Hello, Mortimer. I see you're awake.
Of course I'm awake. I've just come in from admiring my beautiful landscaped garden. What are you here for? Aren't you supposed to be typing up the publisher's copy of my manuscript?
Please, Mortimer, don't waste time with your absent-minded routine now. I simply refuse to play chess to switch you on.
All right, Cicely. What have you discovered? I hope it's as juicy as the things Roland found out.
You'll be pleased.
Well, I can tell by that triumphant grin on your face. Well, out with it.
These are photostats of some of Shaw's business dealings. Now, if you look at them...
Not now, dear. Just give me the meat of them.
Shaw is flat broke.
Interesting.
More than that. In 2 weeks' time, he's going to find himself owing 1.5 million rands.
Tell me, would his accountants know about this?
They could guess. You see, Shaw's an accountant himself, and some of his dicey deals never went through his office.
These deals, the dicey ones, were they legal?
Yes, but only just. Some of them have come unstuck, though, and that's what's queered his pitch.
And all these bits of paper back up what you say?
Conclusively.
Very good. Everything is fitting nicely into place. I want you to call on Mrs. Shaw. Have a chat with her about the burglary. Take my mini-tape recorder and get it down, you know, every word. When she's finished talking, suggest that she's having an affair with Pearson. See what her reaction is to that.
You old devil. Was she having an affair with him?
It seems very likely. If you run off and see her now, you'll catch her before her husband comes home. Oh, and get a sample from her typewriter.
The way this is going, I'll never have the manuscript finished by Tuesday.
Nonsense, of course you will. Oh, and by the way, tell Mrs. Shaw you're from a newspaper. I don't want my name involved as yet. Oh, have lots of fun, dear, and report straight back to me.
Go on in. There's nothing to be scared of.
Oh, you're Mr. Meeker, I presume.
Yes, but what's all this about? May I introduce you to my famous uncle, Mortimer Wiley?
Hello. I think I've heard of your name before.
I most certainly hope so, Mr. Meeker. Look around you at my bookshelves. Perhaps they'll give you a clue.
Ah, got it. You're Mortimer Wiley, the author. I've read a lot of your books.
Correct. You may now take a seat.
Thank you.
Roland, tell Esme to bring in coffee and a selection of those delicious cream cakes she made this afternoon. Yes, you really must try one, Mr. Meeker. My housekeeper is a truly wonderful confectioner.
And listen, why have I been forced to come here, eh?
Forced, Mr. Meeker?
That nephew of yours isn't a man to be argued with, is he?
He's really a most friendly chap, though sometimes overzealous. I asked him merely to invite you here to enjoy my hospitality and answer one or two rather puzzling questions for me.
What kind of questions?
Esme says she'll bring in the goodies in a few minutes.
Ah, good. Close the door, please, Roland. And before I ask my questions, Mr. Meeker, I'd strongly advise you to be more than frank with me. And bear in mind that we know most of the answers already.
Now, look here, Wiley. I don't have to answer anything I don't want to, eh?
In which case, we shall draw our own conclusions.
Now,
ones which certainly won't be in your favor. Now, please don't say anything now. Just listen to my first question. As you are employed by Samuel Shaw Financial Enterprises, does Mr. Shaw know of your criminal record?
What do you mean, criminal record? How dare you?
You heard the question. Answer it.
I refuse.
I shall assume Mr. Shaw does. Now, on to my next question.
Hey, wait a minute.
Is something wrong?
Well, give me a chance to explain.
But you refused to a few seconds ago. Carry on if you think it'll help.
When I first started working there last year, I kept it a secret. Later, Mr. Shaw found out and sent for me. He said it didn't matter so long as I'd learnt my lesson and was loyal to him.
Didn't he perhaps suggest that loyalty to him was more important than honesty?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Did he say that you would be useful should he want something dishonest done in the future?
What are you getting at?
I'm trying to establish why he chose you to burgle his house for him, that's all.
Are you saying that... Are you suggesting that...
I'm stating a fact, not suggesting anything. We know you did the burglary.
You can't prove that.
No, but I can, my dear fellow.
Who do you think you are?
The name is Mortimer Wiley, and we were introduced earlier. Oh, dear me, your memory must be as bad as mine is.
Now, wait a minute.
Stay seated, Mika, and listen to what my uncle has to say.
You sold a pearl and diamond earring for 500 rands to Ruby Fender. That is a fact. It was one of the stolen items. That is another fact. Now, my guess is that Samuel Shaw gave you those earrings to plant in Pearson's flat where they would be found by the police. You thought it would be a terrible waste and planted only one. Oh, dear, very greedy of you, Mr. Mika.
Silly thing to do, wasn't it, Mika?
All right. If you know the facts, what's the point in arguing? Shaw did tell me I'd be useful at some time in the future. Last week he called me in and outlined a plan. I had to agree to do it or lose my job. I suppose you know what it's like for an ex-convict to get a decent job.
I accept that. You were put in a very difficult position by your employer. Did Shaw explain why he wanted his house burgled and the jewelry taken?
He said he had an overseas buyer for him. And on top of that, he needed the insurance money.
To do a moonlight flit?
I expect so. He burned his fingers in a big property deal. If he's not out of South Africa within the next few days, he'll be in big trouble. The jewels and the insurance money were his nest egg, so to speak.
What was to be your cut?
10,000 once he was safely out of the country.
Are you willing to testify this in a court of law?
Now, wait a minute. That would give me a lot of problems.
Oh, yes. I should have told you. Our entire conversation since you entered this room has been recorded.
I protest. You gave me the impression that what I said was in the strictest confidence.
Now, don't alarm yourself unduly. Think about it, Mr. Mika. The cat's out of the bag. You can only do yourself a lot of harm by being difficult. Oh, coffee and cream cakes at last. After you've partaken, you'll see the wisdom of my words. I'm on a strict diet for obvious reasons, but I can't see what harm a few cream cakes can do a man.
The following classic Springbok Radio commercial comes to you with the courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
Today, change to the confidence oils from Mobil.
Mobil motor oils exceed the warranty requirements of every leading car manufacturer in the world. That's confidence.
And they carry the SABS mark of approval. That's confidence.
Mobil motor oils are right for your car. Change to them today with confidence.
Motor with Mobil and smile, smile. Motor with Mobil and smile.
Andrea here.
Hello, Dirk. Got the chess set out on your desk?
Not a chance, Mortimer. What are you doing up so early in the morning? It's only 9 o'clock.
I went to bed early last night to think things over. What's happening at your end? Found the burglar yet?
I'm following a new line of inquiries.
How exciting. What is it?
I'm working on the assumption that this could have been a conspiracy between Pearson and Shaw's wife. I got the impression that they could have been having an affair.
Yes, I think that was obvious. But I think you're looking at it from the wrong end.
I suppose you've got it all solved.
As a matter of fact, I have. And the evidence to go along with it.
Now, look, Mortimer, we're the best of friends and all that, but I'm very busy, and this is no time for jokes. It is a joke, isn't it, Mortimer?
I can explain it better at dinner this evening. Can you be here around 7?
Are you joking, Mortimer?
I'm not, Dirk, and I'll prove it to you tonight. I'll have some guests here.
Well, I hope it won't be like the last dinner party you invited me to.
Why, what was wrong with it?
You specialize in bringing together people of different beliefs and attitudes. It was very embarrassing. What on earth made you think I could get along with an ex-convict? And Bishop Morley would get along with a striptease dancer. And that banker, Charles Hartley, would be able to enjoy the company of a professional gambler. No, Mortimer, it was a terrifying experience.
It won't be that kind of a dinner, I promise you. It'll be very enlightening and is certain to enhance your prestige. You can't afford to miss it, Dirk.
Did you say 7?
Yes, cocktails at 7, followed by dinner, coffee and liqueurs, and then you'll make your arrest.
In the true tradition of one of your mystery story heroes. It doesn't work out in real life, you know.
Sour grapes, Dirk. You said that in the silk scarf case. Oh, yes, also the time we caught Tom Brislow, if you remember.
You were lucky on those occasions.
And I'll be lucky this time. See you at 7.
Very well. Till 7.
Do you still want me to continue our inquiry, sir?
Well, you overheard the conversation, Lieutenant.
Couldn't you help it, sir? Mr. Wiley does talk rather loudly.
I see. Well, you'd better continue, even if it is just for the sake of appearances. Oh, and before you go, have 2 patrol cars and 4 men stationed on the road near Mr. Wiley's house just after 7, will you?
Very good, sir.
You've made an excellent job of it, Cicely. This is the entire content of the tape you've typed up.
Word for word. I stopped recording when Sam Shaw arrived home. He was in a foul mood, and when he heard I was from a newspaper, he ordered me out of the house.
Any reaction from Mrs. Shaw to that?
No, she just sat there glaring sullenly at him. There's no love lost between them. Oh, and as you can see in the transcript, she admits to having an affair with Pearson.
Well, I don't know whether you've spotted it, Cicely, but one of the things Mrs. Shaw told you seems to tie the case up beautifully.
What's that?
If you haven't seen it, I'll keep it to myself as the coup de grace. Meanwhile, I'll have to think up a very convincing excuse to invite the Shaws for dinner. Any ideas?
Sam Shaw strikes me as being something of a snob. All out to make an impression.
We could trade on that.
That's what I was thinking. He'd be sure to have heard of you.
I most certainly hope so.
Well, here's his office number. A private direct line that bypasses his secretary.
Here goes, then.
Hello, who is it?
Mortimer Wiley speaking. I'm sure you've heard of me.
Mortimer Wiley, eh? Oh, you mean the writer?
The very same. There's a matter I'd like to talk over. Are you free this evening?
I can make myself free. What is it you want to talk about?
Well, I've a large amount of capital lying idle in my bank accounts here and in England. You were strongly recommended by a friend who told me you could assist me in making a number of lucrative short-term investments, preferably in property.
I can certainly do that, Mr. Wiley. Who is this friend?
Oh, I doubt if you all remember him, but we can discuss this in detail later. Would you care to join me at my place for dinner? And your wife, of course.
Yes, thank you. What time would suit you?
About 7 would be just right.
If you could tell me the extent of your intended investment, perhaps I could work out a few facts and figures and bring them with me.
Please do, by all means. Let me see. Here in South Africa, I have about 250,000 available. And England, shall we say, 95,000 pounds. If you can find something I can get into and out of within 2 years, I'll be interested.
I already have the very thing in mind, Mr. Wiley. Something that could give you at least 75% on your equity in 12 months.
Sounds just what I'm looking for, Mr. Shaw. I'll give you my address. Number 8, Ormond Crescent. Have you got that?
Number 8, Ormond Crescent. Yes, I'll find it all right.
Good. I'll see you at 7. Thank you and goodbye. Hook, line, and sinker. But I'd say he's more of a businessman than a social climber. Right now, I'll bet he's working out a way of relieving me of my money in time for his moonlight flit.
I've read and reread my transcription, and I still can't find this conclusive piece of evidence. Well, the coup de grace, you prefer to call
It's
it.
there, dear. You can be sure of that. Now, be an angel and go and tell Esme not to be mean with the sherry in the trifle. Last time I could barely taste it.
You have a wonderful cook, Mr. Wiley.
I let her indulge herself in her hobby. Which is what? Cooking, of course.
Oh, you're lucky, Mr. Wiley. I have to watch everything that happens in my kitchen. I took on a new cook once, and the first day she tried to boil water by putting the electric kettle in the oven.
About this money you want to invest, Mr. Wiley, I've worked out a
Please,
plan.
Mr. Shaw, if you don't mind, I never discuss business over a good meal unless it is urgent. We've plenty of time. Do you do any work, Mrs. Shaw? Or have you an interesting hobby?
Oh, well, I don't like saying. Not in front of a famous writer like yourself.
Ah, you are a writer, too.
Oh, I'd love to be. But so far, I haven't succeeded in having anything published.
You must keep trying, Mrs. Shaw. If you have the talent, you'll succeed in the end. It's a hard apprenticeship.
Was it for you, Mortimer?
I counted over 300 rejection slips before I sold my first short story. It's persistence and determination that sorts out the budding professionals from the amateurs.
I've already collected a small mound of rejection slips.
I keep at it. Regard each one as a rung up the ladder.
I was quite surprised to meet you here, Captain. Was it you who recommended me to Mr. Wiley?
Well, I think...
he's coy about it. Yes, we were talking about it the night before last.
Yes, of course we were.
Thank you anyway, Captain. It was very good of you. I suppose I also have the burglary to thank for bringing us together.
We are getting dangerously close to business again. Tell us about one of your interesting cases, Dirk. One that I don't know about.
Is there one? Well, let me see. Maybe I didn't tell you about the wheel spanner murder that happened in Cape Town.
Well, you excelled yourself tonight, Esme.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else?
No, nothing. Is the coffee already in the lounge?
Yes, sir.
Well, shall we retire to the lounge?
Yes, by all means.
May I introduce you to my nephew, Roland, and Miss Cicely Knight, who I think you've met.
How do you do?
You?
The newspaper woman.
My secretary and business manager, and in fact, she also does some research for me. Roland is an actor, but he helps me out on occasions, too.
She said last night she worked for a newspaper.
Pour out the coffee, please, Cicely. Look here, Mrs. Shaw.
Cherry brandy, please.
Dirk, Mr. Shaw.
Cool for me, Mortimer.
I'll have a cherry brandy like Margot. And then perhaps you'll explain to me, Mr. Wiley, why you sent this woman to my house to pry.
Take a seat and make yourselves comfortable. Then I'll be only too happy to explain the real reason why I invited you and your wife here.
I take it was not to discuss the possibility of an investment, then.
I do make certain investments, certainly, Mr. Shaw. However, at the moment, I'm more interested in the alleged burglary at your home.
What do you mean, alleged?
Oh, there was a burglary, but done at your own instigation.
How dare you suggest such a thing? I'm getting out of here. Come on, Margot.
I'd strongly advise you to sit down and hear Mr. Wiley out, for your own sake.
Is that a threat? Advice, Mr. Shaw.
Mortimer, please hurry up and get to the point. You know very well you can't hold Mr. and Mrs. Shaw here against their will.
I wouldn't think of it. But if Mr. Shaw leaves, we can only conclude the worst. Isn't that right, Mr. Shaw?
Listen to what he has to say, Sam. It can't do any harm.
I enjoyed the meal, Wiley, but now I want to leave. So will you do us all a favor and get to the point?
Cicely, will you pass me the file?
Here it is.
Thank you, my dear. I have here a number of photostats that will prove that you are not only insolvent, but will very shortly be owing several million rand.
That's a lie. Where did you get hold of those?
That is beside the point. Take them, please, Dirk. A certain assistant accountant in your employ by the name of Meeker, who has a criminal record, was coerced by you to commit the robbery. But first you put Pearson into a compromising situation so that it would appear he was the culprit. But Meeker was greedy. The pair of valuable earrings you instructed him to plant in Pearson's flat were too much of a temptation. He planted only one and sold the other. Here it is. Take it, Dirk.
This is a pack of lies. Don't believe a word he says, Captain Van Zale.
I only believe solid evidence.
Give me number 1 tape, Cicely. Thank you. This is a tape recording of Meeker's confession. There is also a typewritten transcript of it, signed by him. For you, Dirk.
Thank you. Keep this up and I'll be needing a suitcase.
You, Mr. Shaw, were preparing to cash all the assets in the business, sell your wife's jewelry, and claim insurance on them, then disappear overseas.
You can't prove that, Wiley.
You decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You found out your wife had been having an affair with Pearson, which is why you set him up as the prime suspect.
You're imagining all this. What proof have you got, other than the word of a cheap little crook like Meeker?
On tape number 2 here, I have your wife's admission of the affair with Pearson.
What? Is that right, Margot?
Yes, Sam, it's quite right. In fact, Mike and I were going to take the jewels ourselves and leave you. After all, they are mine.
So that was the plan, I see.
This second tape contains even more important evidence than your wife's infidelity, Mr. Shaw.
After what she's just told me, I can take anything.
When Cicely was with Mrs. Shaw, your good wife told her of her literary ambitions. I had told Cicely to get a sample of print from your typewriter. But when Cicely asked if she could type a quick note to drop off at a friend's house, Mrs. Shaw told her that she couldn't because it had broken down. A short circuit had blown the fuse inside the machine. Cicely then talked your wife into giving her a short story manuscript by saying she would give it to her editor, who might publish it in the newspaper. Mrs. Shaw, being an eager amateur, did so.
What has all this nonsense got to do with anything?
It gave me a sample of the print of your typewriter. The same typewriter you used to type out the list of stolen jewelry. Am I correct? Here, look at a page from Mrs. Shaw's manuscript and a photostat of the list of jewelry.
Yes. Yes, I can see that they were done on the same machine, Mortimer. But Mr. Shaw isn't denying it. Therefore, I don't see the point.
Mrs. Shaw, would you kindly tell Captain Van Zale when you blew the fuse on the typewriter?
On the 18th in the morning. I was halfway through.
And when was it repaired?
The man came this morning.
Now, you see the point. The burglary took place on the night of the 19th, which means, Mr. Shaw, that you typed that list before the jewelry was stolen.
Well, I can't argue with that. You should have been a policeman, Wiley.
I like it the way I am now, thank you.
Are you satisfied with Mr. Wiley's story, Mr. Shaw? Is it the truth?
Yes, I can't fault it. I was in a jam. Margot's unfaithfulness was the last straw. I decided to disappear and punish Pearson at the same time. But by heaven, I wish I'd known earlier what they were planning.
Are you prepared to accompany me to town and make a statement?
Yes, why not?
Very well.
Just let me finish this cherry brandy. Good stuff, Wiley.
Yes, it is. I have it imported specially.
By the way, if you are planning to make an investment, try Newcott Mining. It's a good bet.
Thanks. I'll look into it. No hard feelings, then?
No. What's the point in harboring a grudge? I suppose I'll even end up reading your books in jail.
Are you ready?
Yes. Well, goodbye, all. Fabulous dinner, Wiley. I'll return the compliment when I get out.
I don't think Captain Panzer was so very pleased last night.
Was it? Why not? Got his man, didn't he?
If I know him, he's probably upset because you withheld evidence.
What evidence?
Well, the earring for a start.
Oh, please, Cecily, don't give me problems so early in the morning.
It's nearly 11 o'clock, and I'm here to talk about my London trip. You'll have to brief me on 1 or 2 points. Here, I'll take it.
No, leave it to me. Perhaps it's something that will shock me into wakefulness. Morning, it's me himself.
Good morning, Mortimer. I thought I'd better let you know how things are.
What things?
About the robbery, of course.
Robbery? Well, what robbery?
Oh, no. Mortimer, please. Have you just rolled out of bed?
Oh, not so long ago. Is your chess set out on your desk? Cicely is here with me, and she flatly refuses to play. I want to show her I'm not totally reliant on her for a morning game.
Very well. If it'll help me get some sense out of you.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Dirk. Queen's pawn to Queen 3. Cecily, go and tell Esme to bring in a pot of coffee and a chunk of that delicious cheesecake.
You've been listening to A Case of Checkmate by Ron Evans, produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. Taking the part of Mortimer Wiley, you heard John Hayter, Margaret Milner-Smythe as Cecily Knight, Ivor Kissin as Roland, David Smith as Captain Dirk Van Zyl, Maureen Adair as Esme, Reg Richards as Mika, Harold Freed as Samuel Shaw, and Pamela Perry as Margot Shaw.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please, for tonight is called Whence Came You?
I came from Jerusalem. I've traveled in the East a good deal in the last 20-odd years, and I flatter myself that I know my way around. So when I got off the plane at Cairo, I didn't start for the camp right away as a good storybook archaeologist would have done. I made a beeline for Shepherd's in the room I'd left a couple of days before when I went to Jerusalem. A bath, a gin and tonic, and a large batch of mail from the States. What more can a man ask? In Cairo on a hot night? But, of course, it was too good to last. I'm just going to let him knock.
Hey, Austin, wake up.
Now, who the...
Hey, it's Abe Feldman.
Abe Feldman? Hey!
Hi, Austin. Regards from State and Matters.
Well, I'll be darned. Come on here. What are you doing here? What do you got there?
I do get around, don't I? This is gin and tonic. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, but come in. Well, sit down. You're the last man in the world that I...
Here, take a gin and tonic before I drop it. Well, l'chaim.
L'chaim in spades, Abe. By golly, I'm glad to see you, boy.
I'm glad to see you. I've been looking here for 3 days waiting for you to come back. Hey, you look skinnier.
Will you go out and dig holes out there for 6 months, lad? You'll take off some of that fat, too.
Me fat? Go away, you're kidding. Well, get your shirt on and let's go see the town.
Sit down. Come on, what you doing here?
Business?
Yeah, what kind of business?
Newspaper business, Natch. What's cooking in the Middle East and stuff. Say, how do you get more of these things?
We'll get on the bar in a minute. They're colder down there. Well, go on. Tell me about it.
Well, you know, Eddie Hefferkamp just called me in and said draw some dough and go east and send up some stuff for the Sunday feature section. The Trib's making a monkey out of us again. So I remember the dear old days on the Midway, you and me, and you're around here, so let's go see the town, huh?
Well, I'll be darned. When'd you leave Chicago?
Day before yesterday.
Oh, boy.
Yep, the loop's still there. They still got the Burlicue shows on South State Street. The Michigan Avenue Bridge is always up. The Cubs are in 7th place. Now?
Now what?
Now we go see the town? Come on, put on your pants.
You never been in Cairo before, have you?
Me? Not me. Why?
Well, if you had, you wouldn't care much about seeing it, my boy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But, women.
You had a good look at any of them?
Have I? Oh, boy.
What?
The one that's waiting for you downstairs.
Waiting for me?
Wow.
What are you talking about? I don't know any women in Cairo.
Well, there's one who knows you.
Why, you're crazy.
I'm telling you.
How do you know?
She's been waiting down there for 3 days. I've seen her.
What's she look like?
Oh, boy.
Not a native.
Cleopatra.
Is this one of your bum jokes, Abe?
I give you my word of honor.
I don't get it.
Come on downstairs and you will.
So we went downstairs. British colonels, American traveling salesmen, Egyptian army officers, a thief or two, a bevy of the ugliest women in the world. And I don't see any woman waiting for me.
There, by the door to the bar.
And I looked. And there by the door stood the one most beautiful woman I have ever seen in all my life. She was no Egyptian native. She might have descended from one of the marvelously lifelike paintings of a queen of the Hathor dynasty that I've seen on the walls of tombs 2,000 years old. How can I describe her? Her eyes were black. Her hair was black and cut in the manner of the days of the shepherd kings that ruled the valley of the Nile 1,000 years before the pyramids were built. Red lips that smiled at me slowly. I felt my knees tremble as she looked into my eyes.
Come on, let's go ask her if she's got a friend.
And when I looked back at her, where'd she go? It was midnight, and then 1 o'clock, and 2, and then 3. We still walked the streets of Cairo. And the waning moon was rising in the northeast behind our shoulders as we turned our steps back to the hotel. Twice I thought I'd seen her, and twice she, if she it was, disappeared into a narrow winding street where we couldn't follow. No, I never followed women about the streets of a foreign city before, not in all my life. Well, there's little enough of that in the life of an archaeologist. The women we followed died 1,000, 10,000 years before we were born. We know them only by their portraits painted on the walls of a musty tomb, by what we find in great hermetically sealed stone caskets, wrapped in rust-colored linen and smelling of the ghost of cinnamon and myrrh and spikenard. I don't know why I did this.
I know. She wanted you to come after her.
Well, that's ridiculous, Abe.
I heard her ask for you.
Well, what would she want of me?
What does a pretty gal usually want of a guy? Drinks, something to eat, a good time?
She could have had that from anybody.
Yeah, me, for instance. But she wanted you, Austin.
Well, why?
Maybe she's a spy or something.
A spy?
Maybe she wanted to sell you something. You know, you grave robbers. Maybe she knows where some old pharaoh or somebody is planted.
Yeah, that could be, I suppose. Yeah, well, I'm for bed. I got to get out to the diggings early.
Fine night we had.
Yeah, forget it. You got a room, huh?
Yeah, right down the hall. Well, knock on my door when you get up.
All right. Good night.
Night. Say, they have this incense all the time around this place, huh?
What do you mean?
Don't you smell it? Smells like a funeral.
I don't. Oh. Yeah, I suppose. Night.
Night, Austin.
I could have told him what the incense was. I've smelled cinnamon and myrrh and spikenard too often not to recognize it instantly. When I opened the door to my room, the smell was almost overpowering, used as I am to the funeral spices of ancient Egyptian tombs. No, I'm not going to tell you that a beautiful Egyptian princess of the days of Hyksos was waiting for me in the darkness. This isn't a ghost story. It's a true story. There wasn't anyone in the room. I turned on the lights, opened the window. There wasn't anyone in the room. So I went to bed, dreamed about sailing on Lake Michigan. The storm came up and the thunder crashed. And I was scared to death. Then I woke up and the thunder was the servant knocking on my door, bringing me my morning cup of tea. Abe and I got in my Jeep and rode out to the excavation. It's quite a distance from Cairo. But never mind just where it is, because that's my business. And the university's. That right rear tire went flat just as I'd been expecting. I forgot to put air in a spare, so we took quite a while getting it pumped up. It was late afternoon when we got there. Abe had never seen anything of this sort. You see, Abe, these places are built one on top of another. Almost every village and town in the East is.
Different periods of time, huh?
Yeah, that's right. There may be any number of cities built above the ruins of another. All we do is dig out the top one, you see, recover everything we can that's of historical importance, then go on carefully down to the next.
What do you do with the stuff that's on top?
It has to be destroyed, naturally.
Oh, gee, that's too bad, ain't it?
Well, we make careful records, photographs.
And then you just peel off the stuff and go on to the next.
That's right. This is the fourth city from the top we're working on now. See that big pile of rubble over there?
Yeah.
That's the remains of the other three cities.
Gee, that seems a shame. All those years of work and living and everything.
Well, we save artifacts, of course.
Save what?
Things that people made, potsherds, fragments of wall paintings, decorations, that sort of thing.
What do you do with the people you find?
People?
Yeah.
Oh, mummies. Various things. We read the inscriptions. Decide whether the fellow is important enough to investigate further. The Egyptian government has a great deal to say about the contents of tombs, you know.
Find any gold?
Not here so far, but we probably will. This part where we're standing was the necropolis of this particular city.
Uh-huh.
The cemetery, you see.
Oh, yeah.
It's reasonable to suppose that there are other tombs under here.
That's where you find the jewels and the gold and stuff.
Generally, yes.
Say, Austin, why don't you get a steam shovel in here? You'd move this stuff a lot quicker.
And probably smash some priceless inscriptions or paintings into bits. No, my boy, we do this gently.
Uh-huh. And you can read this stuff, huh? The hieroglyphics?
Hieroglyphics comes from two Greek words originally meaning carving by priests.
Okay, Professor. Can you read it?
Yeah, of course. I can read a good deal of the later writings by sight. When we get down to the real ancient stuff, that's a little more difficult.
What does this say?
What?
This slab here.
Yeah, let's see. Here was I, Hotep, presented with I guess you'd say invested with, the working tools of those who build. In my hand, I, Hotep, took the tools of the second grade of workmen in stone, the plumb, the square, and the...
The level, huh?
How'd you know?
There were masons in those days.
Well, sure. How do you think they built all this stone stuff?
Hey, look at that. What's that there?
It's a name. Sholem. It's probably Solomon. Yeah, this was in Solomon's time.
Right alongside the name.
The middle stone of an arch which is secret.
The keystone. These fellas didn't know how to build an arch.
Well, that's right, they didn't. Why are you so excited about it, though?
Hey,
What?
look at that.
This? Yeah, that's a very fine example of wall painting. Look how the colors are still bright. Look how they...
Yeah. You see the same thing I see, don't you?
You know what I saw. You know whose portrait was painted on the edge of the slab that came from a tomb that was old in the time of Augustus Caesar? Coincidence or not, here was the face of the woman who waited for me the night before in Shepherd's Hotel. It's amazing how racial characteristics persist through centuries in Egypt. I have seen Egyptian men who might have been Tutankhamun's own brother. I've seen women, but you wouldn't blame me for feeling my hackles rise a little at this uncanny resemblance to the woman who disappeared. I kept smelling myrrh and spikenard and cinnamon. But I hadn't much time to think of it then. Martin Weaver, who was in charge of the actual excavation, came up behind us.
Well, I'm glad you're back, Austin.
Oh, hello, Martin. How are we doing? Zabe Felden, Martin Weaver.
How are you? Hello. Well, day before yesterday, we broke through a place, Austin, that goes down to the city underneath this one.
You did?
Yeah, one of the workmen found a big sandstone slab, and we cleared it away completely. I've got the big shears rigged over it now, and I thought we'd wait till you got here to lift the slab. You want to do it tonight or what?
Oh, gosh, let's do it now, Austin.
Well, what do you think? Getting dark.
Let's have a look at it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're back. Bring anything to drink with you?
We walked half a mile. There was a little clearing at one corner of the necropolis, and the beams of the shears stood stark against the darkening sky. There was something elemental, something deathly about them. It's not an archaeologist's job to be sentimental or superstitious. None of us would stay on the job very long if we were. But the half-inch steel cable was attached to a block of stone was the only thing that separated us from something that happened perhaps 40 centuries ago. And, well, there are times when a man's entitled to shiver a little in the wind that rises over the desert at sunset. Abe was beside himself with excitement.
Let's pull it up, Austin. Go on, let's pull it up, huh?
Go ahead, Martin.
Okay. Glad we got the engine. That slab weighs about 70 tons.
Go ahead. A little higher.
Gosh. The air from down there.
That air you're breathing, Abe, was breathed by pharaohs long before Moses led his people out of this country.
Gee.
Okay, hold it, Martin.
Right.
You going down there, Austin?
Tomorrow.
Oh, not now?
No, it's late.
Oh, gee, I'd like to go down there.
We will in the morning.
How is it?
Let's take your flashlight.
Yeah.
Yeah, mummy case, some wall paintings.
Let me see.
Take the flashlight.
Oh, boy. It isn't far down there. I'm going to jump down.
No, wait.
Don't do that. I'll be all right.
Now, don't go running all over that place, tracking it up, Abe.
I won't, boy. It's dark down here.
Get a ladder, Martin.
Yeah, okay.
You hear me, Abe?
I hear you. Throw me your flashlight.
Doggone it, that's the last time you... Here. Now stand still.
I'm standing still. Hey, Austin.
What?
The picture on the wall.
What picture?
Over here on the wall. Oh, darn it. I dropped the light.
Well, stand still. Martin will be back in a minute with his light.
Austin.
What?
There's something in here.
Well, be careful. It might be a snake.
No, it ain't a snake. It is.
Abe. Abe, what happened?
Look out, Austin. Look out, the slab.
We worked all night long, Martin and I. splicing that steel cable and raising the heavy slab that had imprisoned Abe in that place of the dead. We had no hope, but what could we do? A miracle might have happened. There might have been a chink between the slab and the opening it covered, an opening through which a few breaths of air might have seeped into the tomb. The snake might not have bitten him. He might have killed it. So we told each other all through the night. The stubborn cable cut our hands and defied our every effort. The sun was just rising when we at last had made it fast, and Martin started the engine. We'd fastened the rope onto the cable, and we swung the great stone slab aside. I was down in the tomb almost before it had cleared the opening. It was too late. I nearly sickened as I called to Martin. He jumped down, too.
Oh, my good... What happened to him?
I thought it was a snake.
No snake did that.
No.
I saw a pigeon once that a hawk had been at.
We'd have been too late even if the slab hadn't fallen.
Well... Orson.
What?
That mummy case. Was the cover off it last night when you looked down here?
No. Why, Abe couldn't have.
That lid weighs 10 tons.
Then we looked down into the stone coffin. I hope I shall never see the like of that again.
What is it?
The mummy of a man. A tall man in a robe of gold cloth. Not wrapped in linen bindings, just a robe of gold cloth with strange symbols woven into the cloth. And his head. Not a man's head. The head of a hawk. No, not a mask. We looked carefully. A man with the head of a hawk. And the hawk's beak all dabbled with red. I didn't believe it either. It couldn't be. But it was. It was the father of all the Egyptian gods, Osiris. Osiris, the brother husband of Isis, the founder of the world's first empire. Osiris, who was murdered 16,000 years ago, and whose body was hidden by Isis, his wife, with a blasting curse on any who might find his tomb. It was impossible. It couldn't be. But there it was. And Martin and I and a dead man were there in his tomb with him. And the curse hung heavy in the musty air around us. And then the first rays of the sun reflected from something above us stole down into the tomb. And I saw the pictures on the wall. I saw Osiris with his hawk's head. And the robe he wore and the mitre on his hawk's head was the same that the mummy wore in the casket. I saw Isis, his wife, weeping over the body of her murdered husband. And the beauty of the work of the long-dead artist was unbelievable. And I saw another picture. There was the daughter of Isis and Osiris. Yes, of course I could read the inscriptions. Yes. Of course I could recognize her face. I'd seen it before. In the lobby of Shepherd's Hotel. And the inscriptions on the wall were terrifying. There were secrets there that men would give their lives to possess today. There were secrets there that we've only begun to imagine today. I'm a scientist, I know. Or do I? We forgot the thing in the coffin. We forgot the thing on the floor. And it grew darker and darker in the tomb. And I read on and on. I stood before the painting of the one who was Osiris' daughter. Long black hair. Red lips that smiled at me. And my heart stopped at the inscription under the portrait. I read it over again. Be not afraid. Tin. Carved into the living rock in the ancient hieratic characters uncounted centuries ago. Not by the hand of the artist. I knew who had carved my name there. Be not afraid, Austin. And I wasn't afraid at all when I discovered that the thing that was making it dark down there was a great slab of sandstone, slowly swinging around and down to imprison us all in the tomb that the wife of Osiris had cursed. Martin Weaver was a very brave man. Martin Weaver didn't scream and cry in the heavy dark. Martin Weaver talked to me quietly.
It'll be all right, Austin. The workmen will be here before long, and they'll see the slab, and Ibrahim knows how to run the engine.
I hope so, Martin. I hope they'll be in time.
They'll be in time. He'll start the engine and pull the thing off all right.
I hope so, Martin.
Sure. They'll know that something's wrong.
Where are you?
Right here.
Well, stand still.
I am standing still.
I thought I heard you move.
No. You afraid, Austin?
Are you?
Not particularly. But I...
Yes.
Well, the thing in the... Where are you going?
I haven't moved.
I thought I felt your hand on my arm.
No. Sit still. Don't use up the air.
Well, you sit still.
I tell you, I didn't move.
Something's moving.
It couldn't be.
Austin?
What? Martin. 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 Answer me, Martin. And there was nothing but silence. And then another footstep. And I felt a hand on my arm, and I screamed with terror. But it was a gentle hand, and it led me gently away from where I stood in the dark. And I followed. I hit my head on a solid stone wall. My feet dragged as I followed whoever it was through a door that I knew couldn't be there. And a voice breathed in my ear.
Austin.
And I smelled cinnamon and myrrh and spikenard. And I followed on. And soon there was a glimmering of light ahead of me, and I felt the hand release my arm, and I walked on toward the light. Then, in a little while, another little room hewn out of the solid rock, and a light burning. A little bronze lamp at the head of a mummy case of lacquered painted wood. And the portrait image on the lid of the sarcophagus. The same face. The smile. And I came closer to read the inscription I knew would be there. An inscription put there so many, many years ago. I have freed you, Austin. Now free me. My hand went to the fastening of the lid when I looked up to the wall above. The portrait again, but with a difference. The same costume, the same jewelry, the same headdress. But the head was the head of a hawk, the head of Osiris' daughter. So I sit here, and the little bronze lamp is flickering low. No. I haven't opened the coffin. I'm afraid to.
You have listened to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Murray Forbes played Abe Feldman. Martin Weaver was Don Briggs. As usual, the original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week's Quiet Please. Here is my good friend, our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
I've got a story for you next week called Put on the Dead Man's Coat. It's about a man who had an idea that wasn't good for him.
Put on the Dead Man's Coat. The title of next week's Quiet Please. And so until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Thing on the FOURBLEBOARD.
Me, I'm a roughneck. Well, I was a roughneck, 20 years ago. A little too old, too slow now. Besides, I got $1 now. I don't have to be a roughneck, you see. Married, got a nice home. Had to meet my wife. Hey, Mike. Her name's Maxine, but she likes to be called Mike. Mike! I guess she's busy out in the kitchen someplace. Besides, she doesn't hear very well. Shame, too. She's so pretty and everything. Well, you'll meet her. Sit down. I was saying I was a roughneck. Well, no, that doesn't mean exactly what you think it means. A roughneck is an oil field worker, specifically a guy in a drilling crew. Call them roughnecks like you call a section hand on the railroad a gandy dancer, a garage hand a grease monkey. Same time you work around a drilling crew for a while, you're going to be a roughneck in every sense of the word, boy. A derrick floor or a FOURBLEBOARD's no place for a guy with a bow tie. Because when you have to fool around with drilling holes that go farther down the ground than it is from the top of Pike's Peak down to sea level... Yeah, sure they do. The time I was a roughneck, we'd got this one well down to 7,313 feet. That was a record. But last May, Pure Oil brought one in out in the Natrona Valley in Wyoming at 14,309 feet. That, friend, is almost 3 miles. Quite a hole, that, huh? Sure, I don't think there's an oil man in the world that don't wonder one time or another what's down there, besides rock and oil and gas. Oil that's made out of trees that died 20 million years ago. Oil that's made out of dinosaur bones. Oil that's maybe made out of the flesh and blood of men, maybe, that beat each other to death with a stone axe, ate saber-toothed tiger for lunch. Yeah, you get to wondering. You look at the cores that come up from way down there, and sometimes the little shells, trilobites mostly, that was alive when Manhattan Island, where New York is, was under half a mile of ice. We found something once, me and Billy Grunwald, and something found us. I'll tell you about it. We were down to around 5,400 feet. We'd set casing. We began to get water, so we had to stop drilling and cement off. Well, you see, when water begins to seep in the hole, you pull your drill pipe, then you let down a cementing shoe inside the casing, and you plug up the bottom of the hole, casing and all, with quick hardening waterproof cement. Then when it's hard, you drill through the cement and go on down, and the cement outside the casing at the bottom keeps the water out. Well, we had the drill pipe all pulled and racked. The cement was setting, see? So we was shut down, waiting for it to harden. We'd been coring just before... Well, you see, a core drill is hollow. And as the bit digs down, it stuffs the drillings up inside it, so when you pull it out, you got a sample of the kind of stuff you're going through. And a geologist can tell a lot from that. So there's nobody around the rig except me that night. The rest of the crew's going into town. I was toasting some pork chops over the forge for my supper. I heard a car pulling up. Look out, it's Billy Grunwald, the geologist, and I give him a hello. Hi, Billy, come and have a pork chop.
Hi, Porky. Where's everybody?
They all went to town. I'm the whole crew.
You know, I had 3 blowouts between here and Oxnard.
Yeah, I wondered where you was. Ted said you'd be in here about 3.
Yeah, I would have been, except for my tough luck. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, hungry?
Starved.
Yeah, I got 7 pork chops. And bread. And some coffee, kind of.
Swell. Hey, I got a bottle in the car.
We're going to have a banquet.
Hey, where's that core? That's what I came up here to look at.
Yeah, back there on the bench. Look at it after supper.
Hey.
What?
Didn't you say you were all alone here?
Uh-huh.
I thought I heard somebody talking.
Yeah. I don't see anybody. Keep an eye on that pork chop. You won't have any supper.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Here, let me put the coffee on. Like so.
When'd you finish cementing?
This morning. Last tower only made about 10 feet of holes, so Ted shut down before we get flooded out of house and home.
Funny about that water.
How?
Oughtn't to be any at that level, according to my figuring.
Well, there is.
Is it salt?
Sure, right out of the bottom of the ocean.
That's funny. Well, maybe I'll be able to tell something from the core. Yeah, I hope so. The last core I looked at, I'd have sworn we were getting into shale.
Ain't seen none yet from the cuttings.
That's funny.
Here, your pork chop's done. Yeah, take some bread.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, man.
Good, huh? Yeah, put on another. I had 2 already before you come.
Yeah, much obliged. Yeah, you never can tell what's down there. You get it all mapped and plotted out, all the strata. And all you know is what comes out of the hole.
Yeah, I'd like to go down there sometime if I was little enough.
Never get you down a hole.
Yeah, you'd fit. You're skinny.
I'll stay up here and look at the cores, Bud. Where is that one?
Behind you. Over there.
Oh. Well, I'll have a look at it.
Well, why don't you wait till you finish your supper?
I'm just going to look at it. Put on another pork chop for me.
Okay.
Well, I wish those screech owls would keep...
What's the matter?
Hey, wait a minute, Porky.
Well, why did...
Listen.
What's eating you?
You know, I'd have sworn there's somebody up there on that FOURBLEBOARD.
Ah, you're crazy. There's nobody up there.
Leaning against those stands of drill pipe.
Ah, they're just rack crooked. One of them slipped. Come on back and eat your pork chop.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Only
what you so jittery about, Billy? Come on, eat your sandwich. Here.
Yeah, well, thanks, Porky. I don't know. I'm just naturally that way, I guess. I'm always scared of the dark. Doggone it, I hate to be a baby, but I can't help it.
Scared of the dark? Honest?
Stupid, ain't it?
Oh, I don't know. Everybody's scared of something. Me? Spiders scare the tar out of me. Black widows. Oh. I know how you feel, Billy.
There another light over here?
Yeah. Here.
Ah. Oh. That's better. Hey, listen, Porky. Go out to the car and look in the left-hand door pocket and bring back that bottle, will you? That's what I need.
Okay, kid. Okay. So I picked up a flashlight. I turned around and went outside. I found the car. And I got the bottle. And the floor of the derrick was all lit up, and when I saw a beam of light suddenly flash up toward the FOURBLEBOARD, I laughed. Billy Grunwald and his ideas. Sure, I looked up. There wasn't a darn thing up there except the drill pipe racked against the fingerboard. Oh, this FOURBLEBOARD. Well, you've seen oil derricks or pictures of them? You know that little platform that runs around the outside of the derrick about halfway up? Well, that's the fourbleboard. Well, you see, drill pipe comes in lengths, and you handle them with several lengths screwed together so as to save time getting them in and out of the hole. 2 lengths is a double, 3 is a triple, 4 is a fourble. When you pull the pipe, you heist it up inside the derrick with a traveling block, which moves up and down from the crown block at the top of the derrick. And then when a fourble of pipe is pulled out, it's held in the rotary table. You break the joint with tongs, like a great big Stilton wrench, you see. Snub a cable that's fastened to the handle over the cathead on the drawworks, and that breaks the joint. Then you hold the tongs on the pipe, give the rotary table a few turns to unscrew it. You heist away with the traveling block and swing it over against the fingerboard, lean it against the derrick. The guy up on the fourbleboard takes off the traveling block. You do it all over again till you got all the pipe out, you see? Well, there wasn't anybody up on the fourbleboard except a screech owl, and it flew away. So Billy turned his light off, and I come on inside. And just as I come up the steps, he let out a yell.
Yay!
What's the matter? What's the matter, Billy?
Hey, come here. Look here.
Well, what's it?
Look, Porky.
My... Where did you find that?
Now, listen, Porky, I give you my word. That was embedded in the core.
Why, it couldn't be.
I tell you it was. Look where I dug it out. Hey, you know what? That rock there comes from a mile underground. And it's been a mile underground for 1,000,000 years. And look at this.
And I did look. And what he was holding was a gold ring. And it was all carved and filigreed just like jewelry. And there wasn't any kidding about it. It was real. No, wait a minute. Hang on, I ain't done. I poked at the core of rock that looked like a kind of petrified salami or something. And then it was my turn to pretty near jump out of my pants. Because right alongside the place where Billy dug out the ring, there was a mud-covered but very unmistakable finger. I picked it up, and it was cold, and it was heavy, and it was solid rock. At least it felt like solid rock. And I looked at Billy, and Billy looked at me. He started to rub the mud off this here stone finger. And as he rubbed it, it begun to disappear. No, he could still feel it, he said, but when the mud was gone, neither one of us could see it. And he dropped it to the derrick floor. It went clunk, and we couldn't find it any place. So you know what we done? Well, we took that bottle and we took and finished it, Billy and me. We finished it in one slug apiece, and it was a full pint of bathtub gin. It tasted just like so much well water to me. And then we sat down on the derrick floor and we looked at each other. We didn't say a word. My eyes got heavier and heavier. The last thing I remember was I heard some kind of noise that seemed to be coming up from down on the fourbleboard 80 feet above us. I shut my eyes a minute. I guess I went to sleep. And I had awful dreams. Black widow, spiders crawling all over me with gold rings on their legs. Things I could hear, but I couldn't see, up on the fourbleboard. Billy Grunwald climbing up the ladder outside the derrick in the moonlight. Faces looking at me, and I couldn't figure out who they were. Then I was waked up by a horrible scream. A crash alongside me that shook the whole derrick. I opened my eyes to see Billy Grunwald lying on the floor 2 feet away with a broken neck. With a broken neck and his left hand, well, he put the gold ring on the little finger of his left hand, and the way his arms were spread out, his left little finger and the ring were gone. Well, friend, I got out of there. I run down to where Billy had left his car, and I got in. I stepped on the starter. I couldn't get it to go, and then I remembered after I'm pretty near run down the battery that Billy had taken a key. I wasn't going up there and go through a dead man's clothes to get it. So I sat there in the car and shivered all by myself till daylight. And then Ted and the crew came. Afterwards, a state cop, and everybody in the world was asking me questions.
Did you and Billy have a fight, Porky?
I told you we didn't, Ted.
But you had been drinking.
We only had that little pint, Ted.
Well, what was he doing up on the FOURBLEBOARD? Did you threaten him, and did he run up there to get away from you?
Listen, cop, don't be a chump. Billy Grunwald and I were good friends.
Then why'd you push him off the FOURBLEBOARD?
I didn't, I tell you. I wasn't up there.
Oh, what did he go up there for?
I don't know. I was asleep.
How do you know he was up there?
I didn't say he was. You said so. Besides, how would he break his neck if he didn't fall from way up there?
Well, look, officer. I think it was just another accident. I mean, we haven't got anything on Porky, and personally, I don't believe he did it.
Well, it's mighty mysterious.
So it is. But we got work to do. Now, how about it? That cement's hard down there. I want to start drilling again, and I'm short-handed. Will you let Porky stay here till I run in my pipe again, and, well, then you can take him and ask him questions till you're blue in the face.
Well,
Okay. Let's get rolling. You got steam up, Happy? I'm all set. All right. Porky, you go from the FOURBLEBOARD.
What? Not me, Ted.
Oh, don't be such a boob. There's nobody up there to shove you overboard. And you can put a safety line around you if you want to. And besides, you're getting paid to do what you're told. I've lost too much time already. Come on, get going.
So, okay, I go up on the FOURBLEBOARD. And you can bet I took a good gander around before I did anything else. Now I couldn't see a thing. So I signaled to the driller to let down the traveling block, and he did. Came sailing down from up above. I was just reaching for it to pick up the first four-bullet drill pipe. Gave a big jerk, and the cable broke. It dropped and nearly pulled me off the FOURBLEBOARD. And it landed right on top of Ted. And if you have any idea what a guy looks like after 2 tons of metal land on him from 80 feet up, yeah, you keep your ideas to yourself. Well, that was enough. 2 accidents in a row. The whole crew quit. They wasn't going to wait for a third. And it was Ted's money that was paying off. There wasn't any more, and as far as I know, the abandoned derrick is still there. And that was 20 years ago. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. That traveling block was right in front of my face when it broke loose. It was hanging by steel cable, 3/4-inch steel cable. And I saw that cable break right before my eyes. It looked just like a piece of string when you snap it between your fingers. I could almost see the fingers. You know what? There was something up there on the FOURBLEBOARD with me. And so a couple of days later I came back. I don't know if there's anything in the world as desolate, as dismal, as dead-looking as an abandoned oil well rig. There it stands like a skeleton off on a deserted side road and the bare yellow hills surrounding it, and it's the deadest thing you ever saw. I sat in my car for a long time looking at it. Everything was just the way we'd left it. I looked into the floor. The smashed traveling block was there alongside the rotary table. There was a little mutter of steam from the boiler. That was all. Then I heard a tinkle of something as it hit the ground alongside me. I looked around. There wasn't a soul in sight. But at my feet was the gold ring that Billy Grunwald and I had found in the core of rock that came from a mile underground and from 1,000,000 years ago in time. And I heard a little sound. The sound of a kid crying. And there wasn't any kid up there. And I heard it again, and it came from above my head, and I took out my revolver. I loaded it carefully. I started up the ladder to the FOURBLEBOARD. Well, there wasn't anything up there, nothing I could see. But there was a voice crying. The voice of a little kid. And then there was a movement behind the rack of drill pipes, and I saw the pipe move, and I yelled, "Come out of there, whoever you are! Come out or I'll start shooting!" And the stand of pipe shivered, and I thought, What can it be that can handle that heavy pipe like jack straws? And then there was a crash. The whole stand of pipe fell over, and I just got out of the way in time. And I was alone on the FOURBLEBOARD with the thing. But I couldn't see it. I felt the platform tremble under my feet again as something moved toward me. I fired 2 or 3 shots. And nothing happened. I started backwards. I knew it was following me because I could hear it meowing like a cat. My feet tripped over something. I saw it was a big can of red lead that somebody had left up there. Without thinking, I picked it up and I threw it at the sound, and it splashed. And there it was. And I wish the face of a little girl, frightened, crying with hunger and terror. Hands like a human being, and a finger missing from the left hand. And the body. Well, I'll tell you about that. I told you how I'm scared of spiders. But I knew where it came from. It had come from the bowels of the earth, come riding up on the drill pipe as we yanked it out of the well. Come to an alien world, and was lost. It stood there dripping with red paint, blood red from head to foot like some horrible dream. And it put its hand on my arm. Its hand was stone. Living, moving stone. And it looked into my eyes and mewed like a lost kitten. "20 years ago, I discovered many things about it, what it used for food, that it was deaf, that it was invisible and couldn't see people when it was invisible, that if you sprayed it with mud or paint or grease paint, makeup, then it could see people. And believe me, I didn't want to see its body. I can see that in my nightmares. But its face, I can't help wanting to see that pathetic little girl face. I'm afraid maybe I've fallen. But it's very beautiful. And when it's well made up, it's... But making it up, rubbing grease paint on a stone face that looks at you and smiles, and it makes sounds like a lost kitten yet. I can disguise the body in long dresses. She can't hear very well, and when she's hungry, I have to stay out of her way. I found out what she likes to eat, remember? No, sit still. Sit still, do. Sit still or I'll have to shoot you. I want you to meet my wife. Or rather, my wife wants to meet you. Mike. Mike. There she is. Come on in, dear.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story is The Thing on the FOURBLEBOARD. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper and featured Ernest Chappell.
And Dan Sutter played Billy Grunwald. Pat O'Malley was Ted. And Cecil Roy was also a member of the cast. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Sound by our good friend Albert April. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Well, I'm reasonably sure that all the characters in tonight's stories were completely fictional. At least I, for one, hope so. Next week, the story is called Presto Changeo, I'm sure.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
listen to them. Yes, they still laugh and dance and play the night away. But, I shouldn't have drunk so much wine. I must hurry now to the villa where she's waiting, yes. Waiting for him, for her Fortunato. Oh, you at last. Oh, you're like a beautiful painting. Soft in candlelight. But your lips, they're cold. And your face, what has happened to your face? And your eyes, your white staring eyes, and the light that grows in them. No, you don't wait for me, you wait for him. Yes, I should have known, but I did not want to know. I could not believe that you would fall for that too pretty face, for that pretty voice, those pretty things setting so pretty away. Oh, but now I know you. You wait. Well, and wait for your Fortunato. Do you know? No, you couldn't know, no. You only fear, yes. And while there is fear, there's life, huh? Just a little life, but it burns. It burns like a candle. The little wind of fear blows softly, and it whispers, he will not come. And then the candle flame flickers and almost goes out. But then a soft wind of hope whispers, he will come. He will. And the little flame struggles up with light. Yes, but he will not come. He will not come. Ever. Huh? Have I seen him? Have I seen your lover, Fortunato? Oh, of course I've seen him in the street, and I knew it was he because I heard the jingle of the little bells on his cap, and I knew him despite his jester's costume, and beneath the mask I could read his foolish, pretty smile, and I took him and went down to the dark passageways under my house on a hill, and he followed me laughing and excited at what I promised at the end. There, I said, there you shall taste my greatest treasure, my finest wine, a cask of ancient Amontillado. Then I took him by the hand and I pulled him toward the solid rock behind the shadows, where I had prepared an opening, yes, an opening to fit the form of your Fortunato. I put down the candle and I said, now you shall taste the Amontillado. And he turned, and I was upon him as he turned, and I shoved him, and he fell forward into the opening that was waiting for him, and then I slammed the stone into place. Soon as he was done, and I flung away the trowel, and I cried out to him, hear me, Fortunato. But he could not answer me now, for in his mouth there was stone, and in his heart there was ice. And I heard him shriek, and faintly the sound of his pounding hands, and faintly the little bells on his cap, jingling. Then there was nothing, and I left the place where Fortunato is waiting. Yes, he waits, and you wait, and you shall wait forever. I have condemned you, and I've counted my words as they slowly killed you, as I looked into your eyes and watched the little flame slowly die. Now go down to him. Sit with him. Play for him. Sing for him. And cry to him. Whisper to him. And listen. Listen, and perhaps you'll hear him breathe. And perhaps you'll hear a soft tinkling. Tinkling of his cap. Yes, the tinkling of the bells. And so, dead among the living, may you wait for your Fortunato as he waits for you. And me, I'm condemned too, condemned forever by my own love.
The American Radio Newsreel, a headline-hunting expedition on the scene of action along the news fronts of the world, presenting the actual personalities who make the feature and page one news of the hour. An American who lived through the lightning war and the fall of Poland.
Living in Warsaw during that first terrible week of bombardment and horror was an American actress, Miss Dolores LAURELL.
On the 8th day, she started her 2-week flight across a nation held in the throes of war.
But the vivid story of those hours of nightmare belonged to Miss LAURELL and come best from her own lips. Will you please tell our reporter, Armand Lopez, and our listening audience about those days, Miss LAURELL?
Well, we got aboard this train about the 7th. We kept going very slowly. We saw many refugees following the train, begging to get in, but of course they couldn't possibly get in.
Well, was the train attacked?
At this time, no, but later on, from then on, there was constant bombardment.
I see. Well, you mean aerial bombardment or?
Yes, aerial bombardment.
Well, how long did you stay aboard the train?
We stayed on the train that whole day and one night.
How far did you get?
In that time, we traveled about 25 kilometers from Warsaw.
Well, that's not even 20 miles in 2 days?
No, we couldn't travel at all because every 20 minutes or so, the alarm would be given. We'd be forced, the train would stop at once. Those who could would run out of the train into the forest and wait until we were free to get in it again, the other days.
Well, pardon me, Miss LAURELL, I understand that you left the train on the second day.
Yes.
Well, why did you leave? Did you feel that you weren't safe?
Well, we couldn't possibly stand any of that bombardment any longer. It was a question of running in and out of trains constantly, and the bombardment was so terrific that we couldn't possibly stand it any longer.
I suppose the mental shock must have been terrific.
It was awful. We know of 2 women who went mad in that particular train. One tried to jump out constantly.
Pardon me, Armand Lopez, but let me tell the listeners that Miss LAURELL walked for 6 nights, sleeping in the daytime to avoid being seen. Will you please describe what you saw, Miss LAURELL?
We went through towns that had been shelled or those that we were aflame, I suppose. I know we saw flames all night. But we always tried to keep into the forest, away from the actual roads, you see, because we knew that the target was always the tracks or the actual towns.
Well, how was your physical condition at this time?
By this time, I couldn't possibly walk anymore.
What was your physical condition at that time?
Well, by this time, I couldn't walk. My feet were swollen. I had no shoes. My feet were wrapped in rags that we just got somewhere. And, of course, I never in my life had walked more than just a few minutes at a time. We hiked through forests in the blackness of the night, tripping over rocks. I'd fall because I couldn't see a thing.
On the 12th day of her flight, Miss LAURELL saw tanks battering through the woods, and trucks loaded with soldiers rushing along the roads. Our flight was almost at an end.
We were put into military trucks going towards East Prussia, and there with a lot of Germans who were concentrated in Poland at the time, we were let out in Johannesburg, very well treated, and put on a train going to Königsberg. In this Königsberg, we found all the diplomatic corps of the various nations that had been released from Warsaw, as well as all American and other refugees.
Warsaw had fallen. Poland was no more, and the diplomats, civilian refugees, and soldiers were leaving the country. Thank you, Dolores Laurel, for your eyewitness story direct from the theater of war. The sports page. Jack Dempsey discusses fighters, past and present.
We're going to the place of business of one of the greatest and best-loved sports figures in America, and incidentally, one of the leading restaurateurs in New York. Here's the ex-champion Jack Dempsey. Champ, whom do you consider the greatest fighter that ever stepped into the ring?
Well, there was lots of great fighters. Practically every champion had something great. But my idol and one of the greatest fighters I think who ever lived was James J. Jeffries.
Well, tell us, Jack, what was the toughest fight you ever had in your career?
Well, they were all hard, but I think one of the hardest fights after I got up in the big time was the time that I fought Louis Angel Firpo down the Polo Grounds in 1923. In that fight, I was knocked down a couple of times. He was knocked down several times. I was finally knocked out of the ring, and I've always considered myself very lucky when I come back and win the second round.
Now tell me, Jack, do you believe that there is any fighter in the game today who can beat the present champion, Joe Louis?
Well, there's a few boys around may give Joe a little fight for a few rounds, but no one that I see who's capable of taking the championship from him.
Jack, you've been the idol of the kids. Yes, and of the grown-ups, too, for a long time. I wonder if you can tell the youngsters how to get places in athletics.
All anyone has to do to be a real champion in any line is to live clean and work hard, and I'm sure he'll get to the top.
You have just heard the voice of Jack Dempsey. Thanks a lot, champ. Not only for American Radio Newsreel, but also for your many admirers who are certainly listening in.
Edith Rogers Dahl fights for her husband's release from a Spanish war prison.
An American flying soldier of fortune, Whitey Dahl, was shot down in a Spanish loyalist plane in 1936. Taken prisoner by General Franco's forces, he was condemned to death. His wife wrote the general, pleading for her husband's life. In her letter, she enclosed her picture.
Franco, attracted by her blonde beauty, commuted Dahl's sentence. For more than a year now, Whitey has been detained in Salamanca.
Mrs. Dahl has just arrived in Boston from Europe. American Radio Newsreel reporter George Byron interviews Mrs. Edith Rogers Dahl aboard the liner Executor. Come in, Byron and Mrs. Dahl.
Mrs. Dahl, would you mind telling us what method you used to persuade General Franco to commute the sentence of your husband?
No, of course not, Mr. Byron. I was in KAHN the time that Mr. Dahl was taken prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that I had tried about every imaginable way might be possible to get him out.
I see.
So I had the idea one afternoon of sitting down and writing General Franco a letter, which I did, had it put into Spanish.
Yeah.
And I enclosed a photograph.
Oh, yes.
But a photograph in an evening gown, not the photograph so commonly spoken of in a bathing suit, which I wouldn't permit.
I see.
And I sent a photograph and the letter, and I received an answer.
Yes.
The answer to my letter was very interesting. General Franco signed it, apparently. Signatures on it.
I see.
And in this letter, he stated that he would not shoot Harold. He would not be shot, but that he would be detained as a prisoner of war.
Mrs. Dahl is back after 3 years of almost continuous views of European wars and trouble. George Byron, will you please ask her what her plans are?
Well, I understand that you're contemplating a lecture tour while you're here.
I'm contemplating a lecture tour now because it interests me, the subject interests me in keeping America out of this mess.
Yes, I see. Well, from what you've seen in Europe, then you decidedly think that we should stay as far
I
as
think
possible
we should stay out of it,
Minsk.
with the exception of supplies and ammunition.
Yes, I see.
There's no doubt that Europe has a fight on their hands. They have a reason.
Yeah.
I don't see why we should send men.
Well, I'm sure most Americans definitely agree with you. Thank you, Mrs. Dahl. And we all hope that Whitey will soon be released from prison by General Franco.
The Movie Page, interviewing the celluloid celebrities.
Your Hollywood reporter, Eric Corkhurst, rounds up movie personalities for some rapid-fire interviews. All right, Eric, come on in and shine with your stars.
All right, New York. And now we're taking you to one of those famous Hollywood parties. And first, we'll introduce our hostess, Miss Claire Trevor, the lovely RKO star. Claire, what's the title of your current picture?
Allegheny Frontier. Allegheny Uprising. It's been called with so many names. I almost forgot. Allegheny Uprising.
Well, I've seen it, and while I'm not a publicity man in any sense of the word, I can say I really enjoyed it a lot. But what about radio, Claire?
Well, I want to say this, that I miss being on Big Town very much. I hope they miss me. I hope next year to be able to do something again.
I'm sure you will. And thank you, Claire Trevor. And now I'm going to take the liberty of questioning some of your guests. Come on up here, Adrian Ames. Adrian, let's talk about temperament. Do you think you're really temperamental?
No, I don't think I'm temperamental enough. As a matter of fact, friends of mine have often told me that I need more iron in my soul to really get me place.
Well, if you're not temperamental, perhaps you have some pet peeves. What's the thing you like least about Hollywood?
Well, this sounds trite, but it is the lack of theater. I love theater, and that we just don't have them there.
Yes, that's a complaint I hear quite often. I confess I share it myself. Adrian, bring Eddie Lowe up here. He can't get off that easily. Eddie, where you been keeping yourself?
Well, I've been in Hollywood. I've been in Texas. I went out with Mr. Jesse Lasky in search of new talent, which I think is a fine thing for the young people on the screen. And then I visited my Aunt Kate in San Jose and stayed with her for a while.
Well, Eddie, in all the pictures you've starred in, just who was your favorite leading lady?
That'll be a very difficult thing to say. Every lady I play with on the screen is my favorite leading lady.
You're playing it cagey, huh? You just don't want to put yourself on a spot, is that it? How about blonde Beverly Roberts over there, Mr. Lowe? Oh, Beverly, come here. Beverly, tell us how you got into pictures.
Well, it's not really a very long story. I was singing in a nightclub called the Town Casino on West 52nd Street.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the very famous West 52nd Street. And a talent scout from Warner Brothers walked in one night and said hello. And I said hello. And she said, how about making a test? And I said, well, not right now, but a little later. And I did, and there I was.
Well, as I remember it, your first picture was with Al Jolson in The Singing Kid. How did you get along in that?
Fortunately, it was a very simple part to play, and I think that the critics and the public accepted me very nicely, and that started the ball rolling.
Well, Beverly, a few minutes ago you heard Eddie Lowe here duck my question on favorites. Now, how about you? Who is the most attractive man you've ever met?
Well, I think the most stunning man I've ever seen in my entire life is Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Oh, Ronnie, huh? Well, I know many ladies will agree with you, but I'm a little disappointed you didn't name me. Well, that's all from this end. Take it, New York.
Thank you, Eric Corkhurst.
The man behind the movie newsreel.
In his New York office, Walton C. Arment, editor-in-chief of Pathé News, is interviewed about news coverage in Europe today. Mr. Arment, I'm sure our listeners would like to know how you get your war pictures.
In the European War, Neil Sullivan, one of our roving cameramen, got into the Netherlands, went to the border of Germany in a taxi cab. Up where he was, the Netherlanders are flooding their country, and throughout the nation, men are being mobilized. Well, from that cab, Sullivan stole pictures of the border scene and got them back without their being censored. But that was a piece of initiative that might easily have been thwarted.
Well, do you mind telling our listeners just how they got those films through?
That's one of the secrets of the trade, and one I can't tell. There are ways and ways, but they're not for publication. A great deal depends on the man in the field who is shooting the pictures and what sort of contacts he makes. Of course, the Home Office makes some of the arrangements, and our agents abroad do their share. More than that, I'm not at liberty to tell you.
Well, Mr. Arment, do you often send your men on dangerous assignments? I mean, to places where there might be trouble.
Our cameramen don't always wait for permission to go places, so they're always turning up where they shouldn't be. Then they're in a jam with the authorities. That's when they get in touch with me. Then the cables and phones hum back and forth to Europe as I try to arrange with the proper authorities to get them out of jail.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Arment, for this glimpse behind the scenes with your roving camera reporters.
The American Radio Newsreel is produced by Eric Palm, edited by Joseph Johnstone, and released throughout the United States and Canada by Ayers Prescott Incorporated, Radio City, New York. Your announcers, James Clemenger
and Alan Barnes.
The National Broadcasting Company delays the start of this program to bring you a special bulletin. From the NBC newsroom in New York, a display of perfect teamwork by American ground and air forces has stalled the communist drive on the Chonan front. One dispatch says the North Koreans have suffered their first real thrashing of the invasion. And their push on Tajan with 50,000 troops has been halted, at least for the moment, at a point some 35 miles from Tajan. Keep tuned to your NBC station for the later news.
The Adventures of The Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, transcribed, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Taxi! You don't want a taxi, Mr. Templar. I got a car right here.
What? Well, Augie Cofflethwaite. When did you leave Alcatraz?
Oh, I got my diploma a couple of months ago. Now I'm back on the Apple.
Oh.
Hop in.
Are you going my way?
Yeah, I'm going your way.
All right, thanks. You're sure it's no trouble?
It's no trouble. Move into the driver's seat.
You want me to drive?
That's right.
Why? Oh, don't tell me this is a hot car, and you don't want to be found at the wheel.
How did you guess?
Augie, didn't you learn anything in prison?
Yeah, I learned crime does not pay. Besides which, it is against the law.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Didn't you know?
I mean, I'm glad to find out you know.
Oh, sure, Mr. Templar. I learned my lesson. I'm off crime for keeps.
But then this car.
Ain't it a beaut? And the keys was in it. With a setup like that, it'd be a crime not to take it. And like I said...
Yes, you're off crime for keeps.
Yeah. Now, let's go, shall we? Start her up.
Oh, but Augie...
Do like I tell you.
Oh, certainly, Augie.
That's right. Now, put her into first.
Oh, Augie, why didn't you swipe a car with automatic drive while you're at it?
I just wasn't thinking.
Augie, why the gun?
So you'll do like I tell you.
Oh.
That's how come you're driving. I want to keep my eye on you.
The eye I don't mind. It's the gun I resent. Put it away and I'll be grateful as long as I live.
Trouble is, you ain't going to live very long.
Oh, so that's how we stand.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Templar, but what can I do? The job's a job.
Chuck the job. You know the saying, all work and no play.
Oh, I'll play after I knock off.
You mean after you knock me off?
That's right.
But, Augie, you know, if you kill me, you'll hate yourself in the morning.
Yeah, I know. But if I don't, I'll hate myself tonight. It's a cash deal.
And if I top whatever you're getting?
No dice. I got my reputation to think of.
Oh, pardon me for being crude.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Templar.
Well, as long as you're determined to get rid of me, at least tell me who's giving the orders.
Oh, sorry. That's confidential.
Oh, I won't breathe it to a living soul, believe me.
Huh? Oh, I guess you won't at that.
So there's no harm.
I guess you're right, under the circumstances.
Well, then?
It's a guy named Ronald Stanton.
Ronald Stanton? Who's he?
In my business, you don't ask questions.
All right, a guy named Ronald Stanton. But what's he got against me?
Look, in my business, you don't...
yes, but in my business you do.
Oh. Well, all I know, Stanton calls me in, gives me the assignment, gives me a down payment, and I get the rest on delivery.
Of my corpse?
Right.
Well, it's nice work if you can get it.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this, Mr. Templar, but times are tough.
Mm-hmm.
You got to take what comes along.
Mm-hmm.
Opportunity only knocks once.
Mm-hmm.
A guy's got to live.
My sentiments exactly.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing?
I'm just stepping on the gas.
Slow down. I said slow down or I'll plug you.
You think we can find a coffin built for two?
Look out for that car!
It's close.
What are you trying to do, scare me to death?
It's a thought.
If you don't stop...
Yes?
If you don't stop...
You said that before.
Please, Mr. Templar.
Oh, you want me to stop?
Yeah.
Well, all right.
What hit me?
The windshield, and now I'll take that gun. Come on, Augie, snap out of it.
Mr. Templar, what was the idea? Don't you realize we might have been killed?
Never mind, Johnson. I'll get it. I'm expecting visitors.
Very good, sir.
Yes?
Are you Ronald Stanton?
Yes, and you?
Simon Templar.
Simon Templar, as I live and breathe.
No, as I do. Surprise, isn't it?
Where's Augie?
Nursing a headache.
Oh, dear me, I should have known.
May I come in? I want to talk to you.
Certainly, certainly.
Said the spider to the fly. But before you get any ideas, Mr. Stanton, I've left word I was coming here. So for your sake...
I quite understand. Come in.
Right.
Now, you have nothing to worry about, Mr. Templar. I am constitutionally incapable of violence. That's why I'm forced to depend upon dullards like Augie.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, I'm really in every way unsuited for the sort of work I've engaged in. I should have been an artist. I have the soul of an artist, the temperament of an artist, the intellect of an artist.
Then why aren't you an artist?
My paintings stink.
Oh.
So you find me a swindler instead. Degrading, but a man must live.
So I've heard.
And at least it does involve the intelligence. Matching one's wits, as it were. Oh, dear me.
What's the matter?
I just remembered. I must make a note to call the florist in the morning and cancel the flowers.
What flowers?
For your funeral. You won't be needing them, will you?
Not if I can help it.
Pity. They were gorgeous. You'd have loved them.
Well, I'll try to bear up.
Well, now, to business. I suppose you've come here for your money.
Have I?
Since Augie failed me, I'm afraid I'll have to pay. By the way, you're not going to hold this unpleasantness with Augie against me, are you?
A little thing like that? Don't be silly.
I knew you'd understand. It was a natural move on my part. Anyone would have done the same, rather than pay. You would have yourself.
I wouldn't have used Augie.
Neither shall I next time. But since you and I understand each other, it won't affect our dealing.
Not in the least.
Good. Then it's still just the agreed-upon amount.
Yes, the agreed-upon amount.
Excellent. I may not have it all here, though. We'll see how much is in the safe. Just a moment. Afraid this isn't quite enough. Let me count it.
Don't you ever keep that safe locked?
Never can remember the combination. No, this is only 12,000.
Only 12,000.
Yes. You see, I really didn't expect you. If you'll come to the office in the morning, I'll give you the other 3. Will you be there?
Unless I wake up in the meantime. Good night, Mr. Stanton.
Yes. May I help you?
Well, Well, Mr. Stanton has a well-equipped office, hasn't he?
Yes, very.
And a well-equipped receptionist.
Oh. What do you want?
What do I want? We'll get around to that later. Right now, I want to see Mr. Stanton.
Who shall I say is calling?
Simon Templar.
Not the Saint.
All right, not the Saint.
Oh, but you must be.
All right, I am.
Well, I wish you'd make up your mind.
Well, I'm really Bulldog Drummond, but I'm traveling incognito. Now, may I see Mr. Stanton?
Just a moment. Mr. Templar, this is Mr. Briggs, Mr. Stanton's secretary.
Oh, hello.
Yes. Templar. What is it, sir? What is it?
I'd like to see Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton is a very busy man, sir. Very busy.
He'll see me.
Well, now, I don't know.
But I do know.
As a matter of fact, I don't believe he's in yet. Don't believe he is.
Well, I'll wait.
Can't I help you?
Have you got $3,000?
The $3,000.
$3,000 to go with 12.
I don't understand.
I didn't think you would. I'll wait for Mr. Stanton.
Very well, if you insist. Very well. Come inside. You can wait there.
Thanks.
The name is Linda.
Oh, well, I hope you'll be here when I get back.
I'll make a point of it.
Lead on, Mr. Briggs.
You can wait in my office. This door right here. Go on in.
Thanks.
Do you... Oh...
Yes, Mr. Stanton.
Linda, where's Briggs?
Isn't he in his office?
I've been buzzing. No answer. Go find him, will you?
Yes, Mr. Stanton. He was here a little while ago. Mr. Templar. What's the matter?
I've just been put to sleep, and with you in my dreams, I don't want to wake up.
But what happened?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Where's Mr. Briggs?
I wouldn't know.
Is he the one who knocked you out?
I wouldn't be surprised.
But why?
That, as they say, is the question.
And why did he tell you that Mr. Stanton wasn't in?
That, as they say, how many questions are there? And as long as questions seem to be in order, allow me... is Mr. Stanton in?
Yes, he's been in all morning, so I couldn't understand
Look,
what...
help me up, will you?
Oh, of course.
Thanks.
What?
It's nice. Leaning on you. I must remember to get knocked out more often.
Do you think you can walk?
Probably, but I don't feel inclined to find out.
Well, we can't just stand here with our arms around each other.
Can't we?
Well, on second thought, perhaps we can. On third thought, we can't. Here comes Mr. Stanton.
Well, isn't this chummy?
This is Mr. Templar, Mr. Stanton. He's just had a frightful experience, and I...
Frightful? Quite the contrary, I'd say.
I mean, he was knocked out.
Naturally. One look at you and any man...
I mean, literally.
With a sap, a blackjack.
What? Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
But that's incredible. Who? Why?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask your secretary.
Oh, yes, Briggs. Where is he?
I can't find him, Mr. Stanton. He seems to have left the office.
Could he have left without your seeing him?
Yes, Mr. Templar. Through the back.
But are you trying to say that Briggs knocked you out, Mr. Templar?
Is it so hard to believe?
I just don't understand it.
Well, I came here for sugar, so I suppose he decided to give me my lump.
Quite good. Ah, yes, sugar. You want the 3,000. I'll get it for you, Mr. Templar.
All right.
And we're agreed this settles my account with you, eh?
Yes, Stanton, it does. But I still have an account to settle with Mr. Briggs. Hello, Linda.
Oh, Mr. Templar. I didn't expect to see you.
I invited you for dinner. Did you think I'd stand you up?
I mean, under the circumstances.
What circumstances?
Haven't you heard? They've found Briggs.
Good. I'll settle with him later. Right now...
But aren't you afraid you'll be seen?
Now, don't tell me you have a jealous husband.
I don't have a husband.
There, you see, life can be beautiful.
But the police...
are a very dull topic of conversation. I prefer...
But they're looking for you.
For me?
Yes.
So I'll buy a dog license.
It's not about a dog license. I told you, they've found Briggs.
So you did. What's he been saying about me?
Nothing. Dead men never do.
Well, then, dead men?
Yes, didn't you know? He's been murdered.
I beg your pardon, monsieur. Would you care to order now, sir?
I'll be very honest with you, Captain. I I'm not a bit hungry.
But, monsieur, may I suggest...
No, thank you.
But the chef has prepared pheasant under glass.
Tell the chef to have one on me.
Very well, monsieur.
Now, Linda, what were we talking about?
Oh, Simon.
So I'm suspect number 1.
Yes. Did you do it?
Kill Briggs? I hardly knew him. I only kill old friends.
You don't seem to realize how serious this is.
My conscience is clear, and I've got a good lawyer. Tell me something about Stanton, Linda.
What about him?
What's his racket?
Why, he's in the real estate business.
So it says on his door, but what's his racket?
I don't understand.
I wonder.
All I know is Mr. Stanton has some big project underway. He's been selling stock in it.
So that's it.
What?
The racket.
I don't know about it being a racket. It's a business deal. I thought it was legitimate.
Look, you don't pay off somebody to the tune of $15,000 to shut him up about a legitimate business deal.
Did Mr. Stanton do that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know much about it. I've only worked for him a short while. Who did he pay off?
Me?
You. But you said you didn't know.
I didn't. But then we all make mistakes.
You mean Mr. Stanton is a swindler, and he thought you found out, so he paid you to shut up.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
And you accepted his money?
Well, it seemed a shame to spoil his fun, but I'll contribute it to a worthy cause. Do you feel like a worthy cause?
But what made Mr. Stanton think that you knew?
Briggs, obviously. He must have been blackmailing Stanton in my name.
Why your name?
If I say so myself, Linda, and I do, it's a name that carries weight with the underworld.
But why didn't he use his own name?
He anticipated Augie.
What?
Blackmail is a hazardous occupation. Briggs wanted to avoid the hazards, so he used my name, probably intending to send a messenger for the money. But Stanton jumped the gun by sending Augie after me.
Who is Augie?
One of nature's mistakes.
That's not very specific.
If I were any more specific about Augie, I'd spoil your appetite, and it's time for dinner. So let's forget about Augie and order, shall we?
Taxi! You don't want a taxi, Mr. Templar. I got a car right here.
Well, speak of the devil.
Were you speaking of the devil, Mr. Templar?
Figuratively, Augie.
Oh.
Linda, this is Augie.
I see.
Likewise. I am charming to have met you. It is a pleasure. Now, scram.
What?
Scram.
I'm afraid you'd better scram, Linda.
But will you be all right?
Yes, I'm sure Augie will take care of me, won't you, Augie?
Yeah. Now, look, sister, you don't scram so good. You want I should show you how?
No, she don't want you should show her how. Go on, Linda. I'll call you later.
All right, Simon. I'll be waiting.
And you, Mr. Templar, get in the car.
But, Augie...
You heard me.
Me a gun again. Augie, this is where I came in.
You mean this is where you get in? Go ahead.
Oh, all right, Augie.
Only this time, I drive.
Oh, I'm hurt. You didn't like my driving.
So you're hurt. I let you drive, we'll both be hurt. My left hand stays in my lap with the gun. So just sit quiet.
Mm-hmm. I see Stanton changed his mind.
About what?
Firing you.
Why should he fire me?
He was very upset by last night's fiasco.
Well, Mr. Stanton is not a man to hold a grudge.
Oh, I see.
Besides which, I know too much.
About what?
Things.
Well, I'm glad you've kept your job. I'd hate to be taken for a ride by a really efficient hoodlum.
That's no way to talk, Mr. Templar. I'll have you know I ain't no hoodlum.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected.
You'll sit right where you are.
Yes, Augie.
And no tricks this time.
No, Augie.
We ain't going to have another Fabasco.
No, Augie.
I am a careful driver.
So I see. But now let's see how you do with my foot on yours.
Hey!
Just watch where you're going, Augie.
Get off my foot!
All right, Augie.
Hey!
Congratulations, Augie. You're really alert. The way you grabbed that wheel, of course, when you grab the wheel, I grab the gun.
Oh, this is getting monotonous.
Well, I'm willing to quit if you are.
Believe me, Mr. Templar, I am giving it serious consideration.
Mr. Templar.
As you live and breathe.
Quite. But where's Augie?
He met with another Fabasco.
I beg your pardon?
You ought to, Stanton, and you can cancel the flowers again. I'm still alive.
Why, of course you are. Why shouldn't you? Oh, dear me. Did you think that Augie was trying to kill you again?
Wasn't he?
Dear me, no. I simply asked him to bring you here.
He doesn't extend a very cordial invitation.
No, I'm afraid not.
But here I am anyway, Stanton, so what do you want?
It's rather difficult to ask without Augie.
It shouldn't be hard to ask. It might be hard to get.
Yes, but since Augie failed again, why did you come?
To find out why you sicked him on me again. I understood that when you paid me off this morning, we were quits.
Ah, but that was before the murder. That alters matters.
How?
You have $15,000 of mine.
Yours?
I don't wish to discuss ethics, Mr. Templar. Let's just view this pragmatically as simply a bit of tit for tat, as it were.
Very well, pragmatic tit for tat. What does it mean?
I paid you $15,000 for silence. I thought you might care to repay me the 15 for same.
What would I want you to be silent about?
Your whereabouts. The police are looking for the man who was in Stanton's office this morning.
I see.
If you were here in Augie's custody, I could offer you the choice of freedom or arrest. But since Augie once again failed me, the whole matter becomes an academic question.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't blame me for trying. After all, you would have done the same. In fact, you did the same, eh? Every man for himself. And no hard feelings, right?
Quite. Good night, Mr. Stanton. Hello, Linda.
Oh, Simon, are you all right?
Fit as a bull fiddle. Linda, do you have a key to the office?
Yes.
Good. I'll meet you there in 20 minutes.
Why?
Because I don't have a key.
I mean, why do you want to get into the office?
To find something.
What?
A clue.
What clue?
How should I know? I haven't found it yet.
Don't you expect to?
With your help.
All right, I'll be there.
But look out for Stanton.
Why?
I have an idea he'll be coming, too.
Oh, did you ask him?
No, but I don't think he needs an invitation.
And you don't want him to see me?
Not until we're in the office. I don't want to scare him away.
Oh, it begins to sound ominous.
You afraid?
Not as long as you're there.
I wonder how I ought to take that.
As a compliment.
All right. I'll be waiting, Linda. Hurry.
Am I late, Simon?
Right on the nose.
Oh, good. I hurried.
Well, let's go in.
All right.
Now, don't turn on the light. I don't want Stanton to know we're here.
Whatever you say. But what makes you so sure he's coming?
I just paid him a visit. I could see he was packing. He's preparing to leave town, and he'll probably want to clean out the office first.
He's running away?
So it would seem.
Well, now what do we do?
I'm going in back to see what I can find. You stay here at your desk. If Stanton comes, buzz me.
You mean I stay alone in the dark?
Well, I'll only be a minute, then we'll stay together in the dark.
All right. Can you find your way to the door?
Yeah, I found it. I'll be right back.
All right. Yes, Simon? You want something?
Has Stanton showed up?
Not yet.
Well, I'll be right out.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Yes.
Already?
Already.
Amazing.
You don't know the saint. I'll be right out and give you a chance to learn.
Simon?
Yes, Linda.
What did you find?
Do you see what I see?
I don't see anything. It's so dark.
At the door. Silhouette.
Oh.
Hello, Stanton.
What? Oh.
Here, let me turn the light on for you.
Oh, Templar and Linda.
Yes, we've been waiting for you, Stanton.
How did you know?
Elementary, my dear Stanton.
Seems you've beaten me, Templar, to everything except the draw. Put up your hands.
I thought gunplay was out of your line, Mr. Stanton.
Sometimes one is forced to take matters into one's own hands. But I assure you I don't relish it, so please do as I say, both of you. Because if I'm forced to shoot you, I know I shall be quite ill.
What are you going to do?
If you two will just stand quietly with your hands raised.
I have a better idea. He's between us, Linda. He can't watch us both at the same time.
Get over next to her, Templar.
Ordinarily, there's nothing I'd rather do, but under the circumstances...
If you don't obey me, much as I hate the sight of blood, I shall be forced to shoot you.
In other words, Stanton, there comes a time when even you are willing to commit murder.
Only when absolutely necessary.
It's a nice distinction.
I don't care to discuss it. Now, will you get over next to Linda?
On the contrary. Linda, while he's watching me, now's your chance. Clout him with that standing ashtray.
No, you don't.
All right, Stanton, now that you've turned to her, I've got you covered. Drop your gun.
All right. Don't shoot. As I've told you, I can't stand the sight of blood, especially my own.
Pick up his gun, Linda.
Oh, I've got it.
Dear me. Perhaps Augie isn't so incompetent after all. Gunplay can be quite complicated.
Well, we'll send you where you can learn the art from experts. Let me have his gun, Linda. And then you can call the police.
All right.
The police? But you can't.
Can't we?
You promised. If I paid you...
I didn't promise a thing, Stanton. That was Briggs.
What?
Besides, there's more than just a swindle to settle. Let's not overlook the murder.
Quite right, sir. You put the police onto me, you'll have to face them for the murder charge.
I wouldn't try to pin the murder on me, Stanton. You see, I could point out that Briggs was blackmailing you in my name. You found out about it, and...
Are you trying to say that I killed Briggs?
It's as good a story as that I did.
Why, you have no proof, Templar.
We'll see. I came here this morning at your invitation. Briggs was terrified. He didn't know you and I had met before. He thought if I talked to you, you'd find out I wasn't the one who was blackmailing you. It might give Briggs his game away, so he knocked me out to keep me from meeting you.
That still doesn't prove anything.
Ah, yes, proof. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, and you can't eat your proof and have it, too.
What on earth does that mean?
Nothing at all. Go on, Linda, call the police.
Yes, Simon.
Templar.
Shh, please, the lady is phoning.
Hello, operator? I want the police, please. Hello, police? Can you send a car to the Stanton Real Estate Company? 8th and Hudson Street. We have a swindler and a murderer, that's right. Yes, that's right, 8th and Hudson. Goodbye.
Templar, you're making a big mistake.
I know, but I wanted to give Linda a chance to complete the call, Stanton. Naturally, she wouldn't have if I'd said she is the one who killed Briggs.
Simon!
What?
Linda, it looks like we never will get that chance to sit in the dark together.
This is absurd. Why would I want to kill Briggs?
Because you were in on his scheme with him, and you were afraid if he were caught at it and talked, he'd implicate you. So you killed him while I was unconscious.
Why, you're...
You're crazy is the usual line at this point.
Well, you are. I had nothing to do with Briggs.
Yet when I came here and asked to see Stanton, you left your desk and went in to get Briggs instead of talking to him on the intercom.
Well,
You wanted to talk to him behind my back in case he wanted to cook up a story.
No.
Then why didn't you use the intercom? It's connected with his office and it works. I checked.
So that's what you were looking for. You think you're so clever. Well, you can just go...
Linda, careful. Remember, I'm a saint.
Taxi.
You don't want a taxi, Mr. Templar. I got a car here.
No, Augie, not again.
What's the matter, Mr. Templar? Don't you like my company?
It's not that, Augie, but I'm warning you, if you keep driving a hot car around town, some nice policeman is going to speak harshly to you and pull you in.
Mr. Templar.
Yes, Augie?
To tell you the truth, it ain't a hot car.
Not even slightly warm?
Nope. I bought it. Paid cash. But... I wouldn't like it to go no further.
Oh, I understand, Augie. Don't worry. I won't say a word. I realize what it would do to your reputation.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
This year, the Forest Service of the United States Department of Agriculture prevails on the vacationing and motoring public to exercise extreme care with fire while living, working, or visiting in or near forest and woodland areas. Remember, friends, it only takes a moment's carelessness or thoughtlessness to set fire loose in the forest. So let's all be careful. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Jerome Epstein. Our cast tonight included Francis Robinson, Arthur Q. Bryan, Ted Von Eltz, and Donald Woods. The music was composed and conducted by Vaughn Dexter. The Saint, transcribed based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Staffier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price can now be seen in the Universal International picture Curtain Call at Cactus Creek. And all you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Night Beat and Top Secret, two suspense-filled, action-packed shows, come to you tomorrow night on NBC. Make a date. Hear Top Secret with Lona Massey as a counter-espionage agent, and Night Beat, the story of Chicago after dark. Both top shows tomorrow night on NBC. Next, it's Sam Spade, then Summer Symphony with Benny Goodman on NBC.
Theodore Clark looked up at the huge gray columns of cement that adorned the front of the city's largest banking institution. He'd paused there for a moment just before going to meet James Kenyon, with whom he'd taken lunch every day for the past 2 years. And now, standing there in speculative manner, he realized that the time was ripe to put into effect the plan he had so painstakingly labored over for that lengthy period of time. Theodore Clark was going to rob this bank of $100,000.
And thus we begin another story by The Player, starring America's most versatile actor, Mr. Paul Frees. We'll be with you after a worthwhile message from your announcer. And here is The Player, Mr. Paul Frees.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is The Player, welcoming you to our presentation of Fate Upsets a Plan. All his life, Theodore Clark had wanted $100,000. Ever since early youth, he had dreamed of the day when he'd be able to have what he considered a reasonable amount of money to spend in his declining years in comfort and luxury. For purely selfish reasons, he had never married. And so middle age was upon him, and toward the goal that he had planned for himself, there was nothing, absolutely nothing set aside. And that was when the thought came to steal $100,000. He had met James Kenyon, a lonely individual like himself, a middle-aged teller in this great bank. Several times when the huge building was empty, Clark would wait beside the cage in which Kenyon worked late at night and watch the teller carry the day's deposits to the massive vault. Kenyon was a trusted employee of the bank with 30 years' service and was the last one at night who closed the vault and set the time lock. And he was the first in the morning who opened it. And he, Theodore Clark, was going to spend the night locked in that huge vault. And Clark hadn't overlooked a single feature that might spell danger, even to the extent of studying how many cubic inches of air he would consume while he was a 9-hour prisoner in the airproof chamber. Oh, it was a great plan. Poor, unsuspecting Kenyon would open the vault door early in the morning before any of the other employees were there. He would enter. Clark would have the necessary implement on hand to dispose of the innocent teller, and the required amount of cash taken from one of the steel drawers would be in his pocket. Kenyon's body could easily be hidden in one of the lockers downstairs, and before anyone could make any kind of discovery, Clark would be well on his way out of the city. And so this was how the situation stood when Theodore Clark met his friend Kenyon, the teller, on this bright sunny day, and proceeded toward their favorite dining establishment. It was while they were seated and engaged in eating that Clark discussed a point with Kenyon.
Ah, my good friend, I wonder if you'd be interested in attending a lecture with me this evening.
The schemer already knew what the bank teller's answer would be.
Oh, I'd like to very much, Mr. Clark. But you see, this is the middle of the month. Statements are mailed at this time, and everyone leaves the bank, and I have a great deal of work to do. Oh, that's too bad. I'm sure you would have found it interesting. Dr. Whiting is speaking at the Group Institute, you know. Yes, I should like very much to have gone, but, well, You know how it is.
Oh, I'll tell you what I'll do. I shall attend the lecture, then call for you at the bank, and on the way home we shall discuss it at length, eh?
Yes, that would be an excellent idea. Then I shall expect you to call for me at the bank late this evening, hmm? You can use the usual rear entrance, come directly to my gate, and I'll let you in the door.
Clark left the teller and returned to his work as bookkeeper in the large insurance office further downtown. At 5 o'clock, he went home and prepared for the night's activities. Placing a small flashlight in his pocket, he paused for a moment to examine the weapon he would use on Kenyon. It was an 8-inch length of thick wire looped at one end to hold a round lump of lead and strapped with tape. Concealing the weapon in his clothes, Clark left his dingy apartment and headed for the street. He walked several blocks and dropped into a movie. At exactly 10:15, he left and went to the bank and made his way up the alley in the rear to the small employee's door. Entering, he crossed the wide marble corridor and walked to the teller's cage, in which Kenyon was busily occupied. "Hello, my good friend." The teller looked up.
Oh, well, Mr. Clark, right on time, I see. Did you attend the lecture?
Yes, Mr. Kenyon. Very interesting it was, too. May I come in?
Yes, of course you may. Just walk to the door and I'll meet you there.
Kenyon left his window, walked along behind the long tier of teller cages, and admitted Clark to the inner confines of the transit block. Clark sat on a small stool and watched while Kenyon went over his books. Oh, by the way, Mr. Kenyon, what time is it?
It's nearly 11 o'clock. Why?
Oh, my. I promised to keep another engagement at this very time. Oh, I must hurry.
But, Mr. Clark, I'm nearly finished. All I have to do is place this money in the vault, check my ledgers once more, and close the vault door.
Kenyon wasn't telling him anything he didn't know. Hadn't he watched the little teller go through this procedure countless times before in the preceding 2 years? Well, I'm afraid I won't have time to wait, Mr. Kenyon.
Oh, well, I'm sorry you have to leave.
But perhaps we can meet again another time, eh?
Very well, Mr. Clark, we shall do that.
The two men walked a short distance together, and then their paths divided. The teller headed for the vault, and Clark started for the door. They exchanged good nights, and Clark watched while Kenyon disappeared into the steel chamber. Quickly, he opened the door, and instead of going out, he stepped back and flattened himself against the wall. And then the door clicked shut. Kenyon emerged from the vault, and Clark thought of how easy it would be to make a break for the money now. But the lights... The building was flooded with light, and Kenyon was the only one who knew where the switch was. Perhaps it was just as well. In the morning, it would be easier. With only a few short steps, Clark was inside the vault. Concealing himself against one of the plate steel wall sidings, Clark heard the teller approach the entrance once more. He held his breath as a switch clicked off the lights, and then watched while the small stream of light outside narrowed as the great door closed. Suddenly it was pitch dark, and Clark heard the time lock tumblers fall into place. Now his all-night vigil was to begin. Without a moment's hesitation, he spotted his flashlight on one of the great steel drawers and tugged at the handle. It didn't open. A wave of panic swept over Clark as he wrenched and pulled at one drawer and then at the others. Every one of them refused to budge. So, the time lock controlled the currency drawers, too. Fear, cold, unmerciful fear, seized the imprisoned man. He made a dash for the massive door, and in his frantic pounding, he smashed the flashlight in his hand. Suddenly, he realized he was breathing heavily. This had to stop. He was using all the air in the chamber. He slid down to the floor in a sitting position, and for the sake of bravado, he began talking to himself. Take it easy, you fool. You're going to get out of here. Kenyon will be here at 8 in the morning, early, before any of the others. There's enough air till then. Sure, and you'll get your money, too. When he releases the time lock on the door, it will automatically release the currency drawers. That's when you get the money, after you take care of Kenyon first. You've got to be patient, that's all. Just a little patient. Now, lay down on the floor and breathe slowly and evenly. Use your head. Everything will be all right. Clark obeyed his own voice and laid prone on the cold floor, breathing with as little depth as possible. But it was torture. Each minute seemed to be an eternity. In order to offset the occasional intervals of oncoming fear that he would experience, Clark began to dream of what he would do with his $100,000. Oh, it would be so wonderful, never to have to worry or care about anything. Days of nothing to do but lay around living the life of a country gentleman. Nights of gaiety and enjoyment. His musings eventually gave way to a gradual knowledge of the fact that a great deal of time had passed. He rose to his feet and listened. No sound. Nothing. Clark noticed that his breathing was becoming more and more laborious, without his being able to control it. Pounding started in his ears, and he could feel the blood rising in his head. He coughed a little and loosened his collar, but it didn't help any. He lay down once more and rose again. Then, with the full impact of terrifying horror, Theodore Clark realized that he was choking to death. He had to have air. He clawed at his collar and opened his mouth in a vain effort to inhale. An uncontrollable fit of coughing seized him, and his senses began to reel. He sank to his knees and groped with clenched fingers in the dark. Then he flattened out, writhed in excruciating pain, and lay still. They found Theodore Clark eventually with his bloody fingernails hooked over the smooth surface of the steel floor. His face was a ghastly thing to behold, and it was evident that he had died a horrible death. James Kenyon, the bank teller, was questioned, and the innocence of the little man's statement gave bank officials reason to exonerate him from all blame. You see, there was one thing that Theodore Clark had failed to remember when he entered the great steel vault to spend the night waiting for the teller to open it the following morning. He didn't know that the time clock had been set for 2 days later, because the next day was a holiday, and the bank did not open.
And that's another play by The Player, your one-man theater, Paul Frees, who portrays all of the parts. Mr. Frees will return after a short visit with your announcer.
Fate Upsets a Plan was written by Walter Gehring and produced by Sam Kerner, with music composed and performed by Rami Idris. Special effects by Fred Cole. Your announcer was Gary Goodwin. This is The Player, Paul Frees, saying goodbye until next we meet. gentlemen, the human meteor who will attempt the most difficult maneuver ever performed in an airplane. He has only done this once before, and that was to win a $10,000 bet. Here he comes for the pinwheel roll, and I hope he makes it. The gaudy little airplane started west of the field and roared down in a dive. Straight at the crowd it came until it was only 50 feet above the ground. Suddenly it snapped into a fast roll, another and another, and then it was climbing straight up. At 500 feet the motor cut and the ship nosed down for a landing. The act was finished. The human meteor taxied his airplane to the line and killed the engine.
And thus we begin another story by The Player, starring America's most versatile actor, Mr. Paul Frees. We'll be with you after a worthwhile message from your announcer. And here to continue the play is The Player, Mr. Paul Frees.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is The Player, welcoming you to our presentation of The Pinwheel Roll. His name was Fred Smith, and he wasn't happy. One of the reasons for his unhappiness was J. Donovan Finch, Fred's manager, financial expert, and slave driver. And Mr. Finch wasn't happy either.
Freddie, my boy, someday you're going to disobey my orders once too often, and that'll be a sad day for you. Now let's crank up that airplane and get out of this town before the natives get together and figure out what we've done to them.
Yeah? Well, before we go, suppose you hand over my share of the take. Can't be much, but I need it.
Now, listen, Freddie. If you'd done the pinwheel roll instead of 3 snap rolls, there wouldn't be any argument. You disobeyed my orders, so you get nothing.
All right. Then I fly away in my airplane, and you can stay here and handle the arguments.
J. Donovan Finch began to turn purple with rage, but he knew when he was licked.
A growing, angry murmur from the crowd told him that a few of the spectators knew something about flying and knew that they had been gypped. He knew it was only a matter of a few moments until explanations would be demanded. Explanations which would be hard to make.
Very well, Freddie, my boy. Here's $21. 50% of the take.
Yeah? Let's see all the money you got in your pocket, J.D.
J.D. pulled out the contents of his pocket.
Fred counted it rapidly and found that it totaled $28. He picked out $3.50 in small change and turned toward the plane. Come on, J.D. The hungry wolves are on the trail. Let's get going. As Fred flew the plane westward toward his next stop, he brooded over the trials and tribulations of an itinerant stunt pilot, particularly a stunt pilot who was so unfortunate as to have J. Donovan Finch for a manager. The Mr. Finch in question sat in the front cockpit, filling it from side to side with his pudgy bulk. As Fred watched him, he turned around and shouted above the roar of the motor.
After this, when I announce the pinwheel roll, you better do it.
Yeah? So you want the pinwheel roll, do you?
Okay, here goes. So, Freddie. J. Donovan Finch had intermittent headaches and heart attacks for a week after his introduction to the pinwheel roll from the pilot's viewpoint. It was a very tough maneuver for both the pilot and the airplane. It consisted of a huge outside loop while the plane was doing a continuous series of slow rolls. The fact that Fred could do the stunt at all testified to his skill as a pilot. He could have been pulling down impressive money as an advanced flying instructor or test pilot. And it was the spellbinding salesmanship of J. Donovan Finch alone that kept Fred flying and stunting for what money they could pick up in tank towns. J.D. had promised him bookings at big air meets, movie stunt, flying jobs, a life of ease and adventure, but Fred had found only a continual struggle to get his share of the money that he earned and to keep the plane repaired so that he wouldn't be risking his life in his stunt routines. Well, the whole thing came to a head in Texas, where the collection had amounted to only $15, and where Fred had snapped the airplane out of rig doing whip stalls 500 feet off the ground. Fred sat in front of the hangar, wondering if he could get his airplane back together again so it would be safe to fly, when he heard an argument going on. Now listen, you Texas peasant. I'm J. Donovan Finch, the promoter and aircraft owner. I have business on this field, and I'm going in. But, ma'am, you don't take care of your language, you're all going out and feet first. We don't like that kind of talk in this country.
Fred sighed and sauntered over. Maybe it would be a good idea to let the Texan polish off J.D. Finch. Then Fred could get a job and stop worrying. He stepped up to the guard.
That's all right, mister. This is my manager. He has these crazy spells every once in a while. Has a weak heart and a weaker head. I'll take care of him.
Oh, I didn't know he was test, boss. I was about to let him have one.
Yeah, you and me, brother. I'll see that he doesn't bother you anymore.
With that, Fred hustled J.D. back to the ship, but got no thanks for his help. J.D. sputtered and fumed.
Why, the idea. Trying to stop me, J. Donovan Finch, the movie producer, the originator of the super pinwheel roll.
Hey, wait a minute, J.D. What are you babbling about? What's this movie producer stuff? What was that crack about a super pinwheel roll?
J.D. smiled archly and drew himself up.
Ready, my boy? I've made you a success in spite of yourself. Tomorrow morning we fly to Randolph Field, where you're to be starred in a motion picture. The mighty epic of the Skyways being made by Mammoth Productions.
Hey, just a minute, pal. What do I have to do and how much do I get?
Why, that's the big surprise, my boy. For just a few minutes' work, you will receive $1,000. 50% of that, less my 10% as your manager, leaves you $450 profit.
Yeah? But we'll settle that later. What do I have to do to earn that small percentage of my share?
Why, that's where my genius comes in, my boy. For this great occasion, I've invented the super pinwheel roll. You do the roll just as usual, except that at the bottom of your outside loop, you fly through a huge hanger, inverted. When you come out the other end, you start rolling again and finish the loop.
That's just ducky.
Yes, I knew you'd like it. And the contract reads that you only have to do it once. Successfully.
Now look, J.D. You don't know anything about airplanes. Chances are 100 to 1 that I'll do the stunt once, contract or no contract, and I don't mean successfully.
The two of them argued back and forth, J.D. insisting that a contract was a contract, and Fred demanding that at least he be given a better airplane if he was going to try it. They compromised by piling in the ship the next morning and flying to Randolph Field to look things over. Things didn't look promising, but J.D. insisted, and he had the whole movie company behind him now. They waved the contract in Fred's face. They showed him how big the hangar was. And when he still refused, they threatened to get a judgment for damages against him. Fred was hooked. He'd been sold on the river. He turned to his manager.
All right, Mr. J. Donovan Finch, we'll do it. We'll show them the greatest flying they ever seen before their cameras.
That's right, my boy. We'll do the greatest flying stunt ever performed.
Yeah. Yeah, you bet we will. All right, get a parachute and climb in that front cockpit, J. Donovan Finch. You're going along.
The cameras ground as Fred and J.D. came curving down the sky for the super pinwheel roll. The motor howled as the nose went down and under. The ship rolled once, and it was diving. Twice, and it was coming straight down. 3 times. There was a gasp from the watchers as a figure shot out of the plane, a body hurtling across the sky. The ship was on its back now and heading for the hangar. As Fred climbed up the backside of his loop, the pudgy figure of J. Donovan Finch swung back and forth in his parachute as he watched for a spot to land. He dropped squarely in front of the cameras as Fred slipped to a landing on the field and ran toward the spot. J.D. was just about to burst in rage, and Fred was just about to apologize for the weak safety belt when the director rushed up.
Boys, you surprised me with that parachute jump. Why, I didn't know that was part of the act. Why, for that you get a terrific bonus. Another $1,000. Why, it's terrific. Yes, we'll name that stunt the Super Colossal Pinwheel Roll.
And that's the end of another story as told by The Player, your one-man theater, Paul Frees, who portrays all of the parts. Mr. Frees will return to the microphone after a brief message from your announcer.
The Pinwheel Roll was written by Paul Pierce and produced by Sam Kerner with music composed and performed by Rami Idris. Special effects by Fred Cole. Your announcer was Gary Goodwin. This is The Player, Paul Frees, saying goodbye until next we meet.
Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense.
based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown to introduce another one of my books for you. This story is called The Lady Was Lethal, as my hero, Johnny Eaton, found out. And in finding that out, he also found quite a lot of tension and trouble, which is my cue to quit and let Eaton carry on.
I always hated the place. The business had taken me there more than once. Now it had taken me there again. It was large, high, and cold. But then, death is always cold. I hated the hollow ring your steps made on the floor, and the way your voice ricocheted off the walls. The shape which lay shrouded on the table drew my eyes, and there was a dry sensation at the back of my throat as Lieutenant Jorgensen flipped the sheet away.
There he is.
Yeah. That's Hank Williams, all right.
That's all you got to say?
What do you want me to say? Happy birthday?
He was your partner, wasn't he?
He was my partner.
You're a tough guy, aren't you? Johnny Eaton, the man with the poker face. I show you your partner's body, and you react like it was a guy you'd never seen before.
You want me to bust out crying? What good would that do, Hank?
You guys have been in partnership for the last 5 years. Always acted like you were the best of pals. You were away in Detroit for 3 weeks on a job. You come back, I tell you Williams is dead.
So?
So I'm wondering, Johnny. Wondering whether you're really tough or just plain scared.
What's that crack supposed to mean?
Let's get out of here and I'll tell you.
Well?
I'm wondering how much you know about why Williams was knocked out. Maybe you're acting like a clam because you figure you'll stay alive that way.
You think I'd be wasting my time, Lieutenant, listening to your yakety-yak if I knew who killed Hank?
Could be. I'll have to keep an eye on you, Johnny. After all, we don't want to lose the other half of the best private eye partnership in town, do we?
No, we don't.
That's your jalopy?
Uh-huh.
New model Buick. Business must be looking up.
We get by. I guess I should say I get by.
Williams didn't have any family.
A sister in Kentucky someplace. She'll have to be told.
What happens to his share of the business?
I get it. His sister gets the rest. The dough in the bank, etc.
You should do all right out of the business.
We both made a will. Whoever went first left his share of the business to the other.
And by good luck, Williams went first.
Jorgensen, there are times when I dislike you more than normally. This is one of those times. As I drove back to the office, the night sky was studded with star points, but their silver twinkle was rivaled by the gleam of garish neon stabbing above the streets. I let myself into the office, started going through Hank's desk. But I knew it was a forlorn hope. There was one thing I hadn't told Lieutenant Jorgensen. I'd come back from Detroit in answer to an urgent wire from Hank. It said he'd cracked something really big and needed my help. The trouble was that Hank was the sort of private dick who never kept notes. He kept everything inside his skull. And that skull was now silent. I was right. There was no hint of what Hank had got onto. And there was so much of him in the office. I had to get out. I needed a drink. It was a honky-tonk. I wasn't feeling like the black tie nightclubs. This dive had a sign outside which spelled the world's most beautiful girls. Inside, the world's most beautiful girls were dancing with sailors, small-time hoods, and suckers. They all looked bored, and most of them chewed gum while they danced. Romantic.
Your drink, bud.
Thanks.
Hey, you look kind of gloomy, kiddo. Why don't you cheer up and have a dance? 50 cents a ticket.
Go away.
Well, you don't have to be rude. If you don't want to have any fun, well, okay.
Go
but...
splash in the sea.
Oh, now look, there ain't no call to be...
Beat it, babe.
What?
I said beat it.
Oh, well, okay. There's no need to get tough about it.
Dames. Mind if I park?
Suit yourself. If you can find a glass, you can even have a drink.
No, thanks. Cigar?
No, thanks.
You're Johnny Eaton, that right?
Yeah.
I was looking for you.
So, now you've found me.
How much do you want?
For what?
You know what. How much?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Quit stalling, Seamus. Name a price.
Look, let's play a little game. Let's pretend I really don't know what you're talking about. So you tell me, and then if I've got it and it's for sale, I'll name a price.
Okay. I'm talking about the thing your partner, Hank Williams, had. He didn't have it this afternoon, and it wasn't in your office. So he either sent it to you or he parked it someplace and told you where. Now, put a tag on it, Buster. I ain't got all night.
You mean Hank was murdered for this thing, but you couldn't find it?
Sure.
Why, you
Don't
dirty...
start anything. You can't finish, Buster. I've got company.
That little punk propping up the jukebox?
Plenty of good guys have been perforated by a punk.
That's a point.
So, how much?
$40,000.
That's a lot of dough. Maybe it'd be cheaper to have happen to you what happened to your partner.
Will that get you what you're looking for?
Maybe we might sort of persuade you to tell where it is first.
Maybe. $40,000 is the price.
I'll have to find out. Could take a little time. See you tomorrow and tell you. Be in your office.
I'll be there.
Okay, Seamus. Don't do anything foolish, will you? Not like Williams did.
I watched him clamp the cigar in his teeth, signal to the thin little guy, and the two of them walked out. Just then the blonde who'd tried to sell me a dance moved past the table. I called her.
Yeah? What do you want, mister?
I've changed my mind. I'll buy some tickets.
How many?
$10 worth.
Oh, attaboy. Now you're getting hip.
Sit down, have a drink.
Sure.
Hey, buddy, another glass. Here, Blondie. The $10.
Oh, thanks. Here's your tickets.
Keep them.
What's the big idea?
You've got the $10 and the tickets. So you've just made a $10 profit, right?
Yeah, but...
A glass. Thanks. Remind me to endorse your Emily Post diploma sometime. Here. Give your stomach a shock.
Oh, thanks.
Now, that $10 you just made, that's for information.
Oh, what do you want to know, honey?
The big guy who said scram and you scrammed, who is he?
Mister, I think I'd better give you back your $10. You sound like trouble to me.
No, not trouble. I'm just curious. I've been out of town. I don't know anymore who runs with who.
Oh, well, he's Tiny Laven. I don't know who he works for, but he hangs out in the blues club. Yeah, that's what the name says, all blues and stuff.
Who was the other guy with him?
Oh, he was on his own.
No, it was a little pasty-faced guy by the jukebox.
Oh, that's Babyface Brill. He's a mean character. Well, mister, that get me $10?
Sure does, and thanks.
I'm sure you wouldn't like to dance. I'll give you a dance for free.
Some other time. I gotta be moving. You know, business?
If business means trouble with Tiny Laven, you won't tell him who told you.
Over my dead body.
With Tiny Laven, that could be easy.
The Blues Club. A high-class dive. Cloths on the tables. No taxi dances. A floor show. 6 girls were just finishing a routine as I sat down and ordered a drink. They wobbled off the floor, and the lights dimmed down to a single spot as a compere breathed one word into the mic.
Chilly.
I thought he was talking about the weather, until a dame appeared in the spot. And what a dame. A tall brunette with a figure dreamed up by a perfectionist and then improved on.
Your eyes of blue, your kisses too. I never knew what they could do. Can't believe that you're in love with me.
I listened to her low, husky voice and started to remember things like that Hank was like me. He could be a sucker for a dame. And if Tiny Laven was tied in with this place, and Hank had something Laven wanted, then it wasn't impossible that Hank had met Chili.
I've always placed you far above me.
As I watched her, I decided it was more than probable that Hank knew her. Chili was the last thing a guy would feel next to Chili. And Hank liked to keep warm more than most guys.
Believe that you're in love. I can't believe that you're in love with me.
She finished her number. They yelled for more, but she just waved and wove off. I called the waiter.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to talk to Chili.
Sir, you stand at the end of a long line of gentlemen with the same ambition.
There's a 5-spot going begging for someone to take it with the message to the lady.
What message, sir?
That I'd like to talk to her about my partner, a guy named Hank Williams.
I'll deliver your message, sir.
I never saw a $5 bill disappear faster from a table and into a pocket. I poured myself another drink, but I'd only had one sip when he was back, with his eyebrows touching his hairline.
Chili will see you.
Don't look so surprised. I'm a guy who makes friends and has influence. The waiter led the way, and as I followed, I was congratulating myself. It looked like I had lighted on a lead at last.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Any person in the private eye profession runs the risk of sudden death. But the death of Hank Williams, my pal and partner in the firm of Williams and Eaton, came as a double shock. Because Hank had wired me that he was onto something big. And when I got back, it was too late to ask him what it was. Also, Hank was a guy who never put anything on paper, so I had nothing to give me a lead. But I found that it involved a muscular male named Tiny Laven and a mean mobster called Babyface Brill. It also seemed to involve the singer at the blues club, a girl named Chili, who was anything but.
You're the man who sent the waiter with the message?
That's right.
You wanted to talk to me about Hank Williams.
Yes, he was my partner. I'm Johnny Eaton.
Glad to know you, Johnny.
I'm even gladder to know you.
Oh? Why?
Look in your mirror, for a couple of good reasons. Chili, you knew Hank, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
When did you last see him?
2, maybe 3 days ago. I'm not sure. Why? Nothing's happened to him, has it?
Only one thing. He's dead.
No. Oh, that's not true. It can't be.
I'm afraid it can, and it is. This afternoon.
Poor Hank. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him it was dangerous.
What was?
Oh, whatever he was doing. He kept telling me he was onto something big, that he was saving it for his partner, but I knew it was dangerous by the way he talked.
Dangerous enough to kill him. You know a guy named Laven, Tiny Laven?
I've heard the name somewhere.
Comes into this club, they tell me. Big guy, smokes cigars.
I think I know who you mean. What about him?
I think he had something to do with it, that's all.
I liked Hank. He was a nice guy. Anything I can do to help Johnny, I'll do.
Thanks.
Come in.
Chili, I heard that... Oh,
Sorry, I thought you were on your
Oh,
own.
it's okay. This is Johnny Eaton. He's Hank Williams' partner. You remember Hank?
Sure, the private dick.
This is Hal Waltham, Johnny. He owns the Blues Club, which means he employs me.
That makes you a lucky guy, Waltham. And I know it. How's Hank? They're looking after him very well down at the morgue. You're joking.
No, Hal. He was killed this afternoon.
Well, of all the tough breaks.
I was telling Johnny that anything I can do to help, I'll be only too glad. But Hank never talked about his work.
No. Well, the same thing goes for me, Eden. Anything I can do, anything at all. Nice of you, Waltham. If there is anything, I'll look you both up. Particularly Chilly. What she's got is worth looking at. I picked up a cab from outside the Blues Club and gave him the address of my apartment. When I put the key in the lock and opened the door, there was a light coming from the living room. Automatically, I reached for my gun. Then I remembered I wasn't carrying it. I moved into the living room and got a surprise. A beautiful blonde surprise with tear-filled eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I didn't know when you'd be back, and I just had to see you.
Well, how flattering can a blonde be?
You are Johnny Eaton, aren't you?
Unless I've changed in the last 10 minutes.
The superintendent of the building let me in here. I'm Helen Williams.
Hank's sister. But you're in Kentucky. I wired you about Hank.
That's why I came up. Got in an hour ago. The caretaker at Hank's apartment house sent me to the police. I saw a Lieutenant Jorgensen. He told me what had happened. And then I came here.
Well, it's tough, Helen. I know Hank was a great guy.
Yes. Yes, he was.
You go ahead, honey. If you want to cry, it won't worry me any. You could weep a few tears for me, too.
No, I mustn't. Could I have a drink?
Sure. We'll both have one. What'll you do now, Helen? Go back to Kentucky?
No, not until Hank's murderer is behind bars. I'm staying until he's caught.
Your drink. That might take a long time.
I don't care.
Where are you going to stay tonight?
I hadn't thought about it. I couldn't go back to Hank's apartment. Not now. Maybe I could find a hotel.
Not at this time of night. Tell you what, you stay here. I'll take the sofa. You can have my room. In the morning, we'll find you an appointment.
Oh, thanks, Johnny. Thanks a million.
Don't look at me with those trusting eyes.
Why not?
Because I don't know that I'm too trustworthy. Not with a bewitching blonde.
Well, I trust you, Johnny. And since I'm going to stay, I might as well be useful.
Anyone as decorative as you doesn't have to worry about being useful.
Well, I'm going to be. You'll meet someone in the office now that Hank won't be there. I'll be your secretary.
That's fine. Anything that keeps you close by suits me.
Jerk your mind off my gender and think about justice. For Hank's killer.
Okay, Helen, you're right. I better give you the story so far. The next morning, while Helen was out arranging for Hank's funeral and then seeing about an apartment, I sat in my office waiting for the promised visit from Tiny Laven and Babyface Brill. My desk drawer was open, and the gun in it had the safety catch off.
You're here, huh, Seamus?
I said I would be, Mr. Laven.
That's smart of you, Eaton. Real smart.
Thanks. A compliment from Babyface Brill is really something.
You know our names, huh?
I get around.
Well, here it is, Seamus. $40,000 is too high. 25 grand is the most the boss will pay.
And who is the boss?
Are you kidding?
Okay. Sorry, Laven, the price stays where it is. Otherwise, it's no sale.
You don't want to talk like that, Eden.
No. You might wake up dead.
Bumping me off still doesn't get you what you want. You won't find out where the stuff is from a corpse.
Like I said before, we might be able to persuade you to tell us before you kick off.
You know what the recipe for fried chicken says? First catch your bird.
You won't be hard to take.
Why don't we do it now? I get tired of listening to its voice.
Just try it, Babyface. Me and this 38 are waiting.
All ready for us, are you? Your partner Williams figured he was tough, too. We'll give you 24 hours to change your mind, Eaton. After that...
Don't slam the door on your way out, boys.
You fresh punk.
Calm down, Babyface. You'll have plenty of time to devote to Mr. Eaton 24 hours from now, if he doesn't wise up.
Yeah. Take a tip, Eaton. Change your mind. Otherwise, I'll have fun changing your face.
Johnny Eaton.
Johnny, it's chilly.
Not with your voice warming up the wire.
I've been thinking about what you were telling me last night. I might be able to help a little.
That's fine.
Could you come over and see me?
Sure, let's see. It's just on 6 o'clock now.
I won't be through at the club until nearly midnight, and I don't think it would be a good idea for you to come there. My apartment would be better.
Much better. Just you and me and a bottle makes 3.
The address is apartment 16, 248 Parkview.
Great. See you at midnight. Midnight is the witching hour, they say. And Chili at midnight was one wow of a witch. We sat side by side on the sectional sofa with the drinks handy. And I told Chili all about Tiny Laven.
You have no idea what this thing is that Laven wants?
No, like I keep saying to people, Hank wasn't a guy to make notes. He carried it all in his head. I pulled the gag that I'd got it on Laven just to see the reaction. I don't suppose he'd believe me if I told him the truth.
Probably not. And according to Laven, they searched the office and they must have searched Hank's apartment and they didn't find it. So what did Hank do with it? Whatever it is.
You got me. I can't even begin to guess.
I think I might be able to help you, Johnny. But you'd have to trust me.
That's a song I've heard before.
I lied a little last night. I know Laven quite well. And the other one, Babyface Brill. But I wasn't sure last night whose side you were on.
Go on.
I could help you, but you mustn't ask questions.
Oh, I mustn't, huh?
I like you, Johnny. I want to help you, but I can't help liking you as well, can I?
It's the fatal Eton charm. And every time a dame tells me it's working, I find I've lost my wallet later on.
You're a cynical character.
I've been around a long time.
But not around me. Still cynical, Johnny?
I'm not sure how you describe the feeling, but I don't think cynical is the word. You were going to tell me about Laven.
He and Brill are a couple of strong-arm men.
I didn't think they were chartered accountants.
They're tied in with the Blues Club.
Huh?
It really is a club, but its membership is secret.
So that's what Hank was onto.
I guess so. I thought it was just me.
Who runs the place?
Hal Waltham is the manager, but he's only paid. I don't know who really owns it. Laven gives the orders.
Maybe Hank had some proof. Maybe that's why they murdered him. To stop him turning it over to the cops.
Be your age, Johnny. A joint the size of the Blues doesn't exist without protection, which includes protection from the cops. Hank must have had something more than that. Anyway, why did he get so interested? Why would he stick his nose into a tough setup like the Blues?
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes I'm so dumb I can hardly believe it myself. Of course he had a client.
Sure. So find his client, and you might get some idea of what he had that they want so badly.
Yeah, it's a bright thought. The only thing is how do I find him?
You should know. Here's the detective. Who could that be at this hour?
Well, it's not opportunity. That only knocks once.
Well, I guess I'd better go and find out.
As she walked out of the room, I thought that with things as they were, I'd be happier safe than sorry. So I eased the gun out of my shoulder holster and stood behind the door so that I was hidden from anyone coming into the room.
What's the idea?
Inside Chili like a good kid. Sorry about this, but it's nothing personal. Just orders.
Whose orders?
Just orders. I'll give it to you nice and quick. You won't know a thing about it, honest.
Like you gave it to Hank Williams?
I wouldn't know anything about that. But I can't stand you yabbering. And it won't do your nerves any good either. So long, Chili. Nothing personal, you understand?
Sure, she understands. What?
Oh, Johnny, am I glad you were here. Oh, I believe you're as tough as they say.
Babyface doesn't seem to like you.
Brill neither likes nor dislikes anybody. It's just a job as far as he's concerned. A job he's paid to do.
The interesting thing is, who's paid him to rub you out?
I don't know.
Well, whoever it is, it's a sign they're getting scared, which means they might make a mistake. And when they do, I'll be right there.
mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
I was working in the dark, and I wished someone would turn on some light. With the firm of Williams and Eaton deprived of the services of Hank Williams by sudden death, it left me, Mrs. Eaton's little boy Johnny, carrying the ball. The only drawback was that I didn't know what the ball was supposed to look like or where I was supposed to boot it.
Well, what did you do with this Babyface, Brill, after you knocked him out?
Hal Waltham, the Blues Club manager, came over, and I gave Babyface to him.
What does it all mean, Johnny?
Helen, I wish I knew.
It certainly looks like it's all tied in with Hank's murder.
That is for sure. Your brother had something or knew something. Why the heck the dumbox always insisted on playing his cards close to his chest, I'll never know. If only he'd left a note, some hint.
Even if he had, you'd still never have found it. That Laban man would have got it first.
Yeah, I guess so. How's the apartment, Helen?
Oh, it's all right, Johnny. I'm afraid I can't take much interest in anything till Hank's killer is...
Yeah, I know, honey. I know. Now, who's that, I wonder?
I can tell you. It's a man named Stokes. He called up this morning and wanted to see you. I told him you'd be in the office about this time.
Okay, Helen. Let him in, huh?
All right, Johnny.
Mr. Eaton?
Oh, yes, sir. He's in the small office there. Won't you go in?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Eaton. My name is Stokes.
Good morning. Shut the office door. We'll be nice and private. You wanted to see me? What can I do for you, Mr. Stokes?
I read about your partner's death. A terrible business.
His sister and I agree with you.
I have his murder on my conscience, Mr. Eaton. You see, I am the man responsible.
You mean you?
Oh, no. I don't mean I'm the man who pulled the trigger, though I might just as well have done so. I'm the man who hired your partner for the investigation that led to his death.
The client? Hank's client?
Yes. I hired Mr. Williams to investigate the Blues Club and give me proof of the bribery and corruption which came from it.
Can I ask why, Mr. Stokes?
I'm a rich man, Mr. Eaton. I had a daughter. She went to the Blues Club a few times. I suppose she thought it was exciting, that they knew her, knew where she came from, knew that there was money behind her.
Go on, Mr. Stokes.
You know the story, Mr. Eaton. It's an old story. Not even a very exciting story, except to the people directly concerned. She spent her allowance, she sold her jewelry, her clothes, she stole things from the house. And then finally she couldn't stand it any longer.
I'm sorry. I can understand how you feel.
I think perhaps you can, Mr. Eaton. I know how your partner felt about you, and I imagine you felt the same way about him. I wanted him to get me proof of the Blues Club's activities, and proof that it was allowed to exist by a number of people holding positions of public trust. And I think he had it.
Yeah, I've got reason to think that, too.
The morning of the day he was killed, he called me. Said he had something really big, and that he was sending you an urgent wire to come back and help him with it. The next thing I knew was the notice of his death in the papers.
You're going to ask me if I have that proof, Mr. Stokes. I haven't. But I know the people concerned haven't got it either. He hid it somewhere, and we don't know just where. But it must turn up sooner or later.
I can only pray that it does, Mr. Eaton. I came here this morning to ask you to take over where Mr. Williams left off.
Well, I'm doing that in any case.
Of course. But I should like you to consider this check as bringing the retainer up to date.
$2,000? That's a lot of hay.
I told you. My feed bag is well filled. Here's my card. You can reach me at that phone number or address.
Right, Mr. Stokes. I'll keep you informed.
You may believe me, Mr. Eaton, when I say that once I get my hands on whatever Williams unearthed, I shall know the best quarters in which to make use of it. Good morning, Mr. Eaton, and good luck. Goodbye, young lady.
Goodbye, sir. Well, who was he, Johnny?
He was your brother's client.
Johnny? Then you know what it's all about?
I've got an idea, and tonight I'm going to make sure. Tonight, I'm paying the Blues Club another visit. I got there early. The club was only half full. The waiters were looking bored, and after a couple of drinks, I donned the dull expression, too. I folded a couple of 5 spots in half, held them prominently in my hand, and signaled the guy who'd served me.
Same again, sir?
No. This is a bit slow. I'd like to go upstairs.
Upstairs, sir?
Don't kid me. A pal of mine told me all about this joint. I want some fun. How about it?
I'll inquire, sir. If you'll just wait.
I waited, with my fingers crossed and my eye on the entrance in case the hefty hunk that was Tiny Laban showed up. Then the waiter was back.
If you'll follow me, sir.
Sure. We went past the band to a doorway next to the kitchen. And up a narrow staircase to an iron door at the top. The waiter rapped on the door.
Yeah?
A new member.
Okay. Come on in. New member, huh? What's the name?
Hyde. Jekyll Hyde.
Cost you $50 entrance fee, Mr. Hyde.
Sure.
Okay, you're in. Through that door. Help yourself.
It was a large room, well supplied with gambling tables. It was also well supplied with babes. One of them, a red-headed, swivel-hipped model with the latest type chassis, swayed over.
Hello there. You're a new member?
That's right.
I'm Anna.
Nice to know you. I go for a girl with your manner, Anna.
Would you like to play?
That's what I came for. What can you offer?
There's roulette, baccarat, sherry, or dice.
Dice is strictly for the proletarians. I think I'll have a whirl at the wheel.
Have some more champagne, honey?
No. Like the man in the song, I get no kick from champagne.
Try one of the other tables.
What for? I dropped $400 on the roulette. What makes you think I'll be any luckier at the others?
Say, you're really down, aren't you, Sugar?
Right down. Down where you can't get no downer. I want something exciting, something new, something with a real lift in it.
Maybe I could do something about that. Come with me. In here. Give me $200 and I'll get it for you.
Okay.
Just wait here.
I lit a cigarette and waited. I thought I was getting closer. Closer to finding out what Hank had found out. Then I remembered he'd got killed for it.
Here you are, honey.
Just 2 pellets? Comes high, doesn't it? $100 a pellet.
It's the real thing. You ought to be grateful.
I am, baby. And I'm going to demonstrate my gratitude to you.
You are, Sugar? How?
Like this.
Oh!
Sorry, Anna, but it's time I was going. And I wouldn't want you to stop me. I got past the gorilla at the iron door with no trouble and walked through the club with my gun in my pocket and my fingers cold round the butt. Half an hour later, I was in my apartment, and the 2 little white pellets were safely stowed away. Whether they'd make evidence or not, I wasn't sure. I thought I'd ask Lieutenant Jorgensen sometime. But at last, I knew exactly what went on at the Blues Club.
Good morning, Johnny. Do you always get into the office this early?
Sure, Helen, when I'm breaking in a new secretary.
You can't call me new. I've been working here for 3 days now. Did you get anywhere at the Blues Club last night?
Yep, I got into their private rooms.
And you found out?
A few interesting items.
Well, here's another interesting item. This letter and package arrived here.
Uh-huh. Addressed to you in Kentucky and forwarded on.
Yes. The day after I came here, I wired back leaving your office as my forwarding address. Here, read the letter first.
But it's Hank's handwriting. Dear Helen, this is terribly urgent, or I wouldn't be bothering you. Enclosed is a package that is vitally important. Please put it in your safe deposit till I send for it. Johnny Eaton is on his way back from Detroit, so I can't send it to him, and I daren't carry it around with me. When I get some time, I'll tell you all about it. When are you coming over for that holiday? Love, Hank.
When am I coming over for that holiday?
No, take it easy now, sweetheart. See, let's take a look at that package.
It's a notebook.
Hey.
What is it?
Wait a minute. Well, I'll be... Wow.
What is it?
It's dynamite. It's loaded. No wonder they wouldn't stop at murder to try and get it back.
But what is it?
Well, without looking at it from beginning to end, it looks like a record of payments, a record of bribery and corruption, of people they paid to keep their mouths shut. City Hall, state politics, the police, and the narcotics squad.
Narcotics?
Yeah, that's one of the items I found out last night. The Blues Club's a front for dope peddling. Honey, this little book will lift the roof off the city if it ever hits the press. It'll smash prominent people, people in positions of trust, respectable people. Say, you don't believe it until you see it. And now we've got it.
Johnny Eaton, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking of using this little book as bait. We might hook quite a lot of fish.
Isn't that dangerous?
Sure. It was dangerous for Hank. I owe them something for that. And this is paying off time.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The light had broken. The motive for the murder of my partner, Hank Williams, was clear, contained in the notebook he'd sent his sister, and which now lay on the desk between us in my office. I stared at the notebook, and my thoughts turned to the past, to when Hank Williams and Johnny Eaton were a team, a first-rate private detective team. And now there was only Eaton left. Well, they were going to pay for it.
What are you planning to do, Johnny?
Listen, and you'll find out.
Who are you calling?
The Blues Club. This is where the hook gets baited.
Blues Club?
I want to talk to Mr. Laban.
Who's calling?
Tell him Johnny Eaton. He'll talk to me.
Hold on. Laban, you're late calling to tell me you've changed your mind, Seamus. The 24 hours I gave you is over.
That's not what I'm calling for, Laban.
So, what do you want?
Just to tell you that I've definitely got the goods you want. All done up in a neat little book.
Yeah?
$40,000 is the firm price. You've got till tomorrow morning. Otherwise, it goes to Washington, and they can sort it out on a federal level. So make up your mind fast, won't you?
Now listen.
Goodbye, Laban.
Oh, Johnny was that smart. They'll be after your blood.
And I'm after theirs.
Where do we go from here?
To my apartment. I'll feel safer when we're both there. The only way in is through the front door. The windows look out on a sheer drop of 7 floors, and the fire people are always complaining because we've got no fire escapes. So long as we watch the door, we're set. Once we got to the apartment, Helen headed for the kitchen to rustle up coffee. I set about a little work. I found a piece of oil silk, carefully wrapped the notebook and my gun in it, and tied a piece of wire around it. I went downstairs to my car, took off the petrol filler cap, and carefully slid the package into the petrol tank, attaching the wire to the screw thread on the cap. It was as good a hiding place as I could think of.
Johnny?
Yeah, it's me, honey.
Coffee's ready. Here you are.
Thanks, honey. Say, what have you done to yourself suddenly?
Nothing. Why?
I don't know. You look a different girl somehow.
I'm the same girl, only now you're beginning to notice me. Johnny.
Okay, I'll go.
Who is it? Me, Jorgensen. What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Come in, Lieutenant.
Thanks.
Who is it, Johnny?
Lieutenant Jorgensen. Pour him a cup of coffee. Let's go in the living room, Lieutenant.
Okay, but I haven't got time for coffee.
You know Helen Williams, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Miss Williams.
Sure you want to have coffee?
No, thanks.
You don't look happy, Sleuth. What's your trouble?
You know a dame called Chili? Real name Elsie Kuchenheimer?
I know Chili. I never met Elsie.
You never will. Now. Someone shot her about an hour back, 3 times.
That's tough. But why tell me?
Because I've got to take you in, Johnny. Captain's orders.
Take me in for what?
To be held as a material witness.
You're kidding, Jorgensen.
No, this is on the level. The captain wants to talk to you.
We'll see about that. I'm calling my lawyer.
No, Johnny.
Why, the artillery, Jorgensen.
The captain wants to talk to you without any lawyers. You carrying a gun? If you are, you better let me have it.
I'm not healed.
Okay, then let's go.
Helen, it won't be long. Remember what I told you about the door?
All right, Johnny.
Come on, let's move.
Things must be getting tough in the police department, Lieutenant.
Why?
Can't afford any squad cars to make a pinch. Just you in an ordinary auto. No other cops.
The captain wants it done the quiet way.
Hey, this isn't the road to the precinct.
The captain's over 23rd.
Oh. What's the idea? What are you stopping for?
The book, Johnny. I want it.
Oh. Because one of the names in it is yours, Jorgensen?
Because one of the names in it is mine. I've been 15 years on the force, Johnny. I'm not letting anybody take that away from me.
Well, what do you know? A crooked cop worrying about his good name.
You got a choice, Johnny. You can give me the book, I'll burn it and forget we ever talked about it. Or you can stay clammed up and I'll turn you over to the others.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I gave you a chance. Now I'm going to give you something else.
Oh.
He's coming too.
I'm glad. I wouldn't want that sock you gave him to kill him, Jorgensen.
I just tapped it.
Shut up, all of you. He's conscious.
Yeah, I'm conscious. And I wish I weren't. Looking at a prize collection of rats is not my idea of entertainment. Waltham, Latham, Babyface, and Jorgensen. What a quartet.
All right, Eden, you've said your piece. Now, there's only one thing for you to add. The whereabouts of the book.
He's definitely got it because he knew my name was in it.
Why that dumb dame ever had to keep a book?
She had to keep one, or everyone else would have thought she was shortchanging us. Where Chili was dumb was that she could never resist a good-looking guy. So, when Williams came along and made like he knew everything, she started confiding in him. After him, Eaton. That's why she got dangerous.
I hope he plays it tough. I'll enjoy breaking him down.
I think I'll be getting along. When you get that book, burn the thing.
What do you think we're going to do? Frame it?
Okay. I'll beat it then.
So long, Lieutenant. Don't forget to polish the badge.
All right, now, Eaton, you can make things easy for yourself. Tell us where the book is.
Go fry a couple of dozen eggs.
Okay. Babyface, go get the surprise we have for Mr. Eaton.
Sure thing. You'll like this, Seamus.
You got company. See?
Helen.
They came, Johnny. They grabbed me. But don't worry. I can't tell them where the book is because you never told me where you hid it.
But you're going to tell us where, Eaton. Otherwise, we start on Miss Williams.
Oh, don't tell them, Johnny. It doesn't matter about me, but don't tell them.
Don't make the mistake of thinking we're bluffing about working the girl over, Eaton. We're not. You know how much that book means.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give it to you.
Johnny!
Where is it?
You wouldn't find it yourself. I'll have to come with you.
Where to?
My apartment.
It's not in your apartment. We looked.
That's right. But my car is outside the apartment. And that's where it is.
What are you fiddling with the petrol cap for?
Because that's where it is. In the tank.
Well, aren't you the ingenious boy? What are you doing?
Trying to get it out. The necks of these tanks are narrow.
Come on, hurry it up.
If you want it, you'll have to let me get it out. Okay. There it is.
Give it to me. Well, that's in the right hands at last. Let's go. Back to my car.
You got it?
Right here.
You gotta burn it now?
Burn it? Don't be a dope, Tiny.
But Jorgensen said...
Jorgensen. That dumb cop? Why, this book is the best insurance we've got. If any of them feel like getting difficult, all we've got to do is remind them of the pages in here.
Yeah. I didn't think of that. Where to now?
I'm going back to the club.
That's what you think. Oh, he's got the gun! That's right, duck him! Okay, sweetheart. You can get up off the car floor now.
I think on my bones. Johnny, you shot both of them and knocked out Wolf.
Well, I had the advantage of surprise. Plus the 38 they didn't think I had.
I didn't think you had it either. Where did you get it from?
Out of my petrol tank. I got it out while I was bending over for the book. And it's the finest fuel my tank's ever held. Yeah. Okay, Dick. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I got the book. I'll hold it till you and your boys get here. See you.
Everything's all right, Johnny.
Couldn't be better. That was a pal of mine in the FBI. They'll be here in the morning to handle the whole thing.
I'd have thought you'd take a holiday and not come to the office today.
Oh, I'm expecting a client. I called him. He should be here now. And here he is, right on cue. Let him in, Helen.
All right.
Mr. Eaton asked me to come here this morning.
In here, Mr. Stokes.
I hope you have good news for me, Mr. Eaton.
Well, I've had some success. I've found what Hank Williams had.
That's first-rate work, Mr. Eaton. What is it?
A little book full of names. People connected with the Blues Club and its activities.
Splendid, splendid. Well, I don't wish to appear rude, but time may be vital. If you let me have that book, I'll start some action.
I won't keep you long, Mr. Stokes. You know, I've been thinking a lot about Hank, the way he was, the way he felt, especially about crime and criminals. He hated them. He was a kind of crusader in his own way, an honest crusader.
Yes, I'm sure he was.
Hank was so honest that he'd never forget to note down a client in my absence. But what do you know, Mr. Stokes? I couldn't find a word about you.
I don't see...
I salute Chilly, now chilled for good. She was subtle when she wanted to be. She sold me the idea that Hank had a client, then provided the client. She sent you along, Stokes, all cut and dried. So that if I did find the little book, I'd probably turn it straight over to you and save everyone a lot of bother.
Confound you, Eaton.
I'm not going to stop you going, Stokes, because the FBI boys are on the job, and you won't get far.
Confound you.
Well, that client didn't stay long, did he?
No, honey, and we're not staying any longer either. Shut up the office, we're through. Tomorrow morning, I hand over the book to the FBI, and then I start concentrating on my next assignment.
And what is your next assignment?
You, baby. You.
This is Carter Brown. I can't help it. I always like it when the hero wins, which is why my heroes mostly do. But the hero of my next book, Sinner You Slay Me, finds a lot of complications to cope with before he does. It's a story of a mouse meeting murder, and the mouse is my hero, Marcus Mouse. He's one character whose answer to the question, are you a man or a mouse, is both. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In The Lady Was Lethal, you heard our star James Condon as Johnny Eaton. The Carter Brown Mystery Theater, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
That parrot is right, Captain. There's plenty of loot, all right.
Kids, don't miss this exciting pirate story. And here to tell it is Smiling Ed McConnell.
Yes, kids, you better come running this old Smiling Ed and his Buster Brown gang. I got shoes, you got shoes. Why, everybody's got to have shoes. But there's only one kind of shoes for me. Good old Buster Brown. Yes, sirree. Oh, yes, sir. Buster Brown is on the air out here in Hollywood with Smiling Ed, Squeaky the Mouse, and Midnight the Cat, Grandy the Piano, and old Froggy the Gremlin. And we're going to start our program off right now with our story, so don't you miss it. Well, here we go, kids, to the Spanish Main for another story of the desperate pirates who risked their lives for stolen gold several hundred years ago. Now, as you may have read, the favored strongholds of the pirates were in the West Indies. Not only would the pirates capture merchant ships, but they would also attack the cities in these islands, loot them, and force the inhabitants to work on the pirate ships if they so desired. It was in just such a city, which we will call Buena Costa, that young Juan Hernandez lived with his father and mother and played just as all boys do. But young Juan had a prized possession, a beautiful green parrot named Paul, the finest talking parrot, so Juan said, in all the West Indies.
Well, Juan, and what is the great joke?
Oh, Father, this parrot is so funny. Such comical things he says.
And what are these things?
Oh, nearly everything, Father. You see, Paul repeats everything she hears, and she flies about the neighborhood. Then she comes home bringing the town gossip with her. Do you know what she just said? She told me that...
Sonora Ferrera is lazy.
Oh, now then, son, that is dangerous. She should not say that Senora Ferrera is lazy, though I am afraid the Senora is.
But she heard someone say it, or she wouldn't say it. Paul only repeats what she hears.
Nevertheless, son, you had best keep Paul at home.
Very well, I will. Anyhow, it's most fun to hear her talking as the sailormen do. I'm sure she once belonged to a sailorman, for if you play harmonica, she will talk on and on.
Truly, son? I did not know this. I would like to hear her.
Then you have your harmonica in your jacket pocket. Play it and listen to my Paul.
All right, I will.
Timbers. Ahoy, the island. Ahoy, the island. Belay there. Hoist the mate to damsel. I port. Hi there.
Oh, Juan, indeed, you have quite a pet there. But I still think you should keep Paul home.
Well, she repeats everything she hears. As a matter of fact... Father, what is that?
Cannon! The town is attacked by pirates. Quick, Juan, to the house. I must get my gun. There is fighting to be done.
Yes, indeed. We'll get back to the story of young Juan Hernandez in a moment. But first, kids, wiggle your toes. Go ahead and wiggle them. Wiggle your toes. Do they feel good in your shoes? They do if you wear Buster Brown shoes. Yes, sir, 'cause Buster Browns fit perfect and feel swell. Millions of kids wear Buster Browns. There's a pair of Buster Browns for every kid's feet in town. And especially there's a pair for you to wear. A grown-up-looking, good-looking pair that will wear and wear and wear. So you just remember what your buddy Smiling Ed says. You get Buster Brown, the very next pair. Listen a little later in the program when we tell you the name of your Buster Brown shoe man. And remember, the way to tell genuine Buster Browns, yes, sirree, just look right inside the shoe for...
That's my dog, Tige. He lives in a shoe. I'm Buster Brown. Look for me in there, too.
That's right. Look for the picture of Buster Brown and his dog, Tige, inside the shoe. Then you'll know they're genuine Buster Brown shoes. But now let's get back to our exciting story. Well, when little Juan Hernandez started out to show his father how well his parrot could talk, pirates suddenly swooped into the harbor of the tiny West Indies town of Buenacasta and raided it, despite the desperate fight put up by Juan's father and the other men. When the pirates left, there was sorrow in the Hernandez home as Juan, his father, and mother counted the losses to the pirates.
Then we are penniless, husband.
The work of 10 years gone for naught. Oh, could I but get my hands on that pirate captain.
Do not be bitter, my husband. This is to be expected in this age of barbarism.
Father, a terrible thing has happened.
Why, Juan, why are you crying?
The pirates, they took my parrot with them.
Why, I think not, son. Probably it flew away in fear of the shooting. It will return.
Oh, no, Father. I have searched the town well. Always before I could find Paul somewhere. Now she is nowhere to be found. Oh, those filthy pirates. Someday I'll settle this score.
Angered but unable to do a thing about it, the people of Buenacasta settled down to work to recover from the raid. But on the pirate ship, the notorious buccaneer Captain Rufus Pell sat in his cabin and chatted with his first mate, the equally brutal Simon Lawthorne. And they were quite pleased with the results of their raid.
I know. 'Twere a good raid, Mr. Hawthorne, so it were. I've counted up the profits, if you please.
And they're substantial, I'll warrant, Captain.
Aye, they are. Now, let me see. 74,000 pieces of bait and other loot besides. Plenty of loot, Mr. Hawthorne.
Plenty of loot, Mr. Hawthorne. Plenty of loot.
Now then, that's fine, Captain. Plenty of loot, and I got this parrot besides. Pretty Polly, pretty Polly.
Pretty Polly, pretty Polly.
Aye, that parrot's the one. Belay there, she says. Stop, she says. So anyone could stop us, Mr. Hawthorne. Well, now, into our sailing ices, Mr. Hawthorne. Lay me a course for Vista Island. We'll anchor in the inlet there, careen ship, and scrape the barnacles off our hull. And off for more loot, eh?
And off for more loot, Off for more loot.
So you see, little Juan was right. The parrot was captured by the pirates, along with the rest of the loot from the little West Indies town of Buenacasta. Well, 2 months went by, and finally big news came to them. Senor Hernandez came hurrying home from the harbor with big, exciting news.
The pirate ship is back in our harbor, and every man aboard is dead, killed by yellow fever.
They deserve to die, all of them.
And our money, it was found on the ship.
No, there was no gold aboard the ship, but that is the good news. You see, wife, pirates always bury their treasure on some uninhabited island. And I know the island from which the ship only recently sailed.
You know the island, Father, but how can you?
Her sides are still covered with red clay where they careened in a shallow bay. There is only one island where such red clay may be found. Vista Island. And I am going there to see if that is not the hiding place of the pirates' treasure.
I'm going with you, Father.
You, Juan? Oh, no, you're not old enough.
But I am. Vista is nearly a week's sail away. Can you go without sleep for a week? Who will hold the tiller while you rest? No, two must sail our little craft.
It is true, Juan. Very well. You will go with me.
Well, Juan and his father started out, and in about 5 days, with fair winds, they came to Vista Island. They sailed directly into a small bay, moored their ketch, and climbed up onto the beach.
Do you think there are still pirates on the island, Father?
I think not. We're not all aboard the ship dead.
But we found out later that the terrible Captain Rufus Pell was not on the ship.
Well, that may be good news. You see, son, pirates often fight among themselves. It may well be that the crew rebelled against Rufus Pell, killed him, and sailed away. Anyway, come.
Look, Father, just inside the heavy jungle. Isn't that the roof of a house?
It is indeed, son. Probably the house the pirates built. Let us go there, but go cautiously.
I see no one, Father. There is no sound from the house.
We have waited and watched for half an hour. If someone were in the house, we would have heard something. Come, but let us go carefully.
Father, what destruction! Why, furniture's thrown around, tables tipped over.
See the cutlasses and pistols on the floor. I think my guess is right. There has been a terrible fight in here.
Then perhaps Captain Pell was killed.
Another knocking around, mate.
Paul, Father, my parrot!
Indeed, it is your parrot.
Paul, come pull on my shoulder.
Come, Paul.
Well, we have part of the loot returned. You have recovered your pet parrot. Now then, let us hunt this house thoroughly and see if we can find a clue to any treasure that might be buried on this island. Well, son, I'm afraid we must own defeat. There is nothing in this house either in gold or a clue to the gold.
I'm afraid you're right, Father. Well, we are nothing out but a week's sailing.
Oh, I suppose not. But I really hope to find the treasure.
Treasure. Bury the treasure deep, lads. Bury the treasure deep, lads.
Father, did you hear that? The parrot said bury the treasure deep.
Oh, it means nothing, son. The parrot is on repeating something once heard.
I know, Father. But the parrots heard someone say bury the treasure deep. Paul was on the spot when the treasure was buried.
My son, you're right. Then Paul must have heard other things also.
Exactly, Father. Why, my parrot might even know where the treasure is buried. If we could only make her tell us.
Yes. But the parrot is a brainless thing. We cannot ask questions of it.
No, but I know how to make her talk, Father. Your harmonica.
Well, of course. Paul talks when I play it. I will play, son.
Put all the men down. 15 men on a dead man's chest. Bury the treasure deep, lads. Captain Pell. Mutiny started.
That was the guy in the cabin here.
Belay there. Pretty Polly.
I guess it's no use, Father.
Oh, I am afraid not, son. The parrot does not seem to know.
Quick, Hawkins. Look out hill. There is treasure deep.
Father, the parrot said look out hill.
Yes, son, I heard. And see, toward the end of the island, a tall hill that would be perfect for a lookout place.
Quickly, Father, let's go there at once.
Just a bit more. Give me your hand, Juan.
I'm all right, Father.
Oh, no, that was sort of a climb.
I'm tired, Father.
Them two will never talk.
Now what's Paul talking about?
Oh, just jabbering about... Juan, look there.
Father, 2 skeletons.
And more. See, 2 shovels lie near them. Juan, the treasure must be buried on this hill. For those 2 dug the hole, I'm sure, and were then shot so they would not talk.
I'm sure you're right, Father. Oh, let's take these shovels and dig. Perhaps we'll...
Dig. 10 paces north.
10 paces north. Juan, I believe the parrot is giving us a direction.
But, Father, 10 paces north of what?
10 paces north. Those 2 will never talk.
10 paces north. What? 10 paces north of the skeletons, of course. Here, let us try that. I will step it off.
10 paces north.
So let us dig here.
Dig here.
Oh, Paul could never be right, Father. Do you think?
Oh, well, one never knows, son. The parrot is a brainless one, but who knows what she might have heard. Dig hard.
Father, my shovel struck something.
I heard it. Iron, I'm sure of it. Wait, son. A chest. An iron chest. Son, I believe we have found it.
Father, my parrot, what's wrong with her? Paul, come back. Father, she's flying away again.
Oh, perhaps the sight of the chest scared her. Perhaps the parrot was here when those men, those skeletons were killed. I think she will return all right.
I hope so.
Now, son, let us get this chest out and see what we have. Now then, let us both take hold.
Father, do you think we found the treasure?
I do not know. The chest is heavy, as though it were filled with pieces of 8 and doubloons. But we will see soon. Let me smash that lock with my shovel.
Open the lid now.
Gold. Gold pieces by the thousands. Enough to pay back the losses of everyone in our town, and we will still be rich, my son.
Oh, how wonderful. Now what do we do, Father?
Well, then, you. I'll fight you to race your rounds, or I'll put a ball through your heart.
Hell.
So you thought to get away with my gold, eh? Well, I'll have you know that Captain Pell isn't caught twice. A foul crew mutinied and sailed away with my ship, but nobody'll sail away with my gold.
Yes, you have caught me napping. And in my belt is a pistol loaded and primed.
And I'll have that pistol, if you please. Now then, I'll just... What? Wait, who is...
Grab his pistols, one. Now then, I have you. Offer no trouble, it will be worse for you.
Hurt. Shot. Dying. Help me. Help me.
You're not dying. There's a ball through your shoulder, but it will not kill you.
Father, who called to Captain Pell to hold up his arms?
I'm not sure, but I think I know.
Paul, come here. Come here now. Sit on my shoulder, Paul.
Pretty Paul.
Hold her tight, son, for we will make her the richest Paul Parrot in the West Indies. She is the one who called Pirate Pell here and made him turn his head just long enough for me to draw my pistol. Paul is the real hero of today. Oh, wait till I tie this pirate's arms. Then home it is with a chest full of gold.
That was a pretty good story. And now, I'll sing the bubblegum song, I will. Now, don't be in such a hurry, Froggy the Gremlin. Squeaky the Mouse is going to play his little bells for us today. Nice. Oh, yes, it'll be nice, Midnight the Cat. But first, we've got to call in our announcer to tell us where to get Buster Brown's shoes with a picture of Buster Brown and his dog Tig inside the shoe.
That's my dog, Tig. He lives in a shoe. I'm Buster Brown. Look for me in there, too.
That's right, Buster Brown. Come on in, Mr. Announcer.
Yes, Smiling Ed, I'll tell your buddies how to find the store that sells Buster Brown shoes. It's easy, kids. Here's all you have to do. Just pick up your telephone book, then turn to the yellow pages until you come to the heading of shoes. There, under the heading of shoes, you'll find the name Buster Brown. And right below that, the name and address of the store nearest you that sells these swell Buster Brown shoes. And kids, when Mother takes you in for fine new Buster Brown shoes, she can be sure that they'll be fitted scientifically in just the right size, width, and last you need to let your feet grow right. And believe me, that's something Mother will want to know. And remember, too, kids, that all the Buster Brown dealers are Smilin' Ed's buddies. Now, when you find the name of the store nearest you, write it down and be all set to buy Smilin' Ed's Buster Brown shoes.
You can just tell the whole world Smilin' Ed's buddies will know where to get Buster Brown shoes. But be sure to write it down, buddies, because next week I have a special surprise for you that's going to be free. And now, Squeaky the Mouse, do you have your little bells all ready to play for us? Okay. He has those little bitty bells down there on the table. And Froggy the Gremlin, I think you can play your accordion with Squeaky. Nice. Yes, that may be nice, Midnight. And Froggy, you be sure to play now. They got to quit kicking my dog around because that's what Squeaky's going to play on his bells. Are you ready, Squeaky? Here we go. Come on, Froggy. Now, don't play too fast, Froggy. Look at Squeaky with those little bells. You see him over there? Look at Squeaky pick those little bells up and shake them. Big smile on his face. Oh, yeah, look at him grin. He's just having a wonderful. Oh, yeah, you're doing fine, Squeaky. You're just doing wonderfully. Oh, that's just wonderful. Oh, yes, you did make a little mistake there. You better try it over again. That's it. That's it. Oh, yeah, you and I can sing it together. Sure we can. Every time I come to town. He sings and rings the bell same time. Kicking my dog around makes no difference if he is a hound. They gotta quit kicking my dog around. Oh, my goodness sakes alive. Oh, that was just wonderful, Squeaky the Mouse. And now, I'll sing my bubblegum song, I will. Not until you become visible so we can watch you, Froggy the Gremlin. You know, you can get into too much mischief when you're not visible. We can't see what you're doing. Are you ready to become visible, Froggy the Gremlin? I'm ready, I am. I'll plunk my magic twanger, I will. There he comes. Isn't it strange how he can plunk that magic twanger, as he calls it, and become visible right before our eyes here? Nobody knows how he does it either. I'm a gremlin, I am. You certainly are. And sometimes you're a bad gremlin at that. Well, I tell you what you bet. Oh, wait a minute, Froggy. You'll have to sing later. Here comes Alkali Pete the Cowboy.
Howdy, partners. Well, today I'd like to tell you some more about the Wild West. I want to tell you children about my cattle ranch. Or you should see the cantaloupe around my ranch. That's cantaloupe. I didn't say cantaloupe. I said cantaloupe. On my ranch, the cantaloupe... And the muskmelon. Yes, the cantaloupe and the muskmelon. No! I'm not talking about cantaloupe and muskmelons. You see, I herd cows. I'm a cow herd. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid of anything. You said you were a coward. I did not. I herd cows. I'm a cow herd. And you're scared to death. That's right. I'm scared to death. No! I'm not scared of anything. I said I was a cow herd. I herd cows. They said you was a dope. Yes, they said I was a dope. No! They did not. The cows don't talk. The big cows moo and the baby cows bawl. They're ball babies. That's right. They're ball babies. No! They aren't ball babies. When the baby cow moos, they call it bawling. I'll be quiet. Now, kids... The little steers run along by the wheels on the wagon. They're steering wheels. That's right, they're the steering wheels. No! Not the steering wheels, the wagon wheels. You don't understand. Did you ever see a cowboy, a bulldog, a steer? Can you steer a bulldog? Of course I can steer a bulldog. I mean bull, a steer, dog. I mean dog, a steer, bull. Oh, you got me all mixed up. Do you know any Indians? Sure, I know a lot of Indians. I went to an Indian wedding last year. A pale-face married a Blackfoot Indian. And they had a two-tone baby. That's right, they had a two-tone baby. No! Now, you stop putting the wrong words in my mouth. I know a lot of Indians. Why, I know Sitting Bull. And his sister, Sleeping Cow. Yep, Sleeping Cow. No! Sitting Bull didn't have no sister. Sitting Bull sat down because... He had a hole in his pants. Yes, he had a hole in the seat of his... No! He did not. Now be quiet. I know an Indian family, and they live right here in my neighborhood. The father's name is Big Chief How Come. How come? Yes, how come? I don't know. How come? Of course you don't know how come, but you should know his wife. Her name is Won't Do. She won't do. She won't do? That's right, she won't do. Why not? Why not what?
Why won't she do?
Well, she will do. She does lots of things. Her husband calls her. He yells, she won't do.
And she does.
No. When she won't do, here's her husband call. She says yes. How come?
That's what I want to know.
You want to know why?
How come?
How come is the Indian's name and she won't do is his wife's name?
And you won't do either.
No, I won't do either. No! Yes, I will, too. Now, you shut up and stop interrupting me. Now, listen, there are two Indians. How come she won't do?
I don't know how come she won't do.
Of course you don't know them. I'm telling you about them. When this Indian goes to bed at night, he sleeps with his head toward the campfire.
So he'll keep his wig warm.
No! Yes, of course, his head gets cold. No. They sleep in their tomahawks. I mean their PGs, their TP... They're BVDs. Oh, let me out of here.
I did. You certainly did, Froggy the Gremlin. Now I can sing my bubblegum song. I can. Nice. Well, I'm not so sure it'll be nice, Midnight the Cat. Maybe we better hear it first. Go ahead and sing it, Froggy. Music. I'm forever blowing bubble gum. Every time I blow my bubble gum, pop goes my bubble gum. When I blow a bubble, how I puff and how I huff and puff. When I huff and puff and huff enough, pop goes my bubble gum. When I chew and blow, my mommy says I'm a disgrace. When I chew and blow, bubbles bust all over my face. I'm forever blowing bubble gum till I'm numb. Every time I blow my bubble gum, pop goes my bubble gum. Oh, my goodness, that little old gremlin is a sight. And now, kids, before I tell you what we're going to do next Saturday, I just want to remind all my buddies that every time you buy Buster Brown shoes, you do your old buddy Smiling Ed a favor. And, kid, I want to see if you know what this reminds you of. Oh, of course you know. That's Tige. And that reminds you of the kind of shoes you want. Buster Brown shoes. You betcha all my buddies and sweethearts wear those swell shoes. And I want you to wear a pair, too, 'cause they're tough, hard to scuff. They're feel-good shoes. They're good-looking shoes. They're grown-up-looking shoes. They're the best shoes in town, old Buster Brown. And you know how to tell if they're genuine. Yes, sirree. Every time you look right inside the shoe for...
That's my dog, Tige. He lives in a shoe. I'm Buster Brown. Look for me in there, too.
That's right. Look for the picture of Buster Brown and his dog, Tige, inside the shoe. Then you'll know they're genuine Buster Brown shoes. Now, kids, don't you miss our program next Saturday morning. I'm going to have a free gift for all of you. So you be there at that radio. We have a wonderful story for you about Kula and his magical genie of the jug, and Mr. Gymnasium, the athletic instructor, will be here, too. And you know what happens when Froggy and Mr. Gymnasium get together. Oh, we're going to have big doings around here next Saturday, so don't miss it. And now, has everybody had fun around here today, huh? Oh, yes, and we've got a big mob here today, and that's fine, buddies. Now, don't forget church or Sunday school, and be listening next Saturday when you hear, "Hi, kids, come a-running." The happy gang of Buster Brown now leaves the air. The happy gang of Buster Brown now leaves the air. So watch for us, buddy, next Saturday. We'll come with a bang and a big parade. Buster Brown was here.
The Buster Brown Show, starring Smiling Ed McConnell, is produced in Hollywood by Frank Barron and is directed by Hobart Donovan. This is NBC. NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Little Fox, what is the meaning of this? Why do you speak with the voice of a wolf? And who is it that you call?
I call a wolf, my father. He is my friend.
A wolf? Your friend? What strange talk is this, my son? The wolf is our enemy.
Kids, don't miss this exciting Indian story with Little Fox, the Sioux Indian boy. And to tell it, here is Smiling Ed McConnell.
Yes, kids, you'd better come running. It's old Smiling Ed and his Buster Brown gang. I got shoes, you've got shoes. Why, everybody's got to have shoes. But there's only one kind of shoes for me. Buster Brown is on the air out here in Hollywood. Smiling Ed, Squeaky the Mouse, Midnight the Cat, Brandy the Piano, and Froggy the Gremlin. And we're going to start right out with our good story. Well, kids, old Smiling Ed has told you many stories about Little Fox, the Sioux Indian boy. So many of you like the one about Little Fox and the wolf cub that I told more than a year ago that I decided to tell it again. One day early in spring, in search of rabbits, Little Fox went across the prairie to a large grove of timber. Once within the trees, he went softly, an arrow fitted to his bow.
Now, this is a cautious rabbit. Already have I followed him for a mile, yet no sign of him have I seen. Huh? Something just ahead. I can see... A wolf! Aye! A she-wolf, and she is dead. Oh, that is a wolf cub, for I've never heard one. And there it is. I'm going to get it. Now, not so fierce. Oh, and what a pretty little thing it is, and so young. Perhaps I could tame it for a pet. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll take it back to our lodge and make a pet of it. Aye, a wolf for a pet.
Your father will not be happy that you bring a wolf to the lodge, grandson. Is your father not named Running Wolf because he has killed many wolves?
But, Grandmother, I could tame the baby wolf and perhaps train it to hunt.
And what is it my son means to do?
Greetings, Running Wolf, my son.
Father, I was waiting for you to come home to our lodge. I have something. Look.
Eh? A wolf cub. Kill it?
Oh, no, Father. I want it for a pet.
A wolf for a pet? A wolf in the lodge? No, my son. He kills the deer and the buffalo, which otherwise would be food for our people. Little Fox, the wolf is our enemy and we are his. Kill this cub.
Yes, Father. I will do as you say. In the morning, I will take him into the forest and kill him.
When the father of Little Fox, Running Wolf, who was chief of the tribe, spoke in that tone of voice, Little Fox knew that argument was useless. And so the next morning found him back in the woods, the wolf cub curled up in his arms.
I cannot kill you, little one. Something tells me to keep you, to train you, to be your friend. But my father... I know. I'll build you a little lodge here in the forest, and around it I'll build a strong fence of thorn bushes so nothing will harm you. No one will ever know. Each day I will shoot an extra rabbit to feed you. Yes, and someday you will prove a good friend to me. That I know. And I have a name for you. I shall call you FANG.
Oh, I know you're going to like this story. And now, Buster Brown shoes. They're the shoes all my Buster Brown gang choose, 'cause they're just the kind of shoes all my buddies want. Oh, they're grown-up looking. They're neat and sharp looking. And let me tell you, all my buddies who already have Buster Brown shoes know they stay nice looking longer because they're tough. Now, our announcer man will tell you where to find your Buster Brown shoe store later in our program, so keep listening carefully. And when you and Mother go to him for shoes, remember to make sure you get real Buster Browns. Then you'll be a real member of Smiling Ed's Buster Brown gang. Just be sure you look inside the shoe for that picture of the boy and his dog.
That's my dog, Tige. He lives in a shoe. I'm Buster Brown. Look for me in there, too.
That's right. Look for the picture of the boy and his dog inside the shoe. Then you'll know they're genuine Buster Brown shoes. But now let's hurry back to our story. Well, when Little Fox found a cub wolf while hunting in the forest, he decided to keep it for a pet. But when his father, chief of the tribe, saw the wolf cub, he ordered Little Fox to kill it. He explained that wolves were their enemies. But when Little Fox took the wolf cub into the forest to kill it, he found he didn't have the heart to do so. Then he decided to make a place to keep it in the forest where nobody would know about it. He named the little wolf cub Fang. Little Fox fed the cub every day, and as the months went by, Fang grew very big and strong. When late fall came, the wolf and the boy hunted together, much as we use dogs for hunting.
Wait a moment, Fang. Now I'm sure you lead me wrongly. There can be no rabbit in this thicket. Hi, Fang. I see no rabbit hunting here. But if you will go ahead, we'll both go ahead. On, Fang. Find the game. Oh, Fang, I see it. Stay back while I shoot. Ah, so, Fang, you were right as usual. And there lies our rabbit. Come, Fang, we will eat.
And so the wolf Fang lived his strange life, for indeed he did not even know he was a wolf. Well, more months went by, and finally winter came to the prairies. Then the scourge came again to the camp of Running Wolf, famine. It was then that Running Wolf called his braves to council in the great council lodge.
Braves of the Dakota! Braves of the Dakota! Once again, famine stalks our lodges. The hunting has been bad. Perhaps one of you knows what the trouble may be.
I would speak.
Hear the voice of Strong Bow.
Yesterday, Red Horse hunted with me. We went to the north of our camp. There we saw tracks with a great grizzly bear.
Yes, a grizzly bear.
Hear now the voice of Red Horse, so that you know I do not speak with a crooked tongue.
Strongbow speaks the truth. It is seldom that the terrible grizzly bear comes to the prairie, but the snows in the mountains have been heavy, and perhaps some game was scarce for him. For we must remember the grizzly is different from the other bears. The grizzly is a meat eater.
Aye, here is the cause of our trouble. No deer would stay in the places where the great bear roams. From now on, we will hunt in twos. For if we meet the great bear, 2 bows are stronger than 1. We must find game or we starve.
I ask my father's permission to speak.
Eh? Little Fox, you would speak?
Yes, Father. I ask your permission to hunt alone.
Alone? You wish to hunt alone?
Yes, Father. Alone I will bring back game. I promise you.
Aye. Perhaps it is that the boy wishes to prove he is a man grown. You may hunt alone, Little Fox. Fast Buffalo will hunt with jumping water. Right here.
And so a busy week went past. And one evening, Running Wolf was a proud chief when he stood before the council fire and said,
Tonight, around the council fire, we honor a Dakota brave. I am proud and happy to so honor my son, the boy Little Fox. Where we mighty hunters have failed, he has brought home a deer each day. And today, 3 fine animals felt his arrows.
I would speak.
Red Horse would speak.
I am Red Horse, so named because my strong legs will carry me fast and far. And yet, the boy Little Fox has found more game in one day than I have found in an entire moon. I salute him. He is a mighty warrior.
Now I call upon Little Fox the hunter to speak. Stand, my son. Speak.
I have no words to say, Father, except that these honors should not be mine. I do not deserve the honors you give to me, my father.
Oh, my son, you are modest as well as brave. That is good, that is good.
Father, I am very tired. May I leave the council now and go to our lodge?
You will not stay for the dancing, son?
I am very tired.
Then you may leave, my son. We will dance the victory dance for you, and tomorrow I will speak with you. Strike the tom-tom. Let every warrior dance the dance of victory.
Now, most boys would have been very happy at the great honors heaped on Little Fox, but he wasn't. Instead, the Indian boy left the great council lodge and walked slowly through the heavy snow to his own skin-covered tepee. He threw back the flap and stepped in quietly. But as he was about to climb into his buffalo robes, his grandmother, old Telawa, spoke from the other side of the lodge.
My grandson is unhappy. The slow steps tell me. What is wrong?
Huh? Oh, Grandmother, nothing is wrong.
Something is very wrong. Tonight in the lodge, great honor was given you. You should be happy.
I am not happy, Grandmother.
Perhaps it is because you feel the honors do not belong to you.
What? Well, how did you know, Grandmother?
I do the sewing in this lodge. Often when I mend a tear in your buckskin, I find gray hairs on it. There is no gray dog in our camp.
You guessed rightly, Grandmother. I did not turn the wolf puppy loose. Instead, I built a lodge for him and tamed him and trained him. My father tells me to kill all wolves, yet it is a wolf who found the deer I have killed. Fang has kept our camp in meat.
Even so, tell your father about this wolf you have raised.
Yes. Yes, I will. I'll do more than that. Tomorrow, I will ask Father to hunt with us. So, Father, now we are far enough from our camp.
But, my son, why do you want to hunt with me today?
A moment, Father. Yes? You will understand everything.
Little Fox, what is the meaning of this? Why do you speak with the voice of the wolf?
No longer can I live a lie to you, my father.
My son speaks with a strange tongue I do not understand.
You will understand soon, Father.
I hope so, for now I am puzzled and... Little Fox, a wolf?
Father, don't shoot him. That is Fang. Fang! Oh, good Fang, good Fang. See, friend, this is my father, Running Wolf. Oh, hush, Fang.
Let me kill this wolf.
No, Father. This is the one who found the deer I killed. Watch. Fang, go Fang, go Fang, find game.
Oh. Why, it is almost as though the wolf sets out on the trail.
That is what he is doing. Follow me, Father. We may find a deer to kill for meat.
Little Fox, this is foolish to follow that wolf for
Please, Father, trust me. Trust Fang. He is the one who finds the game for which you gave me honor.
But he leads us to a big clump of woods. And see, the snow is smooth, son. There is not a track in it.
I know that, Father. But I have long since learned to trust Fang. If he leads me, I follow him. Quiet now, my father. Fang enters the woods, and we must go with him.
See, Little Fox, your wolf returns.
Huh? What is it, Fang? What is wrong? Father, he wants us to follow him closely through the timber.
My son, this is nonsense. The wolf
Please,
does not...
Father, a little farther.
What? Lead. I will follow.
Come. It will only be a moment, I know. Look, Father, to the trees.
Aye. Deer. 6, 8, 15 deer, son.
A deer park, Father. There was some grass under the snow in this woods and bark to eat. Those deers came in here before the last snow. That is why there were no tracks.
Get an arrow to your bowstring, son. Here is meat for the whole camp until the snow melts.
Their bows working with tremendous speed, Little Fox and Running Wolf had little trouble taking the deer Fang had led them to. Then they sent up a smoke signal for the other hunters to come and help with the skinning. They were busily at work skinning the deer when Strongbow and Red Horse, who had seen the signal, joined them.
Hey, Running Wolf, 15 dead deer. This is hard to believe.
Enough to feed our camp until... Look out! A wolf!
No, Red Horse, don't shoot. That is Fang, my pet.
My son speaks the truth. The wolf found the deer for us.
But the wolf, he is our enemy. I do not know if it is good to have a wolf for friend.
He is a good animal, Red Horse. Never has Fang attacked another animal. Always he tracks them down. Then it is my bow that kills.
Such may be good, for here are 15 deer. But it is hard to believe a wolf can be a good friend.
I, too, did not believe until I... Look, the great grizzly bear.
Quickly, if we all shoot together, 4 arrows will kill it.
Wait. Perhaps it will not attack.
Stand, Fang. Do not go near. The bear will kill you easily.
See, the bear prepares to charge.
It is a monster. 4 arrows will never bring it down.
Father, I can send Fang to attack. He will keep the bear busy. We can then shoot more arrows.
The bear, he charges.
Go, Fang. Attack.
The bows. Shoot. Shoot quickly.
Go, Fang.
Oh, the bear is down. He is dying.
Father, Fang is hurt.
Wait, my son. Do not go too close. The great bear is not yet dead.
I go only to Fang. The bear cannot reach me. Hi, Fang. You are hurt. Hurt badly. Oh, the great wound in your side. Huh? Fang. Fang!
He is dead, my son. Your Fang is dead.
Dead? Oh, no, Father. Fang? Well, he mustn't be dead. He's my friend.
Fang was your friend, truly. For he has given his life defending you from the grizzly bear. It was Fang's attack that gave us time to get our bows.
Then why did he have to be killed? It is not fair that he died.
Hear my voice, little fox. It was better so. Fang was yet young, but when the snow melts, he would have been fully grown. Soon he would take a mate. Would a she-wolf come to your lodge and be friendly also? No. Son, when 2 more moons have come and gone, Fang would again be a wild animal. It is better that you remember Fang as a friend.
Oh, yes, indeed. I thought that was a very good story. Yes, indeed. What's that, Squeaky the Mouse? Oh, you want me to sing about the preacher and the bear? Nice. Oh, yeah, you think it's a nice song, too, Midnight the Cat. Well, we'll sing about the preacher and the bear a little later, but first, let's bring in our announcer man to tell us where to get Buster Brown's shoes, with a picture of Buster Brown and his dog Tige inside the shoe.
That's my dog Tige. He lives in a shoe. I'm Buster Brown. Look for me in there, too.
That's right, Buster Brown. Come on in, Mr. Announcer.
Yes, Smiling Ed, I'll tell your buddies how to find the store that sells Buster Brown shoes. It's easy, kids. Here's all you have to do. Just pick up your telephone book, then turn to the yellow pages until you come to the heading of shoes. There, under the heading of shoes, you'll find the name Buster Brown. And right below that, the name and address of the store nearest you that sells these swell Buster Brown shoes. And kids, when Mother takes you in for fine new Buster Brown shoes, she can be sure they'll be fitted scientifically in just the right size, width, and last that you need to let your feet grow right. And believe me, that's something Mother will want to know. And remember, too, kids, that all the Buster Brown dealers are Smilin' Ed's buddies. Now, when you find the name of the store nearest you, write it down and be all set to buy Smilin' Ed's Buster Brown shoes.
Yes, sirree, everybody at Smiling Edge knows just where to get Buster Brown shoes. And I want you to remember that, too, kids, because next week I'm going to have a big free surprise for you. Be sure to listen next week. And now, kids, here's a song about the preacher and the bear. Well, the preacher went out walking, 'twas on a Sunday morn. Of course, 'twas against his religion, but he took his gun along. Well, he shot himself some mighty fine quail and one big measly hare. But on the way, returning home, he met a great big grizzly bear. The bear marched out in the middle of the road, and he looked at the preacher, you see. Well, the preacher got so excited that he climbed up a cinnamon tree. Well, the bear scratched down around on the ground. The preacher climbed out on a limb. Then he cast his eyes to the Lord in the skies, and these words said to him, Oh, Lord, didn't you deliver Daniel from the lion's den? And also deliver Jonah from the belly of the whale, and then 3 Hebrew children from the fiery furnace, so the good book do declare. But Lord, if you can't help me, for goodness sake, don't you help that bear? Oh, Mr. Bear, please let me get out of this tree. I got to go home. Oh, please, Mr. Bear, go away, will you, please? Nice bear, nice bear. Oh, maybe I can fool him. Mr. Bear, if you go away, I'll tell you where there's a beehive plumb full of honey. That'll get him, Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear, there's a beehive plumb full of honey over behind the schoolhouse. There you go, he's going away. Now let me sneak down out of this tree and run home like a dickens. Down now. Ain't old bear can get the best of me. I'm smart. I'm just smart. Oh, no, I ain't. There he is again. There's 3. Oh, Lord, didn't you deliver Daniel from the lion's den? And also deliver Jonah from the tummy of the whale, and then 3 Hebrew children from the fiery furnace, so the good book do declare. But Lord, if you can't help me, for goodness sake, don't you help that bear? Oh, my, that old preacher was a mess, wasn't he? I bet he went to church next Sunday, all right. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, Squeaky the Mouse. I know Alkali Pete, the old cowboy's coming here today. Nice. Yes, he's very nice, Midnight the Cat. And now I guess I'd better find that Froggy the Gremlin. Are you ready to become visible, Froggy?
I'm ready, I am.
Okay, watch him closely over there, kids. He becomes visible in a flash. Plunk your magic twanger, Froggy. Oh, my goodness, there he is. He just pops up so quick you can hardly see him. Isn't he a funny-looking little old gremlin with his big pop eyes and that little red jacket? Why, he isn't any bigger than a kitten. Now, quit jumping around out there, Froggy, and quit sticking your tongue out at those kids. Oh, my goodness, kids. Here comes Alkali Pete, the cowboy.
Well. Howdy, partners, howdy. Yes, sir, it's your old sidekick, Alkali Pete, ready to tell you about the old Wild West. Now, there were a lot of bandits in the Old West, and the way bandits would hold up a train...
They'd lift it off the track.
Yep, they'd lift it off the tracks. No. When you say hold up, it don't mean you lift the train. First, the bandit would load his 6-gun.
Why did he need 6 guns?
He didn't have 6 guns. He carried 2 6-guns.
That made 12 guns.
Sure, that made 12 guns. No! 6 guns shoot 6 bullets.
At the same time.
Yep, shoot 6 bullets at the same time. No! That's wrong. Now, listen. You put 6 shells in the gun.
Seashells.
Certainly, seashells. No! Shells are bullet. Oh, forget about guns. Let's get back to the bandits robbing the train. Now, first, the bandits tie handkerchiefs around their heads to cover their noses.
That's right, the train smells.
That's right, the train smells. No! Forget about robbing trains, too. I'll tell my partners about how the Indians lived in the Old West.
What did they live in?
The Indians lived in teepees. Now, teepees are tents that look like ice cream cones turned upside down. Does that answer your question, Froggy?
Sure. They lived in ice cream cones.
That's right, absolutely right. They lived in ice cream. No! They did not. I didn't say that. Now, these Indians used to catch wild horses. They rode the horses bareback.
They didn't have any shirts on.
That's right. The Indians didn't have any shirts on. No! What did I say? That's wrong. The Indian didn't have a bare back. The horse was bare.
You said he was a horse.
He is a horse.
But you said he was a bear.
Of course, the horse was a bear. No. The horse is a horse, but its back was bare.
They shaved his back.
That's right. He gave the horse a shave and a haircut. 2 bits. No. Forget about the horse. Now, along the coast, the Indians fished and caught dogfish.
Or the fish barked.
Yep, the fish barked. No! Fish didn't do anything of the kind. In the lakes, the Indians caught catfish.
With kittens.
Sure, they had kittens. No. Never mind the fish, you crazy gremlin. The Indian braves made bows and arrows, and some braves made better bows.
Because they were bow-legged.
Because they were bow-legged. No! They were not. In the Indian tribes, they called a baby a papoose. He was called a papoose.
He had a puss like his pappy.
Yes, sir, he had a puss like his pappy. No, not necessarily. He might look like his mother, who was called a squaw. They called her a squaw.
Because she squalled.
When she squalled, of course. No! She didn't squall. She papoose. No! She got sleepy in her teepee. No, what I mean is he got cold feet but kept his wigwam. Oh, let me out of here.
Oh, my goodness. Froggy the Gremlin, you're a mess. Poor old Alkali Pete. And now, kids, before I tell you what we're going to do next Saturday, I want to remind you that we're buddies and we stick together. When it comes to new shoes, it's nothing but Buster Brown shoes for us. Buster Brown shoes make you a real member of the gang. Yes, sir, they're the shoes that all us Smiling Ed's Buster Brown gang wear, because they're the shoes that are right for my buddies. They're right because they're so grown-up looking. And they feel good. And they wear good. So remember what old Smiling Ed tells you. When you see your Buster Brown shoe man, you tell him you want Buster Browns and nothing but Buster Browns. And then you want to remember to look inside the shoe, right where your heel goes, to see that picture of Buster Brown and his dog Tige.
That's my dog Tige. He lives in a shoe. I'm Buster Brown. Look for me in there, too.
That's right. Look for the picture of the boy and his dog inside the shoe. Then you'll know you got genuine Buster Brown shoes. And now, buddies, we are really going to have a wonderful time next Saturday. Funny old Mr. Gymnasium, that great athletic instructor, will be here. Bet Froggy mixes him up. And we have an exciting story for you about little Gonga and his great bull elephant Tila. You always like that. So whatever you do, don't miss us, because I'm going to have a big free surprise for you, too. Free. And now, has everybody had fun around here today, huh? Don't forget church or Sunday school, and be listening next Saturday. When you hear, "Hi, kids, come a-running, a happy gang of Buster Brown."
The Buster Brown Show, starring Smiling Ed McConnell, is produced in Hollywood by Frank Barron and is directed by Hobart Donovan.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. Welcome again to the magic world of radio, where your imagination can lead you to the most exciting adventures you ever dreamed of. I'm Tom Bosley. And today we turn back the clock some 500 years before Christ. Those were the days when Confucius began to set down what we call his sayings. There were earthquakes in Sparta, ball games in Athens. A famous athlete called Milo won first place in the Olympic Games 6 times. and a certain man called Daniel had a narrow escape in a den of lions, which is exactly what today's adventure is about. Our adventure story, Daniel the Oracle, was adapted from the pages of biblical history, especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Madeline Ferber, and stars Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Thanking Betty.
Jerusalem was burning, sacked and conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon. Interesting man, Nebuchadnezzar. He liked the arts, science, architecture, and although he had conquered Jerusalem, he did not look down on the Jews. In fact, he wanted to share with them the glory of knowledge. Daniel, who was there, and who many called Daniel the Oracle, will tell us how it really was. Daniel?
I came from a good family. We were, in fact, related to the king of Judah. And when Nebuchadnezzar waged war against us and won, he wanted the boys from the best Jewish families to come and live in his court. One day, when I came home from school, there was a stranger in our house, and my mother was smiling and crying at the same time.
Ah, so this is Daniel, is it? A fine-looking boy.
Sir, I don't think we've met.
No, we haven't. My name is Ashpenaz. I am the Lord Chamberlain of your new king, King Nebuchadnezzar. You know who your new king is, don't you?
The only king we in Israel serve is our God in heaven.
Well said. But the kingdom of heaven is not what interests me now, but the kingdom on earth.
Nebuchadnezzar, you mean?
Daniel, you have been selected to live in the king's palace.
What for?
I have been commanded by the king to select certain youngsters, and I quote him, well-favored, skillful in wisdom, cunning in knowledge, and understanding science.
I am happily surprised.
Our wise king knows one cannot rule by force. He knows the street of understanding runs in both directions. Just as he would know and learn about the Israelites, he wishes the young Jews to stand in the king's palace and learn our language and heritage.
Many boys were selected, including my 3 brothers, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I had an open mind. I wasn't dead set against King Nebuchadnezzar because he'd taken over my homeland, but by nature I ask questions. Take the matter of food, for instance.
Daniel, you can give me all the reasons you want, but I still think you won't eat what everyone else would be delighted to eat because you're stubborn.
Maybe I am, but maybe I'm stubborn because I'm right.
Don't be headstrong. The king has high hopes that your presence in the court will help your people, right?
Right.
So if the king orders you to eat at your meals what he eats, his wine, his meat, it is for your own good, right?
Wrong. It is not for my own good. A daily diet of wine and meat may be the right nourishment for a king, but not for Daniel.
Don't you understand? The king believes that if you share the same food and drink as he has, you will grow to his liking.
Ashpenaz, let me say this. The king wants what is best in me to grow.
He does.
He desires the same for my 3 brothers, right?
Right.
Do this. As an experiment, give my brothers and me only peas and beans and fruit to eat, and water to drink, for 10 days, no more.
10 days?
Yes, and if at the end of 10 days our minds are not quicker, and our eyes brighter, even our skins fairer than all the other boys, you may have your way. On the 10th day of our diet of fruit, vegetables, and water, our complexions were fairer, and the 4 of us were far more alert than any of the others. Time passed. We learned, and we remembered, and the day came when we were presented to the king.
I find that you, Daniel, and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are 10 times wiser than all the magicians and astrologers of my realm.
Your Majesty, 3 years have passed, and God has been at my side day and night. If I am as wise as you say I am, wiser than those to whom you look for wisdom, it is God's doing.
Daniel, tell me no more of your God. I do not wish to hear it. Yes, you may approach the throne, Arioch. You know Daniel, do you not?
Most certainly do. He's the talk of the court.
And I have met Arioch, the astrologer.
I overheard you, Daniel, still talking about your God and your faith.
Belief is so strong within me, Arioch, my tongue will not be silent.
Daniel, am I not king?
Of your kingdom, yes, so long as God permits it.
Did your God give Nebuchadnezzar permission for him to take Israel? Your God, Daniel, upon whom you relied to defend you?
God works his will in mysterious ways. Your Majesty, may I be excused? I find that talking with an astrologer sheds no light upon the truth. Perhaps because in his glass the heavens are too far away.
Of course you may go, Daniel.
The truth, Daniel, is not what you see, but what is. And our king, he is Lord of the entire earth.
I take my leave of you?
Yes, he is stubborn, obstinate, yet much of what he says has the golden ring of truth.
Do you know, my lord, this Daniel spends many hours each day praying to his God?
Yes, Arioch, I never doubted but that Daniel and many other Jews still pray to their God. However, since you and I know our idol Belus is the power of life, why should we care that others worship a lesser god?
You're too patient, my king.
The day came when King Nebuchadnezzar awoke from a terrible dream. So frightening it was that the next morning exactly what he had dreamt was pushed out of his mind, forgotten. But what remained with him was a sense of horror and fear of the unexpected, an uneasiness which he could not shake. And so he summoned his magicians, sorcerers, and astrologers to explain it to him.
I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit is greatly troubled to know what it means.
Oh, King, tell us that dream, and we will show you the interpretation.
I cannot remember it. But surely those of you who are wizards and sorcerers should be able to look into the heavens and find my dream.
Well, the stars are our light to the future. We astrologers understand the stars and what they tell us. But to understand the mind of a sleeping king...
I've had enough of this shilly-shallying. Either you can tell me or you cannot. And I warn you, whoever cannot tell me what I dreamt or what it means will be cut into pieces, do you hear? But whoever tells me my dream and explains it, I will reward with gifts and great honor. Well, who shall be the first among you?
Surely, old king, it is not unreasonable to ask for you to remember the dream and for us to interpret it.
Arioch, I am on to your tricks, your evasions. Argument and talk merely to gain time. If you cannot tell me my dream and its meaning, what good are all of you to me? You are charlatans all.
There's not a man on earth who can do your bidding in this, O king.
So you will not.
Oh, we cannot. No man can. No one except the gods can tell what you wish to know.
You have been honest and forthright with me, so shall I be with you. I need you not.
Where?
I find the wise men of Babylon are as ignorant as the common folk. Henceforth I issue this decree. All wise men shall be put to death.
Strictly speaking, my brothers Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and I were also wise men. The king himself had so proclaimed us. Therefore, we were also slated to die. I prayed and found that our God, in his wisdom, must have softened Nebuchadnezzar's heart somewhat. For he received me, promising to hold up the executions for 3 days. Give me 3 days, I had said. And on the third day, I went to see him.
Daniel, I have set great store by your abilities.
I shall tell you what you wish to hear.
In spite of the fact that my wisest have said a dream can never be known to another person.
Perhaps not to a person.
They say I ask too much of them.
At last, they tell the truth. No astrologer or soothsayer can tell you the dream that fear has driven from your mind. But there is a God in heaven who knows all things and who has revealed to me your secret dream.
Wait. I want to be sure we are alone. They listen sometimes to what is said in the inner chambers and then come to me pretending they have divined my mind. Close the drapes that hang over the door. Good. Now, come here. Close to my side, Daniel. And tell me that dream.
Young Daniel, 19, sits beside King Nebuchadnezzar. This was to be his first great test. In the years to come, Daniel would become so well known for his wisdom and knowledge that it became a proverb among Babylonians to say, as wise as Daniel. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Delicious. Yeah.
What was the dream that so horrified King Nebuchadnezzar? Daniel told him he had dreamt of a great golden idol with feet of iron and clay. Suddenly, in the dream, a tremendous rock had fallen upon the figure, which had broken into small pieces, fallen, and disappeared. But the rock itself grew and grew until it filled the entire earth.
It is so, Daniel. It is so. That was my dream. But why did it frighten me so? And why does it haunt me to this moment? What does it mean?
God's strength is the stone. The image, the golden image, is yourself. When you crumble, when you die, God will raise a kingdom that will, like the rock of your dream, fill the world.
It was a dream of the future, then.
It is the certainty of the future. What to you was a dream will come true.
It is not a welcome future, you have foretold. But my mind rests easy, for now I know. Daniel, what is your wish? Anything.
Set free Arioch, your court astrologer, and all his men. Set free the soothsayers, the magicians, all the unwise wise men. They are but mortal and not to be held in account for their limited vision.
You are right, Daniel. They have no more answers to eternal questions than ordinary mortals.
Nebuchadnezzar, great king, we are all ordinary mortals.
What none of you were able to tell me, Daniel has done. Therefore, I have asked him to be the ruler of the entire province of Babylon, over all governors, all captains, and yes, over all of you wise men. I see open mouths, raised eyebrows, questioning looks, Well, be not anxious. Daniel has declined my proposal. Instead, Babylon will be ruled by his three brothers, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. As for the sentence of death I pronounced upon you, wise men, you may thank Daniel that your lives will be spared.
What is there about time that on the one hand heals wounds and on the other causes men to forget a promise? The fear of the frightening dream was gone, the stone crushing the idol. Nebuchadnezzar remembered only that vision of a head of gold. And so he had such a golden image built high on the plain of Dura. When it was completed, every single man of each government were gathered in front of the golden idol. It was 100 feet high.
All peoples gathering today at this dedication of the golden symbol of Nebuchadnezzar, welcome. As one together, we shall all fall to the ground and worship at the golden feet of our golden king.
Good day to you, Daniel.
Ashpenaz, I haven't seen you in years.
The king is still sending me to find young men like yourself to bring new blood to the court.
You must be joking. What does Nebuchadnezzar want with new blood? Look at that monstrous gold idol. All the king wants is to be worshipped as though he were a god. Power has corrupted him. Wait and see, good Ashpenaz.
It is hereby commanded by the king that whoever does not prostrate himself and worship this golden image shall be cast into the midst of a burning, fiery furnace.
Yes, Arioch, what is it?
Did you not issue a decree that upon the sound of certain music, every subject in your kingdom shall fall down and worship the great golden image?
Certainly.
And if they do not obey, their lives are forfeited in the fiery furnace.
You don't have to repeat all that. What's behind the question?
There are certain Jews you have appointed to high posts over the affairs of the province of Babylon.
I know. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Now, come along, man. What are you getting at?
Great king, they have not obeyed your wish. They serve their God, not you. They do not worship the golden image you've built at Dura.
Well, is it true? I have brought you here to answer me. You, Shadrach, you, Meshach, and you, Abednego. Is the accusation true or false? You are silent, so I take your silence for an admission of guilt. Yes, Daniel.
They do not answer, for your question needs no reply. Punish them as you've decreed and have done with it.
Don't think that I won't. Arioch, the furnace on the palace grounds we use to fire tiles. Have it brought to flame 7 times hotter than is usual.
Yes, Your Majesty. I go immediately.
Your Majesty? Yes, what? Who is it? It is I, your royal chamberlain, Ashpenaz. Speak up. What is it? Nothing but treason and interruption. Your Majesty, I have known these 3 brothers, 4 including Daniel, for many, many years. So? They're among the finest in the land. Have you forgotten you yourself were so pleased at their wisdom, you have put them to govern all of Babylon? Have mercy on them, O king. I am not a merciful king. I know I have enemies. They're all about me, anywhere, everywhere. The furnace it will be. Take them away.
I had never seen the king in such a fury. My 3 brothers were bound up in their clothes and thrown into the midst of the burning, fiery furnace. Those who had lifted them up and thrown them to the flames were so overcome by the intense heat that they died.
Daniel, am I going mad, or do I see the 3 traitors walking upon the coals, untouched by the flames?
You may see 3 traitors. I see my brothers alive.
Good Lord. Who is the 4th? The one standing beside them amid the flames?
An angel, O king.
Oh, it is the end. What have I done? Fire does not consume them. Oh, Daniel, my head is going around. I cannot speak. Tell your brothers, ask them to come forth from the furnace.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, walk to me from the furnace. The king has fainted.
Come to his aid. He has fallen. Daniel. Oh, Daniel, I have sinned. My heart is not beating. Oh, Daniel, save me. Daniel, how fares His Majesty today?
I haven't seen him since last night. But I would say in the past 7 days he has shown some improvement.
Is it a whole week since your brothers walked out untouched from the fiery furnace?
A week of self-torture for the king.
Daniel, where are you?
In the antechamber, Your Majesty.
Oh, yes, here you are, Daniel.
Good morning, Your Majesty.
Daniel, my prayer was not answered. I was not forgiven, was I?
Your Majesty, forgiven for what?
Don't be cunning with me, my boy. When those three walked from the blazing furnace, when I saw that fire had no power over them, that not a hair of their heads was even singed, they still wore the same clothing unburnt, not even the smell of fire was on them. Oh, Daniel, I want to be forgiven. Did I not say, blessed be the God of Judah?
Oh, King, you must calm yourself and return to bed. You are not well.
No, I cannot go to bed.
Why not?
Well, you see, in bed I had dreams.
Oh, you dreamt again last night?
But I won't permit those dreams to haunt me tonight. Oh, no, not again. No, I shall sit up all night in my chair.
Great King, I once helped you understand your dream. If you know what it means...
I would like to know. It is the unknown I am afraid of.
Know it, and it frightens not.
You did help me once, didn't you, Daniel? Daniel, come closer. You see, there was this gigantic tree. You, sir! What are you standing there for, listening? Who are you?
Chamberlain Ashpenaz, Your Majesty.
Well, who asked you here?
I await your pleasure.
My pleasure is to dismiss you. Now go. Go. Daniel, is he gone?
Yes. You saw a great tree.
Yes, a tremendous tree, huge, growing with beautiful leaves, plentiful fruit. Now, Daniel, this enormous tree, and birds and animals lived in its shade, and then, oh, Daniel, it was too terrible to even think of.
Go on.
Then this creature with wings, with a human head, flew down and cried out, "Cut down the tree, cut off its branches, leave the stump, tie it with chains. The tree has a human heart. Take away that heart and put in its place the heart of an animal."
Did the winged angel say for how long the animal heart must remain in the tree?
Yes, for 7 months. Daniel, do you know what the dream means?
You are that tree, Nebuchadnezzar. And in your shade, under your protection, others find rest. Upon your branches there is fruit. There is plenty for all your subjects.
That angel creature saying, "Cut down the tree," what does that mean?
You have angered God, Nebuchadnezzar. You will be cut down.
Oh, and the meaning of the chains and the animal heart in the tree for 7 months.
A penance. For 7 months you will live with the beasts of the forest and field as one of them. You will eat the same fodder as the oxen. You will sleep in the open, lowly, humble. And then, one day, God will show you the mercy you did not show others. That is all I can tell you of your dream.
True to the prophecy, there came a time when Nebuchadnezzar was no longer of sound enough mind to govern the kingdom. The king went mad, wandered into the forest, lived with the animals, ate what they did, slept under the stars. At the end of 7 months, suddenly his reason returned. He lifted up his eyes to heaven, acknowledged that there was a greater power than himself, and that power was God. I'll be back in a few moments with Act 3.
WL.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. Hello. The king of Babylon recovered, became well. But in spite of all the warning dreams telling him he was only mortal, something in him drove him to godlike aspirations. He rebuilt Babylon. Gardens, houses, towers, the famous hanging gardens. not so much for the enjoyment of his people, but as a monument to his own greatness. And then, one day, like any mortal on earth, he died. His eldest son, Belshazzar, came to the throne and celebrated with a feast that is still talked about. Belshazzar's feast.
Let there be silence. Silence, all of you. Stop your eating and drinking. King Balthazar is about to address you.
Lords, ladies, governors, subjects all. To begin, I shall tell you that I am not going to be a kind king or an indulgent king, benevolent or generous. We have put up with the Jews in our midst for many years, and I think it's time they learned that they are the conquered peoples and we are the conquerors. And to show these Jews I mean what I say, I have had brought here for this feast all of their sacred relics, their gold religious cups and bowls. And you, my friends, who have gathered to honor me and this new era, you will drink your fill from these cups and bowls. Drink up to your heart's content.
My heart was far from content. It suffered to see our holy objects, our articles for sacred worship, desecrated. A sad beginning of this new era. Suddenly, this outrageous feast of Balthazar was interrupted.
What is it? Ariak, go look. Tell me, what is that cry?
I cannot see, O King. It's at the far end of the hall. People are getting up. They're looking at the wall behind them. They're backing away.
Tell them all to sit down at their places. Sit down! Why are you standing, you over there?
All of you, be seated. The King commands it.
What is it? Ariak, go over there to that far wall and tell me what you see.
My King, I don't believe my eyes. I cannot.
What do you mean you cannot? What is that moving on the wall? I see a shadow.
It is a hand, O King Balthazar.
What? A hand, you say? A hand moving on the wall? Whose is it?
Nobody's hand, O King. It is only a hand.
Has everyone gone mad? What are you, bewitched? I'm coming over there to see for myself this sorcery. A hand indeed. All that is Babylon, it is true. It is a hand with no wrist, no arm, no body. A hand pointing its finger. Ah, the finger moves. It is writing strange letters upon the wall. Ariak, what do you make of this witchcraft?
I cannot tell what the writing is.
I am not imagining what I see. You see it too.
No, I see the moving finger writes and then moves on.
How?
We must take care of it. Panic does not start. So many are watching, afraid.
A hand. A human hand.
An inhuman hand.
Wait. It is written 2 words. They seem the same, but they are words not of our language. Ariak, study it.
Yes.
You must tell me what it means. Call all the sorcerers and astrologers at your command. Do it now. I must find out.
Your Majesty, I cannot tell you the meaning of those words.
May I suggest someone who could explain it all? Who is this old man, Ariak?
This is Ashpenaz. He was the Lord Chamberlain to your father.
Oh, yes, I remember you now, Ashpenaz. Now, who is this you say can explain this hand and this writing?
Daniel.
Daniel?
The same Daniel who had the ear of your father.
Daniel. I heard too much of him when I was a boy. Where is he?
He is here in the banquet hall. He came along with all the others to do homage to you, O King.
Oh, that is something in his favor. Bring him to me.
You sent for me, King Balthazar?
Ah, you are Daniel, one of the children of captivity my father was lenient with.
What do you wish?
I have heard much of you, Daniel, although till now we have not met. People in the court say the spirit of the gods is in you, that understanding and wisdom is in you. If you succeed in explaining or exorcising this thing on the wall, you shall be rewarded.
Reward a Jew? I heard you say before you would not be a generous...
There are exceptions, so do not twist my words. Now, look up there, high on that wall. There is something there, is there not? We are not all bewitched. There is a hand upon that wall.
It is there?
Is it still writing?
It has just come to the end of the 4th word. Now, look. King, look. The hand is no more, but the writing remains. The words are clear.
What do they mean, Daniel?
The handwriting on the wall foretells everything.
What does it say?
God gave your father Nebuchadnezzar a kingdom, honor, and majesty. Your father's heart was lifted up, but his mind became hardened with self-pride. God found your father unworthy to rule. His heart became that of an animal. He took to the woods and lived with wild beasts. And finally, he came to understand God does not only rule in heaven, but over the kingdom of man.
But what has all that got to do with me?
Everything. Although you knew all this, Balthazar, you have not humbled your heart either. In fact, today you have defied God.
I have not. How have I done that?
Look around you. The silver, the gold, the sacred object of God's house you have brought to this pagan feast in your honor and defiled with common wine, drunk by common mouths.
Are you sure I have made God angry?
Without a doubt. God has not allowed your wickedness to go unpunished. That hand, the hand we saw writing, is his hand. Those words, that writing there, are his words. Mene, mene, tekel, upharserin. They are your warning.
But how can I be warned if I cannot understand?
The meaning? I shall read you the meaning. God has numbered your days, Balthazar. Your kingdom is finished. Mene, mene. You have been weighed in the balance and found wanting. Tekel. Your kingdom will be divided and given to the Medes and the Persians. Mene, mene, tekel, upharsin. That very night, Balthazar the king was slain. And within days, as the handwriting on the wall had predicted, the country was overrun and conquered by the Medes and the Persians. The new ruler was Darius, a good man, 62 years old. He asked me to remain by his side, for I knew the people of the land, and I loved them and would do all I could to protect them. Arioch, the court astrologer, magician, what have you, was also asked by King Darius to join his court. He loved me not.
What do you mean, Daniel, I love you not?
You have always tried to thwart me? Always been suspicious?
Of your motives, perhaps, not your ability. You have always had too much power, Daniel, to suit me. From Nebuchadnezzar to Balthazar, and now to Darius. For 35 years, I've taken your arrogance, Daniel. I've hated your ability to influence our kings. I say to you, beware. For I do not, cannot, shall not ever like you. King Darius, I beseech you, may I have a word?
Are you Arioch, the chief court sorcerer?
I am, your majesty. I brought with me this document, which is a signed testimony of the loyalty of your principal ruling subjects.
But why? I never doubted their loyalty.
They wish to go on record. All the governors, the princes, counselors, captains, they wanted you to know them by name.
All right.
Therefore, they have consulted together and drawn up for you a royal statute.
A new royal statute?
Yes, King Darius. A firm decree that whoever prays to any god or man other than you, King Darius, should be cast into the den of lions.
You know that if I put my signature to this document, the king's signature, it means this decree cannot be canceled or recalled. That is our law. The law of the Medes and the Persians.
Yes, I am aware of that. Why don't we say the decree holds for only the next 30 days, then?
For 30 days. All right. Give me the parchment so I may sign.
I knew about the decree, but it did not stop my daily prayers to God. My old friend, Arioch, saw to it that I was arrested. I was brought before King Darius, and I told him simply that no decree could ever stop my praying to God. I believed Darius had been misled into signing it, and although he grieved that I was to be placed into the lion's den, there was no altering the law. He was, it was said, the first monarch to accompany a victim every step of the way, on foot, to the cave in the mountains where the lions were kept. As was customary, they had not been fed.
Daniel, do not think ill of me. I wanted you to be my friend. I needed you.
I am your friend, King Darius. Do not be afraid. The lions are all part of the kingdom of earth under the rule of God.
You have such faith that your God will deliver you.
All my life I have believed.
King Darius, the soldiers are ready to carry Daniel into the lion's den. Then they will push the large boulder in front of the mouth of the cave. You, King Darius, are to set your seal on the stone so that we shall know it has not been tampered with.
You concern yourselves with the seals and the blocking of the entrance if you wish. But I will not need to be carried into the lion's den. I shall walk.
Daniel, it is I, Darius, your king. I have not slept tonight, but have prayed for you. Has your God, whom you serve, delivered you from the lions?
Have the soldiers take away the stone from the front of the cave.
Soldiers, clear the entrance. Oh, Daniel, can you ever forgive me?
You but carried out the law. No king is above his own laws.
I can see the lions. They're lying down. Some are sleeping. They're quiet.
God sent his angel who shut the lions' mouths. They did not touch me. Darius, may this be a lesson to all of those who set themselves as more powerful than God himself.
In the book of Daniel, it is written that the men who had accused Daniel were then cast into the den of lions as punishment. The story of Daniel has given strength to Jews and Christians since the earliest days. Christian martyrs, too, were often thrown to lions, but they always rallied behind one phrase which gave them courage. It comes to us from Daniel, and I shall tell you what it is when I return in a moment. WL. The words that gave courage to countless martyrs were written by King Darius. The God of Daniel shall rule over the world until the world's end. The God of Daniel protects, rescues, works signs and wonders in heaven and on earth. He is that God who delivered Daniel from the power of the lions. He will deliver you too. Peace be everywhere, and have faith. Our cast included Russell Horton, Norman Rose, Jackson Beck, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
Your daytime radio newspaper with Bernardine Flynn.
Hello, friends. This is Bernardine Flynn bringing you another of our news programs, Your Daytime Radio Newspaper. Durward Kirby is going to tell you about the big, important news. I will tell you about the little human things that are happening to people everywhere. And now, Durward, what's the big news today?
The German war machine is rocking under heavy blows from many directions today. In Italy, an Allied spokesman says the German line before Rome is breaking, and the Germans have begun an orderly retreat. American spearheads on that battlefront have stabbed forward another 3 miles to bring the key towns of Isernia and Venafro within artillery range. These new gains give our forces complete observation on the broad Garigliano River valley. The present German defenses are sagging under the heavy Allied pressure, but as the enemy gives up, his delaying actions are still an obstacle to our forward push. The German opposition is described as still very stiff. On the Adriatic side of the Italian peninsula, the British 8th Army has pushed across the Trino River to establish a second bridgehead on that stream. In the air, Allied flyers yesterday knocked down 37 enemy planes, their biggest bag in weeks. 30 of these were destroyed by the Flying Fortresses and Liberators, which raided Wiener Neuest, just below Vienna. That raid, incidentally, is described as one of the most successful ever carried out in the Mediterranean theater. Meantime, we learned that on Monday, American medium bombers knocked out an Italian cruiser, which had been seized by the Germans. Reconnaissance pictures showed the cruiser lying on its starboard side in a big patch of oil in Ancona Harbor on Italy's Adriatic coast. At the time of the attack, the Yankee flyers thought they had hit a large merchant ship. American Marauder bombers based in Britain roared out over the English Channel this morning to blast German airfields in northern France. And today, the largest force of American heavy bombers yet dispatched from Britain raided northwest Germany. First reports give no indication of their targets. A new note on air war comes from Yugoslavia. Partisan sources say Russia is preparing to send planes to aid the partisan air force, which is being organized by Yugoslav pilots using captured enemy planes. As for the fighting in Russia, that continues to go well. Cossack cavalrymen are pounding across the Nogaysk steppes to round up more remnants of beaten German armies. The complete annihilation of the enemy is expected within the next several days. The Russians are cutting through the disorganized enemy columns with almost bewildering speed. Informed military observers in London say Germany stands to lose at least 100,000 men in this present fighting in South Russia. The Germans are still putting up their bitterest resistance in the Krivoy Rog area, where they are holding open a narrow corridor of escape for German troops in the Dnieper Bulge. Even in that area, the Russians are advancing relentlessly. In Cairo, diplomats from Turkey and the Allied nations are gathering for a conference which may determine very definitely Turkey's future status. Some observers expect the United Nations to hand Turkey a virtual invitation to war. Meanwhile, a note of discord in the Allied camp has been sounded in Algiers. French General de Gaulle has demanded that France be given an equal role with the other major Allied powers in the settlement of world issues arising out of the war. Around the world, Admiral Halsey describes the American invasion of Bougainville as our greatest venture yet in that South Pacific area, and he adds, the Japanese know they cannot halt us. There are few new details on the Bougainville fighting today. It is revealed, however, that Japanese cruisers and destroyers attempted to attack our positions Monday night. They were intercepted by an American naval task force and, after an apparently heavy engagement, fled northward. Results of this naval action aren't known in full, but the fact that the Japanese warships hightailed it out of the area indicates that they probably suffered another beating. The Tokyo radio, by the way, speaks of naval and air battles to come in the showdown battle for Rabaul, New Britain. That's just what American leaders are hoping for. They would love to get the Japanese fleet in a free-for-all scrap. An insight on Japan's war effort is available today from American reporters who are among those nationals being brought back to this country on the liner Gripsholm after almost 2 years of Japanese internment. The Gripsholm reached Port Elizabeth, South Africa, this morning. The American correspondents say the Japs show no sign of cracking morale. They report wartime fanaticism, tight army control, mounting shortages of food, and doubled living costs. But they also report that the Japanese people are accepting these hardships as part of the game and are prepared to back the war effort for at least 5 more years. Here in this country, scattered state and city elections have given Republican candidates a number of victories over their Democratic opponents, and the GOP is eyeing the results as indicative of a trend which they hope will lead them back to the White House in 1944. This morning, the deadline passed for coal miners to return to the mines under President Roosevelt's directive. Generally, that directive has been ignored in the major producing states as the miners continue on strike. Well, that's the top of the day's big news, and now let's turn to the colorful human interest side of the news with Bernardine Flynn.
Somewhere in Britain, thousands of American soldiers are going through invasion exercises at the American Assault School, which prepares men for the time when they will have to storm the shores of Europe. The practice sessions are very realistic, with real bullets and live bombs. The other day, United Press correspondent Dudley Ann Harmon paid a visit to this school. She is one of 2 women allowed to witness recent exercises, and I'd like to tell you her reaction to this specialized training. Miss Harmon says, at a quiet English town, a group of correspondents found the nearest thing in existence to the European invasion coast, a model of the enemy's defenses, with concrete pillboxes, booby traps, and barbed wire entanglements. Waves of boys from every section of the United States tried out these defenses under real bullets and explosives, landing from the same boats they will use to invade Europe. Casualties occur even in this practice. Before Miss Harmon was allowed to watch American infantry slam into German defenses, she and the other correspondents were warned of the danger. Colonel John Horton, who was in charge of the operation, told them, "All possible precautions have been taken for your safety, but we can't guarantee that you won't be killed. Yesterday we had a general with us, and a bomb landed 40 feet behind him." Then the infantry exercise got underway. This is how Miss Harmon describes it. First, the barrage started. The noise shut out everything else in the world, and the ground shook. A pall of smoke from mortars hid the ridge ahead. We started forward. The barrage increased, and I hid in a sand dune. A pillbox ahead blew up with a terrific roar. Then we went on again. A Spitfire above whined and dived to send machine gun fire into the ground. We went on with the smoke of 100 shells around us. For 95 minutes, we watched this dose of death, while the soldiers went calmly about their business with concern only for the battle. Frankly, says Miss Harmon, I wanted to scream. In the Air Force units overseas, P-47 Thunderbolt squadrons are taking something of a ribbing from the pilots of P-38 Lightnings. It seems that the Lightning pilots have looked up the dictionary definition of a thunderbolt. It says, a large crash of noise, causing no damage, immediately followed by a bolt of lightning. However, don't be surprised if the Thunderbolt flyers finally dig up something with which to come back at the Lightning pilots. Our American boys are like that. They fight, and in between times make the most of their native sense of humor.
Say, Bernardine, you're pretty observing. Maybe you've noticed how more and more people are taking lunch boxes to work these days.
Goodness, yes. And that's something I wanted to talk about in connection with Crisco. You know, it's so important now that lunch boxes not only be appetizing, but digestible, too. And with Crisco, lunch boxes like that are as easy as 1, 2, 3. There are pastry turnovers with all kinds of tasty fillings. One of chopped ham always hits the spot, doesn't it? And when Crisco handles the crust, you can be sure of a turnover that melts in your mouth. Even when it's cold, it's still flaky and digestible.
Oh, that's the way to tell a Crisco crust.
And here's another Crisco trick for a lunchbox. Cook frankfurters, and split them just enough to spread mustard inside. Then dip them in a fritter batter and Crisco fry. They can come out crisp and golden brown. And like everything you fry in Crisco, so digestible.
And what's a lunchbox without a big hunk of layer cake to make it swell eating?
The kind of cake Crisco makes. Honestly, you can save your butter for the table, because Crisco cakes turn out so wonderfully light and fluffy.
Well, golly, no matter what you cook with Crisco, you can be sure it will be swell tasting, really digestible. Crisco is the finest quality shortening you can use. It's pure and all vegetable. And as 9 out of 10 doctors say, digestible itself. So, for really good eating, truly digestible food, try Crisco.
You will be delighted at how good your meals will taste. Tonight, Naples will again be bathed in the soft flow of light. Light that symbolizes an Allied victory. Light that represents civilization and humanity. Light that ends the darkness imposed by the cruel hand of the German invader. Yesterday, the electric power was tested for the first time. For 4 hours before the switch was thrown, Naples was a dead city. 500,000 Neapolitans, under orders from our army, moved out of their beloved homes. And in long lines that stretched almost as far as the eye could see, they walked up into the hills. And from there, they looked down on the bomb-torn, wrecked, and pillaged city. They looked down on their homes and stores, half fearing, half believing that some great hidden German mine would explode when the Allied engineers turned on the master switches. We're all happy to know that there was no explosion. And those switches once again are pouring light into section after section of Naples, from the fashionable residential districts to the humble tenant areas, from the waterfront to the Via Roma.
On the home front, the OPA has taken steps to end the shortage of shoes for small children.
That's good news, Durward. Tell us about it, please.
Well, the OPA says that sometime around the first of the year, you may start buying a new supply of non-leather shoes for children, and you won't need any ration points for them. The new shoes will have canvas uppers.
Oh, I see. Something like gym or tennis shoes?
Well, no, apparently not. The OPA explains that the soles of the new shoes will be made out of heavy woven fabric, and in addition, they'll be reinforced with vulcanized rubber. The new shoes are mainly for children up to 8 years of age and should give them a lot of extra mileage.
Well, I know that'll be welcome news to parents who have growing youngsters.
And this is another encouraging development. The OPA General Manager, Bowles, reports that more than 12 million Americans have signed pledges to observe rationing rules and price regulations.
Well, that looks like a good start in the drive to stamp out the black market. And the OPA, by the way, also has given us some new rationing dates. For meats, fats, and so forth, 4 brown stamps in War Ration Book 3 will soon be good. You may use Stamp L starting November 21st, Stamp M November 28th, Stamp N December 5th, and Stamp P December 12th. They all expire January 1st.
And from now on, all pickles, that is, all except fresh cucumber pickles, will cost more. The OPA has announced new price ceilings which will increase the cost of pickles about 1 cent for each quart jar. Say, Bernadine, didn't I hear you say that when a meal is shy on points, a little Crisco could work a lot of magic?
A whole lot. You're really never on the spot with Crisco to give you food that's wonderfully appetizing and really digestible. And you can count on Crisco for both. Whether it's stretching a handful of leftovers with a smooth, velvety cream sauce, or giving a party air to a little bit of meat with flaky pastry turnovers.
And don't forget, Crisco cakes put appetizing and digestible on a skimpy meal.
They certainly do. Have you ever tasted anything as delicious as a Crisco cake? They're so wonderfully light. Lighter even than cakes you can make with high point shortening.
Oh, say, tasting good, being digestible, is just naturally true of everything you cook with Crisco. Crisco is pure and all vegetable, you know. Digestible itself. Why, Crisco is the finest quality shortening you can use. So, for meals that taste well, digest easy, you better try Crisco. And here is a Thanksgiving note from the OPA. The younger your turkey is, the more you're going to have to pay for it. The birds have been put into 2 classes, old and young. And an OPA official describes them this way. An old turkey is one that has really been around. A young Tom, on the other hand, doesn't even know his way around the barnyard. Out in Oklahoma City, Woody Hunt, who, as president of the State League of Young Democrats, always hoped he'd get a letter from the President of the United States. At last he did. It was an order for Hunt's induction. Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us tomorrow for another edition of your daytime radio newspaper.
Durwood Kirby will bring you the big news.
Bernadine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Crisco.
We return you now to New York.
I love a mystery. Who's the ruthless vampire stalking in dark alleys, murdering innocent victims? Hear that terrifying, tense tale of terror. Follow Doc Long and Jack Packard through dark, eerie passages. Discover the mystery of the secret trap door. Tonight on I Love a Mystery.
Crisco's radio newspaper with Bernadine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. Now, Bernadine Flynn.
Thank you, Durwood, and hello, friends. Before Durwood Kirby brings us the latest world news, I want to tell you a little story about Sergeant Louis Newbar, who is stationed at Fort Douglas, Utah. Sergeant Newbar, it seems, just doesn't like to be crowded. So, for a long time, he's made it a practice to get up a little earlier than the rest of the soldiers in the barracks so he can shave ahead of the washroom rush. The other morning, he was awakened by noises coming from the squad room. Time to get up, he said to himself, and drowsily threw the covers back and hustled down to shave. He carefully finished the job and then returned to the barracks, for some reason or other not feeling as though he'd had enough sleep. And when he re-entered the barracks, the truth dawned on him. No wonder he felt as though he hadn't slept enough. It was only 1 o'clock in the morning. The noise he'd heard was some of the boys just coming in. And now, Durwood, what's the latest world news?
American heavy bombers picked up the air offensive against Western Europe this morning, Bern. Our flying fortresses blasted targets at Brunswick, one of Germany's major manufacturers of aircraft engines, as well as an important communications center. The fortresses were escorted into their target by formations of American and British fighters. Early reports say there was heavy anti-aircraft fire, but practically no German fighter plane opposition. Our Liberators and other planes also bombed the French invasion coast. In London, Britain's Air Minister, Sir Archibald Sinclair, says that air supremacy over Germany to blast open the road to Berlin now lies within the grasp of the Allies. He says that our historic aerial offensive is producing visible, measurable, and progressive results. However, Sinclair cautions that Germany is still capable of striking back in heavy force. General Arnold, the United States Army's air chief, has commended the 15th Air Force in Italy for last week's raids on German aircraft plants. He says that those attacks laid the foundations for final and decisive operations in the future. In Italy, the heaviest artillery duels in 10 days have broken the lull on the Anzio beachhead. British troops have broken up a series of small German attacks, and other Allied troops have mopped up a number of Germans who wriggled through the lines near Cassino. From Russia, Premier Joseph Stalin has sent a message to President Roosevelt predicting that the time is near when the Allies will defeat Hitlerite Germany. On the Russian battlefronts today, the Red Army is racing over the approaches to Pskov and nearing the outskirts of the town itself. In Moscow, a special Russian atrocity commission has made a full report on the brutality of German occupation forces at Kiev. The commission is holding Field Marshal von Manstein, the German commander in southern Russia, responsible for 195,000 murders in the Kiev area. Finland's parliament held a secret session this morning, presumably to discuss chances for an acceptable separate peace with Russia. And there is also a report that Sweden will do its best to provide Finland with food if the Finns get out of the war. On the other side of the world, there is good news in our war against the Japs. First of all, the Navy Department reveals that our submarines have sunk 14 more Japanese merchant vessels. And in New Delhi, Admiral Mountbatten has issued an order of the day to his forces in Burma, saying that their complete victory on the Arakan front has given the Japanese a crack they will remember. In the Southwest Pacific, American air and naval forces have delivered another heavy blow to Japanese shipping, destroying or damaging 29 Japanese planes, 34 barges, and 2 cargo ships. And the Japs admit that they lack sufficient aircraft to cope with the growing Allied offensive actions. In this hemisphere, in Buenos Aires, the police say that they seized documents of the German Trans-Ocean News Agency to prove that it was connected with spy rings in countries bordering Argentina. Also, the Tokyo radio, by the way, has come forth with one of the best of the war's wisecracks. Unconscious variety, that is. After telling of new American successes, the Jap announcer asked, "What shall we do now?" And then solemnly answered his own question by saying, "Now is the time that the people of Japan should stand up with resolute determination, glaring at the enemy." Well, some Marine probably has the answer to that one with, "Glare ahead, brother, we're coming in anyway." And that's the top of today's World News. Now, Bernardine, I believe you have something of interest for our listeners.
The other day I was talking to a woman who runs a cooking school, and we got to comparing notes, particularly about Crisco. She said she'd just never seen so many dyed-in-the-wool butter users who were being won over to Crisco for cakes.
Well, that wasn't any surprise to you, was it, Fern?
No, but I'm glad I'm not the only one who's noticing it. Really, friends, don't you think butter for cakes got to be kind of a habit? Why, with Crisco, you can make some of the best-tasting cakes you ever put in your mouth. Full of flavor, wonderful texture, and light as a feather. Like the maple walnut cake I made yesterday. You just add chopped walnuts to a regular yellow layer cake batter. And for the frosting, use a boiled icing with maple syrup in it. Anyway, the cake was delicious. As good as any butter cake ever thought of being.
And what about that lighter cake secret of Crisco's, Bern?
Oh, yes. Why, friends, do you know that with Crisco, you can make a lighter cake than with any other shortening, even the most expensive? It's amazing to think a shortening can make that much difference. But you just try a Crisco cake and see. See if you ever tasted a cake quite as light or one that was quite as good.
Now, Bernardine, how about another story?
This is a story about the Red Cross, Durward. Not long ago, Red Cross relief representatives were standing on a dock under a hot African sun and watching a large gray refugee ship move in through the harbor. There were children on board, 300 or 400 young refugees from Greece. There were adults on the ship, too, many of them ill, others forlorn and bewildered. They had seen their country ruthlessly devastated by the Germans. For most of them, everything they'd ever owned had been lost. They had only the baggage they carried. One very old lady refused the assistance of a young native boy who ran out to help her. She was afraid to let her few pitiful belongings out of her sight. Then there was a little girl, blonde and blue-eyed and not more than 6 years old. She had no baggage at all. All she owned was on her back, a shapeless dress made from an old burlap sack. As the refugees streamed onto the dock, Red Cross workers passed among them, distributing refreshments and clothing and making assignments for temporary homes. The little girl in the burlap was given a new Red Cross dress. She didn't know what to say. She hugged it to her and stared at the Red Cross worker with unbelieving eyes. It had been so long since she'd had anything pretty or clean or new. The next day, though, the Red Cross workers were surprised to see the little girl still wearing her ragged gunny sack dress. "Where's your new dress, dear?" the Red Cross lady asked her. "Did you lose it?" The child was silent for a moment. Then she looked up timidly and said, "Please, my mother had to stay behind in Greece. Someday I'm going back and find her. And please, I want to save my Red Cross dress for her." Heartwarming, sincere little stories like this are told every day by the thousands of Red Cross workers all over the world. The Red Cross is on the job, lending a helping hand on the battlefields, in the liberated countries, and on the home front. They help the needy regardless of race or color or nationality. Tomorrow, friends, the Red Cross begins its annual membership drive. The goal is set high this year, for there is much work to be done. That means we must back the Red Cross more than ever. You and I, and the people who live up the street, and those around the corner, and on the other side of town. Each one of us must do all we can to see that this great organization is kept going at full strength. When one of the volunteer workers calls on us, let's give and give again, for the Red Cross needs our help.
You're very right, Bern. Our contributions couldn't go for a better cause.
By the way, Durwood, how was your trip to New York last week?
Oh, it was swell, Bern, just swell. It was a bond-selling trip, you know, and we really sold the bonds, approximately $10 million worth in all.
Wonderful.
And it was the first time I'd been to New York in 10 years.
Oh?
And believe me, it sure has changed. The thing that struck me most was the number of different uniforms you see on the sidewalks of New York. I saw fighting men and women from every one of the United Nations and from every branch of their armed forces. It was really a wonderful sight. And it sort of set my spine to tingling to know that all those people, New Zealanders, Canadians, British, French, Dutch, Russians, and all the others are fighting shoulder to shoulder with us to help make the world a happier place in which to live. And just to look at their faces, you just know we can't lose.
Oh, it must have been thrilling, Durwood.
It surely was. You know, I also got a big kick out of going up to the top of the Empire State Building. A stranger in town, you know.
Uh-huh.
We were 1,028 feet above the street, 102 stories, and the wind that day was blowing 55 miles an hour at that height.
Ooh.
And listen, when you get to New York again, Bern, you don't want to miss a ride on the Staten Island Ferry. It's a half-hour trip for just a nickel.
Wow.
And the subways, you can ride all over the city for 5 cents. You really get your money's worth in transportation out of a nickel in New York.
Well, how are traveling conditions, Durwood?
Pretty crowded. You know, I couldn't get a plane reservation Sunday night, and I was lucky, very lucky, to get train tickets. I tell you, the government means it when it says very sincerely, please don't travel unless you have to, because everything is jam-packed.
And now, Durwood, what's the latest on the home front?
Well, the OPA announced just about 2 hours ago that the point values of pork and many beef cuts will be sharply reduced starting Sunday. The pork reductions will range from 1 to 3 points, and only spare ribs will remain unchanged. The beef cuts used for roasts, rib steaks, and stews also will be reduced 1 to 2 points. The OPA says on the average we will get 8% more meat next month. However, point values for veal, lamb, mutton, butter, cheese, lard, and other dairy products will be unchanged in March.
Durwood, what's the latest on the draft today?
Reports from nearly every state in the Union show that draft quotas are not being met.
What's the answer to that, Durwood?
There are various opinions. Senator Johnson and Senator Wheeler disagree with President Roosevelt's medical commission and think the armed forces should lower their physical standards to take more 4Fs. And others point out that about the only substantial manpower pool left, that is outside of the fathers, is the group of 2 million single men with occupational deferments. And of course you know that President Roosevelt has ordered all occupational deferments reviewed.
Elsewhere on the home front, the Commerce Department says that 1 out of every 3 American families now has an income of more than $3,000 a year. That compares with only 1 in 10 families between 1935 and 1940.
And another survey shows that it takes at least $13.23 a week to buy food for a family of 5 in New York City. And that's $2.16 more than last year. Say, Bern, someone asked me why ration tokens are needed. Can you explain that?
Oh, easily. You see, red stamps and blue stamps in Ration Book 4 will each be worth 10 points. Instead of getting your change in stamps, you now get tokens which are good indefinitely. Do you ever experiment when you're cooking? You know, make up recipes? Well, last week I had some bologna, and I thought, well, now that would be grand for dinner if I can just think of some new way of cooking it.
I think I smell a recipe coming along.
Well, I did put together a dish I thought was good. It's very simple. Bologna and noodle put together, I called it. Maybe you'd like to try it. You just fry cubes of bologna, chopped onion, and some sliced mushrooms in piping hot Crisco. When the bologna and onion have a nice crisp brown look, mix in the cooked noodles and heat thoroughly. Then serve. I think your family will like it. Mine cleaned up every last speck.
And ladies, don't forget that with Crisco in your frying pan, you don't have to worry about upset digestions either.
I should say not. Why, Crisco fried foods are so digestible, even the youngsters can enjoy them.
You see, Crisco is pure and all vegetable, digestible itself. and it's the finest quality shortening you can use. Now, remember, with Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible.
And now, Durward, what's our last story?
It seems that Navy chaplains never forget themselves, even though they do travel in an atmosphere of, shall I say, purple vocabularies. Take, for instance, Chaplain Lonnie Meacham of Virginia Beach. As the story goes, he was standing in the chow line when someone accidentally spilled hot soup on him. The dignified chaplain didn't say a word for a moment, and then he slowly turned around to the men behind him and he said, "Would some of you fellows say a few appropriate words, please?" Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Crisco. It's digestible.
Tomorrow, be listening when Willie and Jeffrey Powell enter the dining room at the Rushville Center House. Be listening at this same time tomorrow to Ma Perkins. Until tomorrow, then, this is Charlie Warren saying so long. And remember, Oxidol. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Crisco's Radio Newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. And now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. In just a moment, Durward Kirby will bring us a report on today's world news. But first, let me tell you about the happy homecoming of a group of American servicemen. Yesterday, some 1,500 suntanned Navy Seabees arrived in San Francisco, as happy as youngsters with a piece of candy at seeing American shores again. These men belonged to the first 2 units of Seabees ever organized, and had been down in the South Pacific for 23 months, practically 2 years. Foreign lands and customs were interesting, but the good old USA was home. As their big gray transport nosed into the San Francisco dock yesterday, the Seabees yelled and cheered, and 3 military bands broke out with stirring music. Everybody was gloriously happy. Then the Seabees saw a group of waves standing on the dock. "Look, fellows," one of them shouted. "Look, there's women with shoes on." And now, Durward, what's the latest news?
First off, Bern, there's been another heavy American air raid on Berlin. Strong forces of our flying fortresses and liberators attacked industrial targets in the German capital this morning. Some idea of the size of the raid can be gained from the Air Force announcement that today's formations dropped more than 350,000 incendiary bombs and more than 10,000 high explosives. Earlier this morning, American medium bombers flew over the channel to strike at German targets in Holland. Last night, RAF bombers made a heavy raid on railway targets about 100 miles southwest of Paris. On the Italian battlefront, savage night fighting is reported to have broken out in the battered streets and buildings of Cassino. There has been no decisive change in the battle lines inside the town, but fierce fighting is reported still in progress. In the Anzio beachhead sector, the Germans apparently have begun moving up troops and armor for the 4th major offensive against the British and American forces. At the moment, the only fighting taking place on the beachhead is in the form of minor patrol activity. Russia's armies are reported using special mud sledges in their drive across the quagmire battlefronts of the southwestern Ukraine. The Soviets have outflanked Tarnopol, a vital junction on the main trunk railroad between Odessa and Warsaw. The Germans are rushing up air reserves and undertaking counterattacks in a desperate effort to halt the Russian drive toward Romania. But the Russians are pushing ahead, counterattacks or no counterattacks. On the international diplomatic and political front, There are a couple of new developments today. British newspapers say Russia has rejected Polish counterproposals concerning the boundary dispute. But the Polish premier in exile says his government has not been informed of such action. 2 Yugoslav cabinet members have arrived in London in an effort to patch up the differences between King Peter's government and Marshal Tito, the leader of the partisan forces fighting the Germans in Yugoslavia. And Britain's Foreign Secretary, Anthony Eden, says that Britain is keeping a close watch on the Argentine situation in South America, conducting only routine matters with the Faro government until the confusion and uncertainty surrounding the picture are cleared up. On the production front, Britain's production minister, Oliver Littleton, discloses that Britain turned out more than 90,000 planes from the beginning of the war to the end of 1943. Britain, meantime, is having more coal mine trouble, with the strike of Welsh miners spreading to additional mines. Out in the Pacific, American forces have made new strides in their drive against the Japanese. We have gained control of Los Negros Island in the Admiralty Group, leapfrogged up the north coast of New Britain to within 170 miles of Rabaul, and driven up the south coast of New Britain to within 50 miles of Gasmata. On the Asiatic mainland, the jaws of a Chinese-American trap are closing rapidly on Japanese forces in Burma. And in the Central Pacific, new air raids have been made against the Marshalls and the Carolines. And that's the top of today's World News. Now, Bernadine?
I was thinking about a friend of mine who called up the other morning. You see, friend, she was expecting company for dinner that night and was all set to make a pie for dessert. Then it started to rain, and that meant no pie, she said. Well, I couldn't figure the connection to save my life. And then she told me when it rained, she just never had good luck with pie crust.
You mean that she didn't know about Crisco's pastry method?
No, she didn't. And telling her almost made me late for the program.
Oh.
You know, friend, you never have to worry about pastry failures when you use the new Crisco pastry method. You get tender, flaky pie crust every single time. Even beginners get grand results. Pie crust so tender and flaky, they're eaten to the last crumb. There's no worry about upset digestions either. Made with Crisco, pie set just as light as can be, digestible for the whole family. It just seems as though Crisco and the pastry method were the answer to any pie maker's dream. And the directions are right on the label of your Crisco jar.
I'll tell you, you're going to be awful busy making pies once you try it. I'll bet you the family wants pie for dessert every other night.
Well, maybe not quite that often. But I'll tell you one thing, they'll eat every smidgen of every pie you make.
I'll say.
Just you try Crisco and the new Crisco pastry method and see. You can count on this. It'll be tender, flaky pie crust every time.
Well, Bern, how about another story?
Here's a story, Durward, about the people of occupied Europe. People who are past masters in the art of heckling the Germans. Probably no nation has developed this specialized science with any greater skill than Poland. But then Poland was the first to be occupied. This little story from Warsaw will show you what I mean. The other day, the Germans in Warsaw were very, very busy because suddenly official-looking posters had appeared all over the Polish capital, in shop windows, on street corners, lamp posts, and wherever people were likely to gather. The posters were supposedly signed by Wilhelm Koppe, head of the German police in Warsaw. And of all things, they ordered all German nationals to leave the city and return to the fatherland. Well, you can imagine what confusion there was among the German residents. Within an hour or two after the posters appeared, Germans were rushing all over Warsaw trying to buy railroad tickets, drawing their money out of the banks, and buying what groceries they could. While all that was going on, the German police were also as busy as cats on a tin roof. They were scurrying all around Warsaw, trying to convince their panic-stricken fellow countrymen that the posters were fake. All day long, they tore down the posters, which had been distributed by the Polish underground, and replaced them with a real proclamation by Police Chief Koppe, which told of the hoax. But even then, many of the Germans didn't know whether they should go home or stay in Warsaw, for they are so used to German propaganda by now that it's pretty hard to tell them anything else, even the truth.
Byrne, as you know, representatives of all the occupied countries have set up exile governments in London. Well, the other day, some officials of the Dutch government had some very, very secret documents they wanted a photographer to reproduce. But they wouldn't let the photographer work on them unless he promised not to look. Well, he promised. He put on a blindfold and went to work, with the Dutch officials watching every move he made. The negatives he took were hardly dry before they were whisked into a sturdy satchel and hidden from all view. The photographer smiled to himself as he took off the blindfold and then turned to the officials. By the way, he asked, are those secret papers written in Dutch? Yes, the men replied. The photographer smiled even more. Well, he said, they might just as well have been written in double Dutch. We didn't need the blindfold because I can't read a word of your language.
Oh, goodness. And now, Durward, here's a story that disproves the belief that all Army sergeants are tough and hard-boiled. The Army sea ration hardtack, as you may have heard from your soldier friends, is usually known by the more familiar name of rock. The soldiers, it seems, think that name describes the food very appropriately. Well, for a number of days, cases of that hardtack kept piling up outside of an American mess tent in Italy. Nobody wanted it, of course, as long as there was anything else to eat. In fact, few soldiers even bothered to take the hard candies which are included with all sea rations. But then, each night, Corporal John Scavetta of North Bergen, New Jersey, began appearing at the mess tent and collecting all the hardtack and candy that were left over. Corporal Scavetta is a very quiet young fellow, so you can imagine how he jumped when a burly sergeant caught him taking the food one night and gruffly asked him what he thought he was doing. The corporal shifted from one foot to the other and looked around nervously as though he were afraid someone was going to court-martial him. Then he explained, there are a lot of refugees out there in Campania. You ought to see 'em eat these biscuits. Eat 'em like they were cake. I take the candy out to the children. You ought to hear 'em holler when they see me. Of course, the corporal knew this was against regulations. What went through the sergeant's mind about Army regulations, we'll never know. Anyway, the sergeant didn't say a word, but looked cautiously over his shoulder and then dropped the hardtack he was holding into Corporal Scavetta's hand. Then he hunted through his pockets until he found several packs of candy. He added those to the pile, then turned and walked off with a grin a mile wide on his face. Yes, Army sergeants have a heart, despite all that's said about them. For instance, there's Sergeant Paul Capitan of Hartford, Connecticut, who rides around Italy in a tank named Boomerang, accompanied by a mascot named Butch. Butch is a monkey, and a former organ grinder's monkey at that. And like Mary's little lamb, wherever Sergeant Capitan goes, Butch is sure to follow, even in battle. When the fighting is the heaviest, Butch is in the tank turret. But when there are not too many anti-tank shells coming his way, he likes to ride on top of the tank's radio antenna. And it's becoming a familiar sight to see the huge Boomerang rumble across the bumpy fields with little Butch swaying back and forth from the antenna in complete rhythm. Butch is another symbol that our servicemen, even in the thick of battle, have time for the little human things in life. And now, Durward, what's the latest on the home front?
Well, Byrne, it looks as though the expected congressional battle over the OPA is about ready to start. As you know, the OPA is scheduled to go out of existence on June 30th unless Congress votes to extend its power. So far, no bill to that effect has been introduced into Congress, although one is expected shortly. Meantime, the Price Administrator, Mr. Bowles, says that the OPA program has saved us $89 billion so far in the war. And Economic Stabilization Director Vinson warns that if our present economic controls are weakened, billions of dollars will be added to the cost of the war. The cost of living will increase sharply, and the government will be hampered in its fight against inflation. Byrne, someone wants to know if meat and fat stamps will be handled the same as before.
Just the same.
Uh-huh.
Under token rationing, the first 2 weeks, you'll have 3 red stamps worth 10 points each, or a total of 30 points for that 2-week period.
I see. And speaking of red points, Byrne, according to the papers, pork is still on the plentiful side.
Oh,
and
well, excuse me, Durward, but
certainly.
That reminds me of a letter I got.
Huh?
Friend, you know how people like to pass recipes along. Well, a woman was writing me about what a grand help Crisco is to her in planning meals. and she mentioned a little trick she had for breading pork chops. It's to add a generous amount of poultry seasoning to the flour you use for breading the chops. I tried it the other night, and did those pork chops make a hit? You use just enough Crisco to cover the bottom of the skillet. And the chops come out so crisp and brown and so full of flavor.
And how about this? With Crisco frying those chops, you don't have to worry about digestions. Why, Crisco fried foods are so digestible, even the youngsters can pitch in.
That's right, friends. You see, Crisco is pure and all vegetable, digestible itself. And it's just the finest quality shortening you can use.
You betcha. With Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible. Now, Bern, what's your last story?
Well, the mystery of what delayed a Boston elevated subway train at the Friend Street station the other day has finally been solved. It seems that Private John Conway was just getting home on a furlough. And as he stood in the station, the train rolled in. A pretty young girl guard put her head out from between two cars and called, "Friend Street, Friend Street." Private Conway took just one look, rushed up and kissed the guard. And as she confessed today, I'm afraid we did hold up the train while he hugged me. But the passengers say all is forgiven. For you see, the guard was Private Conway's wife.
Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Crisco. It's digestible.
We return you now to New York. Crisco's Radio Newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. And now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. Before Durward Kirby brings us today's world news, let me tell you about the new fur piece Mrs. Otto Reising almost had. The other day, when she went into the bedroom of her home in Gary, Indiana, she saw what appeared to be a beautiful fur on her bed. My, what a surprise that was. She rushed out to her husband in the living room to thank him. "You got me a new fur piece," she said excitedly. "It's lovely." Her husband looked up, but didn't have a chance to say anything before he and the children were being herded into the bedroom to see the new fur. Well, that was a surprise, too, because just as they entered the door, they saw the fur come to life, yawn, amble over the bed and through the window, and climb up a tree. "That," said Mr. Reising, "is a raccoon." "Well," said his wife, "that's the kind of fur I want. Maybe you'd better get a gun and go hunting." Now, Durward, what's the latest world news?
First of all, Bern, Naval Secretary Knox has issued some new figures on our Navy. He says we're getting nearly 12 new seagoing ships every day, and this does not include the many small auxiliary vessels that are being built. To man our rapidly expanding fleet, Mr. Knox says the Navy will need another 500,000 men before the end of this year. Only one of the Navy's many jobs is to keep a steady flow of supplies going across the Atlantic to the men preparing to invade Western Europe. And the Allies do not intend to have that invasion operation endangered by German and Japanese officials in the nearby neutral country of Erie. Prime Minister Churchill says that we will isolate Erie completely from the outer world in order to prevent invasion secrets leaking out to the Axis. A couple of other diplomatic items in the news concern Russia. Marshal Stalin has recognized the Italian government of Marshal Badoglio and agreed to exchange ambassadors, something the United States and Britain have not done as yet. At the same time, Mr. Stalin has told Finland that it has a few days more to accept Russian peace terms or accept the consequences. But even bigger news is that being reported from Russia's war fronts. 3 strong Soviet armies are battling their way through crumbling German defenses along a 500-mile front today. And the Germans are hastily seeking to avert a major calamity to their forces remaining in the path of the Russian troops pushing down to the Black Sea. A Turkish dispatch says every available ship in Romania's Black Sea ports is being rushed to Odessa. Offhand, this seems to foreshadow a complete collapse of the Germans' broken southern flank in Russia. The roads running back from the front, both toward Odessa and Nikolaev, another Black Sea port, are reported jammed with scurrying German tanks, trucks, buses, motorcycles, and tired infantrymen. And while the Russians are roaring toward a battle climax, the Italian fighting is still localized in nature. Although the weather has improved, most sectors are bogged down in deep mud, a result of weeks of rain and snow. The Germans say that our 4-engine bombers raided Rome this morning, but so far there has been nothing on this from our side. The air war against Western Europe was kept rolling during the night when hundreds of RAF heavy bombers made a thunderbolt attack on railway targets about 100 miles southwest of Paris. And on the other side of the world, there have been new American air raids against Jap targets in the Central Pacific and against Rabaul and Wewak down in the southwest corner. In the Solomons, American ground troops have repulsed a very heavy Japanese attack against our beachhead positions on Bougainville, and other United States soldiers have seized 2 more islands in the Admiralty Group. An American bomber pilot who spent 14 months flying with the Air Force in the Pacific has now been transferred to England. His name, it's a very familiar one, is Jimmy Doolittle, but he's a captain, not a major general like his dad. And Junior says he prefers medium bombers for his work, even though his dad happens to be commander of the American heavy bomber force in England. Here at home, Price Administrator Chester Bowles has ordered the A gasoline ration in all states west of the Allegheny Mountains cut from 3 to 2 gallons a week. The order is effective March 22nd. He also reduced the permissible B mileage in 5 Pacific states by 60 miles a month. And that's the top of today's world news. Bernadine, you look very pleased about something. What is it?
Well, I feel good today. Things started out right to begin with. Just before I left the house this morning, the phone rang. It was a young bride down the street who had been in tears a day or so ago because she just couldn't turn out a decent pie. So I had told her about Crisco and Crisco's pastry method. She tried it, and you should have heard her this morning.
Well, that's the swell part about Crisco's pastry method. Even beginners can turn out pie crust that's tender and flaky. And every time, too.
Well, even the best of pie makers used to have bad luck occasionally, but not anymore. Why, friends, do you know that with pure all-vegetable Crisco and the Crisco pastry method, every single time you make a pie, you can count on a pie crust that's tender and flaky. Last night, for instance, I made a prune pie. It's delicious, served with spoonfuls of whipped cream cheese. Every last speck of that pie was eaten. The crust was so golden brown and tender and flaky, it melted in your mouth. You should have seen the children. I was certainly glad I didn't have to worry about upset digestions. You don't with Crisco pie crust.
Crisco pie crusts have everything, all right. Just try 'em and see, ladies. The directions for the pastry method are right on the Crisco label. And I'll bet my bottom dollar that you never tasted better pie crust in all your life.
Durward's right. And remember, with Crisco's pastry method, you can count on pie crust like that every single time.
Well, Bern, what's next?
Oh, first of all, Durward, do you remember the story about the flying fortress, Hell's Angels?
Yes, why?
And do you also remember the story about 11-year-old Carl Bueller, Jr. of Verona, New Jersey?
Carl, let me see. Oh, yeah, that's the young fellow who got the ride in a Jeep for selling so many war bonds.
You're right again.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, let me tell you the newest chapter in these 2 stories.
Mm-hmm.
Carl and the Flying Fortress got together yesterday in Caldwell, New Jersey, as a result of the 4th War Loan Campaign. You see, Carl did a wonderful job of selling war bonds during that drive. He'd been promised either a ride in Hell's Angels or a personal introduction to President Roosevelt if he sold $50,000 worth of bonds. Well, that was a pretty high goal for an 11-year-old youngster, but not for Carl, apparently. He not only sold that many, but quite a few more. In all, Carl sold almost $88,000 worth of bonds during the 4th War Loan Drive. So he earned his reward without any trouble. Of course, he had to decide which honor he wanted most. But with the mechanical curiosity of most boys, Carl didn't take long in making the decision. He wanted a ride in that fortress. However, he first wrote a little note to Mr. Roosevelt explaining his decision. Then he was off to see the fortress. It must take a lot of money to run one of those things, Carl said as he wandered in and out of the fortress, inspecting all the gadgets and prying into everything. He fingered the machine guns and looked over the bomb bay doors and asked all sorts of questions. Then, his inspection over, Carl settled down for a ride high in the skies in this heroic veteran of battle. When he had landed, someone asked him, "How did this compare with the ride you had in the Jeep, Carl?" "Oh, boy," he said, "the bomber was a lot more fun. I sure would like to fly one someday." But until he's old enough to fly, Carl is satisfied with his status as honorary crew member of Hell's Angels and is determined to sell more war bonds than ever. And Americans can certainly be proud of all our boys and girls for all they're doing to help their country.
You're certainly very right, Bern. At the same time, we are all aware of certain men who are doing their best not to help the war effort. I'm thinking of the men who try all sorts of things to keep out of the draft. But they never win, though, and sometimes their stories are almost funny. Take the case of one man who was recently picked up by the FBI in the East. He had registered under a false name, failed to return a questionnaire, failed to appear for a physical examination, neglected to report for induction, and carried no registration card, and still he wasn't successful. In fact, he says that all of his efforts to dodge the law gave him gray hair, stomach trouble, and nervous disorders.
That's certainly a case of crime doesn't pay if I ever heard one. Down on Washington Street in Newark, New Jersey, there's a big brick building. It rises 22 stories into the sky, and each floor is filled with busy men and women, 9,000 of them, all employees of the War Department Office of Dependency Benefits, an activity of the Army Service Forces. And I want to tell you about them today because I think they are as important in keeping up morale here at home and on the fighting fronts as any other group of people in the country. For they are the paymasters, so to speak, for 11 million Americans, 11 million wives, children, parents, brothers and sisters of our soldiers. It's their job, the job of the ODB, as the organization is better known, to mail out those green soldier allowance and allotment checks every month. It's not only a big job, but it's a job that requires a human touch, for each case involves a soldier and his loved ones. Now, I think a look at the record will show that the ODB is succeeding, principally because of one man, Brigadier General H.N. Gilbert, USA, director of the organization. He has impressed upon his workers the fact that they are dealing with human beings, and they've learned that lesson well. There's the case of Susan. She is 22 and quietly unafraid as she prepares for motherhood, while her young soldier husband fights the Japs overseas. She knows that the green check from the ODB each month will provide her and her baby with the necessities of life. And there's Jack. He's just a boy of 12. His father and mother are dead, and he went to live with some friends when his older brother was drafted. Today, that soldier brother is happy in the knowledge that those green checks each month will give Jack the kind of a life a young boy should have. Or there's Helen. She's over 60 now. There was never a word of complaint when her son joined the Army, even though she was left alone in the world. She never writes her boy about the growing pain in her side. But she knows that she'll be all right, for you see, those green checks will pay for an operation. And so it goes with one case after another. No wonder, friends, that the War Department Office of Dependency Benefits is called the heart of the Army. I think it's more than that. It's truly a cross-section of America at war. And now, Durward, what's the latest on the home front?
President Roosevelt is expected to issue another directive about the draft sometime today. It seems that many local draft boards, in order to fill their quotas, are canceling the deferments of many non-fathers who are war workers and are pushing them into the armed forces ahead of fathers. And the manufacturers fear that such a policy may cripple our war production. And President Roosevelt is expected to clarify the situation today by emphasizing that pre-Pearl Harbor fathers should get the same treatment as non-fathers.
And isn't this sort of an important day politically, Durward?
That's right, Byrne. Potential candidates for the Republican presidential nomination are getting their first test in New Hampshire today as that state elects delegates to the Republican and the Democratic national conventions. Now, Bernardine?
You know, friends, we hear a lot of talk about how food can fight for freedom. That means we all want to make the most of every scrap of food we have in the house. And Crisco is such a help at turning leftovers into appetizing meals. For instance, the other day I had some mashed potatoes left over, just enough for the children's lunch. So do you know what I did? I added a little celery salt to the potatoes. That gives them a wonderful flavor. And then I shaped them into patties and fried them in Crisco. Well, those potato cakes got so crisp and brown, not a bit greasy. And the youngsters love them. And you know something, friends? With Crisco fried foods, you don't have to worry a bit about upset digestions. Why, they set so light they don't bother even the children.
That's right. Crisco is pure and all vegetable, you know. And it's digestible itself. Just the finest quality shortening you can use. That's why we say with Crisco, everything you cook tastes better. And it's digestible. Now, Bern, what's your last story?
In Granite City, Illinois, yesterday, 14 young men were waiting at the railroad station for a train to take them to Chicago, where they were to be inducted into the Navy. As their train approached, parents and relatives crowded around them on the platform and kissed them goodbye. But imagine their surprise when the train roared right on past without stopping. Well, a phone call was put into the Navy, and the 14 will try to join up again today. This time, they hope the train stops.
Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Crisco. It's digestible.
Crisco's Radio Newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. And now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. In just a moment, Durward Kirby will bring us the latest world news. But first, let me tell you about a traffic accident that happened in Los Angeles. It wasn't a collision of two automobiles. No, there was only one car involved. But it had the complete misfortune of colliding with, of all things, an Army tank, and a huge 16-ton tank at that. Offhand, it would seem like a rather uneven match, and it was. Here's the way the police tell the story in very short form. Estimated damage to automobile, $800. Estimated damage to tank, $2. And now, Durward, what's the latest world news?
Well, Bern, the air war is leading the list again today. Huge formations of American bombers blasted southern Germany this morning. Few details are available yet, but our Air Force headquarters describes the attack as very strong, and that usually means just what it says, a near-record attack. Last night, the British set a new bombing record, sending more than 1,000 four-engine bombers to dump well over 3,000 tons of explosives on German targets. It was the biggest raid of the war. The industrial city of Stuttgart received the heaviest end of the attack, 2,800 tons of bombs shattering its war plants and transportation facilities. 40 British bombers were lost, less than 4% of the total force participating. British planes based in Italy flew out over the Balkans during the night to attack the Bulgarian capital of Sofia. And on the ground in Italy, a savage battle is raging in the blackened ruins of Cassino. Allied forces are progressing slowly both in the town and in the hills outside. But fanatical bands of German gunners who crept back into the bomb-devastated town during the night are fighting back with everything available. There is also heavy fighting on the Anzio beachhead, with our troops on the attack. In Russia, the Red Army is sweeping across the Buk River on a 60-mile front and has driven to within 28 miles of the Nester River and the old Romanian border. To the south, other Russian forces have split the pocket where several German divisions are trapped and are mopping them up. Still other Soviet columns are closing in on the port of Nikolaev from three sides. In the diplomatic field, the latest development concerning Finland's precarious situation is a report that the Finns have not yet definitely rejected the newest Russian armistice offer. In Washington this morning, President Roosevelt put new pressure on the Finns to withdraw from their partnership with Germany. Mr. Roosevelt said, "I think I can speak for all Americans when I say that we sincerely hope Finland will now take the opportunity to disassociate herself from Germany." On the Pacific fighting fronts, American troops on Bougainville have smashed a heavy Japanese counterattack in 6 days of fierce, close-quarters fighting in which at least 1,200 Japs were killed. And the Pacific Air War roars on relentlessly. New attacks are reported on Wewak, Rabaul, Kavieng, and other points in the southwest, as well as 6 different enemy bases in the central Pacific. In England, by the way, there's a certain American regiment described as the scrappiest of all. It's commanded by a colonel from Texas. This officer devised a new insignia for his helmet, and it was quickly copied by everyone else in the outfit. The insignia is formed with 3 A's and an O with a line drawn through the middle. The colonel says, "That's my brand. Anything, anytime, anywhere, bar nothing." And that's the top of today's World News. Say, didn't I see you out on South Shore Drive yesterday afternoon, Bern?
Yes, Durward. I was on my way to a tea party.
Oh, well, did you collect any new recipes?
Well, as a matter of fact, I didn't. We got to talking about Crisco's pastry method and never did seem to get off the subject. Honestly, friends, you would have laughed. Everybody was telling about all the bad luck they'd ever had making pie crust. For instance, when special guests were coming for dinner.
And oh, the embarrassment of it when the pie for dessert had a tough and soggy crust.
That's it, exactly. Oh, we could laugh yesterday because with Crisco and the pastry method, you don't have to worry about things like that anymore. But it wasn't funny when it used to happen. Have you tried this pastry method of Crisco's yet, friends? It's right on the Crisco label. And it's really wonderful. Every single time you make a pie, you can count on perfect results. A crust that's so tender and flaky that it's the best part of the pie. Success like that sounds almost too good to be true, doesn't it? But that's what's so amazing about this Crisco pastry method. Why, even if you're a beginner, you can turn out pie crusts that do you proud every time. Golden brown, tender, flaky as can be.
And digestible, too. Now, that's something else you can count on when pie crust is made with pure, all-vegetable Crisco.
Oh, my, yes. Why, Crisco pastry sets right with the whole family, the youngsters included.
Hey, how about seeing what a really swell pie maker you can be?
Just try Crisco and the Crisco pastry method. Every one of your pies will be a hit. Every crust, tender and flaky.
Well, Vern, what's next?
Well, first, Durward, I'd like to tell a little story that proves again that every cloud has a silver lining. Gertrude Lawrence, the noted British actress, tells a story in the April issue of The Woman magazine. One day last summer, while Miss Lawrence was touring American Army camps on Cape Cod with her bookmobile, she met a corporal who seemed very sad indeed. In fact, he said he wanted a book to take his mind off his troubles. Well, he looked so downcast that Miss Lawrence started questioning him. And she soon found out that the young soldier was about to get a medical discharge from the Army. But, and this is what seemed to be troubling him most, his job at home had been filled by a young woman. He didn't want to see her lose her position. At the same time, he really needed his job back. Don't worry, soldier, Miss Lawrence assured him. Remember, every cloud has a silver lining. A few months passed, and one afternoon in New York, a young man and a young woman saw Miss Lawrence and stopped her. The actress had to look carefully before she recognized him as the unhappy soldier she'd seen on Cape Cod. His face was just covered with smiles now, and he looked proudly at the young woman who held his arm. Miss Lawrence, he said, I'd like you to meet my wife. She's the girl who had my job, and now I've got them both.
Well, his cloud certainly did have a silver lining. Say, Bern, you know, every year along about March 15th, any number of income tax stories start popping up. And, of course, this year is no exception. I think one of the best comes from Milwaukee. A young man went to the tax collector's office yesterday, and he asked for an extension of time in which to pay his tax. Well, naturally, the collector wanted to know why. Well, it's this way, the fellow said. I sent my wife up here with $150 to pay our taxes, and, well, I haven't seen her since.
Oh, Durward. Well, you know, aside from being income tax time, this is also springtime, and it's leap year. And all in all, it's having an effect on our War Department. Until last July, the girls serving in the WAC were allowed to marry, but they couldn't wear wedding gowns and veils unless the commanding officer gave permission. Well, that wasn't so bad, though, for Not many of the officers refused permission. Then, in the middle of last summer, the War Department issued a strict order. From then on, WACs, Army nurses, and other uniformed women in the Army would wear only uniforms. So that meant getting married in uniform, too. Well, naturally, those Army girls who were planning to be married in the fall were disappointed when the new order was issued. But being good sports, they just sort of gritted their teeth and said, well, an order is an order. And if we get married, we'll be married in uniform. They didn't think much of the idea, though, because at the same time, spars, Marines, and waves were permitted to pick out pretty clothes for their marriage ceremonies, and never a commanding officer said no. Then suddenly the Army relented. Maybe it's spring, maybe it's the fact that this is leap year. Anyway, a new order has come from the War Department. And today, the WACs are free to choose a trousseau as traditionally satin and lacy as they want. In fact, even a WAC who's to be a bridesmaid can come out of uniform into a marriage mode of the moment if she wants to. All of which makes everybody concerned very happy. And now let me tell you the happy outcome of an adventure two young boys had in California not long ago. The boys lived in Bell Gardens, California. One was named Lawrence Sliger, and the other Lawrence Giovanoni, and both were nicknamed Larry. Well, the boys were strolling through the countryside near the town one day, just meandering about as young boys do. After a while, they reached the Rio Hondo River, which had recently overflowed its banks, and it was nice and cool and inviting. So the two Larrys took off their shoes and socks and went wading along the river's edge through the shallow pools left by the ebbing floodwaters. Oh, it was a wonderful feeling walking along, splashing through the water and feeling the wet sand ooze through their toes. Suddenly, one of the boys grabbed the other and exclaimed, Look at that fish. And sure enough, there was a fish in one of the isolated pools of water. And what a fish it was. A nice, shiny trout over 2 feet long. Well, in a split second, both boys had lunged at the fish and caught him with their bare hands. Boy, what a fine dinner he'll make, one of them said with enthusiasm. But no sooner had he said it when he remembered something about a fishing law which stated that trout were not to be caught out of season. Say, what do you think we ought to do? He asked his friend. I don't know, replied the second Larry, and then he added, maybe we'd better ask Mr. Mahaffey. That was Joe Mahaffey he was thinking about, the local game warden. Well, that's what they did. When Mr. Mahaffey saw the fish and heard the boy's story of how they caught it, he became very official. He reared back a little bit, cleared his throat a couple of times, and then said in a dignified tone, Boys, I can see no violation of the law here. It is pretty clear that you fellows were just rescuing this trout from a river which no longer had enough water for his navigation purposes. You may keep the fish. And they did. And broiled trout never tasted more delicious. And now, Durward, what's the latest on the home front?
Selective Service Director Hershey has sent a letter to all local draft boards asking them to increase the induction of fathers and to draft all men who are needlessly deferred in industry. General Hershey says those 2 steps must be taken in order to meet draft quotas on schedule.
Well, solving the manpower problem is one of the hardest jobs our leaders have, all right.
That's right, Byrne. And another tough job is to wipe out the black market. And today, the United States Secret Service has announced that it is going to get into the fight. Secret Service agents have teamed up with the OPA and are going to track down the gangsters who are counterfeiting gasoline ration stamps.
That's certainly good news.
Byrne, what would you think if you saw an auto racing down a dirt road in a rainstorm, splashing through puddles, and raising clouds of dust?
What? I'd think I was dreaming.
Well, such a feat apparently is within the realm of possibility. A new chemical compound has been discovered, and it actually waterproofs dirt. It's called Stabinol, and reports say that airfields and dirt roads treated with it will not turn into mud after heavy rains.
Well, that sounds remarkable, Durward. That new chemical certainly ought to help win the war.
Yes, and here's a way that women can help. A Chicago salvage official suggests that those old love letters stored up in the attic should be unwrapped from their lavender and lace and turned into the wastepaper drive. It's estimated that on an average, each woman has 5 such love letters, and 1,000 of them would weigh on the average 20 pounds. Now, Bernadine?
You know, these days everybody is so busy that sometimes you hardly have time to shop for a meal, let alone prepare one.
Well, Crisco's a blessing when you're caught in a tight spot like that.
That's just what I was going to say.
You bet.
In about 2 shakes, Crisco turns icebox dibs and dabs into a meal that tempts even the most finicky appetite. When you have a little leftover meat, does anything taste better than one of Crisco's meat hashes? It's so crusty and brown when it comes on the table. And tastes good. Oh, just watch the family clean up their plates. And do you know you can count on everything you fry in Crisco being digestible? That's such a reassuring feeling when you have a family to cook for.
Oh, golly, Crisco fried foods set so light even the youngsters can enjoy them. You see, Crisco is digestible itself. Yes, it's pure and all vegetable, and just the finest quality shortening you can use, no matter what you cook. Remember that, won't you? With Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible.
And now, Durward, what's our last story?
It comes from CBS correspondent Charles Shaw. He reported from London today that the new German raids on England are giving the British another chance to show their sense of humor. He says one club displays this sign, and it says, "In case of an alert, business will continue as usual. In case of a direct hit, no drinks will be served." Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Crisco. It's digestible.
Gary Curtis was homeless and friendless, Ma took him in. Now Gary has turned against Ma. He even said he hates Ma. Well, tomorrow, Gary and Ma talk. And then, well, a bolt literally strikes from the blue. You can't afford to miss Ma Perkins tomorrow. Until tomorrow, then, this is Charlie Warren saying so long. And remember Oxidol, won't you? Want a tip on how to save more used kitchen fats? Just do this. Keep a can near your stove. It'll remind you to save every drop of used kitchen fat.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Crisco's Radio Newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. Now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward. Hello, friends. In just a moment, Durward Kirby will bring us the latest world news. But first, as you may know, there are just 19 minutes of winter left. Yes, spring, according to the weatherman, will arrive officially at 12:49 this afternoon, Central War Time. It's one day earlier than usual because of leap year. But if you look out of your windows, you probably won't believe that spring is anywhere around. When I left my house this morning to come down to the studio, the thermometer outside said 25 degrees. And all along the East Coast and throughout most of the Midwest, Old Man Winter has spent his last 24 hours preparing a welcome mat of snow to greet spring. The people in the South aren't having any snow, but they're shivering in cold rains and biting north winds. And to top everything, The weatherman in Indianapolis almost couldn't make a forecast this morning. It was so cold that the door to his rooftop instruments was frozen shut. And now, Durward, what's the latest news?
Well, Bern, the big news of the day comes from Russia. Premier Stalin has just announced the capture of an important German base on the Nesta River. It's the town of Mogiliev-Podolsk, and only a few hours earlier, the Germans announced that their forces had evacuated Vinnytsia. That was one of their last big defense strongholds in the northwest Ukraine. The Berlin communique said Vinnytsia was evacuated according to plan after destruction of war installations. And the German people at home must be saying to themselves, where have I heard that phrase before? To the west, the Allied air war is hitting Germany and her occupied countries new blows. American bombers thundered out over the continent soon after dawn this morning with new loads of bombs for Hitler's factories. The heavy, four-engined bombers struck at targets in southwest Germany, while hundreds of lighter planes blasted objectives in France. On the Italian battlefront, the Germans are still offering stiff resistance. They have reinforced their positions in the town of Cassino and regained a hill to the west. Fierce fighting continues. CBS correspondent Winston Burdett summed up the bitterness of the Cassino fighting in a broadcast from Algiers this morning. He said, German machine gunners are still shooting it out from behind the shattered walls of a Roman amphitheater, from a ducal palace on the south side of Highway 6, from the rubble of a building which was once Cassino's Continental Hotel and which is now a hideout for German tanks. Across the Mediterranean from Italy, Pierre Pocheux, the former Vichy cabinet minister, was executed on a North African rifle range this morning. He was convicted of treason to France by a special military court last week. He died courageously. His last request was that he be allowed to give the orders to the firing squad himself. And he did. A very special marriage took place in London this morning. Yugoslavia's young King Peter took Princess Alexandra of Greece as his bride. And from somewhere else in Britain, there comes the story of a horse-drawn harvest binder. In 1919, it was sold to a farmer for $200. 12 years ago, it was sold again, this time for $12. The other day, the same binder, now 25 years old, was auctioned off for $320, or $120 more than it had brought when it was brand new. There's no price control in England on old farm machinery. In the Far East, Chinese and American forces have smashed Japanese resistance throughout the Hukong Valley of northern Burma. An official Chinese communique says that in the 4-month campaign, 1,800 square miles of territory were recaptured and 4,000 enemy troops were killed. But now the Japanese, stung by this loss, are striking back in the war's first major drive on India. The enemy's offensive apparently is aimed at outflanking the Chinese-American forces and moving against the capital of the Indian state of Manipur. In the South Pacific, American troops have virtually completed their occupation of the strategic Admiralty Islands, giving us new bases for further blows against the Japs in the south and central sectors of the Pacific. And that's the top of today's World News. Now, Bernardine, have you something from the Crisco kitchen for our listeners?
You know, a lot of women are saying that they don't know how they'd manage these days if they hadn't discovered Crisco's new pastry method.
Well, a plain meal just automatically becomes a party meal when you serve a tender, flaky pie for dessert.
There's a hitch, though, in getting that pie crust tender and flaky. And that's where Crisco's pastry method comes in. With Crisco and the pastry method, every single time you make a pie, you can count on perfect results. A pie crust that's so golden brown, so tender and flaky that, well, it makes you hungry just to look at it. The directions are right on the Crisco label, you know. And honestly, it's such a weight off your mind not to worry whether this will be one of the days when your pastry comes out right or if it's going to be tough and soggy. With Crisco and the pastry method, you can count on success every time. Why, take the chocolate chiffon pie we had for dinner the other night.
That's one of my favorites.
Well, you should have seen my family pitch in. There wasn't even a crumb of pie crust left on their plates. Which reminds me, do you know that made with pure all-vegetable Crisco, you can count on pie crust being digestible?
You betcha. It sets right with the whole family. So why don't you see what a grand pie maker you are? Try Crisco and the Crisco pastry method today. Well, Vern, what's next?
It's a war story, Durward. One which I think ranks among the top of all the unusual and dramatic adventure stories that have come out of the war. It happened last October on a gloomy, windy night in the North Atlantic. A group of Navy planes were just coming back to their carrier from a patrol over the sea. The last two planes in the air were flown by Lieutenant Roger Kuhn of Plymouth, Indiana, and Lieutenant Harry Fryatt of Waukesha, Wisconsin. It wasn't so unusual that these two particular men happened to be flying the last planes in the air, for they had been friends and buddies ever since they were first assigned to this carrier. They shared the same room, they flew together on duty, and spent most of their spare time together. That night, as they approached the carrier, signal lights from the deck blinked out a message for them to come in. Lieutenant Kuhn pointed the nose of his plane downward, and in a moment had landed safely. But Lieutenant Fryatt had a problem. His plane had taken a 40-millimeter shell through the wing while fighting a surface U-boat, and the landing gear and hydraulic system were damaged. When he tried to lower his plane's wheels for the landing, only one came down, and then it wouldn't go back up. Well, the sea down below was pretty rough, and there was only a slim chance that the flyer could be rescued if he should land his crippled plane in the water. There was a better chance that he could make a successful crash landing on the deck of the carrier. So the order went out over the ship's public address system, clear the deck for a crash landing, and men scurried to make ready. Lieutenant Kuhn's plane, which had just landed, was parked near the bow, beyond the barriers that helped to stop incoming planes. Lieutenant Kuhn ran below to his room, his heart heavy over the plight of his friend. I didn't want to see him come in, he said later. I felt that his chances of staying on deck were about 1 in 100. When I was in the room, I noticed Fryatt's flashlight on his desk, and I thought of the dark water outside. Then I looked up at his bunk and decided right then that it wouldn't be empty that night if I could help it. So I grabbed the flashlight, ran up to the edge of the flight deck, just ahead of my parked plane, and waited. In a moment, everything was ready, and Lieutenant Fryatt was given an order to come in. He nosed down through the darkened sky and eased in toward the restless carrier. He had misjudged the distance and overshot. Up he went again to try once more. Several times he roared his crippled plane over the carrier before finally dropping in for the landing. But he was too high when he cut the throttle, and he missed all the stops and barriers on the ship's deck. His wingtip struck the carrier's island, knocking off part of the wing. Then his plane caromed across the deck, crashing into Lieutenant Kuhn's plane and stopped dead. It was a successful landing for Lieutenant Fryatt. He and his gunner and his radio man crawled out of the plane unhurt. But in the meantime, Lieutenant Kuhn's plane, catapulted forward by the impact of the crash, had leaped straight ahead. And Kuhn himself, standing nearby, was knocked 30 feet and over the edge of the flight deck onto the forecastle rail. As he hung there momentarily, he saw his heavy plane following him down, coming straight over the edge toward him. Without a second's hesitation, Lieutenant Kuhn pushed over the rail and went tumbling more than 40 feet down into the black and stormy water of the Atlantic. The plane came right behind him and hit the waves only a few inches away. When the flyer came up to the surface, he was gasping for breath as the big waves kept splashing over his head. He found a couple of life jackets floating nearby, and as he reached for those, he discovered that he was still holding his buddy's flashlight in his hand. He pushed the button, and a beam of light split the inky blackness of the night. A destroyer was ordered to pick him up out of the sea, and it edged through the water very cautiously so as not to run him down. Finally, someone on the destroyer threw him a line. But no sooner had the flyer grabbed the line than the destroyer started cutting through the water at full speed. And, as Lieutenant Kuhn describes it, there I was skipping across the surface of the water like an Hawaiian on an aquaplane. Why, I'm not sure, but someone said later that there was a submarine nearby and it had thrown a torpedo at us. Finally, he goes on, they slowed down and I was pulled aboard like a bass on a hook. But this isn't quite the end of the story. For Lieutenant Kuhn was sent to a naval hospital to recover from his ordeal. And when he came out, He was married to Miss Mary Lickenwalner, a pretty Navy nurse who had helped to nurse him back to health.
Boy, what a story that is, Vern. His grandchildren will never believe all those things could possibly have happened to their grandpop.
I think you're right there, Durward. And now, what's the home front picture today?
An official of the Federal Reserve Board says that government restrictions on installment buying will continue as long as they are needed to prevent inflation. And that probably will be well into the post-war period, or in other words, until there are enough civilian goods to match the supply of money available.
That sounds reasonable, Durward.
Yes. And incidentally, Byrne, government agents today started interviewing families in 68 areas throughout the country in an effort to see what civilian goods are needed the most. And the results will be announced about May 1st. On the food front, the government says that we will have enough food this year to meet our essential military and civilian requirements. But Food Administrator Jones says we cannot be expected to supply most of the food needed to feed the world after the war. He says the United States is not the food basket of the world. By the way, ladies, here is this week's ration reminder. For processed foods, green stamps K, L, and M expire tonight. But blue stamps A, B, C, D, and E, all number 8, in Ration Book 4, may be used through May 20th. For meats, fats, and so forth, brown stamps Y and Z expire tonight, and red stamps A, B, C, D, E, and F, all number 8, in Book 4, are valid through May 20th. Now, Bernardine?
You know, last night I had some unexpected company drop in. And did I bless my jar of Crisco? Even with a few leftovers, you can turn out a meal you're really proud to serve.
Well, what'd you whip up, Bern?
Well, I turned the tag end of a roast into a meat hash that was simply delicious. Crisco is just grand for hashes, you know. They turn out so crusty and brown. Then I took some leftover vegetables, chopped them, dropped them into a fritter batter, and made vegetable fritters. My, they were good. Not a bit greasy, just light and crispy.
Oh, Crisco has a special knack for fried foods, all right. It turns them out so they tickle anybody's appetite. And here is the important thing. With Crisco, you can count on everything you fry being digestible. Well, say, even the youngsters can pitch into Crisco fried foods. Now, don't forget that pure all-vegetable Crisco is digestible itself, and it's the finest quality shortening you can use. Why, sure, with Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible. Now, Vern, what's your last story?
It's about Corporal Ed Rocklin, who is a military policeman. He's stationed at Fort Sheridan, and the other Saturday he went to Chicago to spend the evening. He was 24 hours late getting back to camp, and the only reason he wasn't later was because he finally found a locksmith to set him free. As the corporal explained to his commander, "You see, sir, I put my handcuffs on to show my girl how they worked, and I couldn't get them off."
Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Crisco. It's digestible.
We